Welcome back to the Encore Audio YouTube channel. I'm Taper Dave, and this is my channel. Well, tonight I've got some Joe and Charlie here. I found these cassette sets that I've had for some time, and I've already transferred them and digitized them to MP3s, and I'm going to make MP4s and upload them. So let me know if you like Joe and Charlie. If you want to hear more, I have a few more sets back in the wings, and I want you to have a good day if you want to.
Hi, everybody. My name is Charlie Parmley, and I'm a very grateful recovering alcoholic. Because I'm a member of the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous, and by the grace of the power that I found in the 12-step program of Alcoholics Anonymous, I haven't found it necessary to take a drink for 10,907 days today, one day at a time, and for this I'm very grateful. We like to say as we start one of these things that we do not consider ourselves to be the gurus of the Big Book Alcoholics Anonymous. We don't consider ourselves to be the experts on anything at all. We're just two old drunks, met together several years ago, found we had a mutual interest in the Big Book, studied it together for quite some time. Hopefully we've learned a few things about it. And those few things we've learned about it, we just love to be able to share them with other people. We do not attempt to speak for AA as a whole, and you're most certainly free to agree or disagree with anything that we say as you see fit throughout the entire weekend. In fact, if you hear us saying things that can't be reconciled with what's in the Big Book, we suggest you just don't pay any attention to those things at all. And we'll try to keep those things to a bare minimum and talk primarily out of the Big Book Alcoholics Anonymous. Joe?
My name is Joe, and I'm a real alcoholic. Through God's grace, because this program works just one day at a time in my life, I haven't found it necessary to take a drink since the 10th of March, 1962. And for this, I'm extremely grateful. Again, it's good to be back for another Big Book study. I'm always in a position I have to tell you how all this thing got started. I guess I do the history because my memory is great better than Charlie's. It's getting kind of long. But many years ago, it seemed like now, I got an opportunity to go to work in the treatment field when it first started in the 1970, 71. I had been sober 8 or 9 years, but I felt a great urge this time to learn more about the Big Book and about the steps and how they work so I could better help people. And all I knew anything about was the book, and I began to study the book to find the procedure of the book and how it worked so I could better work with people. And I began to talk to other people in my AA community, and I don't know why it was, but nobody I talked to seemed interested in the book. And so I continued to study, and I began to get some ideas over the next years about the approach the book was taking and the goals and objectives of the book. Mainly as it talked about purposes. But I didn't have anyone to bounce this off of, and it was kind of like tunnel vision. And it was I began to be something of a nuisance around AA. As I talked to my friends, they would run out, see me coming, and go hide. And it's almost sometimes that way now. When you start talking about the book. Well, anyway, 1973, spring of 1973, I met Charlie. Now, in all places at an Al-Anon Convention. He and his wife were speaking there. And I was asked to introduce Charlie. Never seen Charlie before. Because we are both from Arkansas, we got to realize actually Charlie lives 200 and some odd miles from where I live. I hadn't met him. So I remember how I introduced him that night. I saw his name was Charlie P. And I said, I thought this was going to be Charlie Pride. And this guy, he can't sing and he's even the wrong color.
Neither one of those things have changed since then either.
But Well, we had a great time after he talked. Everybody visited with him around the podium, and then we got back and had some conversation. I began to bring out my favorite subject, which was the Big Book, and how I was studying the book to find out more about it. It amazed me because he said, you know, I've been having the same ideas, and I've been studying the book some too. And after about 2 years, or mostly 2 years of study, he was the first person I ever met that was interested in studying the book. So I wasn't about to let him get away. So we made appointments to see each other at different places. When we met together, we would go in a room and study the book and talk about the book, and it was we began to put together certain ideas. The tunnel vision was over because there was two people looking at it. We kind of pieced the Big Book study. So this Big Book study began right there as we would put pieces of it together and look at the plan of the book as it went along, like putting a jigsaw puzzle together. And this was done over from 1973 to 1977. We would do this in rooms with small groups of people that would ask to, find out we were talking about it. Finally, someone asked us to come and present this to his group. He asked us would we come out and do this on the weekend for his group out in Lawton, Oklahoma. And I don't know. I had kind of mixed emotions about it. You know what mixed emotions are? They said that's when you find out that your mother-in-law had run off a cliff in your new car.
You're looking for trouble, aren't you?
But anyway, we went out there, and it was the first. Well, we were just going out there. It didn't have a name to it, a plan to it, anything. We went out there and made the presentation, and came back, and the guy took the tapes and made a set of tapes off of that weekend, and he called them the Big Book Study tapes, and that's where we got a name. That's where it got an identity. And we're invited to go to other places and start doing this. This was the beginning of the Big Book Study, and Charlie and I went around during this period of time, about 5 or 6, 7, 8 a year in the Midwest. We met Wesley Parrish in Omaha, who was the father, the guy who put all this together. And he heard us, and he said, he was like, Bill, how can we get this message out to people? This would be vital to our fellowship. And we told him we didn't know, but Wesley's he had to know Wesley, he could get things done. At the international conference in 1980 in New Orleans, Wesley held a luncheon down there and invited 1,500 people. All of it had one purpose, to get the message out to people, this whole thing. And because these people were invited, and he gave away 100 sets of these Big Book Study tapes as door prizes. Now, the people thought they won them, but they really didn't win them. Wesley seated all the guests, so he knew where everybody was seated, and so he picked out who was to win them. And the people won the tapes were mainly based on where they came from. They went back all over the United States, to the major cities, to every state, foreign countries. And our lives have never been the same since Wesley did this. We've been had an opportunity to go to about every state in the Union and in every major city in the United States several times, and all over Canada, and we've been to Australia, New Zealand, England, and Ireland, and Germany, and everywhere else. It's been an amazing thing, and it's been to see the program in the fellowship. Charlie and I probably have seen more of the fellowship than anybody alive. We had the opportunity to meet many, many thousands of people in Alcoholics Anonymous. One of the great things, the purpose of this is to have been a part of really putting Alcoholics Anonymous program back into the Alcoholics Anonymous groups. For many years we've drifted away from our program. We've drifted away from the thing that really. It was a book, the fellowship, that actually, as John said, the 40 people in the book that produced the fellowship that we have. And then it seemed like the fellowship has gotten away from the program that created us. So it's been great to be a part of putting Alcoholics Anonymous back into Alcoholics Anonymous. And that's what these weekends are all about going back to our basic roots, the thing that created this beautiful fellowship. So this is what, it's always exciting to sit down and begin to do this anywhere that we do it.
And I guess this thing is getting to be an international big book study. I know there's several people here from other countries. If we're going to talk about the big book, which of course we are this weekend, that's what we're here for, I think it would do us a lot of good to go back and look at just a little bit of the history. Now, John did most of it a while ago, but some of the history we like to look at is in the book itself, and it really involves what the original people had to go through in order to get sober and be able to get this thing started so we could have it like it is today. And that little bit of history we're going to look at is within the big book itself. So let's all open our books. Let's go to the foreword to the second edition, Roman numeral 15, and let's look at a little bit of the history behind the book, because I think if we do, it'll make it easier then to understand the book itself. Let's go to the last paragraph on Roman numeral 15. Joe?
This bark was the flag that the first AA group was struck at Akron, Ohio in June 1935, during a talk between a New York stockbroker and an Akron physician.
Now, we know the New York stockbroker is this fellow named Bill Wilson. I think we're treating Bill pretty good when we call him a New York stockbroker. He really wasn't. He was a New York City stock speculator. He made his living out of selling fast-talking to slow-thinking people. We don't want to take anything away from Bill. He was a great man, but I think we all need to realize he's a real alcoholic, just like all the rest of us. Understanding that, it's going to make it easier to understand the book, because, of course, Bill is the primary author of the book. The Akron physician is this fellow named Dr. Bob Smith.
6 months earlier, the broker had been relieved of his drink obsession by a sudden spiritual experience following a meeting with an alcoholic friend who had been in contact with the Oxford group of that day.
A little later on, when we get into Bill's story, we're going to see where he had what he always referred to as a vital spiritual experience in the town's hospital in the early part of December of 1934. But prior to having that spiritual experience, certain things had to take place in Bill's life. And one of the things that had to take place was this meeting with the alcoholic friend who had been in contact with the Oxford groups of that day. We know the alcoholic friend was a fellow named Ebby Thatcher. Ebby and Bill used to drink together when they were younger, in their college days. They were good friends. And Ebby came to sit down with Bill and talk to Bill in his kitchen. And he began to tell Bill about a possible solution to this thing called alcoholism. He said, Bill, people like you and I who have become absolutely powerless over alcohol, if we're going to recover from that condition, we're going to have the aid of a power greater than ourselves. And he said, I've been attending meetings with a group of people called the Oxford Groupers. Now, the Oxford Groupers were a group of people practicing first century Christianity to the best of their ability. And he said, those people have told me that if I could have a vital spiritual experience, that during that experience I would find a power greater than human power, and I would be able to recover from alcoholism. He also said they have outlined for me a practical program of action. And they guaranteed me if I would follow that program of action, I would have the spiritual experience and I would be able to recover. And he said, look at me, Bill, it's been 2 months since I've had a drink. Now, this made a great impression on Bill. He knew Ebby and he knew how Ebby drank. And he'd always said, if I ever get as bad as Ebby Thatcher, I'm going to quit drinking. But here's Ebby Thatcher sitting in Bill's kitchen. He's been sober for 2 months. So the information that Ebby brought to him made a great impression on Bill. He really brought him 2 pieces of information. He brought him what we know today to be the solution to alcoholism, the vital spiritual experience during which we find the power greater than human power. He also brought to him the program of action necessary to have that spiritual experience. So 2 of the things that Bill had to know came from Ebby through the Oxford groups, when Ebby was visiting with Bill in Bill's kitchen. There was another piece of information he had to know also.
He had also been greatly helped by the late Dr. William D. Silkworth, a New York specialist in alcoholism, who is now kind of no less than a medical saint by AA members, and whose story of early days of our society appears in the next pages. From this doctor, the broker learned the grave nature of alcoholism.
We're also going to be able to see when we get in Bill's story where he was placed in the town's hospital as far back as the summer of 1933. And there he was under the care of Dr. Silkworth. Dr. Silkworth withdrew him from alcohol. And when Bill's mind had cleared up a little bit so he could understand some things, Dr. Silkworth sat down with Bill and began to explain to him his ideas about this thing called alcoholism. And he said, Bill, I do not believe alcoholism is a matter of willpower. I don't believe it's a matter of moral character. And I don't think sin's got anything to do with it. He said, I really believe people like you are suffering from an illness. And he said, it's a very peculiar illness because it seems to be a twofold illness. An illness of the body as well as an illness of the mind. And he said, it seems to me as though when people like you take any alcohol, whatever, into their system, it seems to create within the body an actual physical craving that makes it virtually impossible for you to stop drinking after you've once started. And he said, because of that physical craving of the body, you'll never be able to safely drink alcohol again as long as you live. But then he said, that's only part of your problem. He said, I also believe that people like you suffer from what we call an obsession of the mind. And he said, an obsession of the mind is an idea that overcomes all ideas to the contrary. He said, an obsession of the mind is an idea that is so strong, it can make you believe something that's not true. He said, now the real truth is you can't safely drink alcohol because of the body. But he said, it really doesn't make any difference how badly you want to stop drinking. From time to time, your mind's going to tell you that it's okay to drink. And based on the idea that it's okay to drink, you'll take a drink thinking it's going to be all right. And then that drink will trigger the craving in the body. And then you'll be unable to stop drinking. And you'll end up drunk every time. He said, not only can you not safely drink alcohol, but he said you can't stay sober because of the obsession of the mind. And he said if you can't drink without getting drunk, and if you can't stay sober, then you've become absolutely powerless over alcohol. Bill knew for the first time what his problem really was. You see, he always thought it was willpower. He thought it was moral character. He thought maybe it was sin. Why would he not? That's what everybody had told him up until that time. But when Dr. Silkworth gave him his description of alcoholism in 1933, for the first time, Bill understood the problem. And we know that he felt, now that I know the problem, I'll not have to drink anymore. Self-knowledge will fix it. Shortly thereafter, his mind told him, though, it's okay to drink. He took a drink, triggered the allergy, drank for another year, ended up in a town's hospital in the summer of 1934. This time, Dr. Silkworth pronounced him incurable and told Bill's wife, Lois, that you're going to have to hire a bodyguard for this guy, or we're going to have to lock him up somewhere. If you don't, he's going to die from DTs or go completely insane. Bill overheard that, and he said fear sobered him up for a bit. But shortly thereafter, he took a drink again on Armistice Day of 1934, triggered the allergy, and couldn't stop. So knowing the problem was not sufficient to recover from the problem. It's only when Ebby came to see him, brought him the solution, brought him the program of action, then Bill applied that program of action, had the spiritual experience, recovered from alcoholism. So it was necessary for him to know three things. What is the problem? What is the solution to that problem? And what is the program of action that's necessary to find that solution? Then Bill could recover.
Okay. Prior to his journey to Akron, the broker had worked hard with many alcoholics on the theory that only an alcoholic could help an alcoholic. But he succeeded in keeping sober himself. The broker had gone to Akron on his business venture, which had collapsed, leaving him greatly in fear that he might start drinking again. So they realized in order to save himself, he must carry this message to another alcoholic. That alcoholic turned out to be the Akron physician. And the physician had repeatedly tried spiritual means. Dr. Bob was in the Oxford groups in Akron, very peculiar, both of them were. Bill had been, at this time they met, Bill had been in for 6 months. Dr. Bob had been in the Oxford group for 2 years, but he couldn't stay sober, but had failed. But when the broker gave him Dr. Silkworth's description of alcoholism and his hopelessness, the physician began to pursue the spiritual remedy as far as malady, will of wilderness, and never been able to muster.
Now we know as soon as Bill got sober, in December of 1934, one of the tenets from the Oxford groups, the program of action that he had been using, was you're going to have to give this thing to other people if you're going to keep it. So Bill immediately started working with other alcoholics in New York City. And what he would do, he would go out and find one of them wherever he could, probably seined them up out of the gutters and jerked them off the bar stools, and talk to them about this great spiritual experience that he had had in the town's hospital. Took them to Oxford group meetings. Many of them didn't want to go, but Bill took them anyhow. And none of them had responded to what he had to say. So for a period of approximately 6 months, in trying to work with others, Bill had helped nobody whatsoever. One day while back in the town's hospital to visit with another alcoholic in there, he ran into Dr. Silkworth in the hallway. And he said, "Doctor, I've been trying to give what has been given to me to other alcoholics, but none of them seem to want what I have to offer. I must be doing something wrong." And Dr. Silkworth said, "Yeah, Bill, I've heard about your shenanigans out there trying to work with alcoholics, trying to give them that great hot flash that you had here in the town's hospital." He said, "Why don't you tell them what I told you?" He said, "Why don't you explain to them the exact nature of the illness?" He said, "Every alcoholic I know has 2 questions. Number 1, why can't I drink like I used to without getting drunk? And number 2, why can't I stay sober now that I want to stay sober? And if you will explain to them the phenomenon of craving that develops in the body after they take a drink, if you will explain to them the obsession of the mind that ensures they can't stay sober, then you will get their attention. And he said, after you get their attention, then you can talk to them about spirituality. But tell them what's wrong with them first." Now, we don't think it's by accident that the very next person Bill happened to talk to, of course, was Dr. Bob in Akron. And we know that Bill had gone there on a business venture which had collapsed. He's standing in the lobby of the Mayflower Hotel. All of his friends had deserted him. They were going to take over one of the companies there in Akron. And Bill was not only going to make a lot of money out of it, he was going to get to be the president of the company. The thing collapsed. He's standing in the lobby of the Mayflower Hotel, counting the money in his pocket, and he realized he didn't even have enough money to pay the hotel bill. Very low, very sad, and very depressed. He looked through a door off the lobby into the bar, and I would imagine the lights were low in that bar. The music was probably playing, and the smoke was thick, and the laughter was great. And Bill said, "I believe I'll go in the bar, and I will be with people of my kind, and I'll feel better." But as he started through the door for the first time, his mind said to him, "Bill, you can't do that. If you go in there, you're going to take a drink just sure as anything. If you take a drink, you're going to end up drunk and in all kinds of trouble." So we know that in desperation, Bill made a few phone calls, came in contact with Henrietta Sarbley, who in turn put him in contact with Dr. Bob. And I think the important and interesting thing here is Bill didn't go see Dr. Bob to sober up Dr. Bob. Bill was about to get drunk. And he remembered how back in New York City, even though he had never helped anybody else, every time he had tried, he himself had felt better. So he made the contact with Dr. Bob to keep Bill sober. Thank God it worked. And he sat down with Dr. Bob in Henrietta's house, and he did something he had never done before. He didn't talk to Dr. Bob about Dr. Bob's drinking. Everybody else had already done that. His wife had, and the doctors had, and everybody else that knew him had. Bill sat down with Dr. Bob, remembering what Dr. Silkworth had told him. He said, "Let me tell you my story." And he began to talk about his drinking. And he began to talk about the many, many times he was going to stop off in a speakeasy and just have a couple of drinks. And he said, I would have the 2 drinks and then I would be unable to stop drinking. And I would end up drunk and sick and in all kinds of trouble. Dr. Bob said, "My God, man, that's what's been happening to me." And Bill said, with a little doctor in New York City called Dr. Silkworth, explained to me this is a physical allergy to alcohol. That whenever we take a drink, something happens in our body that doesn't happen to normal people. He began to talk about the many, many times he had sworn off drinking. He said, "I've got a tremendous amount of willpower. Always been able to do anything I wanted to do, but so when it comes to not drinking, it seems as though my willpower is non-existent. Because it doesn't make any difference how badly I want to stop. After a day or 2 or 3 or a week or so, my mind begins to tell me it's okay to drink." And he said, I end up believing it's okay to drink. I take the drink, then the allergy takes over, and then I end up drunk. And Dr. Bob said, "My God, man, that's exactly what's been happening to me." I always wondered how this New York City stock speculator could sit down with a well-trained physician and explain to him the exact nature of his illness. Normally the doctor would have said, "Who in the hell are you to be telling me what's wrong with my body and my mind?" But by one alcoholic sharing his story with another alcoholic, Dr. Bob, for the first time, could see what his problem was. He already had the solution. He knew he needed a spiritual experience. He already had the program of action. But he had never been able to apply it to the depth necessary to recover because he didn't know what was wrong with him. He thought it was willpower. He thought it was moral character. He thought it was sin. Why should he not? That's what everybody had told him up until that time. Dr. Bob agreed to go over and speak to Bill and talk to Bill. He told his wife, Ann, "I'll give that guy 15 minutes of my time." You know, when Henrietta called, she called the night before or the day before and said, "I've got a guy here from New York City who seems to have a solution to alcoholism. He's looking for somebody to talk to. Can you bring Dr. Bob over here?" And Henrietta said, or Ann said, "Henrietta, I would be tickled to death to bring him over there." But see, she said, "I can't." Said, "Tomorrow's Mother's Day, and he's brought me home a potted plant. It's sitting on the table, and he's potted underneath the table." And she said, "I can't get him up, so I can't bring him over." But she said, "I'll try to get him there tomorrow." And the next morning, she set in on Dr. Bob to go. And Dr. Bob said, "I'm not going over there and talk to that guy. What does he know that I don't know?" Sick, hung over, and she kept after him, and finally he agreed to go. And he said, "I'll go with you, and we'll go over there, and I'll give him 15 minutes of my time, and then I'm coming home." When I got over there, they went into a room by themselves, and they were in there for a matter of hours. Dr. Bob came out of that room, and he said, "This is the first guy I've ever talked to that knew what he was talking about when it comes to alcoholism." One alcoholic sharing with another. Now down at the bottom of page Roman numeral 16. This seemed to prove that one alcoholic could affect another as no non-alcoholic could. Bill sharing his story with Dr. Bob. For the first time, Bob could see his problem. It also indicated that strenuous work, one alcoholic with another, was vital to permanent recovery. Bill was just about to get drunk, but by sharing with Dr. Bob and trying to help Bob, then Bill managed to stay sober. So the two things that our fellowship is really built upon was decided that afternoon in Henrietta's house. One alcoholic working with another can affect them as no non-alcoholic can. Also, it's vital to our own recovery.
Hence, the two men sent to work almost frantically upon alcoholics arriving in the ward of Akron City Hospital. Their very first case, a desperate one, recovered immediately and become AA member number 3. This is Bill Dotson, and we see him as the man on the bed. He never had another drink. His work in Akron continued through the summer of 1935 There were many failures, but there was occasionally heartening success.
Bill and Bob decided, well, if we're going to keep this thing, we're going to have to give it away. And Bill said, do you know another alcoholic here we can talk to? And Bob said, well, not for sure, but said, let me call down and talk to the head nurse at the hospital. They may have somebody. He called down there and asked if they had an alcoholic there that they could come and talk to. He said, I've got a guy with me from New York City, and he has found a solution to alcoholism. And she said, oh, yeah, we've got one down here. Said, he's a corker, too. He's just blacked both eyes of one of the nurses. Said, we got him tied up out here in a bed. And Bob said, well, put him in a private room. We'll be down there shortly. And the nurse said, now, Dr. Bob, have you tried this thing on yourself? See, she knew about Bob and Bob's drinking. And he said, well, yes, I have, and it's working. So they go down there to visit with Bill Dotson. And they sit down with Bill Dotson, and they did not talk about Bill Dotson's drinking. They said, let us tell you about our drinking. And they sit there and they begin to share their stories with Bill Dotson. And through the sharing of their stories, Bill Dotson could see the physical allergy of his own. Through sharing their stories with Bill Dotson, he could see the obsession of the mind. He could begin to see where he was powerless over alcohol by listening to them share their problem with him. And for the first time in his life, he understood his problem. Then they talked to him about spirituality. They talked to him about the program of action. 2 days later, Bill Dotson says to his wife, get my clothes, I'm going home. And he got up and he dressed and he went home and he applied the program of action, and he sobered up never to drink up to the moment of his death also. So now then we got 3 of them in Akron, Ohio in the summer of 1935. They all know 3 things. What is the problem? What is the solution? And what is the program of action necessary to find that solution? Immediately they begin to carry it to other alcoholics. Once in a great while, another alcoholic would sober up, but most of them did not. There was an occasional heartening success, but many, many failures. The summer of 1935, they really didn't know very much about this. You know, they would try something, and if it would work, they would retain it. If it didn't work, they would discard it and try something else. One of Dr. Bob's favorite things was to fill the new person up with sauerkraut juice mixed with honey. He knew the sauerkraut juice had some vitamins in it that the body really needed. The honey would make it such that they could stand to swallow the stuff. And they tried that amongst many other things that summer, and every once in a while one of these guys would fall over dead. I can almost see Bill turn to Bob and say, oh shit, let's don't try that again, you know. Now, as we look back at that period of time, we give credit to Bill, Bob, the first 100. I think we need to give credit to the ones that they failed with, too. They probably learned more from the failures than they did from the successes during that summer of 1935.
When the broker returned to New York in the fall of 1935, this was September 1935, this was quite a 12-step call from May to September. The first AA group had actually been formed, though no one realized it at that time. The first AA group had been started in Akron. They didn't realize it at this time. A second small group promptly took shape in New York. To follow in 1937, I started a third at Cleveland. Now, when Bill went back to New York, he didn't go around preaching this spiritual experience. He went back and began to apply what he learned in Akron. He began to tell the people what the problem was, the allergy, the obsession, and then the solution, and then laid out a program of action, and the program began to work in New York City. There were scattered alcoholics who picked up the basic ideas in Akron and New York who were trying to form groups in other cities. By late 1937, the number of members having substantial sobriety time behind them was sufficient to convince the membership that a new light had entered the dark world of the alcoholic. John talked about that in 1937. He talking at Dr. Bob's house. They were visiting, and they counted, and they had 40 members sober. And this is when they decided to write the book. It was now time the struggling group thought to place their message and unique experience before the world. And they started in 1937. They decided to write the book, and it took them 2 years. The book was published in April 1939. The termination bore fruit in the spring of 1939 by publishing of this volume. Membership had reached 100 men and women. By the time 40 people started, when they finished, it was 100, men and women. The fledgling society, which had been nameless, now began to be called Alcoholics Anonymous from the title of its own book. This is a little tricky. You know, these first 100 people were nameless. They guess some of them called themselves Oxford Group members. Drunk squads of the Oxford Group. The Oxford Group wasn't too particular about these people, and neither did they like the Oxford Groups. You know, they was a kind of mixture of people. The Oxford Group just didn't mix with the drunks. Drunks didn't mix with the Oxford Group people. So they had kind of broke away from the Oxford Groups in New York City by the time the book was published. So these people started, and they got sober, and they wrote their methods down into a book. And they decided that when the book was finished, quite naturally, it had to have a name. The alcoholics wasn't thinking about that. They were trying to get the book done. There was all kinds of discussions in what to call the book. Some wanted to call it The Way Out. And someone, Bill, As Darkest Before the Dawn. And Bill wanted to put it on the Bill W. movement. His ego got involved. So it was quite a game around the fellowship at this time. And writing the book, they had been through a lot. And now naming of the book. And it was quite an argument and discussions. None of this was done real easy. But they finally decided that we were alcoholics and we wanted to remain anonymous. And this was coming to leading. But this was voted to be the name of the volume. It was called Alcoholics Anonymous. So the book was called Alcoholics Anonymous. Now once the book was published and the name was put on the book Alcoholics Anonymous, then this nameless bunch of group people began to call themselves Alcoholics Anonymous. So there are really two Alcoholics Anonymous. There were two there, and there were still two today.
The first one that the world ever saw. The first was a book called Alcoholics Anonymous.
The first thing called Alcoholics Anonymous was a book. That was the original Alcoholics Anonymous, the program in that book. Okay, now as the book went out, the groups took the name of the book and called themselves Alcoholics Anonymous. So we see today we have two Alcoholics Anonymous. One is a book, which is the original and hasn't been changed. Thank God. That's it. But the fellowship has changed. Now in 1939, quite naturally, the program in the fellowship was the program in this book. They practiced, their meetings were about the 12 steps in the book. Now the book remains the same, but the meetings in the group have changed to almost everything. You know, you can go to meetings and hear about everybody's problem and what they did at work today, and a little bit of everything that goes on. So what we're going to be discussing this week is not the program in the group Alcoholics Anonymous, but the program in the book Alcoholics Anonymous. And as I always say, I like to take a challenge myself. I like to go back in my AA community and go to the meetings and see how far we have changed. See how much Alcoholics Anonymous is in the AA meetings. You know, and I like a friend of mine, old Frank, used to say, you know, you go to some of these meetings and you might hear some anything. You feel pretty good when you first walk in there. You know, you go in a meeting and you hear about everybody's problem. Before it's over, you want to blow your brains out. So what we're talking about is listening to the program in the book, and then listening is what goes on in our meetings today, and see how far we've gotten away from the original program of Alcoholics Anonymous.
You know, I think this thing that happened is maybe one of these things that naturally happens with human beings.
Natural.
The program in the big book Alcoholics Anonymous is a pretty severe program. It takes a lot of humility to be able to live by it, to be able to work it. It takes a lot of changes in our lives if we're going to end up with this successful, vital spiritual experience. Now, in the beginning of AA, there was never any doubt, though. The newcomer was told that if you don't really want to work this program, and you really don't want to have this vital spiritual experience, there's really nothing we can do for you. And we suggest you go drink some more whiskey, and when you get bad enough, come back, and then maybe you'll be ready. So everybody worked the program, and everybody was expected to have the spiritual experience. But then, as the book began to go out across the United States, Canada, and various different places, the fellowship really began to grow from the book. You know, the first one out here in California got a copy of this book. Read it, studied it, did what it said, had a spiritual experience, recovered, and started an AA group. Same thing happened down in Texas and up in Michigan and in Florida and everywhere else. So the great beginning growth of the fellowship came from the book. But as the fellowship got bigger and bigger and bigger, they began to realize something that they didn't have, the first 100 didn't have. They began to realize the strength and the power that comes from large numbers of people gathering together that has the same kind of problem. You know, the first 100 only had 100 people. They only had 3 little groups. And they were really spread out so far across the northeastern part of the United States that they didn't have the power of the fellowship. But as the fellowship began to grow and get bigger and bigger and bigger, people began to realize maybe we can stay sober without doing everything that this book says to do. And they begin to question the need for the severity of the program. They begin to say such things like, do you mean that we have to turn our entire will and life over to the care of God as we understand Him? Couldn't we just give Him the alcohol and we take care of the rest? You mean we have to admit to God and another human being all those things about us? God already knows about it, and it's nobody else's business, really. And they begin to say, you mean we got to get rid of all of our character defects? Hell, we wouldn't have any personality left if we did that. And they begin to say, you begin to hear such terms as, well, maybe we don't need to do everything the book says to do. Maybe we could treat it like a cafeteria, and we could take some and we could leave some. You begin to hear people saying, nobody has the right to tell anybody else how to work the program. You begin to hear people saying each newcomer has to develop their own program in their own way and work it the way they want to. And then came the great advent of the treatment centers. Now, please don't get us wrong. We have nothing at all wrong with treatment centers. They serve a very useful purpose. But in the treatment centers, they begin to talk about a lot of things regarding alcoholism that's not talked about in the big book Alcoholics Anonymous. And people begin to come out of the treatment centers into AA using the terms that they learned in the treatment centers, and I don't blame them because that's all they knew to use. And we begin to hear such things as chemical dependency. We begin to hear such things as dually dependent. We begin to hear such things as significant others. We begin to talk about meaningful relationships. And we started discussing dysfunctional sex. And it got to where if they didn't read the preamble before the meeting, you wouldn't even know what kind of meeting you were in. Because they began to talk about everything except alcoholism and recovery therefrom. We call those group depression meetings. You go in there feeling pretty good. Hell, halfway through, you might as well just blow your brains out. There's no sense in living any longer. So what we're going to talk about this weekend is not the program and the fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous today. We're going to talk about the program in the big book Alcoholics Anonymous. And we know the program in the fellowship has changed, but thank God the program in the big book has never been changed. So we'll be talking about the original program that the first 100 used to recover from alcoholism. And I'm like Joe, we challenge you when you leave here this weekend to go back to your home group, wherever it is, and really see what they're talking about in the group. Are they talking about things other than the AA program? Or are they really talking about the program in the big book Alcoholics Anonymous? It's absolutely amazing when we sometimes look and see what's happened to the fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous as far as the program of Alcoholics Anonymous is concerned. Now, we're going to, now that we know a little bit about the history, And it was necessary for those people to know those three things in order to recover: problem, solution, program of action. When they sat down and wrote the book, what they decided to do was take those three pieces of information that they knew, and where they were doing it word of mouth, one-on-one, they said, we need to take this same information, put it in book form, so that any alcoholic anywhere will have access to this information. They said, we can't go to California and sit down with them and tell our story. So we're going to have to produce a book that will do exactly the same thing. Let's go back to the table of contents for just a moment, and let's see if we can't see that it's laid out in just exactly the same manner. From time to time, we're going to put a little picture up here on the screen. When we do, you'll have a matching picture for it.
Okay, as we look at the plan, the contents, we can see the plan that delivers the ideas that the first 100 had to learn. Basically, in order to recover from a problem, there are three things that we have to do. We know this is basic in any type of problem solving. And no matter what the problem is, it's a procedure to solve a problem. The first thing is, what is the problem? That information is basic and very vital to the whole process. Because it is the problem. Once we understand the problem, then we can determine the solution. So we're going to use the doctor's opinion and build a story. This is the first section in the foundation of the book that shows us the problem. What is the problem? Now once we see the problem, then we can determine the solution. And that's chapters 2, 3, and 4. These chapters talk about the solution. Step 1 is a problem statement. Step 1 is a statement of the problem. What is the problem? We're powerless over alcohol and our lives have become unmanageable. Step 2 is a statement of the solution. Came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. Now once we have the problem and the solution, then we come to the main part of the program. And our book says it's the main job, though, is how do we find this solution? So this contains the last 10 steps. So we're going to do three things with the program. The program is going to first show us what a problem is, then our solution, and then it's how to find this. And this is basic in anything that you got, any problem you got. You go to a doctor. First thing the doctor does is find out what is the problem. But alcoholism is the only disease in which the patient has to make a self-diagnosis. The patient is going to apply the solution, and the patient is going to carry out the recovery program. It's kind of something you're going to have. So the steps give you the tools to do the job. You know, and it also is tricky about alcoholism because it's the only disease that tells the patient he ain't got it. That's real tricky. That's why you can tell who's got it. The one swears he ain't got it's got it. So once you see the exact nature of the problem, then you determine the solution, and then we're going to lay out in chapter 5, 6, and 7 the plan of recovery. Three basic things have to be done in that order, and they have to be precisely done, laid out in that plan.
You know, if our problem is powerless, and in Doctor's opinion and Bill's story, and some of it in chapter 2 and 3, we're going to be able to see everything that we need in order to be able to admit where we're powerless over alcohol and our lives have become unmanageable. We're looking at step 1.
That's right.
Now, if the problem is powerless, then obviously the answer is going to lie within power. We're going to be able to see through chapter 2, 3, and 4 that there is a power that we can accept that can restore us to sanity. It has to be power working through the mind. They can do nothing about the body. So everything we need for step 2, we'll find in chapter 2, 3, and 4. So if the problem is powerless, and the answer is power, then the only other thing we need to know is how do you find that power? And we're going to find in chapters 5, 6, and 7 everything that we need in order to find that power. And we're going to be looking at the last 10 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous, 3 through 12. Now, when you begin to look at the book in this manner, it begins to be a very fascinating book.
That's right.
When you begin to see how these chapters are really tied together, one dovetails exactly into the next one. Then it becomes a fascinating book when you start studying it in that manner. Always before, I just kind of read in the book. I'd read chapter 4, and I didn't like that very much. Then I'd go back and read chapter 2, and I sure as hell didn't like that. Then I'd go read somebody's story in the back of the book, and I wasn't very much impressed with those. And then I'd come back and read chapter 5, and I just jumped around in the book. And if we do that with the big book, we're not going to get the information in the sequence necessary to recover. And this is not anything new. Problem solving has always been exactly the same thing. I don't care what the problem is. You really can't solve a problem till you understand the problem. And those alcoholics out there today don't understand the problem. We're the luckiest alcoholics on earth today. We're the only ones that know what's wrong with us. And we once can understand the problem, then you can find the proper solution. Come up with a proper solution, and then you can look for the program of action necessary to find it. And that's true with any problem. I don't care what it is. If I'm sitting in my house and it's raining outside, and I look up and I see water dripping out of the ceiling, well, on the surface of things, it looks like my problem is I've got a leak in my roof. But that's not the real problem. The real problem is, where is that sucker leaking? Until I find out where the leak is, there's really nothing I can do about solving it. And I examine it, and I find out, sure enough, I've got a shingle that's blown off, or it's leaking through a gutter or someplace. And when I once find the problem, then I can come up with a solution. And then I can follow a program of action, and then I can solve the problem. But we first got to understand the problem fully. And most alcoholics are just like Bill and Bob when we come to AA. We think it's a matter of willpower, moral character, or sin. Isn't it great for the first time in our lives to really understand what our problem really is? Joe?
I like Charlie when he said, if you're powerless, the solution is power, obviously. Bill was very subtle. He could have said, dummy, your solution is power. Anybody, obviously. He didn't want to embarrass us that.
Let's go to Roman numeral 11. Preface, second paragraph. Because this book has become the basic text for our society and has helped such large numbers of alcoholic men and women to recovery, there exists a sentiment against any radical changes being made in it. Therefore, the first portion of this volume describing the AA recovery program has been left untouched in the course of revisions made for both the second and the third editions. I think there's two ideas here we need to look at. We see the words basic text. I think we're alerted to the type book we have in front of us. There's all kinds of books in the world today. There's novels written on fact and novels written on fiction, biographies, autobiographies, concordances. We can name many kinds of books. But we also all know what a textbook is. And many of us, when we start thinking about a textbook, we don't really have too many fond memories of them. Because remember how we had to use them in school. And we had to read and study and do things we didn't like to do and had to take tests on it, and etc. So many of us, when we first start thinking about a textbook, we have a certain aversion to the very idea of the textbook. But if we look at a textbook in its simplest form, all in the world it is a means of transferring information from the mind of one human being or a group of human beings through the written word to the mind of another human being, thereby increasing the knowledge of the user of the textbook. And by the way, that's all teaching is. And one of the things you hear today in AA, well, nobody can teach. Well, I don't know why we can't. Teaching is nothing in the world but transference of information from one mind to another, increasing the knowledge of the one that's being taught. We all teach somebody something every day, and we all are being taught something every day. So teaching is not bad either. A textbook will usually assume that the reader of the book knows very little about the subject matter. It'll normally start at a simple level. Then as the knowledge of the reader increases, the material presented becomes more difficult. I always like to think about a textbook on mathematics. And let's say that my friend Joe here knows nothing at all about mathematics. He can't add, he can't subtract, he can't do any of those things. Oh, he can count. In fact, he could probably count to 21 if he's standing there naked and got everything where it belongs. He could probably do 21.
Viagra.
He said only when he takes Viagra. And I walk up to Joe with a textbook on mathematics, and I say, I want you to go to chapter 5 and work the algebra problems. Well, being a good fellow, he'll go to chapter 5 and look at them. But it just looks like so many marks on paper to him, he can't even add and subtract, much less do algebra. But if I say, Joe, chapter 1 in this textbook deals with the value of numbers, addition and subtraction. Read it, study it, ask questions, let me help you. When you're through, you'll know how to add and subtract. And sure enough, he learns how to do that. And then I say, now that you know how to add and subtract, you can go to chapter 2 and you can learn how to multiply and divide. And he does that. And then I say, based on what you've learned in 1 and 2, you can now go to 3 and learn how to do fractions and decimals. And he does that. We gradually prepare his mind for the algebra problems in chapter 5. I think one of the greatest mistakes going on in AA today is a newcomer comes in the door, we hand them the big book, we say, go to chapter 5 and do what it says and you'll be all right. And they go to chapter 5, they read how it works, and they read a bunch of algebra problems. Step 1 said, we admitted we were powerless over alcohol, our lives had become unmanageable. The newcomer said, I'm not powerless over anything. They have no idea what we mean by that statement. Step 2 said, we came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. The newcomer said, man, don't tell me I'm crazy. Yeah, I do stupid things when I'm drunk, but when I'm sober, I'm much like other people. They have no idea what we mean by that statement. Well, if you're not powerless and you're not nuts, then you don't need to be making a decision to turn your will and your life over to the care of something you don't understand in the first place. We present them with an impossible situation. If we can do nothing else all weekend, I hope we will be able to see the value of the doctor's opinion in the first 4 chapters. How they fit in here just exactly where they belong to prepare our minds for chapter 5. You see, chapter 5 really starts with step 3. And it's hard to start 3 unless you got 1 and 2 behind you. Standard textbook sequence. 1 chapter, tying with the next, increasing our knowledge, preparing us for chapter 5. The other thing that is so important is because it's helped such large numbers of alcoholic men and women to recovery, there exists a sentiment against any radical changes being made in it. Therefore, the first portion of this volume describing the program has been left untouched. In 1955, the stories in the back of the book, which are there for the newcomer to identify with, no longer accurately reflected the membership of Alcoholics Anonymous. More and more women were coming in. Age was coming up and bottom was coming down. And they said, we need to change some of those stories in the back of the book. They came out with a second edition, changed some of the stories in the back of the book, but left the recovery section exactly the same. Same thing happened in 1976. Changed some stories in the back of the book, left the recovery section exactly the same. And I think that's probably the greatest miracle of Alcoholics Anonymous today, is that we've never found it necessary to change the recovery portion of the book. You know how we love to change things. Everybody that's ever read it has rewritten it in their mind 2 or 3 times. But collectively, we've never found it necessary to change Changed the recovery portion of the book, period, from the day it first came out. I wonder why. Anybody care to venture? Because it works, doesn't it? I wonder why. I think 3 reasons. Number 1, alcoholics have not changed. They're doing the same thing today they did in 1939. They get drunk. They get in car wrecks. They get in knife fights. They get in divorce courts. They get in hospitals. They get in penitentiaries. They get in cemeteries. Doing the same fun things today they did in 1939. They haven't changed a lick. Alcohol hasn't changed. Oh, they changed the name of it. They changed the bottles it come in. They changed the mixtures and the color. But alcohol has remained exactly the same.
Same chemical.
Human nature has never changed. It's the same today as it was 2,000 years ago. And this book deals with those 3 things. Alcoholics, alcoholism, and human nature is basically what it's all about. We've never found it necessary to change it. I think that's a real miracle. By the way, they're getting ready to come out with a 4th edition of it. And the conference has already put them on record as saying, don't change anything in the recovery section of the book. You can change stories in the back of the book, but that's all. Probably within another year or 2, we'll have a 4th edition. Joe?
Forward to the 1st edition. We of Alcoholics Anonymous are more than 100 men and women who have recovered from a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. To show other alcoholics precisely how we have recovered is the main purpose of this book. So we know that this book has been authored by 100 people. First it started off with 40. And now we know, actually Bill did the writing of the book, but the book has been authored by 100 men and women who recover from the same disease that we have. So it's pretty hard to argue with that person, these 100 people. To show the alcoholics precisely how we have recovered is the main purpose of this book. And that's, we say there's 3 purposes of the book. One was to show you a problem. Another one was to show you a solution. But the main purpose is to show us how we were recovered, how to find a solution.
You know, most books that I read have been authored by one person. And if I read a book that's been authored by one person, and I see something in there I don't agree with my keen intellectual alcoholic mind, I usually say, well, who in the hell are they to think they're smarter than I am? And I just ignore it. But if I do that with a big book, I must realize that I wouldn't be arguing with one person. I would be arguing with 100 people. The first 40 told Bill, they said, Bill, we want you to write the book. They said, you know more about it than any of the rest of us. You've been sober longer than anybody else, and at that time just a little over 3 years. But they said, Bill, this is not to be your book, it's to be our book. And as you write it, we want to see the chapters. And we will add to, delete from, change around, whatever we think is necessary. When we're through with it, it'll be the collective knowledge, experience, and wisdom of all 40 of us. Well, by 1939, it had changed to 100. So if I'm going to argue with it today, I think I must realize I'm arguing with 100 people, not one. I'm arguing with 100 people who have recovered from the same thing that's killing me as a practicing alcoholic, a hopeless condition of mind and body known as alcoholism, which brings up the word recovered. God, we hear fights about this all over the country. Can you really recover from alcoholism? Well, our answer back is, I hope we can. Because if we can't, we're going to be in a hell of a shape, aren't we? You know, I will never be cured of alcoholism. I will always have the physical allergy of the body. I'll never be able to safely drink alcohol for the rest of my life. Now, before I came to AA, though, not only could I not drink alcohol without getting drunk, but I couldn't keep from drinking alcohol. And I lived in a hopeless condition of mind and body known as alcoholism. And it almost destroyed me. After I came to AA and worked this program, I still cannot successfully drink alcohol. But by golly, I can stay sober. And I don't live in that hopeless condition of mind and body known as alcoholism. I have recovered from alcoholism. I will always be an alcoholic. And you're going to see the word recovered and recovering throughout the entire book. Thank God we can recover from that condition. I think the other thing that's so important is to show other alcoholics precisely how we have recovered is the main purpose of this book. And you'll notice precisely how we have recovered is in italics. Precisely. We call that squiggly writing. When you see squiggly writing in the big book, it's usually something pretty important. It pays to really go back and reread it, pay attention to it, be sure you understand it. Now, Joe and I have been in AA long enough to know and fully understand you can't make anybody in AA do anything they don't want to do. The only requirement for membership in the fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous is a desire to stop drinking. You can go to an AA meeting, you can stand up in the middle of the meeting and say, I don't like you suckers at all. Can just barely stand your lousy old coffee. And when I look at your steps, I damn near vomit. But I'm going to be a member of AA because I've got a desire to stop drinking, and nobody can say a word about that. But that deals with membership and the fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous. This book doesn't deal with that at all. This book deals with one thing and one thing only, recovery from alcoholism. And the purpose of this book, the main object, is to show other alcoholics, you and I, precisely how the first 100 recovered from alcoholism. Then if we want to follow the same method they did, then we can expect to get exactly what they got, recovery from alcoholism. Kind of like baking cake. We go to a potluck meeting and we have a beautiful cake there, strawberry cake. That's my favorite. And I tell everybody, if you ever make me one, that's what I want. And there's a couple here that brought me one this weekend too. I've got it sitting in my room. I'm going to sample it after a while. And I bite into that cake and it's just perfect. The moisture's right. The texture's right. The taste is right. And I say, who made this cake? And if you made it, you'll probably say, well, I did. And I say, well, tell me how you did it. And you say, yeah, I'll be glad to. And you'll sit down and you'll write out for me a precise set of directions on how to make that cake. You'll tell me the ingredients to put in it, the quantity of the ingredients, the sequence in which to mix them together, and the temperature at which to bake it. Now, if I take your directions in my kitchen and I follow them precisely as you've laid it out, when that thing comes out of the oven and cools off and I bite into it, I think I can expect it to taste exactly like your cake tasted. But if I take your directions in my kitchen and my keen intellectual alcoholic mind starts working, and it said, well, now I don't know about 2 cups of sugar. Maybe it ought to have 3. Instead of 6 eggs, maybe I'll just put 4. Instead of baking it for 18 minutes, maybe I ought to bake it for 30. Instead of 375, I'll bake it at 500. When it comes out of the oven and cools off and I bite into it, you betcha I'm going to be biting into a piece of cake. But I wonder how closely it would resemble your cake, which was my reason for making it in the first place. A precise, specific, clear-cut set of directions on how to recover from alcoholism. Joe?
Good. This brings us to the doctor's opinion. And we begin, like I say, always solving all problems, begin with the most important thing is what is the problem? And we say this is the foundation of recovery. You know, if we don't understand the problem, and the reason this is the foundation, we don't understand the problem thoroughly, the solution is going to be wrong. We're going to take the wrong action, and we're going to end up with the problem. So this is very important that we know the exact nature of our problem. You know, this was quite a task because we don't realize prior to Dr. Silkworth and prior to Alcoholics Anonymous, we as a whole, the world didn't understand alcoholism. Alcoholism has been a problem since the beginning of time. We can go all the way back to the Bible and Solomon, who's credited writing Proverbs, people came to him and asked him about us. I don't know what they called us in those days, but we were around. It's mentioned several times in the Bible. And Solomon was very interested. He had been studying and looking at it because they asked him about it. He didn't have a solution, but he had a solution to many type of human problems. People came to him for answers about human problems, and somebody asked him about one of us. And of course he described it. He said, "Who hath woe? Who hath sorrow? Who hath wounds without cause? They that tarry longing to wine." That's all they had in those days. They hadn't discovered whiskey and beer. They just had wine. Everybody was a wino in those days. He said, "You would be like one who lies down in the midst of a sea." You know, you're sleeping in the midst of a sea, it'd be swaying around. Or sleeping at the top of a mast. You know how the mast of the ship toss. And he said, "You will say they have beaten me and I felt it not." You know, next morning you woke up, you got them bruises, you don't know where they came from. He sure knew some of us fellows too, because he said, "Thine eyes shall behold strange women."
The alcoholics haven't changed very much, have they, huh?
"And thy heart shall utter perverse things."
Like, "Trust me, sweetheart, it'll be all right."
But what baffled Solomon and baffles most alcoholics in the world, he said, "But still yet they rise in the morning and they seek it yet again." You know, alcoholics haven't changed. That description would match the alcoholics of 1999. They're still doing the same thing. But the baffling thing was nobody understood why. For many years they searched. Why? Is it a sin? Is it a weakness? And Dr. Silkworth started his work in the town's hospital, and he's always was interested in alcoholics as a student in Bellevue doing his internship. He found his way back through a series of circumstances and misfortunes back into being had to take a job at the town's hospital during the Depression. When things were bad, he had lost some of his practice. And there he came back with alcoholics again, and he became very interested and spent the rest of his life working with alcoholics. Credited with treating over 50,000 alcoholics before his death. But he began to study the alcoholics. He began to come in. He was baffled by it. He was and very interested in, and he was a non-alcoholic person too. But he said he began to discern that this was some sort of force that was within us. And he was able to, he said he divided this force in half. He said, "I believe part of it is in the body and part of it is in the mind." This is the way he began his study. And he said he knew there was something different in the body. And he said, "I know that the word allergy is not a complete explanation, but at this time this is the best way I can explain it. But something different happens in the alcoholic body than happens in a normal person, so I'm going to say that he has an allergy or an abnormal reaction." And then he began to think and develop this idea about, and this was over a period of years from 1930 to 1934. And I don't know if he had shared it or how well he had developed it, but when Bill came there in 1933, he shared his study with Bill. He told Bill about it. And Bill said he explained a lot of things to him that had no way he could account for what was going on. And then Bill shared it with Dr. Bob, and Dr. Bob shared it with this theory as it was finally put into play. You know, when it was first printed, the big book was first printed, it was laughed at by the American Medical Association, the review of the big book. But finally, after 150,000 people were sober based on this theory, the theory became fact, and alcohol became accepted as a disease by the American Medical Association. So it was a theory that was proven by practice. Today the whole world accepts this, and millions of people are getting sober on this basis. So Dr. Silkworth was asked to write this, and that is the foundation. This is why it's in the very front of the book. You know, and when the first book was printed, I have a feeling about that. When the book was first printed in 1939, the doctor's opinion was page 1. And because that's the foundation of the book. after the big book was become successful, for some reason or other, the drunks decided that since they were talking about the first 100 people as alcoholics and Dr. Silkworth wasn't an alcoholic, they moved Dr. Silkworth up front, put Roman numerals on his work, and then started Bill's story with page 1, and it sort of kind of pushed Dr. Silkworth up. Now, you know, they didn't realize what they were doing because drunks, nobody reads them front pages. Everybody starts off with page 1. And if you would do the big book, if you start with page 1 and leave the doctor's opinion out, you leave out step 1 because that's the foundation of the book. And there's no reason for doing the rest of it if you don't understand the problem that he is describing. So we'll go to the doctor's opinion and lay the foundation for the whole weekend.
I think the other thing that's kind of important and humorous, really, is they went to Dr. Silkworth when they got ready to write the book and said, will you give us permission to use the information you've given to us about the problem? And he said, yeah, I'll be happy to let you use it. That's fine. And they said, would you mind writing some of it? And he said, no, I'll be glad to do that under one condition. He said, you can't use my name. He said, we doctors have no business stating something as a fact unless we've gone through the experimentation and everything and we can really prove it. And he said, I can't prove this. And he said, besides that, they would throw me out of the medical profession if I put my name on this information. So he said, you can put it in there, but don't use my name. Now, in the first edition of the big book, there were 16 printings of it, and they all say the doctor's opinion, dash, 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 no name. When the second edition came out in 1955, the American Medical Association, the American Psychiatric Association had recognized it as an illness. And Dr. Silkworth said, now you can use my name. In the second and the third edition, you've got Dr. Silkworth's name. In the first edition, it's just the doctor's opinion, period.
Okay. Let's begin on Roman numeral 24. The physician who at our request gave us this letter has been kind enough to enlarge upon his views in another statement which follows. In this statement, he confirms that we who suffered alcoholic torture must believe that the body of the alcoholic is quite as abnormal as the mind.
Now, that's the first time we can find
in history,
anywhere in written history, a reference to the fact that the body is affected as well as the mind. Everything up to this point dealt with the mind only. Weak will, moral character, sin, and etc. But here we see a statement that says the body is quite as abnormal as the mind. I think he's telling us two things. That the body is affected also. But he's also saying the mind is abnormal when it comes to alcohol. And we're going to find we react to it abnormally, both physically and mentally. We'll talk about both of those conditions a little later on.
And did not satisfy us to be told we could not control our drinking just because we were maladjusted to life. That's the mental. That we're in full flight from reality. It's still mental. Outright mental defectors. These were true to some extent, in fact, considerable extent in some of us. But we are sure that our bodies are sickened as well. In our belief, any picture of the alcoholic that leaves out the physical factor is incomplete. And this is what they had been doing. No one, it's a funny thing, it seems obvious that we're putting alcohol in the body. That's physical. But that was never considered in the whole picture of alcoholism until Dr. Silkworth come along. So he said, the picture has been incomplete until we bring in the body. The doctor's theory that we have an allergy to alcohol interests us. This is physical. As name and our opinion as to its soundness, of course, mean little. But as ex-problem drinkers, we can say that his explanation makes good sense. It explains many things for which we could not otherwise account. There's no explanation to it if you leave out the physical factor. So he uses the word here, allergy.
Now, the purpose of a textbook is to transfer information. from one mind or a set of minds through the written word to the mind of another human being, thereby increasing the knowledge of the reader of the book. And I think that's what it's for. Then it stands to reason the transference of that information is going to be based upon the understanding of the words that are used in the book. If the writer of the book uses a certain word and has a certain understanding of it, the reader of the book reads that word but has a different understanding, then the information that comes through is going to be garbled and incomplete information. There seems to be a few key words in the big book that have given a lot of us difficulty in the past. And I think maybe one of the first ones is this word allergy. You know, most of us, when we come to AA, we assume we know what the word allergy means. I know that I did. And I knew if you were allergic to something and you got around it, or you ate it or you drank it, there would be some physical indicator or manifestation of that allergy. For instance, if you're allergic to strawberries and you eat them, you'll break out in a rash. The rash being the physical manifestation or indicator of that allergy. If you're allergic to milk and you drink it, you'll have a bad case of dysentery. The dysentery being the manifestation of that allergy. If you're allergic to certain plants, such as ragweeds, and you get around them, your eyes itch, your nose itch, they water, you begin to sneeze. The itchy, watery eyes, the sneezing, they are the physical manifestations of that allergy. I knew there had to be some manifestation of the allergy that you could see. So I come to AA and they said, Charlie, you're allergic to alcohol. You'll never be able to safely drink it again. And I said, how in the hell can I be allergic to alcohol? I'm drinking a quart a day. How can you possibly drink that much of something that you're allergic to? And I said, besides that, when I drink alcohol, I don't break out in a rash. I don't always have a bad case of dysentery. Once in a while I would, depending on what I'd been drinking, but I usually didn't. Nor did it make my eyes, nose itch, water, and cause me to sneeze. And I said, I don't understand what you're talking about. You need to explain that to me. And they said, you don't need to understand. All you need to know is you just can't drink it. Well, today I think I know why they told me that. I don't think they understood it a bit better than I understood it. And I went from person to person to person trying to get them to explain to me what this allergy is. And the usual answer is, well, what the hell difference does it make? You know you can't drink it, so don't drink it. Just come to meetings and you'll be all right. Forget the damned allergy. You're trying to make it too complicated. Now, if you've got a keen intellectual alcoholic mind like I've got, and you get a question like that dangling out here in front of you, if you don't get the answer to it, sooner or later it's going to drive you out of your mind. And one day, in absolute, complete, sheer desperation, I went to a source of information that's never failed me since that time. I went to a dictionary. And I looked up the word allergy. And I found several definitions for that word, depending on how you use it. But I found the one I think fits me exactly. And it said an allergy is an abnormal reaction to any food, beverage, or substance of any kind. An abnormal reaction. Yeah. So I immediately began to look back through my drinking history to see where I was abnormal when it comes to alcohol. And to my amazement, I suddenly realized I don't know what's normal and what's abnormal. Because you see, the only thing I knew about drinking is the way I drank it. And the way those people drank it who drank with me. And if they didn't drink like I did, we didn't drink together. So in order for me to find out what's normal, I go to the normal, social, temperate, moderate drinker. And I asked them, I said, describe to me how you feel whenever you have a couple of drinks. And the answer usually comes like this. We can go home from work, tired, tense, or wrought up from the day's work. We can have a couple of drinks and we get a kind of a relaxing feeling. And then we'll go ahead and have dinner. And then we probably won't drink anymore that night. Well, I don't feel that way when I drink alcohol. When I take a drink of alcohol, as it passes my lips immediately begin to tingle. Hits my teeth and they kind of chatter up and down. Strikes my tongue and I can feel it begin to grow and expand and swell. Hits my cheeks and they kind of flutter in and out. At the same time, I feel it passing through my sinus cavities into my forehead, and I begin to get a feeling in my forehead which is absolutely indescribably wonderful. Now, I haven't even swallowed the damn stuff yet. I've just got it in my mouth. When I swallow it, as it goes down through my esophagus, great things begin to happen. The first thing that happens is my chest begins to grow and expand and get bigger and bigger. Hits my stomach and just literally explodes like a bomb. I feel it immediately racing through my arms, and they get longer and longer. Hits my hands and fingers, and they begin to tingle and vibrate. Same time it's racing through my arms, it's racing through my legs. They're getting longer and longer. I'm getting taller and taller, and it hits my feet and toes, and they get a hot, intense, burning, exciting, get up and go somewhere and do something feeling. I don't understand the relaxing feeling when you have a drink of alcohol. These people told me some things that absolutely amazed me. They said, Charlie, after we've had a couple of drinks, they said we begin to get a slightly tipsy, out of control feeling. And they said we don't like that feeling. Therefore, 1 or 2 drinks is all we want to take.
That's right. Now,
I realize today that is normal. You see, alcohol for the normal human being is a depressant. It's a downer. It goes into the system, immediately races to the brain. It begins to sedate, begins to depress the brain. You are supposed to get a slightly tipsy, out of control feeling whenever you have a couple of drinks of alcohol. But when it goes into my system, races to my brain, I don't get a slightly tipsy, out of control feeling. I get a very exciting, in control feeling. For me, it is an upper. For me, it is a stimulant. For normal people, it's a downer. For me, it's an upper. They have 2 drinks and they want to go to bed. I have 2 drinks and I want to go to town. An entirely different reaction mentally to alcohol. Then they said also, Charlie, after we've had a couple of drinks, they said, we begin to experience a feeling of nausea.
Yeah.
And they said, we don't like that feeling. Therefore, we only want 1 or 2 drinks.
Right.
How many times have you and I tried to get them to drink more? And they say, oh, no, I feel this already.
Yeah.
No, it's making me dizzy. Or no, it's making me sick. I don't want any more. That's the normal reaction to alcohol.
Toxic.
Now, you put it in my system, though. Rather than me experience a feeling of nausea, in my body it produces an actual physical craving that demands more of the same. Their body says, puke it up. My body says, put some more in here. So I react to it abnormally. The only difference between normal and abnormal is what the majority of the people do. And 9 out of 10 react that way. 1 out of 10 reacts the way I do. Therefore, I'm considered to be abnormal when it comes to alcohol. Therefore, I am considered to be allergic to alcohol. I react to it differently, both mentally and physically. Therefore, I'm considered to be allergic to alcohol.
Yeah, I've become quite a fan of this since I discovered this in my life. And I'm very interested in this normal, abnormal drinking. I know a thing about normal drinking. I've never been a normal drinker. So if you've been abnormal all your life, it's hard to know you're abnormal because you think abnormal is normal. It's normal to you. But since then, I'm always interested in people that's drinking. And Charlie and I always like to watch them, particularly when we're together on airplanes. That's a good place to study them because you got them in close where you can watch them. And as soon as they get up there in the plane, they go around those little drinks and they come out. They charge about $4 or $5 for them little ridiculous bottles. 1 ounce in them. Can you imagine that? Who wants 1 ounce anyway? But they buy it, and they got these little sticks. They stir a lot. I don't know, some kind of ceremony they go through and put it in there. when they go stir it up, then you know what they do when they get it stirred up? They read the damn magazines. Can you imagine anybody with a drink reading the magazines? And then sometime I heard one say, I need some more peanuts. I don't know what you need peanuts if you're going to drink. But sometimes they leave them there. They don't even finish them. But
They fascinate me.
yeah. One time we saw a guy, he was a big bruiser, but he bought him a drink, you know, and he took the half of the bottle, just half of it, poured it up, hold it up to the sunlight, make sure he got just half, put a little top on it, put it back in his pocket. We couldn't stand it. Charlie had to ask him. Charlie asked him, what are you going to do with that you put in your pocket? He said, I'm going to fix me another drink when I get home. See y'all laughing. They always laugh, Charlie.
They think that's normal.
That's normal.
But to me, that's sick as hell.
See, but when they see us drinking, when those kind of people see us drinking, they say we sick, right? Because then they will never understand us, and we will never understand them. We are different when it comes to alcohol.
Losing the drink.
Yeah, you know, after I got sober, when I got sobered up, I was working as a waiter and a bartender. Some nights I served parties, but I was mainly a waiter. And one night I was serving a big Christmas party, and a bunch of people drinking, and this guy come up to the bar, and I made a living doing this. Didn't bother me at all. But this guy come up, and it shocked me all at once. I was standing there, and I heard him. He said, Joe, give me another drink. I lost my drink. And I just caught that. I said, you did what? He said, I set it down somewhere. Now, they lose drinks. I never remember losing a drink. I lost my car. They don't lose their cars.
A good textbook never tells you anything, but what it does is back it up with more information to drive it home. We read about the allergy here on Roman numeral 24.
Yeah.
Now let's go over to Roman numeral 26, top paragraph, and we're going to talk some more about this allergy. He said, we believe, and so suggested a few years ago, that the action of alcohol on these chronic alcoholics is a manifestation of an allergy, that the phenomenon of craving is limited to this class and never occurs in the average temperate drinker. These allergic types can never safely use alcohol in any form at all, and once having formed the habit and found they cannot break it, once having lost their self-confidence, their reliance upon things human, their problems pile upon them and become astonishingly difficult to solve. So again, some words. First, chronic alcoholics. Now, I didn't know what chronic meant, but it sounded awful bad to me when I got to AA. I've been called everything else, but never chronic. I looked that up in a dictionary, and chronic just simply means something you're doing over and over and over and over, and I was chronically getting drunk. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. That the action of alcohol on these chronic alcoholics is a manifestation of an allergy. Okay? The action of strawberries on one who's allergic to strawberries is a rash. The action of milk on one who's allergic to milk is dysentery. The action of ragweeds on one who's allergic to ragweeds is itchy, watery eyes, and sneezing. The action of alcohol on one who is a chronic alcoholic here is referred to as the phenomenon of craving. He uses the word phenomenon to indicate that he didn't understand it. So we might say the action of alcohol on one who is allergic to alcohol is the craving, the misunderstood craving that is produced in the body after we've had a couple of drinks. Now, the word craving is very, very important. Normally, in normal conversation, the word craving is used to indicate the state of the mind. People say, I came to AA and I craved a drink for 3 years. No, in the context of the Big Book, that's the wrong use of that word. They wanted a drink, they desired a drink, they needed a drink. But in the context of the Big Book, the only way an alcoholic can crave alcohol is to first put it in the body. Then the physical craving takes over, and then we can't stop. So anytime you see in the recovery section of the book, the first 164 pages, the word craving, we're always referring to the body, never to the mind. We use the word obsession for the mind, craving for the body. Now you can see the allergy to strawberries. You can see the allergy to milk. You can see the allergy to ragweeds. You cannot see the allergy to alcohol. You can only feel it. That's what had me confused. I thought you had to be able to see it if it was going to be allergic to something. No. The phenomenon of craving can only be felt, and only alcoholics feel it. Normal, social, temperate, moderate drinkers never crave alcohol. Only alcoholics experience the phenomenon of craving. It can only be felt. It cannot be seen. Now, to carry that just a little further, he takes us over to Roman numeral 28. He's going to drive this home one more time. And he's going to talk about 5 different kinds of alcoholics.
The classification of alcoholics seems most difficult, and in much detail is outside the scope of this book. There are, of course, the psychopaths who are emotionally unstable. We're all familiar with this type. They're always going on a wagon for keeps. They're over-remorseful and make a resolution but never a decision.
We call that type 1.
There is a type of man who is unwilling to admit that he cannot take a drink. He plans various ways of drinking. He changes his brand of his environment.
Type 2.
There is a type who has always believed that to be entirely free from alcohol for a period of time he can take a drink without danger.
Type 3.
There is a manic depressive type who is perhaps the least understood by his friends, by whom a whole chapter could be written.
Type 4. Now, I always thought I was the next one, a type 5.
Charlie thinks he's a 5. Let's look at that. Then there are types entirely normal in every respect, except in fact alcohol has upon them. They are often able, intelligent, friendly people.
Any other type 5s in here? Could I see your hand?
Okay. Now he lumps all these together. It don't make any difference what type you are. All these and many others have one symptom in common. There's one thing in common. They cannot take a drink without developing the phenomenon of craving. This phenomenon, as we have suggested, may be the manifestation of the allergy, which differentiates these people and sets them apart as a distinct entity. It is never by any treatment with which we are familiar permanently eradicated. The only relief we suggest is entire abstinence. He tells us, it don't make no difference what type you are. All of us experience the same thing. The one thing we have in common, regardless of what we do, we'd all act different when we drank. If we took a drink, we would all act different and do different things. There's but one thing all of us would do. We'd all look for the second drink once we took a drink.
I think what he said is this, that if all we alcoholics in this room this afternoon should take a drink, now God forbid that happen, but if we did, we would not all react just exactly the same. And just a little bit, some of us would be crying in our beer, oh, boo-hoo-hoo, the world's not treating me right. In just a little bit, some of us will be up here on this dais and we'll be hooping and hollering and dancing and cutting up and having a hell of a good time. Mm-hmm. Just a little bit, there'll be a couple back in the corner getting in a fight, just sure as anything. Just a little bit, there'll be a couple over in this corner, one putting the make on the other. We tend to do that too when we drink. We would do many different things. But if we're real alcoholic, there's one thing that every one of us would do. We would start looking for a second drink. The phenomenon of craving has developed. We can't stop. We'll be looking for a third drink, and a fourth, and a fifth, and a sixth, and a seventh, and on, till we're drunk, sick, and in all kinds of trouble. And it really doesn't make any difference whether we're born with it or whether we drank ourselves into it. That's the way we are today. See, some of us were born with it. I was. First drink I ever took, I experienced the phenomenon of craving. Just couldn't stop drinking and ended up drunk. I drank 26 years. I don't ever remember taking one drink of anything that had alcohol in it. One always led to 2 to 3 to 6 to 8 to 10. Some of you, I'm sure, drank with relative safety for several years. But somewhere you crossed that line, and the same thing began to happen to you after years of drinking that happened to me from the very beginning. But what difference does it make? The important thing is that's the way we are today. And the reason I know that's the way we are today, if we were not that way today, we wouldn't be in this room, would we? If you and I could drink without developing the phenomenon of craving, where would we be?
Out there drink.
We'd be down in the bar drinking a little whiskey, wouldn't we? But we can't do that. Now, that's the one thing we've got in common in Alcoholics Anonymous. That's why we must always remember our primary purpose. That's why we need to keep everything except alcohol and alcoholism out of our AA meetings. Those other things, we don't all have those in common, but alcoholism we've got in common. That's the one thing that ties us together, brings us together, and lets us identify with each other, is this phenomenon of craving. Now, in the 1930s, the doctor's opinion was just the doctor's opinion. They didn't know much about metabolism in the 1930s. Today, they have pretty well proven the doctor's opinion. Today, they understand metabolism. Today, they know that when you put anything in your body, piece of beefsteak, for example, certain organs of the body produce certain enzymes that attack that beefsteak. Break it down, separate it into usable and non-usable items. The body will retain the proteins, the amino acids, the vitamins. It'll get rid of what it can't use through the urinary and intestinal tract. It does it with anything, liquid or solid. Today, they've pretty well proven the doctor's opinion through information that's been presented to us in the last few years. Now, we're going to look at a little picture. And let us be the first to say that this little picture is not AA information. AA will not get involved as to why we're allergic. If we do, we're going to end up, sure as anything, in controversy. So what we're going to do with this little picture is simply state that this is information that's come out in the last few years. And I think if we didn't look at it, we would be remiss. Because it's very, very important to people like us. In this little picture that Joe's getting ready to put on the screen, in the center of that picture, over here on the left, Joe, yeah. In the center of that picture, there's the 9 people who drink safely. They are at ease with alcohol. They don't have any problems with it. They have the 1 or 2 drinks. They get the slightly tipsy, out of control beginnings of a nauseous feeling. Alcohol is no big deal for them. They put it in a system. The mind and body recognizes what it is. The enzyme production starts, and the enzymes attack the alcohol. They break it down first to a material called acetaldehyde. Then after a period of time, it becomes diacetic acid. Then after a period of time, it becomes acetone. In the final stages, it becomes a simple carbohydrate made up of water, sugar, and carbon dioxide. The water will be used, and anything excess will be dissipated through the urinary and intestinal tract. The sugar is calories, empty calories, no amino acids, no vitamins, but calories. The body will burn it as a source of energy, store the excess to be used as fat at a later date. The carbon dioxide will be dissipated through the lungs. Now, in the normal social drinker, this takes rate at approximately 1 ounce per hour. It'll vary with different people, but approximately 1 ounce per hour. And if they don't drink more than 1 ounce per hour, they can't get drunk. Their body will recognize it and burn it up and get rid of it at that rate. And if you're with one of them that's drinking more than 1 ounce per hour, you better stand way back. because they're probably going to puke on you after a while. It's not going to stay in there with them too long. Let's look in the left-hand column. That's us. This is the one who does not drink safely or is at dis-ease with alcohol. And if you want the word disease, there it is, something that separates you from the norm. We alcoholics take a drink, put it in our system. Same thing happens. The enzyme production starts. Breaks it down first to acetaldehyde, then to diacetic acid, then to acetone. Now it seems as though in our bodies, though, the enzymes necessary to break it down from acetone to the simple carbohydrate are not there in the same quantities and or qualities as they are in the body of the non-alcoholic. Therefore, it stays in our body for a longer period of time as acetone. It's been proven today that acetone ingested into the human system that remains there for an appreciable period of time will create an actual physical craving for more of the same. The body of the non-alcoholic, it goes through that stage so rapidly the craving never occurs. In our body, it stays there long enough. The physical craving occurs, and that demands then a second drink. Now just think. You got nearly all of the acetone from the first drink. Now you put that in from the second drink, and the acetone level goes up. And the craving becomes harder, and that demands a third drink. You got most of the first, nearly all the second. Now you put that in from the third. The acetone level goes up, the craving becomes harder, and that demands a fourth drink. Now at midnight, we're laying out in the parking lot. They've run over us and broken our leg. And they come running up to us and say, "Can we help you?" And we say, "My God, just give me another drink." See, we're craving it much harder at midnight after 20 drinks than we were at 6 in the evening after 3 drinks. That explains to me why I never could get enough. I drank it 26 years. I never got all I wanted to drink. Oh my God, I got more than I needed 1,000 times, but I never got all I wanted. There's no end to the craving. Now you and I could probably learn to live with that if the situation never got any worse. But we don't, not only do we have a physical illness, we have a progressive physical illness that always gets worse, never better. Probably for 2 reasons. Number 1, today we know that acetone is a destroyer of human tissue, toxic to the body. And it seems as though the first organs of the body that the acetone begins to destroy happen to be the liver and the pancreas. Today they know the enzymes necessary to metabolize alcohol are produced by the liver and the pancreas. And as we drink, the more we drink, the longer we drink, the more damage we do to them. The enzyme production becomes less and less. The craving becomes harder and harder. The drinking becomes harder and harder. And the resultant troubles become more and more and more. Probably also due to the aging factor. We know as we get older, the body begins to shut down on the production of everything. Now, I wish that were not true. But believe me, it is. I'm experiencing some of that.
That's right.
If I would take a drink today after 20-some-odd years of sobriety, I wouldn't start where I left off 20-some-odd years ago. The craving would be harder, the drinking would be harder, and the resulting troubles would be harder also. So not only do I have a physical illness, I have a progressive physical illness due to damage to the body and due to the aging factor. When I saw that and could understand that, then I could accept the fact that I can no longer successfully drink alcohol. Until I could see this and understand it, I knew there had to be some way I could drink. And I damn near killed me trying to find a way to drink. Now that I know this, I can accept the fact that I'll never be able to safely drink again because of the body. Now, if that was my only problem, then we could pass the hat, take up the collection, and go home. Because the only thing I've got to do to control my allergy is just don't drink. As long as I don't take a drink, the craving can't develop.
Total abstinence.
And the craving can't develop, then I can't get drunk. So the only thing I have to do to control my allergy is just don't drink. That's true with all allergies.
That's right.
Whatever you're allergic to, if you don't eat it or drink it or get around it, it's not going to hurt you. You know, I've got a friend that's allergic to, of all things, fish. And when he eats fish, his throat swells up and he almost chokes to death. But the fact that he's allergic to fish is really beside the point. Because if he don't eat fish, that can't happen to him. But he's got another problem. When it comes to fish, there's something wrong in his head. There's a switch that doesn't close or a light bulb that doesn't come on or something. Because from time to time, his mind tells him that it's okay to eat fish. And he'll eat the fish, the allergy takes over, and he ends up in the hospital. So his real problem lies in his mind telling him it's okay to eat fish, rather than in his body that ensures that it's not okay. And I'll bet he always starts just like this. I haven't had any fish in 90 days. Surely I could have one piece of fish. Well, it might say it's that damn halibut I've been eating. If I'd eaten nothing but good salmon, everything would be all right. Or it might even say it's them damn people I've been eating fish with. If I just change my crowd, whatever the reason, his mind gives him permission to eat fish. My mind is exactly the same way when it comes to alcohol. Left on my own resources, there's a light bulb up here that doesn't go on. There's a switch that doesn't work, because from time to time my mind tells me that it's okay to drink alcohol. Then I drink the alcohol, then the allergy takes over. Dr. Silkworth understood us quite well, because now he's going to talk just a little bit about the mental side of our illness. Let's go back to Roman numeral 26, back up a page, 26, the last paragraph.
Okay. He says the only thing we suggest is total abstinence. And we always sometimes get a little confused about that, but total abstinence in the body, it has to take place in the mind. Abstinence takes place in the mind. Because the first drink comes from the mind. Now, men and women drink essentially because they like the effect produced by alcohol. That's why they drink, men and women.
Many alcoholics are highly offended when you say that. They say, oh, no, that's not the reason I drink it. They say the reason I drink alcohol is because I love the taste of it. I wouldn't argue with them whether they do or not. I love the taste of cold beer. I always have, all my life, as far back as I can remember. I also love the taste of cold mountain spring water. I never did sit down and drink a case of cold mountain spring water. That cold beer did something for me that cold mountain spring water didn't do. As a kid growing up, I was always on the outside of the crowd looking in. Always wanted to be a part of and knew I could not be. Always knew that whatever I said, whatever I did would be wrong and people would laugh at me. You ladies, I couldn't even get around you. I was just completely tongue-tied when I got within 20 feet of you. Age 14, somebody gave me a drink of moonshine whiskey, and all those fears disappeared. I was allowed to walk right up to a girl and ask her to dance with me. I was allowed to dance with her without making a fool of myself. I was allowed to take her home from the dance. I was allowed to get in the back seat of a 36 Chevrolet with her and do some things I'd been wanting to do for a long, long time. I loved what alcohol did for me. If it gave me a slightly tipsy, out-of-control feeling, I wouldn't like that. But you see, it gives me that great, exciting, in-control feeling and allows me to do things that I could never do before on my own strength unaided. I loved what alcohol did for me.
Okay, to sensation is so elusive, after a while it is injurious. They cannot, after a time, differentiate the true from the false. To them, their alcoholic life seems the only normal one.
You remember me saying a while ago when I looked up the word allergy, and it said it's an abnormal reaction? And I didn't know what was normal and what was abnormal. To me, what I had been doing all my life with alcohol was the normal thing. You know, first time you get in jail, that's abnormal. But you get in jail 6 times in a row, hell, that becomes normal after a while.
All your life.
First car wreck is abnormal. When you got 6 of them in a row, that's normal. First divorce court is abnormal. When you get in one after another, that becomes normal. We really cannot differentiate the true from the false. That's what we got to remember today when we're working with a new alcoholic. We can see the truth. The truth has been revealed to us. We can see the truth, but the new person cannot see the truth. Us, through sharing our stories with them, can help them see the truth. To them, what they've been doing is normal.
So they are restless. Now, this is before we drink now. Before we drink, they are restless, irritable, and discontented. Thus they can again experience the sense and ease and comfort which comes at once by taking a few drinks. Drinks which we see others taking with impunity. After they have succumbed to desire again, as many do, once they take the drink, and a phenomenal craving develops, they pass through the well-known stages of the spree, emerging and marvel the firm resolution not to drink again. It says this is repeated over and over. And unless this person can experience an entire psychic change, there is very little hope of his recovery. So he explains how we take that first drink. Before we take the drink, we are restless, irritable, and discontented. That's the state of, and then we remember the sense and ease and comfort that comes with one taking a few drinks. Okay, now we determined this side. We completed this side. In fact, this is because of the allergy we can't drink. And he said this would be academic if we didn't take the first drink. So that wouldn't be any problem. We can live with that. But the main problem of the alcoholic sin is in his mind. And over here, this illustrates what is going on in the mind. And he says we're restless, irritable, and discontented. And we all have emotional problems. Every human being has an emotional makeup. I remember growing up, and I think it's the most painful experience is growing up. We want to know what's wrong with young people. Growing up is an awful time. Our emotions are running wild on us. We're having emotional problems, emotional buildups. Somewhere during that period of time, we have a few drinks. And when we take a few drinks, we restless, irritable, and discontent, we receive a sense of ease and comfort that comes at once by taking a few drinks. We associate those two things together. And the next time we become restless, irritable, and discontent, we remember that again. And we got one thing we got a problem with most other people, we as alcoholics, we got a better memory system than they have. They forget about it, but we remember the sense and ease, and we remember that. And we kind of add those things together, and that becomes addiction, means to add together. Mental addiction. Not physical, but mentally, we add to weld those, and the next time we become restless, irritable, and discontent, it automatically we remember the sense and ease and comfort from taking a few drinks. And we remember that we reach over and take a few drinks. We do get a sense and ease and comfort. Yeah, we get a little sense and ease and comfort. But it comes over here and it sets off the craving in the body. Now, it's no longer mentally, now it's physical. He said the physical craving is beyond the control of the mind. This physical craving is stronger than the mind. And once we put the alcohol in the system, physical craving takes over. We go through the well-known spree. We emerge remorseful. And we come up for air down here where we repeat our alcoholic national anthem. I will never do that again. And we really do mean it at that point. We mean it. We really mean it. We're really sincere. If you're sick as we were. And then you become restless, irritable, and discontent. You get to this level again, and it triggers this. This is the line over here is an obsession. An idea that overcomes all other ideas. This idea to get this sense of ease and comfort, when we have a desire, this idea overcomes all other ideas. So when I have an idea to get these few drinks, I can't even remember the pain and suffering I experienced just a few weeks ago, because this idea pushes out all other ideas. and I reach over again and take the few drinks, and the same thing happens. He said, this is repeated over and over. And what is happening, we can easily see once we understand the problem. The mind is making us take this first drink. And once we reach over and take the first drink, and the first drink is setting off the craving, we're going through the well-known spree. And as we go through this, it's caused more emotional problems when we come up for air. We got more problems from drinking that reset it off again. So the mind is destroying the body, and the body in reverse is destroying the mind. So we got two problems. One, we can't safely drink. The main problem, we can't quit because of the obsession. And we add those together. If you can't drink alcohol and can't quit because of the mind, then you are powerless over alcohol. This is the exact nature of the problem. Now, once you see the problem, once we understand the problem, we know, I love the thing they put out once I read, we find the solution is simple once you understand the problem. The solution is simple. For many years, I tried to control my drinking over here. I didn't understand it. But I tried to control my drinking while drinking. And it's hard to control your drinking while drinking. I always fail. And after many years of trying to regulate and control my drinking, I finally come to the point of every alcoholic. I finally come to a conclusion on my own. One time, near the end, I said, Joe, I don't believe you can drink. Finally, after all those years. So I said, well, if you can't drink, just quit. So I wasted my last 2 years over here trying to quit drinking. I found out that quitting was not my problem anyway. I can quit. Quitting was not my problem. Starting was my problem. I could quit, but I couldn't stop starting. Starting was my problem. Yeah. So what happened? I became restless, irritable, and discontented. When I decided to stop, I put on willpower. We alcoholics got plenty of will. So I got old Will out and put him in there and said, sick 'em, Will, I'm through with drinking. And I meant business, bit like Bill. When an alcoholic brings out his willpower, he means business. And I put Will in there, and I didn't drink for about 9 months. And finally, one day, I become restless, irritable, and discontented. I began to think about the sense and ease and comfort coming once for taking a few drinks. And it overcame my will. I reached over, I took a few drinks, and I was off again. So we can't control it by controlling the alcohol, and willpower does not work. Willpower works as long as you see what you're about to do is wrong. But every once in a while, the obsession is tricky, because willpower, it will tell you, the obsession will tell you it's all right for you to drink, and then willpower is non-existent. But there is a solution. Now, here's the solution is right in here. It's not willpower. It's not controlling the alcohol. But we have some personality changes through the steps sufficient to live below this line. If we can live below this line, we'll never find it necessary to experience that obsession. If we don't have the obsession, we won't take the first drink. Never take the first drink, we'll never set off the allergy. So the solution is real simple. The solution is right in here rather than in the willpower or controlling the alcohol. It's a personality change sufficient to recover.
I think it's quite easy to see down on the bottom of that chart. All those times that we tried to stay sober left on our own. We would not be drinking, but we didn't feel good. We were restless, irritable, discontented. We were filled with shame, fear, guilt, and remorse. And we wanted to feel better. And the mind would begin to think about that sense of ease and comfort. That great, exciting, in-control feeling that comes from taking just a couple of drinks. And the next thing you know, the idea of what we're going to get from it pushes out the idea of what it's going to do to us. And we think it's okay to drink. You see, that's why willpower don't work. Because just before you and I drink, we don't see anything wrong with drinking.
That's right.
The only time willpower works is when the mind sees something wrong with what it wants to do. Just before we take the first couple of drinks, we don't see anything wrong with it. and we take the drink and we trigger the allergy and we end up drunk. Now, they can't do anything about the body. So obviously the answer has to lie within the mind. And just think, if you and I could find a way to live where we could be sober down on the bottom of that chart and not be restless and irritable and discontented. If we could find a way to live where we could be sober, peaceful, happy, and free, then maybe we would already have the sense of ease and comfort, and we wouldn't need a drink or two in order to make us feel better. So the real key lies in finding a way to live where we can be sober and peaceful and happy and free. And that is what recovery is all about. And that doesn't come through the fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous. That comes through having here referred to as a psychic change, which deals with the mind. Later on we'll hear it referred to as a spiritual experience or a spiritual awakening or a personality change sufficient to recover. Now, the only people we see fail at this are those that refuse to change. Many people come to AA and they want to stop drinking, but they don't want to make any changes in their personality, and therefore they eventually go back to drinking again. So our real recovery comes through the working of the steps. He says, on the other hand, and strange as this may seem, to those who do not understand, once a psychic change has occurred, the very same person who seemed doomed, who had so many problems he despaired of ever solving them, suddenly finds himself easily able to control his desire for alcohol. The only effort necessary being that required to follow a few simple rules, which are the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous. That's all we've got for this afternoon. Thank you all for being here. We'll see you. We'll see you tonight. We spent quite a bit of time earlier today talking about the doctor's opinion, talking about the problem. We could see where we had become physically allergic to alcohol, coupled with the obsession of the mind. And because of the physical allergy, we could not safely drink. And because of the obsession of the mind, we couldn't keep from drinking. And it was quite easy to see if you can't drink without getting drunk and you can't stay sober, then you become absolutely powerless over alcohol. So I think it was that we were able to see what the problem really is in the doctor's opinion. Now this evening we're going to go into Bill's story. And we think that Bill's story fits in the book just exactly where it belongs. You know, in the very beginning, when Bill went to see Dr. Bob, they realized the value of one alcoholic sharing with another. As he sat there and shared his story with Dr. Bob was able to see himself through Bill's story and being able to see what his problem really is. They went to see Bill Dotson, and they sat down with Bill Dotson and they shared their stories with Bill Dotson. And Bill could immediately see what his problem was. He could also see the solution, and he could see the program of action necessary to recover through Bill and Bob sharing their stories with Bill Dotson. So at a very, very early time in our history, the value of that one alcoholic sharing with another became apparent. From that time on, anytime they went out to talk to a newcomer, they shared their stories. They made what they called a visit. Today we would call it a 12-step call. In the Oxford groups it was a visit. And during that visit they would share their story with that newcomer. Now they knew when the big book was getting ready to be printed in 1937, 38, 39, there's no way they would be able to come out here in California and sit down on a one-on-one basis and share their story with a new alcoholic. And they knew the big book had to be complete enough to do the entire job. So what they decided to do was to put a story in the front of the book so that the newcomer, after they had read the doctor's opinion, would then be able to see an example of a person who had that same problem the doctor talked about. The newcomer would be able to identify with another alcoholic the newcomer would be able to see another alcoholic who had recovered from alcoholism. And probably in Bill's story we see not only identification, one alcoholic with another, but we begin to see the beginning of belief, the beginning of hope, that we're enough like this guy. If he could recover from alcoholism, this maybe we could too. Now a lot of people say, well, we couldn't identify with Bill, because after all, he was a night school lawyer and we were not. He was a New York City stock speculator and we were not. And a lot of the women say we couldn't identify with him because he's a man and we're a woman. But I think if we really look in Bill's story, looking for identification, we're all going to be able to identify with the way he thought, the way he felt, the way he acted. We're going to be able to see the beginning of his alcoholism. We're going to be able to see the progression of his alcoholism. We're going to be able to see him progressing to the point where he's drinking for the sickest reason of all, complete oblivion. We're going to see him reach the bottom of his alcoholism, and then we're going to see him recover from that. And if we're a real alcoholic, and if we can identify with Bill, then we can begin to believe and begin to hope ourselves that if he could recover from this condition, just maybe we could too. He is a classic example of what the doctor just talked about in the doctor's opinion. Joe?
Okay, we'll begin at Bill's story, page 2. I took a night law course and obtained employment and as an investigator for a surety company. The success was on. I proved to the world I was important.
I already identify with Bill Wilson. That's all I ever wanted to do, was succeed at something, prove to the world that I'm important also. That seems to be one of the driving characteristics behind every alcoholic I've ever met, that we're going to show them that we're just as good as they are, and we're going to prove that to them.
My work took me about Wall Street, and little by little I became interested in the market. Many people lost money, but some became very rich. Why not I? I studied economics and business as well as law. Potential alcoholic that I was, I nearly failed my law course. At one of the finals, I was too drunk or think or write. Though my drinking was not yet continuous, it disturbed my wife. We had long talks when I would still her foreboding by telling her that men of genius conceive their best projects when drunk.
Anybody in here identify with Bill Wilson? I certainly do.
He says, by the time I completed the course, I knew that law was not for me. The inviting maelstrom of Wall Street had me in its grips. Business and financial leaders were my heroes. Out of this alloy of drink and speculation, I commenced to forge a weapon that one day would turn the fight like a boomerang and all but cut me to ribbons. Living modestly, my wife and I saved $1,000. It went into certain securities, then cheap and rather unpopular. I rightly imagined they would someday have a great rise. I failed to persuade my broker friends to send me out or looking over factors in management. My wife and I decided to go anyway. And this is the beginning of Bill's really adventure on Wall Street. He was doing kind of meaningless jobs, and he didn't have a real great position. And he came up with the idea of going out investigating companies, and they were just, and on Wall Street in those days, they were kind of speculating what they were doing. They didn't have any real facts. And Bill said he would go out and investigate these companies, and he could give some reports on the future, what they might be doing. Well, the people that had the money didn't think too much of this idea. They weren't going to finance a guy like Bill to go out and do it anyway. But Bill says, you know how self-willed, hard-headed alcoholic he is. He said, hell, I'll go do it myself. And I'll finance myself. So he quit their jobs, he and Lois. And we gave up our position, and off we rode on a motorcycle. The sidecar stuffed with tent, blankets, a change of clothes, and 3 huge volumes of financial reference services. Our friends thought a lunacy commission should be appointed. And everybody said, this is nothing doing, you know.
Actually, Bill's referring to a time back in the 1920s
Yeah.
when the stock market was on a roll, and just about everybody that dealt with stocks made money in it. About all you had to do was buy them, hold them for a period of time, let them go up in value, sell them, take your profits, buy something else. And it was nearly all being done on a margin basis where you didn't have to put down hardly any money. And Bill really became one of the first investment counselors on Wall Street. He began to say, look, sooner or later, this bubble is going to burst. Sooner or later, we're going to have to start making our decisions based on fact rather than speculation. So he went to these people that had the money, and he explained it to them. He said, I developed a theory that most people lost money in stocks through ignorance of markets. I discovered many more reasons later on. He went to them and he told them, he said, if you guys would back me financially, I'll go out and I'll actually look at the physical plant. I'll study the books wherever I can. I'll talk to the people in the surrounding area. I'll talk to the employees. I'll start gathering up information on these individual companies. Then I'll write up reports and send them back into Wall Street. Then we can start making our decisions based on fact rather than speculation. And the guys that had the money said, no, thank you, Bill. We don't really need that kind of information. We're making about all the money we want to make anyhow. And you know how we alcoholics are. If we get a good idea, we're going to carry it through come hell or high water. And Bill said, well, to hell with them. I don't need their damn money anyhow. So he and Lois gave up their jobs, bought a motorcycle, and they take off down the eastern seaboard of the United States, visiting these companies, writing up the reports. He said, I had had some success in speculation, so we had a little money. But we once worked on a farm for a month to avoid drawing on our small capital. That was the last honest manual labor on my part for many a day. We covered the whole eastern United States in a year. He wrote up reports on approximately 100 of the largest companies on the eastern seaboard, running up and down, back and forth, living out of this tent, riding in the motorcycle. We saw a picture of this one time with Bill and Lois on the motorcycle, and one day she was driving it and she came up to a 90-degree turn and she couldn't make it. She threw old Bill out of the motorcycle and busted his collarbone for him. You know, they had a hell of a time. But here's the results. He said, at the end of it, my reports to Wall Street procured me a position there and the use of a large expense account. These guys saw these reports and they said, oh yeah, man, this is great information. Immediately they put Bill on a payroll. They gave him a good expense account. And he said the exercise of an option brought in more money, leaving us with a profit of several $1,000s for that year. Several $1,000s was a lot of money in the 1920s, a lot of money today, but sure as hell a lot of money in the 1920s. And Bill said, for the next few years, fortune threw money and applause my way. I had arrived. How many of us have done the same kind of thing? Just literally worked our tails off to get to where we thought we ought to be, and when we got there, my God, what a great feeling that is. My judgment and ideas were followed by many to the tune of paper millions. The great boom of the late 20s was seething and swelling. Drink was taking an important, exhilarating part in my life. Now, Bill doesn't know he's alcoholic. He just knows that he loves to drink, and it's a very exciting thing for him to do. There was loud talk in the jazz places uptown. Everyone spending thousands and chattered in millions. Scoffers could scoff and be damned. I made a host of fair weather friends. Now, we know as an alcoholic, though, his illness is going to be progressive. He's drinking now for fun and excitement. Let's see where he goes from here.
My drinking assumed more serious proportions, continuing all day and almost every night. The remonstrances of my friends terminated in a rout roll, and I became a lone wolf.
People began to say to Bill, Bill, you're drinking too much. Bill, why don't you cut back? Bill, you're costing us money. Bill, why don't you quit? And Bill did the same thing that I and so many of us have done. He said, to hell with them. Rather than even considering doing something about our drinking, he says, I don't need those people anyhow. Now then, he begins to operate on his own. He's become a lone wolf now.
There were many unhappy scenes in our sumptuous apartment. There had been no real infidelity, for largely my wife helped at times by extreme drunkenness kept me out of those scrapes.
Now, I always believed everything Bill wrote.
I don't know about that.
But I'm not sure about that last statement. You know, Bill wrote a book called As Bill Sees It, And Lois wrote one that said, as Lois remembers. And some of her memories wasn't quite like Bill saw them, I'll guarantee you. Let's go over to page 4, first paragraph.
Roughly in October 1929, hell broke loose on New York Stock Exchange. After one of those days of inferno, I wobbled from the hotel bar to a broker's office. It was 8 o'clock, 5 hours after the market closed. The ticker still clattered. I was staring at the entry table which bore the inscription XYZ 32. It had been 52 that morning. I was finished, and so were many friends. The paper reported men jumping to the death from tires of high finances. That disgusted me. I would not jump. I went back to the bar.
He had a solution for that, didn't he? My friends had dropped several million since 10 o'clock. So what? Tomorrow was another day, and as I drank, the old fierce determination to win came back. How many of us have done the same thing? We've come out of the jailhouse, the divorce court, the hospital, stop off in the bar, have a couple of drinks, and as we do, the alcohol courses through our veins. We say, we'll show them. They're not going to treat us that way. That old fierce determination to win, to be somebody, to be important. I have no problem identifying with Bill Wilson at all.
Next morning, I telephoned a friend in Montreal. He had plenty of money left and thought I'd better go to Canada. By the following spring, we were living in our custom style. I felt like Napoleon returning from Elba, no St. Helena for me. But drinking caught up with me again, and my generous friend had to let me go. This time we stayed broke.
Yeah, we can certainly see the progression of the illness. He was drinking for fun and excitement. Then it assumed more serious proportions. Now then, because of the drinking, we're no longer even able to hold a job. So we see certainly the progression of the alcoholism in Bill's life.
We went to live with my wife's parents. I found a job, then lost it as a result of a brawl with a taxi driver. No one could guess that I was to have no real employment for 5 years, or hardly draw a sober breath. My wife began to work in the department store, coming home exhausted to find me drunk. I became an unwelcome hanger-on at the brokerage places.
Now here was a guy just not too long before this. He was a fair-haired boy on Wall Street. His judgment and ideas were followed by many to the tune of paper millions. Now then, the very places where he was so welcome, where he was making so much money for them and for himself, they now begin to say, Bill, we'd rather you didn't come in here anymore. Bill, you're coming in here hungover, and you look like hell, and you stink, and you begin to embarrass us in front of our customers. And they begin to invite him now to move on down the street. This has got to be a real come down for a guy like Bill. Have no problem identifying with Bill at all. Now we begin to drink for an entirely different reason. Liquor ceased to be a luxury. It became a necessity. We're not drinking for fun now. We're not drinking for excitement now. We're drinking because we absolutely have to drink in order to be able to survive. Bathtub gin, 2 bottles a day, and often 3 got to be routine. Sometimes a small deal would net a few $100s, and I would pay my bills at the bars and delicatessens. This went on endless, and I began to waken very early in the morning, shaking violently. A tumbler full of gin, followed by half a dozen bottles of beer, would be required if I were to eat any breakfast. Nevertheless, I still thought I could control the situation, and there were periods of sobriety which renewed my wife's hope. Remember, Dr. Silkworth said we really cannot differentiate the true from the false. To us, what we're doing is normal. We see Bill's life going to hell in a handbasket already. He can't see that. He thinks he can still control the situation himself. Now then, as bad as it is, it's still going to get worse because we have a progressive illness called alcoholism.
Gradually, things got worse. The house was taken over by the mortgage holder. My mother-in-law died, and my wife and father-in-law became ill. Then I got a promising business opportunity. Stocks were low in 1932, and I had somehow formed a group to buy. I was to share generously in the profits. Then I went on a particular spending, and that chance vanished. This is a story in itself. Bill was good at putting these deals together, and these people knew Bill was good. And whenever they came across the thing that Bill could make a little money at this point, if he could have carried this out. So they went to him and said, you can do this if you're not drinking. And Bill said, oh, I'm going to quit that drinking. You know I done quit drinking. And I'm through with that drinking. So they gave him an opportunity, and it was a pretty good piece of change here. He would have been in pretty good shape. But he had a few weeks to complete this deal, and he worked on it real hard and stayed sober. And one night some of them was in a few before the deal could be completed, just a few days. They were in a hotel and they were drinking, and this was during the bootleg days, and the bottle was going around. And the bottle came to Bill, and Bill said, no thanks, I'm not drinking. And he went by Bill and kept on going. Next time the bottle come back around, Bill said, no thanks, I'm not drinking. And let the bottle was going by Bill, and the guy next to him said, man, you know what that is in that bottle? Said, that's Jersey Lightning. So that's some of the finest Applejack that's ever been made. And without any question, Bill said, I never have had any Jersey Lightning. And he reached, and this casually reached over and got the bottle and took a drink. He got drunk and set off to crave, and he couldn't stop drinking, and so he blew all this money and this whole opportunity.
You know what amazes me is that bottle went around the room twice.
Yeah.
Bill must have been the only alcoholic in that room for it to do that. The importance in that story now lies within the next statement. He said, I woke up, this had to be stopped. I saw I could not take so much as one drink. I was through forever. Before then I'd written lots of sweet promises, but my wife happily observed that this time I meant business, and so I did. Bill did the same thing so many of us did. He trotted out his willpower, and he said, sick 'em, Will, we're through with that drinking. For the first time, he could really see what alcohol was doing to him. Now, he assumed he would be able to stop drinking on willpower. Self-made man, tremendous amount of willpower. Always been able to do anything he wanted to do. You know, they try to tell people like you and I that we are weak-willed people. Don't you believe that? We're not weak-willed people. We are strong-willed people. Weak-willed people do not become alcoholic. Third time they puke, they quit drinking. The alcoholic knows there's got to be a way to drink without puking. We damn near kill ourselves, you know. We are strong-willed people. And Bill assumed that self-will would fix his problem. Let's see what he did on self-will.
Charlie, after I came home drunk, there had been no fight. Where had been my high resolve? I simply didn't know. It hadn't even come to mind. Someone had pushed a drink my way, and I had taken it. Now he says, was I crazy?
Yeah, since willpower wouldn't work. Now then, we began to question our sanity.
I began to wonder, was such appalling lack of perceiving being just that? Renewing my resolve, I tried again. Some past and confidence began to be placed by cockshortness. I could laugh at the gin mills, now I have what it takes. One day I walked in the cafe at telephone, in no time I was beating on the bar. I asked myself how it happened. As the whiskey rose to my head, I told myself I would manage better next time, but I might as well get good and drunk then, and I did.
Anybody in here identify with Bill Wilson?
The remorse, horror, and hopelessness of the next morning are unforgettable. The courage to do battle was not there. My brain raced uncontrollably, and there was a terrible sense of impending calamity. I hardly dared to cross the street lest I collapse and be run down by an early morning truck, for it was scarcely daylight. And all night place supplied me with a dozen glasses of ale. My rearing nerves were stilled at last. The morning paper told me that the market had gone to hell again. Well, so had I. The market would recover, but I wouldn't. That was a hard thought. Should I kill myself?
Yeah, since willpower wouldn't work, since we've questioned our sanity, now then we're beginning to think about suicide. Just want to get out of this whole mess. I identify with Bill Wilson.
No, not now. Then the mental fog settled down. Gin would fix that. So 2 bottles and oblivion.
Now we're drinking for the sickest reason of all.
Oblivion.
Since we can't kill ourselves, since we can't stand the situation we're in, now then we're drinking for absolute oblivion. just to get out of the picture. Now, the only thing wrong with drinking for oblivion is the next morning you wake up and it's all still there, probably worse than it was the night before. Certainly we see the progression in Bill's alcoholism, going from fun drinking to more serious proportions, eventually drinking out of absolute necessity, now drinking for the sickest reason of all, just to get out of the picture. The mind and body are marvelous mechanisms, for mine endured this agony 2 more years. Sometimes I stole from my wife's slender purse when the morning terror and madness were on me. Again I swayed dizzily before an open window or the medicine cabinet where there was poison, cursing myself for a weakling. There were flights from city and country back as my wife and I sought escape. Then came the night when the physical and mental torture was so hellish, I feared I would burst through my window sash and all. Somehow I managed to drag my mattress to a lower floor lest I suddenly leap. A doctor came with a heavy sedative. Next day found me drinking both gin and sedative, and this combination soon landed me on the rocks. People feared for my sanity, so did I. I could eat little or nothing when drinking, and I was 40 pounds underweight. We see a guy now that's beginning to die from alcoholism, dying from malnutrition, eating hardly anything at all, already lost a total of 40 pounds. He probably wouldn't have been around much longer if somebody hadn't interfered in Bill's life. Let's see what happens to him now.
Our brother-in-law is a physician. This is Dr. Leonard Strong, Bill's sister's husband. And through the kindness that of my mother, and she was a doctor at this time, I was placed in a national hospital for the mental and physical rehabilitation of alcoholics.
Now this is the town's hospital, New York City, the summer of 1933.
Under the so-called belladonna treatment, my brain cleared. This was a drug they used to bring them off alcohol at this time. They don't use this anymore.
Today they use Valium. Used to they use belladonna, which is a member of the nightshade family.
Hydrotherapy and mild exercise help much. Hydrotherapy, that hydro, it means water. And they would put you in a little room with a gurney and shoot you with hot water through showers and then cold water. Hot water and then cold water. That was hydrotherapy. Now, it didn't cure alcoholism, but you get a clean drunk out of it.
We saw some of that in one of the countries we visited, in a treatment center there, and they'd bring them out of that room and they'd just be all shriveled up and shrunk up with that water, but they were clean, sure as hell were.
That's about a Medicon doctor. This was Dr. Silkworth, who explained that though certain and selfish and foolish, I had been seriously ill, bodily and mentally. Dr. Silkworth took time. He'd been working on his little theory for 3 years. He explained the illness to Bill and thought of the physical allergy and mental obsession. And it helped Bill a lot. Bill said, it relieved me somewhat to learn that an alcoholic, the will is amazingly weakened when it comes to combating liquor, though it often remains strong in other respects. Bill had wondered why willpower hadn't worked. He said, my incredible behavior in the face of a desperate desire to stop was explained. This helped Bill. He said, understanding myself now, I'd fare forth in high hopes. For 3 or 4 months, the goose hung high. It means he's doing pretty good. There's a little slang in there. I went to town regularly, even made a little money. Surely, this was the answer to self-knowledge. But it was not.
For the first time, Bill can understand what his problem was.
Yeah.
For the first time, he realized it's not willpower, it's not moral character, it's not sin, that it's an illness of the body as well as an illness of the mind. Now, he assumed, like so many of us did, that now that I know what's wrong with me, really understand the problem, then I won't have to drink anymore. Self-knowledge would fix it. Let's see where he went on self-knowledge.
But this was not. For the frightful day came when I drank once more. The curve of my declining moral and bodily health fell like a ski jump. After a time, I returned to the hospital.
This is a year later. He's been drinking now for almost another year.
Yeah.
Finally, he gets himself all the way down again, returns back to the hospital in the summer of 1934, under Dr. Silkworth for the second time.
My weary and despairing wife was informed that with all in the heart failure or delirium tremors, I'll develop a wet brain perhaps within a year. She would have to give me over to the undertaker or the asylum.
Bill was laying there in bed, and Lois and Dr. Silkworth was in the hallway right outside the door. And Lois asked Dr. Silkworth, said, is there any hope for him? Are we going to be able to do anything with him? And Dr. Silkworth said, no, Lois, I don't think so. He said we're either going to have to hire a bodyguard or lock him up somewhere. Because if we don't, he's going to die within a short period of time, or he's going to become a wet brain. He pronounced him absolutely hopeless. Now, Bill heard that, and here's the effect it had on him.
They did not need to tell me. I knew and almost welcomed the idea. It was a devastating blow to my pride. I had thought so well of myself and my abilities and my capacities to surmount obstacles was cornered at last. Now I was to plunge into the joining the endless possession of such who had gone on before. I thought of my poor wife that had been much happiness after all. What would I not give to make amends? But that was over now.
Now let's look at this next statement very, very carefully. Here's old Bill now. Here's the guy that had that great desire to succeed, that great desire to be somebody, a very hard-working individual, always full of hope, always looking for tomorrow. But now then, he's absolutely, completely hopeless. He is completely lost out now. Let's look at this next statement very carefully.
Here's one with all that will he had. No words can tell the loneliness and despair I found in the bitter morass of self-pity. Quicksand stretched around me in all directions. I had met my match. I had been overwhelmed. Alcohol was my master.
I've never seen a better description of step one. No step one written in those days, but here's where Bill took it. Here's where he admitted he was completely powerless over alcohol. Completely defeated. Alcohol was his master. Now, if that should happen to you and I today, chances are we would say, well, that being the case, I guess I better go to AA. But Bill didn't have any AA to go to. He's in the best facility that he knows of. And even though he's admitted complete defeat, taking what we know today as step one, the only thing he could do is leave that hospital and try to stay sober. He said, trembling, I stepped from the hospital a broken man. Fear sobered me for a bit. Then came the insidious insanity of that first drink. And on Armistice Day 1934, I was off again. Armistice Day 1934, his mind told him it'd be okay to take a drink. He took a drink, triggered the allergy, and couldn't stop. Everyone became resigned to the certainty that I would have to be shut up somewhere or would stumble along to a miserable end. How dark it is before the dawn. In reality, that was the beginning of my last debauch. I was soon to be catapulted in what I like to call the fourth dimension of existence. I was to know happiness, peace, and usefulness in a way of life that is incredibly more wonderful as time passes. Near the end of that bleak November, I sat drinking in my kitchen. I imagine it was a pretty bleak November. He took a drink on November the 11th. He couldn't stop. He's been drunk now for about 3 weeks. With a certain satisfaction, I reflected there was enough gin concealed about the house to carry me through that night and the next day. My wife was at work. I wondered whether I dared hide a full bottle of gin near the head of our bed. I would need it before daylight. My musing was interrupted by the telephone. The cheery voice of an old school friend asked if he might come over. He was sober. And you'll notice he was sober is in squiggly writing. Very important. It was years since I could remember his coming to New York in that condition. I was amazed. Rumor had it that he had been committed for alcoholic insanity. Now, Bill is referring to this fellow named Ebby Thatcher, old drinking buddy of Bill's. This is the first time he's been in New York in a long time. And the fact that he's there and he's sober absolutely amazes Bill. The last he heard about Ebby is Ebby was about to be committed to the state insane asylum in the state of Vermont for what they called alcoholic insanity. That's what they used to do with people like us back in the 30s and 40s and etc. long before they had the treatment centers and stuff. They would haul us in front of a judge. The judge would commit us to the state insane asylum for alcoholic insanity for an undetermined period of time. You were confined there until you got well. And of course, some of us never did get well. Some of us never came back out of those places. And the last Bill had heard is this is what had happened to Ebby up in Vermont. But here's Ebby in New York City. And not only is he in New York City, he's sober. Bill said, I wondered how he had escaped.
Of course, he would have dinner when I could drink openly with him. Unmindful of his welfare, I thought only of recapturing the spirit of other days. There was a time we had chartered an airplane to complete a jag. He's come on the oasis in this dreary desert of futility. The very thing an oasis drinkers are like that. The door opened and he stood there, and here was Ebby, fresh-skinned and glowing. There was something about his eyes. He was inexplicably different. What had happened? I pushed a drink across the table. He refused it. Disappointed but curious, I wondered what had got into the fella. He wasn't himself. Come, what's this all about? I queried. He looked straight at me, simply but smiling. He said, I've got religion.
I'm damn glad.
Bill out.
I'm damn glad that didn't happen in my kitchen.
Got religion.
I have no idea what I would have done. But here's what Bill did. He said I was aghast. So that was it. Last summer, an alcoholic crackpot. Now I suspected a little cracked about religion. He had that starry-eyed look. Yeah, the old boy was on fire all right. But bless his heart, let him rant. Besides, my gin would last longer than his preaching.
But it didn't know ranting. As a matter of fact, the way he had told how two men had appeared in court, persuading the judge to suspend his commitment. They had told of a simple religious idea.
Step 2.
And a practical program of action.
Steps 3 through 12.
That was 2 months ago, and the results were self-evident. It worked. And Ebby brought to Bill the other two pieces of the puzzle. You know, he had already, we've seen over here on why he took step 1 after Doc Silkworth gave him the information about the allergen obsession. And Ebby comes into his kitchen and brings him the solution and the plan to find that solution. And he had come to pass his experience along to me, if I cared to have it. I was shocked but interested. Certainly I was interested. I had to be, for I was hopeless. And Bill began to wrestle to believe Ebby.
I remember Ebby's coming out of the Oxford groups.
Yeah.
A group of people practicing first century Christianity to the best of their ability. Many of the terms that they used were highly religious in nature.
Yeah.
And Ebby had brought to Bill as a solution this simple religious idea. And Bill had a real hard time with this religious idea, just like so many of us did when we first came into AA. Now, we saw him take step 1 back over there a page or 2 further. In the next couple of pages, we're going to see him being prepared in his mind to take step 2. Let's see how he really finally accepted this simple religious idea.
He talked for hours. Childhood memories rose before me. I could hear the sound of the preacher's voice as I sat on still Sundays way over there on the hillside. There was that prophet temperance pledge I had never signed. My grandfather's good-natured contempt of some church folks and their doings. His insistence that the spirits really had their music, but his denial of the preacher's right to tell him how he must listen. His spirit said he spoke of these things just before he died. These recollections welled up in the past, and they made me swallow hard. After Bill's mother and father divorced, he went to live with his mother's father, Grandpa Griffith. And Grandpa Griffith was kind of out of tune with religion in the little village where they lived, and he said the preacher could tell, he had no right to tell him how he could see God, and you know, he was out of tune, and he raised Bill, had a lot of influence on Bill's life. He said, "I've always believed in a power greater than myself. I had often pondered these things. I was not an atheist. Few people really are, and that means blind faith in the strange proposition that this universe originates in a sci-fi and aimlessly rushes nowhere. My intellectual heroes, the chemists, the astronomers, even the evolutionists, suggest that vast laws and forces are at work, despite contrary indications. I had little doubt that a mighty purpose and rhythm underlay all. How could be there such a precise and immutable law without no intelligence? I simply had to believe in a spirit of the universe, who knew neither time or limitation, but that was as far as I had gone. With ministers and the world's religion, I had parted right there."
This is where I really begin to identify with Bill Wilson.
When they talked of a God person to me who had love, superhuman strength, and directions, I became irritated. My mind snapped shut against such a theory. He said, "To Christ I conceded certainly of a great man, not too closely followed by those who claimed him." I love that. "His moral teaching most excellent. For myself, I adopted those parts which seemed convenient and not too difficult. The rest I disregarded."
Anybody in here identify with Bill Wilson? Let's go down to the middle paragraph on page 11. We can see that Bill's having a hard time with this simple religious idea. He doesn't like it at all. But then he said, "But my friend sat before me," referring to Ebby, "and he made the point-blank declaration that God had done for him what he could not do for himself. His human will had failed. Doctors had pronounced him incurable. Society was about to lock him up. Like myself, he had admitted complete defeat. Then he had, in effect, been raised from the dead, suddenly taken from the scrap heap to a level of life better than the best he had ever known. Had this power originated in him? Obviously it had not. There'd been no more power in him than there was in me at that minute, and this was none at all." This is where the identification process is so important. Bill knew Ebby, and he knew how Ebby drank. And he knew that if Ebby had been sober for 2 months, some power greater than Ebby had to be working in Ebby's life. Whether Bill liked it or not is absolutely beside the point. Ebby was sitting there as living proof of a power greater than human power working in his life. You know, this is what you and I really have to offer today when we go talk to the newcomer. We are living proof that some power greater than human power is working in our lives also. Whether the newcomer likes it or not is beside the point. We are the living proof of it. Ebby was the living proof to Bill. And even though he could see that in Ebby, Bill still didn't like it. Let's go over to page 12. He said, "Despite the living example of my friend, there remained in me the vestiges of my old prejudice. The word God still aroused a certain antipathy. When a thought was expressed that there might be a God person in me, this feeling was intensified. I didn't like the idea. I could go for such conceptions as creative intelligence, universal mind, or spirit of nature, but I resisted the thought of a czar of the heavens, however loving his sway might be. I have since talked with scores of men who felt the same way." I'd like to have been there that day, sitting in a corner watching them. Now here's Bill, about 2/3 drunk. Been drunk now for about 3 weeks. You know he's feeling like hell. Here's Ebby coming out of the Oxford groups, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and on fire with this simple religious idea that he's bringing to Bill. And Bill is trying to resist it. And Ebby's talking about God, and Bill's saying, "Don't tell me about God. Oh yeah, I'll talk about the universal mind, the spirit of nature, but don't give me that God crap." You know how we are in those situations. And I guess Ebby finally got tired of it. I guess he just finally said in his mind, "Well, to hell with it. There's no way I'm going to get it through to him, talking to him the way I am." Let's look at the next statement very, very carefully.
My friend suggested what seemed a novel idea.
Now look at it. It's in squiggly writing now.
He said, "Why don't you choose your own conception of God?"
The instant he said that,
He opened
his message changed from a religious message to a spiritual message. You see, religion says this is the way you have to believe. Spirituality says it really doesn't make any difference how you believe. The only question is, are you willing to believe? Now then, we're no longer talking about religion. Now then, we're talking about spirituality. Surely, 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 this is going to have a great effect on Bill. Let's see what it had.
You know, I think this is it kind of blows your mind to think what he really did say and how he gave him the opportunity. And each of us on a personal basis, I know myself, I have a lot of objections to other people's conception, but I never had any objection to my own conception.
Of anything.
In anything. This statement hits me hard. It melted the icy intellectual mountains in whose shadow I had lived and shivered many years. I stood in the sunlight at last. It was only a matter of being willing to believe in a power greater than myself. Nothing more was required to make my beginning. So I saw the growth start from that point. Upon a foundation of complete willingness, I might build what I saw in my friend. Would I have it? Of course I would.
Surely this is when Bill took step 2.
Okay.
No step 2 written in those days. But here's where Bill came to believe that a power greater than himself could help him out. And he came to believe it based on a simple little idea. Why don't you choose your own conception of God? And the reason it worked so well, it took all argument away from him. And when Bill was allowed to have his own conception of God, didn't have to worry about what other people thought or other people said, then he was willing to come to believe in a power greater than himself. He said, I saw that growth could start from that point. Upon a foundation of complete willingness, I might build what I saw in my friend. Would I have it? Of course I would. Upon a foundation of complete willingness. This is Bill's first reference to a wonderfully effective spiritual structure. And he's going to start painting in our minds, using words, a beautiful picture. Eventually he'll tell us what that structure is. And eventually he'll tell us and show us when we pass through it the freedom. And his first reference to that structure is, upon a foundation of complete willingness, I might build what I saw in my friend. The foundation, willingness, is really step 1. Mm-hmm. When we can see that what we're doing is not going to work any longer,
never going to work.
When we can see that it's never going to work for us anymore, then we become willing to start looking for a way out. So the foundation of the spiritual structure, willingness, is step 1. Later on we're going to see where believing, step 2, is the cornerstone of the structure. And then later on he'll tell us exactly what that structure is. A beautiful way to teach, painting pictures in our mind using these words. Ebby immediately began to take Bill to Oxford group meetings. But remember, Bill's drinking. The allergies got him, and he can't stop. Eventually he had to be placed back in the hospital to be withdrawn from alcohol by Dr. Silkworth for the 3rd time. On page 13 he said, at the hospital I was separated from alcohol for the last time. Treatment seemed wise, for I showed signs of delirium tremens. Now we saw him take step 1. We saw him take step 2. Now then, after he's withdrawn, Ebby comes to visit him in the hospital. They begin to apply the little Oxford group program of action in Bill's life to the best of their ability. Let's see if we can't see the last 10 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous on page 13.
He said, there I humbly offer myself to God as I then understood him to do him as he would. I placed myself unreservedly under his care and directions. I admitted for the first time of myself I was nothing. Without him I was lost. Their
first tenet in the Oxford groups was surrender. And here we see Bill making his surrender. Later on, when he wrote the steps, he knew no self-respecting alcoholic would want to surrender to anything. So he changed that and made it into step 3, where we made a decision to turn our will, so on and so forth. So there Bill's taking what we know today as step 3.
I ruthlessly face my sins.
Their next tenet was examine your sins. And Bill knew no self-respecting alcoholic's going to do that. So he made a searching and fearless moral inventory of ourselves. There he's taking step 4.
And became willing to have my newfound friend take them away root and branch. I've not had a drink since.
Became willing to have my newfound friend take them away root and branch. That statement later became steps 6 and 7. We became willing to have God remove these things and humbly ask Him to do so.
Friend.
And if you'll notice that friend there is capitalized. He's not talking about Ebby now, he's talking about God. Yeah. He uses many words in here to identify God, but he'll always capitalize it when he does. There we're dealing with steps 6 and 7.
My schoolmate visited me, and I fully acquainted him with my problems and deficiencies.
There he's taking what we know today as step 5, with Ebby in the town's hospital.
We made a list of people I had hurt and to whom I felt resentments. I expressed my willingness to approach these individuals admitting my wrongs. Never I was being critical of them. I was right all such matters up most of my abilities.
And there, of course, we see what we know today as steps 8 and 9.
I was to test my thinking by the new God consciousness. Common sense would thus become uncommon sense.
That statement later became step 10, where we continued to take personal inventory, and when we were wrong, promptly explained it. Promptly admitted it. We good at that explaining it, aren't we?
I would sit quietly when in doubt, asking only for direction and strength to meet my problems that would have me. Never was I to pray for myself except if my requests bore my usefulness to others. Then only might I expect to receive, and that would be in great measure.
There we see all of the elements of step 11, where we sought through prayer and meditation, so on, and so forth.
And my friend promised.
Now this is a small f now. We're talking about Ebby again.
My friend promised when these things were done, I would enter upon a new relationship with my Creator. And I would have the elements of way of living which answered all my problems.
It's got to be the first part of step 12. Having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps. So we see Bill using the Oxford group tenets in order to recover. Later on, when he wrote how it works, he was able to say these are the steps we took, which are suggested as a program of recovery. Bill was using them there in the town's hospital with Ebby's help and in Ebby's company. Now let's look and see the effect that this had on Bill. He said, belief in the power of God, plus enough willingness, honesty, and humility to establish and maintain a new order of things with the essential requirements. Simple, but not easy. A price had to be paid. It meant destruction of self-centeredness. I must turn in all things to the Father of light, who presides over us all. Poor alcoholic, in order for us to recover, we have to give up the 2 things that we hold nearest and dearest to our heart. Number 1 is alcohol. Number 2 is self-centeredness. Very simple idea, but sometimes extremely difficult to do. Now let's see what happened to Bill as the result of these steps.
These are revolutionary and drastic proposals. Again, another name for the steps are proposals. But the moment I fully accepted them, the effect was electric. There was a sense of victory followed by such a peace and serenity I had not ever known. There was utter confidence. I felt lifted up as though the great clean wind of the mountaintop blew through and through. God's come to most men gradually, but His impact on me was sudden and profound. He said, for a moment I was alarmed and called my friend the doctor. He called Dr. Silkworth and asked if I was sane. He listened and wondered as I talked. Finally, he shook his head, saying, something has happened to you I don't understand, or you had better hang on to it. Anything is better than the way you were. The good doctor sees many men who have had such experience. He knows that they are real.
You know, we don't know for sure what happened to Bill that day because we were not there to see that. But we do know this was probably about December the 12th or 13th of 1934. We do know that Bill didn't die until January of 1971. We know that it was never necessary for him to take another drink as long as he lived. Something profound took place in Bill's life that day as the result of these steps. He always said that he had a vital spiritual experience during which old ideas were cast aside and replaced with a new set of ideas. Here was a guy that entered that hospital, a very selfish individual, a guy that had the great desire to succeed and prove to the world he's important, a guy that his primary ideas were power, prestige, and money. And now let's see what kind of attitude he has after this spiritual experience. He said, while I lay in the hospital, the thought came that there were thousands of hopeless alcoholics who might be glad to have what had been so freely given me. Perhaps I could help some of them. They, in turn, might work with others. My friend, and again we're talking about Ebby, had emphasized the absolute necessity of demonstrating these principles in all my affairs. Particularly was it imperative to work with others as he had worked with me. Faith without works was dead, he said, and how appallingly true for the alcoholic. For if an alcoholic failed to perfect and enlarge his spiritual life through work and self-sacrifice for others, he could not survive the certain trials and low spots ahead. If he did not work, he would surely drink again, and if he drank, he would surely die. Then faith would be dead indeed, and with us it's just like that. My wife and I abandoned ourselves with enthusiasm to the idea of helping other alcoholics to a solution of their problems. It was fortunate for my old business associates remained skeptical for a year and a half, during which I found little work. I was not too well at the time and was plagued by waves of self-pity and resentment. This sometimes nearly drove me back to drink. But I soon found that when all other measures failed, work with another alcoholic would save the day. Many times I've gone to my old hospital in despair. On talking to a man there, I would be amazingly lifted up and set on my feet. It is designed for living that works in rough going. Bill came out of that hospital with the idea that I need to start helping other people. And from that day on, his main thrust was to be able to help other alcoholics. He realized that every time he helped them, he himself felt better. Thank God he remembered that when he was in Akron. Thank God just before he got drunk, he remembered how back in New York City, even though he'd never helped anybody, he felt better. He made his contact with Dr. Bob, not to sober up Bob, but to keep Bill Wilson from getting drunk. Thank God Bob sobered up and Bill didn't get drunk. Old ideas had been cast aside, replaced with a new set of ideas, and Bill had become an entirely different human being in his mind. He never found it necessary to drink again from that day on. An amazing story it really is. As I look at it and as I read it, we see practically the whole history of the beginning of AA in Bill's story itself. Now just think, if we're brand new, we've never had any contact with the fellowship. It's back about 1940 or 41. We're sitting out here in California, and somebody, somehow, some way, we get a copy of this book. And we read and studied the doctor's opinion for the first time. We could see what our problem really is. We read and we studied Bill's story. For the first time, we really identified with another alcoholic. And we saw the progression of his illness, which is just like mine was. And we saw us go from fun drinking to the sickest reason of all, drinking for absolute oblivion. Then we saw this guy make a recovery from that through this spiritual experience in the town's hospital. Surely we could begin to believe we're enough like him that if he could recover from this mess, just maybe we could too. Bill's story sits in the book just exactly where it belongs, the beginning of belief, the beginning of hope. Now, this great clean wind of a mountaintop blew through and through. That kind of sounds like way out there to the normal alcoholic. And I think Bill recognized that people might have a little problem identifying with that and what really took place there in the town's hospital. So I think what he said to himself after his story, He said we could show them the problem in the doctor's opinion. We could show them another alcoholic story, and he showed me recover. But he said they really are not going to understand what happened to me. He said, I think I better write another chapter and tell them just exactly what took place. And in chapter 2, there is a solution. He's going to show us the power that took place in his life and allowed him to recover from alcoholism. So let's look at chapter 2, the solution to alcoholism.
Okay, there is a solution. We of Alcoholics Anonymous know thousands of men and women who were once just as hopeless as Bill, who had the same problem that Bill had. Nearly all have recovered. They have solved the drink problem. He says we are average Americans, all sections of this country, and many of its occupations are represented. He's now describing the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous as a solution.
I think today we could say we're average citizens of the world.
Yeah.
We're in something like 153 different countries now throughout the world.
As well as many political, economic, social, and religious backgrounds. Now we have different occupations, they have different political, economic, social, and religious backgrounds. Usually when people come together now, in any group of people, there's something that brings them together. There's some cause for this group of people to be together. Like in a family, they have a common bloodline. That's why they're together. They go into school, it's for an education. A union is for their jobs. Whatever group of, when you see people together in a group, they have something in common. But we don't have none of the things that usually bring people together in a group. We come from different jobs, we come from different backgrounds, different politics, different religions.
It's probably the most mixed up group in Northern California tonight, right here in this room.
Yeah, you could find everything in this room if we went around. And then he says we are people who normally should not mix. We don't have anything to make us mix. We should never have known each other, by the way. Isn't that strange? The great relationship we should have never met. But there exists among us a fellowship, a friendliness, an understanding which is indescribably wonderful. Isn't it amazing? And we should have never known each other. He describes it. He said, we are like the passengers on a great liner the moment after rescue from the shipwreck. When camaraderie and joy and democracy pervade the vessel from the steerage to the captain's table. And Bill liked to teach with illustrations. We had a great teacher and used to teach with parables, and Bill was teaching with illustrations. That's a great way to teach. And he said that AA is like the passengers on a great ocean liner. The moment after rescue from the shipwreck, we think about the Titanic. And the people on that vessel, they were from all walks of life. And he uses two extremes, from the steerage to the captain. And the steerage was the cheapest way to travel, probably. People in the steerage section was in the bottom of the vessel. That was a cheap way to travel. The immigrants were traveling from Europe. And one of the best ways to travel was, if he was at the captain's table, he must have had some money. Because these were the classiest people on the vessel that sat and ate dinner with the captain every evening. So there's one extreme to the other, from the steerage to the captain's table. These people should have never met on the voyage across the ocean. Because the guy was in the steerage section, this guy was up where all the finery were. Now, in a moment of disaster, they had a problem in their lives. When they hit that iceberg, and this guy from the captain's table jumped over the board in his tuxedo, and this guy from the steerage section crawled out in his blue jeans. When they hit that water, they had something in common. They had the same common problem. And they came together, and they, that night, I'm sure that guy didn't ask that guy where he went to church and how much money he made. They were trying to save their behinds. And that's what's so important here. Because that's what binds us, that we have the same common problem. And that's why we keep the rest of these things out of our rooms, because they divide us. Anything else that brings in divides us. But what binds us together, and there's a lot of support with people that have the same common problem. And he goes on to say, Unlike ships to passengers, however, our joy and escape from disasters in our society would go our individual ways. Those people, they went their individual ways, but we will always be alcoholics. The feeling of having shared a common peril is one element in the powerful cement that binds us. That's one element, you know. But he says that would have never held us as we're now joined. This gives us a warning. The fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous is a very powerful thing. There's a lot of support. There's a lot of hope. There's a lot of strength in the numbers of people that's going to the meetings and the fellowship of other alcoholics. There's a lot of power there. But he says that's not enough. That's just one element of this power. That's one element of the solution. And I think one of the greatest mistakes we've made, and I don't think the first 100 ever expected this to happen when they wrote the book. They didn't see the possibilities of this because, you know, they had not experienced that much fellowship as we have. So they didn't have as many. They just had one meeting a week. There were 3 groups in the country. One in Cleveland, one in Akron, and one in New York. So they couldn't go to 90 meetings in 90 days. Unless they had an airplane, they didn't have too many of them. So they did not have. They didn't realize that we could do what we've done. Now, since we've grown, since the book has put out the groups and the groups have grown, we got so many groups that you can just stay sober on fellowship. It's not very. It said that it's not enough. That is not sufficient. It gives us a warning. And he tells us the other part of the solution. The tremendous fact that every one of us, that we have discovered a common solution. That we have a way out of which we can absolutely agree and by which we can join this brotherly and harmonious action. This is the great news this book carries to those who suffer from alcoholism. This book carries the message of the common solution. And later on, over on page 25 in this same chapter, he's going to tell us that the common solution to alcoholism is a vital spiritual experience. So he's talking about 2 powers here. And he right on this page he has written a prescription for your power. If you're an alcoholic and you are powerless, he said the power that's contained in this fellowship of other alcoholics will support you. And the common solution will change you. He said that these are the 2 powers, the fellowship and the spiritual experience. And here he writes a prescription. If you are powerless, we believe that the AA group will support and give you hope. And by working the steps, you will tap an inner resource of power, and that's a spiritual experience. And these 2 powers will help you overcome your alcoholism. There's really no contest if we can see this.
I think where we really begin to understand what he's talking about on page 17 is when we did the first Big Book study in more or less a formal setting. And we'd been asked to go to Lawton, Oklahoma and do this for an AA group. And just prior to going to Lawton, Oklahoma, I'd had some problem with my ticker. And Joe called me and he said, "Charlie, you think we're going to be able to go to Lawton?" And I said, "Well, Joe, we need to go. We've committed ourselves. We need to be there." And he said, "I'll tell you what, let's do." He said, let me bring my car. And he said, "I'll do the driving and you can rest on the way out there." And I said, "Fine, great." Now, Joe drives from his home in Little Rock, Arkansas, which is 225 miles away from where I live. And I get in the car and we start from my home to Tulsa, Oklahoma. Now, you can tell by looking at us, we're people that normally would not mix. There's a little bit of difference in us. He's bald-headed and I'm not. You know. And we start tooling it down the road from my home to Tulsa, Oklahoma. Now, in Tulsa, Oklahoma, we're going to pick up a 3rd guy. A guy that had set in with us from the very beginning, way clear back in 1973. And this guy's name is Tony. His last name is Vargas, and I've got permission to use his last name. He's a Spanish-type fellow. And he wanted to go with us to Lawton, Oklahoma, and we said, "Okay, you meet us at the Camelot Hotel, parking lot in Tulsa, and then we'll all go from there. So we get to the Camelot Hotel, and Tony gets in the car. And then we start tooling it down the Turner Turnpike from Tulsa, Oklahoma to Oklahoma City. Now the black guy's driving. The Mexican is sitting up here riding shotgun. The honky's in the back seat, sound asleep. And we get out to Lawton, and we're doing this page right here. And we looked on the front row, and the front row was filled with Indians from the Anadarko Indian Reservation. That day we really realized what this means. We are people who normally would not mix. But there exists among us a fellowship that is indescribably wonderful. We don't care who you are. We don't care where you came from. We don't care how much money you got. We don't concern with your religion or anything else. We're concerned with one thing and one thing only. Are you an alcoholic? Yeah. If you're an alcoholic, you automatically belong and fit in this fellowship. Now that feeling that you and I have for each other, it does not subside as we go our individual ways. The guys on the ocean liner, when they got back on shore, they probably looked at each other and said, well, we don't really belong together. And they separated and they went their individual ways. But we will always be alcoholic. And our peril is right outside the door waiting on us at any time. And this fellowship today has grown to such an extent that we find it all over the world. It makes no difference where we go. And the feeling we have for each other remains the same wherever we might run into each other throughout the entire world. It's one of the greatest feelings that human beings can have. But you got to be careful with it, because it is so strong and so powerful. You might begin to think, well, this is all there is to it. Yeah. And we're aided and abetted in that thought by people telling us all you got to do is go to meetings and you'll be okay. And we go to meetings and we go to meetings and we go to meetings, and after a while we get bored with the fellowship and we begin to stay home, and next thing you know, we're drunk all over again. And then we say, well, AA didn't work for us. No, the problem is we didn't work for AA. We participated in the fellowship, but we did nothing about the common solution. I think one of the greatest tragedies I see in the world today, and God, I see them all over the world. I saw the big earthquake over in Turkey, and I see this thing going on in East Timor or wherever it is. Tremendous, tragic things. But I think one of the greatest tragedies I see today is we people in Alcoholics Anonymous. We are spending literally hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of men and women work hours, trying to attract other alcoholics to the fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous, when we've got literally thousands of them sitting around within the fellowship dying from untreated alcoholism, because all they're doing is going to meetings. And they're not doing anything about the common solution. Now, why aren't they? Nobody's telling them they need to. Nobody's saying, let me take you by the hand. Let me walk with you as you walk through these steps. Let us help you have your spiritual experience. You know, we become victims of our own success. We've gotten so big that we forgot where the hell we came from. And we're letting people die within the fellowship when we're still out there trying to get more and more of them to come in. I think that's one of the greatest tragedies in the world today. Now, we're not going to preach anymore, I promise. That's the last of the preaching right there. A good textbook will never tell you anything but what it doesn't back it up with information to prove what it's just told you. And he just told us that the fellowship alone is not sufficient. He spends the first half of this chapter trying to describe to us why fellowship alone is not sufficient. Then he spends the last half of this chapter looking to see what the common solution really is. So in trying to see why fellowship alone is not sufficient, let's go over to page 20. Go down to about the third paragraph on page 20. He said, how many times people have said to us, I can take it or leave it alone, why can't he? Why don't you drink like a gentleman or quit? That fella can't handle his liquor. Why don't you try beer and wine? Lay off the hard stuff. His willpower must be weak. He could stop if he wanted to. She's such a sweet girl, I should think he'd stop for her sake. The doctor told him that if he ever drank again, it would kill him, but there he is, all lit up again. Now, these are commonplace observations on drinkers, which we hear all the time. Back of them is a world of ignorance and misunderstanding. We see that these expressions refer to people whose reactions are very different from ours. Now, we're going to look at two kinds of drinkers that these expressions I just read would refer to. Moderate drinkers have little trouble in giving up liquor entirely if they have good reason for it. They can take it or leave it alone. Remember, we talked about them. They have a couple of drinks. They get a slightly tipsy, out of control beginnings of a nauseous feeling. Alcohol's no big deal for them. They can take it. They can leave it alone. It's just not any problem for them. Those expressions would refer to a moderate drinker. Then we have a certain type of hard drinker. He may have the habit badly enough to gradually impair him physically and mentally. It may cause him to die a few years before his time. If a sufficiently strong reason, ill health, falling in love, change of environment, or the warning of a doctor becomes operative, this man can also stop or moderate, although he may find it difficult and troublesome and may even need medical attention. Now, we call this guy the heavy drinker. They drink like we alcoholics drink, but they're not alcoholic. And you and I see them all the time. They're the ones that say, when I was in the service, I was an alcoholic also. But when I got out of the service, I got married, went to church, quit drinking, don't see why in the hell you can't. No, they're not alcoholic. They drink like we do. But they're not alcoholic. And if a good enough reason presents itself, they will do one of two things. They may learn to moderate their drinking and drink like normal people. They do not have the physical allergy. They may quit drinking entirely with their willpower. They do not have the obsession of the mind. They drink like us, but they're not alcoholic. Those expressions I read would refer to the heavy drinker. But now here's the third one. But what about the real alcoholic? Now, he may start off as a moderate drinker, and many of us did. He may or may not become a continuous hard drinker. Many of us stayed periodic. But at some stage of his drinking career, he begins to lose all control of his liquor consumption once he starts to drink. Now, for the next page and a half, we're going to see the description of the real alcoholic. And if you see one in there that matches you, would you please hold your hand up? We'd like to see if we're in a room full of real alcoholics. Here's a fellow who's been puzzling you, especially his lack of control. He does absurd, incredible, tragic things while drinking. He's a real Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Anybody like that in here? You betcha. He's seldom mildly intoxicated. He's always more or less insanely drunk. Anybody like that in here? His disposition while drinking resembles his normal nature but little. He may be one of the finest fellows in the world, yet let him drink for a day and he frequently becomes disgustingly and even dangerously antisocial. Anybody like that in here? Yeah. He has a positive genius for getting tired at exactly the wrong moment, particularly when some important decision must be made or engagement kept. I was always getting drunk at the wrong time in the wrong place. Now, everybody agrees with this next one. He's often perfectly sensible and well-balanced concerning everything except liquor, but in that respect he's incredibly dishonest and selfish. He often possesses special abilities, skills, and aptitudes, and has a promising career ahead of him. Anybody like that in here? He uses gifts to build up a bright outlook for his family and himself, and then pulls the structure down on his head by a senseless series of sprees. He's a fellow who goes to bed so intoxicated he ought to sleep the clock around. Yet early next morning he searches madly for the bottle he misplaced the night before. Any bottle hunters in here? If he can afford it, he may have liquor concealed all over his house.
Couldn't afford it.
To be certain no one gets his entire supply away from him to throw down the waste pipe. As matters grow worse, he begins to use a combination of high-powered sedative and liquor to quiet his nerves so he can go to work. Then comes a day when he simply cannot make it and gets drunk all over again. Perhaps he goes to a doctor who gives him morphine or some sedative which to taper off. Then he begins to appear at hospitals and treatment centers. Sanitariums. Same thing, just got a new name for them today. This is by no means a comprehensive picture of the true alcoholic, as our behavior patterns vary. But this description should identify him roughly. You know, if our government has ever done anything right in the field of alcoholism, it's probably in education of the public as to what alcoholism is and what it isn't. Because of that, a lot of the stigma has been removed from alcoholism. Many people are getting to us today before they have to do all these things that identify the real alcoholic. But I'll guarantee you, if you're a real alcoholic, you found yourself in there somewhere. At least one of them are going to fit you. In my case, practically every one of them. One in particular. If he can afford it, he may have liquor concealed all over his house to be certain no one gets his entire supply away from him. 7 years after I got sober, I sold a 40-acre, 45,000 broiler chicken operation. For years after that, sometimes I would meet the guy that bought it. Once in a while, he would grin and wave, and he'd say, "Hey, Charlie, we have found another one." And he was referring to partially empty vodka bottles. They were behind corner posts. They were in rocks. They were in hollow trees. They were falling out of feed bins. Hell, he found them in there for years. Certainly. I found myself here in the description of the real alcoholic. Now, here's the question. Why does he behave like this? If hundreds of experiences have shown him that one drink means another debacle with all its attendant suffering and humiliation, why is it that he takes that one drink? Why can't he stay on the water wagon? The moderate drinker can, the heavy drinker can. Why can't the alcoholic? What has become of the common sense and willpower that he still sometimes displays respect to other matters? Perhaps there never will be a full answer to these questions. Opinions vary considerably as to why the alcoholic reacts differently from normal people. We're not sure why. Once a certain point is reached, little can be done for him. We cannot answer the riddle. We know that while the alcoholic keeps away from drink, as he may do for months or years, he reacts much like other men. We're equally positive that once he takes any alcohol, whatever, into his system, something happens, both in the bodily and mental sense, which makes it virtually impossible for him to stop. The experience of any alcoholic will abundantly confirm this. Now, these observations, the ones I just read, would be academic and pointless if our friend never took the first drink, thereby setting the terrible cycle in motion. Therefore, the main problem of the alcoholic centered in his mind rather than in his body. There's no way I can get drunk if I don't take the first drink. And I'm stone cold sober just before I take the first drink. So my real problem is in my mind telling me it's okay to drink, rather than in the body that ensures that it's not okay to drink. If you ask him why he started on that last bender, the chances are he'll offer you any one of 100 alibis. Sometimes the excuses have a certain plausibility, but none of them really make sense in the light of the havoc an alcoholic's drinking bout creates. They sound like the philosophy of the man who, having a headache, beats himself on the head with a hammer so that he can't feel the ache. If you draw this fallacious reasoning to the attention of an alcoholic, he will laugh it off or become irritated and refuse to talk. Once in a while, he may tell the truth. As strange as it may seem, there are times we alcoholics tell the truth.
Once in a while.
Not too often, but once in a great while. You know, I had a lady in Al-Anon came to me one time, and she said her husband was still drinking. She said, "Charlie, all he does is lie, lie, lie." She said, "How can you tell when one of you guys are lying?" I said, "Lady, watch him closely. And if you see his lips moving, he's probably lying to you all right." You know? And then I said, "Do you want me to tell you how to keep him from lying?" And she said, yeah. And I said, "Don't ask him those stupid questions." He don't know the answer any more than you do. Now listen to what the book says. The truth, strange to say, is usually he has no more idea why he took that first drink than you have. Some drinkers have excuses which are satisfied part of the time, but in their hearts they really do not know why they do it. Once this malady has a real hold, they are a baffled lot. There is the obsession, and somehow, someday they will beat the game, but they often suspect they are down for the count. Now, there's the word obsession. Remember, an obsession of the mind is an idea that overcomes all ideas to the contrary. An obsession of the mind is an idea that is so strong, it can make you believe something that isn't true. Now, the truth is, we could not successfully drink alcohol. But the great obsession of every alcoholic I've ever known is someday, somehow, we're going to beat the game. Someday, somehow, we're going to find some kind of liquor we can drink without getting drunk. Someday, somehow, we're going to find a place to drink with it. Someday, somehow, we'll find a group of people. Someday, somehow. And that obsession is so strong that it makes us believe a lie. We believe we can drink, and we take a drink, we trigger the allergy, and we can't stop drinking. Now, it's important that I know that I'm allergic to alcohol, but that's not my real problem. My real problem is this insane obsession of the mind that tells me it's okay to drink. Page 24. First paragraph, squiggly writing.
The fact is that most alcoholics, for a reason yet obscure, have lost the power of choice in drink. Our so-called willpower becomes practically non-existent. We are able at certain times to bring into our conscience with sufficient force the memory of suffering humiliation of even a week or month ago. We are without defense against the first drink. Now, this is final. You know, this is where you can see this is in italics too. This is squiggly writing, so this is very important. Almost certain the consequences that follow taking even a glass of beer do not crowd into the mind to deter us. If these thoughts occur, they are hazy and readily supplanted with the old threadbare idea, this time we shall handle ourselves like other people. There's a complete failure, the kind of defense that keeps one from putting our hands on a hot stove. Now, if any of us have ever put our hand on a hot stove, that's a funny thing, you know, all your life you will remember how that hot stove feels. You never will forget that. Every time you get close to a hot stove, you begin to remember that the time when you were just a kid. And even after you're a grown person, you remember that. When it comes to alcohol, it don't seem to work for us. We can't remember that pain.
Joe and I were both raised as little kids back in the 1930s, in the midst of the Depression years. And in those days, you didn't have very much. Everybody was pretty well poor people. You didn't have hot and cold running water.
You know we were poor.
You didn't have forced air heat. We didn't know we was poor because everybody else was just like us. But it didn't really make any difference how poor the family was. In those days, cleanliness was still next to godliness. And everybody in the family had to take a bath on Saturday night. Now, whether you needed the bath or not is beside the point. You still take one on Saturday night. One time in the middle of the winter, Mother had heated up the old heating stove in the living room, heated the bath water on that stove, put it in a number 3 zinc wash tub behind the stove. Now, every kid in the family takes a bath in the same water. I'm the baby of the family. By the time it got to me, the crud would be about an inch thick on it. Mother said, get in there and get yourself clean. And I thought to myself, how in the hell do I get clean in there? Didn't dare say that to her, though. You didn't talk to your parents in those days that way. And I scraped the crud back. I get in this tub. I'm standing there soaping and washing myself. Old heating stove, red hot, right by the side of me. Somehow I managed to lean over and stick my rear against that hot stove. And it raised a blister on my rear end about as big as my hand. Hurt me worse than anything had ever hurt me before in my lifetime. And do you know I've never had an obsession in the mind to stick my ass on a hot stove since then. Never have I jerked my britches down, backed up to the stove and said, burn me again. I can remember it just as clear today. And that's been over 60 years ago when that happened to me. Now, alcohol has burned me over and over and over and over and over just as bad as that hot stove ever burned me. And my mind can't remember that. When I begin to think about alcohol, left on my own resources, when I begin to think about alcohol, I begin to think about the great sense of ease and comfort that comes from one or two drinks. Next thing you know, I believe it's okay to drink, and I become insane, and I end up drunk all over again. My real problem centers in my mind, telling me it's okay to drink, rather than in my body that ensures that it's not okay to drink. Bottom of page 24. When this sort of thinking is fully established in an individual with alcoholic tendencies, he's probably placed himself beyond human aid, and unless locked up, may die or go permanently insane. Now, if we've placed ourselves beyond human aid, then the fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous will not bring about recovery. Because the fellowship is made up of a group of human beings who are just as powerless over alcohol as I am. So if I'm going to recover, my aid must come from a power greater than human power. Page 25, there is a solution. Now then we look at the real solution to alcoholism.
Almost none of us like the self-surging, the level of our pride, the confession of our shortcomings, which the process requires for a successful consummation. Well, we have saw we've really worked in others and come to believe in the hopeless and futility of life where we've been living it. And therefore we are approached by those in whom the problem had been solved. There was nothing left for us to pick up a simple kit of spiritual tools laid at our feet. We have found much of heaven and have been rocketed into a fourth dimension of existence we had not even dreamed. The great fact is just this and nothing less, that we have deep and effective spiritual experience. Now he gives this as the solution. There is the solution. The solution is deep and effective spiritual experience. What does it do? Which have revolutionized the whole attitude toward life, toward ourselves, and towards God's universe. The central fact of our lives today is absolutely certain that our Creator has entered into our hearts and our lives in a way which is indeed miraculous. He has commenced to accomplish those things for us we could never do by ourselves. So right here he gives us the solution as a spiritual experience. That's a pretty lofty term, spiritual experience, and maybe many of us that we first read the book, like many of the readers when the first book first came out, a lot of the alcoholics who were approached and trying to find a solution in this book, and they saw that they had to have a spiritual experience. That's a pretty lofty term for a drunk to try to figure out what that is.
They saw that great clean wind of a mountaintop that blew through and through in Bill's story.
They wrote, a lot of them wrote into Bill asking, what do you mean by spiritual? What is a spiritual experience? And Bill saw a blind spot in the book. Bill had a spiritual experience, and the book had been highly influenced by his recovery, which was a sudden spiritual experience. So when they reprinted the book the second time, they put an appendix there. You see that little, it says full explain on appendix 2. And he added an appendix, which is an explanation to make the book more complete. Appendix is what's added to the book after it's been printed once to fill out a blind spot and make it more complete. And he put that back on page 569. So if we're going to have a spiritual experience, it's good to know what is a spiritual experience. So let's go back to 569 and see what is he talking about when he talks about a spiritual experience.
I'm glad he put that appendix back there.
Yeah.
Because my conception of a spiritual experience when I came to AA was certainly not what the big book talks about. Because you see, I was raised in a good old Southern Baptist church. In a good old Southern Baptist church, we have what we call Revival Week. And the purpose of Revival Week is your minister's not doing quite enough good job. And rather than go to church just on Sunday night and Sunday morning, Sunday night, and Wednesday night, during Revival Week, you have services every night of the week. And you bring in the best preacher you can find. And the purpose of it is to save as many souls as you possibly can. And I remember doing this one particular revival week. We had a minister that was doing a great job. In fact, he was so good that you could actually feel the heat and you could smell the smoke halfway through the sermon. And then after the sermon's over, we have what they call altar call. And those that wish to be saved, they go down to the kneeling bench in front, and hopefully they're going to be saved. And this particular night, my Aunt Molly, tall, slender, beautiful lady, she decided she wanted to be saved. She went to the kneeling bench. She's kneeling there praying. Preacher standing there, hand on her head, he's praying. Everybody else in the church is praying. And all of a sudden Aunt Molly jumped up. And she began to run back and forth through that church, jumping over the pews, skirt tail never touching the back of a pew. She began to speak in a language that I'd never heard before. Scared the living hell out of me. I'm about 8 or 9 years old. And I turned to my dad and I said, Dad, what's wrong with Aunt Molly? He said, son, she's having a spiritual experience. Now, when I read on page 25 that I had to have one of them damn things, I said, there ain't no way that's going to happen to me. Thank God they recognized how I was going to feel and put the appendix in the back of the book to explain what they mean by spiritual experience. If we're going to have one of them, let's go back there and see what it really is.
The terms, plural, spiritual experience and spiritual awakening are used many times in this book. So we're looking at 2 terms, spiritual experience and spiritual awakening, which upon careful reading, and I don't know a lot of drunks that do careful reading, show that the personality change sufficient to bring about recovery from alcoholism has manifested us in many different forms. I think he's saying here that you could have a spiritual experience or a spiritual awakening, and they occur in many different forms. Bill said later on in 12 and 12 is there just as many spiritual experience and spiritual awakening as there are people in AA. In other words, they are all on an individual basis, and one is not like God works with us in a personal way. Yet it is true that our printing gave many readers that these personality changes our religious experience must be in the nature of a sudden and spectacular upheaval, helpful for everyone. This conclusion is erroneous. You know, in the front of the big book, Bill had a sudden spiritual awakening. Most of the recoveries were sudden spiritual awakenings. Experiences. And it kind of left the reader with the idea this is the way he had to have his. But he said this is not true. We want to clear that up. And in the first few chapters, a number of Southern revolutionary changes are described. He said, though it was not our intention to create such impressions, many alcoholics are nevertheless included in order to recover. They must acquire immediate, overwhelming God consciousness, followed at once by a vast change in feeling and outlook. And before I read the book, I just, I seen an asterisk there. I just go right back and kept on reading. I don't read that stuff in the back of the book no more than I read that stuff in the front of the book. I stick to the main stuff. I was waiting around for this. I was waiting around for this big flash to come down and hit me. Said among our rapid growing membership, thousands of alcoholics, such transformation, though frequent, are by no means the rule. They'll still occur, but that's by no means the rule. He says most of our experiences, our recoveries, are what a psychologist, William James, calls the education variety. Most of us don't have this sudden spiritual awakening. Most of us have the educational variety of change. Now, in this type, because they develop slowly over a period of time. One is fast and the other is slow. Quite friends of the newcomer aware of the difference long before he himself. Other people can see us changing very gradually. Our sponsor might say, "You're doing all right. We don't see any difference." He finally realizes, but finally he becomes aware that he's undergone a profound alteration in his reaction to life, that such a change can hardly have been brought by himself alone. What often takes place in a few months, it takes a few months to do this type, could seldom have been accomplished by years of self-discipline. With few exceptions, our members find that they have tapped an unsuspected inner resource which they presently identify as their own conception of a power greater than themselves. And some of us do this very gradually. We become aware that we have changed, and we realize that we have tapped an inner resource of strength. And when we realize that we have tapped that inner resource of strength, that becomes God as we understand it. So when we take the steps, we're guaranteed the first step, 12th step, used to say, and when Bill changed this, he changed the step. Only step that was ever changed after the big book was first published. One change was made, and the 12th step was changed. The 12th step in the big red book said, having had a spiritual experience as a result of this course of action, as a course of the steps. He realized that most people will not have a spiritual experience. The majority of us will have spiritual awakenings. So he changed the 12th step to say, having had a spiritual awakening as a result of these steps. But we're guaranteed if we take the step to have a spiritual experience which is sudden, or more likely we will have a spiritual awakening which will take place slowly over a period of months. And either one of them produce the same thing anyway. One is no better than the other. Both of them produce a personality change sufficient to recover from alcoholism.
On page 570, it says most of us think this awareness of a power greater than ourselves is the essence of spiritual experience.
Same day, yeah.
Our more religious members call it God consciousness. Most emphatically wish to say that any alcoholic capable of honestly facing his problems in the light of our experience can recover, provided he does not close his mind to all spiritual concepts. He can only be defeated by an attitude of intolerance or belligerent denial. We find that no one need have difficulty with the spirituality of the program. Willingness, honesty, and open-mindedness are the essentials of recovery, but these are indispensable. There is a principle which is a bar against all information, which is proof against all arguments, which cannot fail to keep a man in everlasting ignorance, and that principle is contempt prior to investigation. You know, when I came to AA, I knew so much about God that was wrong that my mind was absolutely closed against the idea that there might be a kind and a loving God. Thank God for this appendix in the back of the book that let me understand that the spiritual experience is not what I thought it was. It is simply a change in my personality. My personality is made up by the way I think, by the way I feel, by my ideas, my attitude toward life, people, places, and things in general. When I came here, I was restless, irritable, and discontented. When I came here, I was filled with shame, fear, guilt, and remorse. When I came here, I was a very selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, frightened, and inconsiderate human being. No wonder I had problems everywhere I went. Thank God, because of the steps, my attitude and outlook upon life has changed. Old ideas have been cast aside, replaced with a new set of ideas, and that's all a spiritual experience or a spiritual awakening is. Dr. Silkworth referred to it as a psychic change. I love the term personality change, sufficient to recover from alcoholism. Now it seems as though the key word in this whole thing is the word change. You know, let's look on page 569. Let's see how many times he said change and how many different ways he had of saying it.
Yeah.
First paragraph, he called it a personality change sufficient to bring about recovery. Second paragraph, he again mentioned personality changes. But then he said in a nature of sudden and spectacular upheavals. An upheaval is to change something entirely. Third paragraph, first sentence, he called it a sudden revolutionary changes. To revolutionize something is to change it entirely. Third paragraph, last sentence, he called it immediate and overwhelming. God consciousness, to overwhelm something is to change it. Third paragraph, last sentence, he called it a vast change in feeling and outlook. Fourth paragraph, first sentence, he said such transformations, to transform is to change. About the middle of the fourth paragraph, he called it a profound alteration. To alter is to change. So the key here is the word change. Bill, like most authors, repeated himself quite often, but when he did, he found another word that meant the same thing. So the key in this whole thing is to change from what we were to something entirely different. Now, you would think that this idea of the spiritual experience, the spiritual awakening, would have come to us from people of religion. You know, it's always amazing when we look and see where this really did come from. Let's go back to page 25 for just a moment. Last paragraph. If you're as seriously alcoholic as we were, we believe there is no middle-of-the-road solution. We're in a position where life was becoming impossible, and if we'd passed into the region from which there is no return through human aid, we had but two alternatives. One was to go on to the bitter end, blotting out the consciousness of our intolerable situation as best we could.
Step 1.
And the other, to accept spiritual help.
Step 2.
This we did because we honestly wanted to and were willing to make the effort.
Right.
Step 1 came to us from Dr. Silkworth. We saw that. Let's see where step 2 came from. A certain American businessman had ability, good sense, and high character. This is a fellow named Roland Hazard. He happened to be the one of the two that interceded between Ebby and the judge. For years he had floundered from one sanitarium to another. He had consulted the best-known American psychiatrist. Then he had gone to Europe, placing himself in the care of a celebrated physician, the psychiatrist Dr. Jung, who prescribed for him. Though experience had made him skeptical, he finished his treatment with unusual confidence. He didn't go there for a 28-day treatment program. He was there for a year with Dr. Jung. His mental and physical condition were unusually good. Above all, he believed he had acquired such a profound knowledge of the inner workings of his mind and its hidden springs that relapse was unthinkable. Nevertheless, he was drunk in a short time. More baffling still, he could give himself no satisfactory explanation for his fall. So he returned to this doctor whom he admired and asked him point blank why he could not recover. He wished above all things to regain self-control. He seemed quite rational and well-balanced with respect to other problems, yet he had no control whatever over alcohol. Why was this? He begged the doctor to tell him the whole truth, and he got it. In the doctor's judgment, he was utterly hopeless. He could never regain his position in society. He would have to place himself under lock and key or hire a bodyguard if he expected to live long. That was a great physician's opinion. But this man still lives and is a free man. He does not need a bodyguard, nor is he confined. He can go anywhere on this earth where there other free men may go without disaster, provided he remains willing to maintain a certain simple attitude. Some of our alcoholic readers may think they can do without spiritual help. Let us tell you the rest of the conversation our friend had with his doctor. The doctor said, "You have the mind of a chronic alcoholic. I have never seen one single case recover where that state of mind existed to the extent that it does in you." Our friend felt as though the gates of hell had closed on him with a clang. He said to the doctor, "Is there no exception?" "Yes," replied the doctor, "there is. Exceptions to cases such as yours have been occurring since early times. Here and there, once in a while, alcoholics have had what are called vital spiritual experiences. To me, these occurrences are phenomena. They appear to be in the nature of huge emotional displacements and rearrangements.
Change.
Ideas, emotions, and attitudes which were once the guiding forces of the lives of these men are suddenly cast to one side.
Change.
And a completely new set of conceptions and motives begin to dominate them.
Change.
In fact, I've been trying to produce some such emotional rearrangement within you.
Change.
With many individuals, the methods which are employed are successful, and I've never been successful with an alcoholic of your description. Asterisk, bottom of the page, for amplification. See Appendix 2. I want to be sure we understand this thing. You know, what blows my mind here is the humility of this doctor. You know, he could have said to Roland, I believe you're suffering from a Valium deficiency. Let me write you a prescription, and you keep coming back, and we'll do this for another year. Thank God this little doctor had enough humility to be able to say to Roland, I can't help you anymore. With all my skills and all my knowledge of the mind, I've done all I can do for you. You're probably going to die from alcoholism. And Roland said, is there no exception to that? And this doctor had enough humility to go outside of his field and say, oh yeah. Once in a great while, I've seen people like you have spiritual experiences during which old ideas were cast aside and replaced with a new set of ideas. He said, to me it's phenomena. I do not understand it, but I have seen it happen. Now, we don't know whether he told Roland to go to the Oxford groups or not. We know that Roland came back to the States. Dr. Jung was in Switzerland. Roland came back to the States, got involved in the Oxford groups, had a vital spiritual experience. He took the message to Ebby. Ebby brought the message to Bill. Bill brought it to us in the big book Alcoholics Anonymous. You know, what really amazes me today is I look at this whole thing. We people in AA who are so proud of our 12 steps, and rightly we should be, I think we need to stop once in a while and see where they really came from. Step 1 came to us from a non-alcoholic neurologist MD in New York City named Dr. Silkworth. Step 2 came to us from a non-alcoholic psychiatrist on the other side of the world named Dr. Jung. The last 10 steps came to us from a group of people who were essentially non-alcoholic, practicing first century Christianity to the best of their ability. You think God might have had something to do with it? You know, I have another friend named Joe says, is that odd or is that God? Joe?
All three of these things were made it in the mind of Bill Wilson. And uniquely, he was able to put them into language for alcoholics.
Dr. Silkworth knew the problem.
Yeah.
But he didn't know the solution.
That's right. One point.
Dr. Jung knew the solution, but he didn't know the problem. The Oxford groupers had the program of action. They didn't know the problem or the solution, either one. Is that odd, or is that God? Thank you all for being here tonight. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Okay, we finished up with our session last night at the end of chapter 2, where we were talking about the power necessary to overcome our powerless condition. And today we want to start by looking at just a little picture for just a few moments, kind of illustrating where we were when we left off yesterday. We'll put it on the screen, Joe.
And we finished, we determined the problem was that we were powerless through the allergy and obsession, the first step. And then our book comes to the solution. Obviously, the solution is power. And on this illustration, it shows that power. Over on the left-hand side, we have the AA group. And in the AA group, the older member supports the new member. The new member can get hope and strength from the old member, and the old member gets strength through helping the new member. And while in the group, we can not help but come to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. And if we believe and become willing, and believe and make a decision and take the action by using the program, the AA program, which is on the right-hand side, as a result of that, we will have tap an inner resource of power. We will have a spiritual experience. So this is illustrating the two powers. And once we've had that spiritual experience, then you become an older member. Then you can go back on the other side and help the new member. So we can see this illustrates the solution, the two parts of the solution, the fellowship and the spiritual experience.
You know, if you'll notice on this picture that we have up here, as the newcomer is supported by the older members through the sharing of their experience, strength, and hope with each other, not only does the newcomer get power from that, but the older members do too. It's a two-way street. Or as we help the new member, then we ourselves draw strength from that. And it would be almost impossible today to be in AA very long and not begin to believe there's some kind of power working within this fellowship. When you hear literally hundreds of people saying it's only by the grace of God, or because of a power greater than I am, or because of God as I understand Him, I haven't found it necessary to take a drink for X number of days, weeks, months, years, or whatever. You can hardly hear that over and over and over and over and not begin to believe there's got to be some kind of power working within this fellowship. When that happens to the newcomer, then that opens the mind for further investigation as they begin to believe. And upon investigation, they find that simple kit of spiritual tools, the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous. And as they work the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous, of course, it revolutionizes our whole entire attitude toward life, toward our fellows, and toward God's universe. In other words, we have a personality change sufficient to recover from alcoholism. Now, when that happens to the newcomer, they then become an older member of Alcoholics Anonymous, and they can go back to the left-hand side of the sheet and help support the next newcomer that comes in. And if you'll notice, we're measuring older member of Alcoholics Anonymous based not on how long have you been sober, but the quality of that sobriety. You know, back in the beginning, there was never any question about this. Every newcomer was expected to work the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous. They were expected to have a vital spiritual experience. Then they were expected to help the next newcomer work the steps so they could have a vital spiritual experience too. But then as they begin to lay the big book down to the side and they begin to stay sober on fellowship only, then in self-defense they begin to change from a life-changing program. They begin to change to a non-drinking program. Then in self-defense they begin to measure success by how long have you been sober, rather than by the quality of that sobriety. And today you see all kinds of people in AA. You know, you see some people that's only been sober maybe 3, 4, 5, or 6 months. They got a good sponsor. They got right into the program. They've worked the steps. They've had a spiritual experience. And you just love to be around them. They're always laughing and cutting up and having fun, helping other people, doing everything they can for AA. Then you see some people that's been sober 7, 8, 9, 10 years. They treated it kind of like a cafeteria. They took what they wanted and they left what they wanted. They're in better shape than they used to be, but you never know what kind of shape they're going to be in when you run into them. One day they're up and one day they're down. They're kind of like a yo-yo going back and forth. Then you run into the fellow that's been sober maybe 18, 19, 20 years, never worked a step, damn proud of it. And they're the ones that say, if you want what we've got and you're willing to go to any damn lengths, you know, some of those guys, they feel so bad you'd like to buy them a drink. You know, they would feel better. So we're measuring older membership not by how long we've been sober, but by the quality of that sobriety. The book will make it clear a little later on, you can't give it away if you don't have it. You can't help somebody else have a spiritual experience if you haven't had it yourself. So here we see those two powers, and those two powers added together should be enough to overcome our powerlessness over alcohol. Joe?
Okay, so in those two chapters we have actually determined the problem and the solution. The solution is power. Now, step 2 also says specifically what we want that power to do. to restore us to sanity. And this brings us to more about alcoholism. We want to learn a little more about alcoholism. And I think this chapter fits right in its place because it explains the insanity of our illness. When we talk about the insanity of alcoholism, it's very quick. Usually people jump right on the fact that it has to deal with our insanity, has to deal with all the crazy things we do while drinking. That's insanity. But that's not the point here of insanity. The insanity we want to look at it is the state of our mind that we have just before we drink. With no alcohol in our system, we believe we can drink, and that's insanity. And this is the insanity we want to be restored from, and specifically laid out by a series of stories in this beautiful chapter more about alcoholism.
I can almost see Bill as he's writing the book and probably sits down and kind of reviews what he's done up to this point. He's probably able to say to himself, in the doctor's opinion and my story, Bill's story, I could show them what the problem is. In chapter 2, I could show them the solution to the problem. And he probably says to himself, they're not going to like that solution, though, any better than I did. Remember, Bill had a great aversion to anything that smacked of religion. He certainly didn't want to talk to Abby about God, and Bill had a hard time with this thing. And I think he says to himself, what I need to do is tell them just exactly what's going to happen to them if they don't find that solution. And he sits down and he writes this next chapter more about alcoholism. And the chapter more about alcoholism, he talks about one thing and one thing only. Step 2 says we came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. Well, if we need to be restored to sanity, then that indicates then we must be insane. And many alcoholics are highly offended when you talk about that. They say, oh no, don't tell me I'm insane. Oh yeah, I do some crazy, stupid things while drinking. But when sober, I'm much like other people. Other alcoholics say, well, we don't have any trouble with that insanity because we remember those crazy, stupid things we did while drinking. In either case, they are referring to the things that we do while drinking as insanity. No, that's not insanity. The crazy, stupid things we do while drinking, that's caused by a mind filled with alcohol. Alcohol lowers the inhibitions. And if your mind is filled with something that lowers the inhibitions, look out. You're going to do some pretty crazy, stupid things, all right. But that's not insanity. That's caused by alcohol itself. In order for us to really understand this, once again, we had to go back to the dictionary. And we looked up the word sane or the word sanity. And we find that it is defined as wholeness of mind or completeness of mind. A mind that is whole, a mind that is complete, can see the truth about everything around it. He usually makes decisions based on truth, and life turns out to be pretty good. An insane mind is simply one that is less than whole. And a mind that is less than whole cannot always see the truth about everything around it. And if it can't see the truth, sometimes it makes decisions based upon a lie, and life usually gets pretty well fouled up. To be insane does not mean you're crazy. A lot of people get the two confused. If you're crazy, that means you've lost more than half your marbles. And you got to be locked up somewhere to protect you and society from you. To be insane does not mean you've lost more than half your marbles. It simply means you're less than whole. I think one of the greatest ways I know to illustrate it, and Joe told it to me years ago, and I love it, is let's take a pie and set it here in front of us. And let's cut that pie into 10 pieces. And you come along and I give you a piece of that pie. My pie is now less than whole, but I've still got 90% of it. Somebody else comes along and I give them a piece of pie. My pie is now more or less than whole, but I've still got 80% of it. Insanity does not mean you're all gone. It just means you're not quite all here. And when it comes to alcohol, from time to time, it seems as though we're not quite all here. Now, Bill, through this whole chapter, through a series of examples, allows us to look into our mind when we are stone cold sober just before we take the first drink. Can we or can we not see the truth about alcohol? If we can see the truth, then we're sane. If we can't, we're insane. And he's going to do it through a series of examples. The man of 30, Jim, the jaywalker, and Fred. And in each case, we're going to be looking to see, can we or can we not see the truth about alcohol?
Okay, and more about alcoholism. Most of us have been unwilling to admit we were real alcoholics. No person likes to think he is bodily or mentally different from his fellows. Therefore, it's not surprising that our drinking careers have been characterized by countless vain attempts to prove we could drink like other people. The idea that somehow, someday, he will control and enjoy his drinking is a great obsession of every abnormal drinker. The persistence of this illusion is astonishing. Many pursue it into the gates of insanity or death. We learned we had to fully concede to our innermost selves that we were alcoholics. This is the first step in recovery. The delusion that we are like other people presently has to be smashed. And we can see Bill here, as he always does throughout the book, using a lot of different words, repeating himself, using different words, and it sounds like he's talking about 2 or 3 different things. He uses the first time, he says obsession, which is an idea that overcomes all other ideas. Obsession can make you believe a lie, believe something that's not true. The persistence of this illusion is astonishing. Now, illusion is to see something that is not there. And so that's the same thing as obsession. And then he says, many pursue it to the gates of insanity. Insanity is to believe something that is not true. And then further on down, he said, the delusion that we're like other people. We can delude our thinking and believe something that's not true. So every state of it is simply believing something that is not true. That's the only way that we can take a drink. Like today is the only way I cannot take a drink on the truth this morning. And I happen to see it right now. And the truth is, the last time I took a drink, I got into a whole lot of trouble. And ended up locked up in the nut house and a lot of other stuff. My wife left me, lost my job. Now, I couldn't go over here to the bar this morning on the truth and take a drink. I couldn't walk in there and say, the last time I drank some of that stuff, I ended up in the nut house, my wife left me, I lost my job. And I've been doing good for 30-some years now, but I got some money this morning. I want to buy some more of that to do the same thing. That would be the truth. I cannot do that. I'd have to believe, well, this time it's going to be different. This time it won't hurt me. I'd have to believe something that's not true. And when you make a decision based on a lie, it's a principle that never changes. If you make a decision based on a lie, you will always run into the truth. Okay? You will always run into the truth.
The truth will cut your head off every time.
That's right. If you believe a lie, the truth will set you free. And you're free from the situations that exist with the lie.
Okay, let's look at the obsession, the illusion, the delusion, or the insanity that we alcoholics have just before we take the first drink. Let's go to page 32, second paragraph. A man of 30 was doing a great deal of spree drinking. He was very nervous in the morning after these bouts and quieted himself with more liquor. He was ambitious to succeed in business, but saw that he would get nowhere if he drank at all. Once he started, he had no control whatever. He made up his mind until he had been successful in business and had retired, he would not touch another drop. An exceptional man, he remained bone dry for 25 years, and retired at the age of 55 after a successful and happy business career. Then he fell victim to a belief which practically every alcoholic has, that his long period of sobriety and self-discipline qualified him to drink as other men. Out came his carpet slippers and a bottle. In 2 months he was in a hospital, puzzled and humiliated. He tried to regulate his drinking for a while, making several trips to the hospital meantime. In other words, he tried to control his drinking while drinking for a while. Then, gathering all his forces, he attempted to stop altogether. He gathered up his willpower and he swore off, and found that he could not. Every means of solving his problem which money could buy was at his disposal. Every attempt failed. Though a robust man at retirement, he went to pieces quickly and was dead within 4 years. Now, this case contains a powerful lesson. Most of us have believed that if we remain sober for a long stretch, we could thereafter drink normally. But here's a man who at 55 years found he was just where he had left off at 30. We have seen the truth demonstrated again and again. Once an alcoholic, always an alcoholic. Commencing a drink after a period of sobriety, we're in a short time as bad as ever. If we're planning to stop drinking, there must be no reservation of any kind, nor any lurking notion that someday we will be immune to alcohol. Now, we know the truth to be this: once an alcoholic, always an alcoholic. We've never seen one single case where any of us was ever able to go back to successful drinking again. That is the truth. Now, to believe anything other than that is to believe a lie, or to believe something that is untrue. Now, is this guy's real problem the fact that he has a physical allergy to alcohol, or that he has a form of insanity that tells him it's okay to drink alcohol after 25 years of sobriety? The real problem centers in the mind, telling us we can drink, rather than in the body that ensures that we can't drink. This guy became insane. He fell for the illusion. He had the obsession. He deluded himself that it's okay to drink after 25 years of sobriety. The end result is he was dead within a 4-year period of time. So the real problem centers in the mind. Let's go over to page 34, second paragraph.
For those who are unable to drink moderately, the question is how to stop altogether. Well, assuming, of course, the reader desires to stop. Whether such a person can quit upon a non-spiritual basis depends upon the extent in which he has already lost the power of choice, whether he will drink or not. Many of us felt we had plenty of character. There was a tremendous urge to cease forever, yet we found it impossible. This is the baffling feature of alcoholism as we know it, the utter inability to leave it alone, no matter how great the necessities or the wish. How shall we help our readers determine to their own satisfaction whether one of us experimental quitting for a period of time will be quite helpful, but we think we can render an even greater service to the alcoholic sufferer and perhaps to the medical fraternity. So we shall describe some of the mental states that precede the relapse into drinking, for obviously this is the crux of the problem. What sort of thinking dominates the alcoholic who repeats time after time the definite experience of the first drink? Friends who had reasoned with him after a spree which had brought him to the point of divorce and bankruptcy are mystified when he walks directly into the saloon. What is he thinking? Now, here's another example, and this is Jim. This is my favorite guy. I love this guy.
Joe just loves old Jim. He gets screwed up with him most of the time, but let's see what he can do with him this time.
He and I think a whole lot alike. Our first example is a friend we shall call Jim. This man has a charming wife and family. He inherited a lucrative automobile agency. He has a commendable war record. He's a good salesman. Everybody likes him.
Typical alcoholic.
Everybody likes him.
Everybody likes old Jim.
He is an intelligent man, normal so far as we can see, except for a nervous disposition. He didn't know drinking until he was 35. In a few years, he became so violently intoxicated he had to be committed. On leaving the treatment center, he came into contact with us. Well, they got different names for them places now. They don't call them asylum. They call them treatment center. Now we told him what we knew about alcoholism.
They told him about step 1.
And the answer we had found.
They told him about step 2.
He made a beginning.
Later on, we're going to see where step 3 is but a beginning. So apparently Jim took steps 1, 2, and 3, and immediately things started getting better for him.
We see people today come in still yet taking 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. It's like a dance. 1, 2, 3 out the door. They're like baseball. 1, 2, 3 and you're out. And let's see what happened. If Samuel was reassembled, he began to work as a salesman for the business he had lost through drinking. All went well for a time, but he failed to enlarge on his spiritual life.
And later on, we're going to see the only way you enlarge on step 3 is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. And Jim didn't do any of those. Just 1, 2, and 3.
1, 2, 3. To his consternation, he found himself drunk a half a dozen times in rapid succession. 6
times in a row he gets drunk.
6 times, you know. On each occasion, we worked with him. These were good AA members in those days. I doubt if they fool with you 6 times anymore. But they helped Jim 6 times. He agreed he was a real alcoholic in serious condition. He knew he faced another trip to the treatment center if he kept on. Moreover, he lose his family for whom he had deep affections. He got drunk again. Now, this is 7 times. 7 times. These were good AA members, but they was getting tired of Jim. They said, Jim, this is 7 times. How are you getting drunk? Let's don't go through this again. How are you getting it? We asked him to tell us exactly how it happened. Now, this is his story. He said, I came to work on Tuesday morning. It was long years before we saw that in the book. Where was Jim Monday?
Bad about Monday.
Bad about Monday. Bad about Monday.
Old Bill had a sly sense of humor, and every once in a while he stuck it in here. Now we're going to look in Jim's mind, and we're going to see where he went from sane to insane thinking, or from maybe normal to abnormal thinking. He said, I came to work on Tuesday morning. I remember I felt irritated I had to be a salesman for a concern that I once owned. You know, I don't think that's insanity. I think that's normal. I think any of us that had to be a salesman for concern we once owned, we'd probably be a little bit irritated by that too. That's probably normal thinking. He said, I had a few words with the boss, but nothing serious. The boss probably said, say, Jim, by the way, where were you all day yesterday anyhow? He said, then I decided to drive into the country and see one of my prospects for a car. Now, that's probably normal thinking also. This guy's a car salesman. He's had a few words with the boss. He's a little bit irritated. He wants to get away from the shop for a while. So he drives out in the country to see somebody he already knows to try to sell a car to him. Normal, sane thinking for an alcoholic car salesman. On the way I felt hungry, so I stopped at a roadside place where they have a bar. I had no intention of drinking. You know, what's more normal than if you're hungry to stop in a place to get something to eat? The fact they got a bar there is absolutely beside the point.
Yeah.
We have no intention of drinking. Normal, sane thinking for an alcoholic car salesman. I just thought I would get a sandwich. I also had the notion I might find a customer for a car at this place which was familiar, for I'd been going to it for years. I'd eaten there many times during the months I was sober. We're not going in there to drink. We're going in there to get a sandwich because we're hungry, and we might sell a car while we're in there. Normal, sane thinking for an alcoholic car salesman. I sat down at a table and ordered a sandwich and a glass of milk. What's more normal than if you're hungry to sit down at a table and order a sandwich and a glass of milk? Still no thought of drinking. I ordered another sandwich and decided to have another glass of milk. Now, there's nothing wrong with 2 sandwiches if you're hungry enough. Unless you're a member of Overeaters Anonymous, you ought to look at it closely. But 2 sandwiches and 2 glasses of milk, that's normal, sane thinking for an alcoholic car salesman. Now comes the squiggly writing. Suddenly, the thought crossed my mind that if I would put an ounce of whiskey in my milk, it couldn't hurt me on a full stomach. Now that is absolute insanity for this guy to believe that.
That's right.
Now, based on the insane idea, he makes a decision and takes some action. I ordered a whiskey and poured it into the milk. I vaguely sensed I was not being any too smart, but felt reassured as I was taking the whiskey on a full stomach. Now we've got it inside ourselves. The allergy takes over, the phenomenon of craving develops, and now then we can't stop. The experiment went so well that I ordered another whiskey and poured it into more milk. Well, that didn't seem to bother me, so I tried another. Thus started one more journey to the asylum for Jim. Here was a thread of commitment, the loss of family and position, to say nothing of that intense mental and physical suffering which drinking always caused him. He had much knowledge about himself as an alcoholic, yet all reasons for not drinking were easily pushed aside in favor of the foolish idea that he could take whiskey if only he mixed it with milk. Whatever the precise definition of the word may be, we call this plain insanity. How can such a lack of proportion of the ability to think straight be called anything else? Now, is Jim's real problem the fact that he has a physical allergy to alcohol? Or that he has a form of insanity that tells him it's okay to drink alcohol mixed with milk on a full stomach? The real problem, the alcoholics, enters in our mind, telling us we can drink rather than in the body that ensures that we can't.
Okay. We may think of this as an extreme case. To us it is not far-fetched. But this kind of thing has been characterized by every single one of us. We have sometimes reflected more than Jim did upon the consequences. There has always been the curious mental phenomena that parallel our sound reasoning. There inevitably ran some insanely trivial excuse for taking the first drink. Our sound reason failed to hold us in check. The insane idea won out. Next day we would ask ourselves in all sincerity how it had happened. Now the next illustration is the jaywalker. Charlie does a good job with jaywalk. I'm going to let him do the jaywalk. That's his number one, man. He likes the jaywalker.
Bottom of page 37. Our behavior is absurd and incomprehensible with respect to the first drink, as that of an individual with a passion, say, for jaywalking. He gets a thrill out of skipping in front of fast-moving vehicles. Now, I don't understand this guy at all, but I can see him out here on the interstate somewhere, waiting for a big bus or a truck to come down through there, jumps out in front of it, spins around 2 or 3 times, sees how close it can come to hitting him without actually hitting him. For some reason, he gets a thrill out of it. I don't understand him, but I can see him doing it. He enjoys himself for a few years in spite of friendly warnings. People are saying, "Hey, Jack, you better quit that. You're going to get hurt if you don't." He doesn't pay any attention to them. Up to this point, you would label him as a foolish chap having queer ideas of fun. Luck then deserts him, and he's slightly injured several times in succession. He's getting a little older now. He can't move as fast. They begin to hit him once in a while. Nothing serious. He just kind of bounces off of them. Now, you would expect him, if he were normal, to cut it out. But presently he's hit again. This time has a fractured skull. Now, he got hurt pretty bad this time. Within a week after leaving the hospital, a fast-moving trolley car breaks his arm. He gets hurt bad again. Now he sings their national anthem. He tells you he's decided to stop jaywalking for good. He said, "Man, I'm through with it." He said, "I'm tired of these fractured skulls, broken arms, and etc." But in a few weeks, he breaks both legs. On through the years, this conduct continues, accompanied by his continual promises to be careful or to keep off the streets altogether. Finally, he can no longer work. He's just so beat up now he can't hold a job. His wife gets a divorce. She's tired of supporting him and the kids and the hospital bills and everything else, and he's held up to ridicule. He tries every known means to get the jaywalking idea out of his head. Not his body, his head. He shuts himself up in a treatment center hoping to mend his ways. They got him for everything else. We might as well have one for jaywalking too. But the day he comes out, he races in front of a fire engine which breaks his back. Such a man would be crazy, wouldn't he? Now you may think our illustration is too ridiculous, but is it? We who have been through the ringer have to admit if we substituted alcoholism for jaywalking, the illustration would fit us exactly. However intelligent we may have been in other respects, where alcohol has been involved, we've been strangely insane. It's strong language, but isn't it true? You know, I think that is so appropriate today. Once again, because of education, many people are getting to AA today before they have to lose everything. You know, occasionally you see somebody come into AA today that's still got a job. Once in a while they'll come in and they're still married. Believe it or not, I saw a guy come in a couple of months ago and he still owned an automobile. And we start talking to them about insanity and they say, man, don't tell me I'm crazy. I haven't lost anything through my drinking. I've still got my home, my job, my family, my car. No, we're not talking about those things at all. We're talking about one thing and one thing only. Can we or can we not see the truth about alcohol? If we can, we're sane. If we can't, we're insane. Now, it seems as though people like Jim, who had lost everything, it seems as though sometimes it's easier for them to see the truth. We call Jim a low-bottom drunk. Now, the one that comes in that's never lost anything, though, sometimes it's a little bit harder for them to see the truth. We call them a high-bottom drunk. We're getting ready to look at an example of a guy named Fred. Now, Fred was different than Jim. Fred never lost anything at all through his drinking. The day Jim got drunk, he didn't feel too good. The day Fred gets drunk, he's on top of the world. He's floating along. He's really feeling great. It seems as though we alcoholics, when we feel bad, we drink to feel better. But when we feel good, we drink to feel better yet. And we both are going to end up getting drunk the same way. Whether we're high bottom or low bottom, whether we feel good or feel bad, we're going to get drunk by believing a lie. He says, some of you are thinking, yes, what you tell us is true, but it doesn't fully apply. We admit we have some of these symptoms, or we've not gone to the extremes you fellas did, nor are we likely to, for we understand ourselves so well after what you've told us that such things cannot happen again. We've not lost everything in life through drinking. We certainly do not intend to. Thanks for the information. Now, that may be true of certain non-alcoholic people who, though drinking foolishly and heavily at the present time, are able to stop or moderate because their brains and bodies have not been damaged as ours were. We talked about the heavy drinker last night. But the actual or potential alcoholic, with hardly an exception, will be absolutely unable to stop drinking on the basis of self-knowledge. This is a point we wish to emphasize and re-emphasize. To smash home upon our alcoholic readers that has been revealed to us out of bitter experience, let us take another illustration. Now we're going to look at old Fred. Fred is on top of the world. Fred's a successful businessman. Fred feels great. Yet he ended up getting drunk, just like Jim did, by believing something that is not true. Let's look at Fred.
Fred's a partner in a well-known accounting firm. His income is good. He has a fine home, a happily married, and father of promising children of college age. He's so attractive a personality that he makes friends with everyone. Wherever there's a successful businessman, it is Fred. Now, Fred's a success. To all appearance, he is a stable, well-balanced individual, yet he is alcoholic. We first saw Fred about a year ago in a hospital where he had gone to recover from a bad case of jitters. It was his first experience of this kind. He was much ashamed of it. Far from admitting he was alcoholic, he told himself he came to the hospital to rest his nerves.
We see lots of nerve resters today in AA, just like old Fred is.
He was real nervous. Far from admitting he was an alcoholic, he told himself, okay, the doctor emulated stronger that it might be worse than he realized. For a few days he was depressed about his condition. He made up his mind to quit drinking altogether. It never occurred to him perhaps he could not do so in spite of his character and standing. Fred would not believe himself an alcoholic.
He would not take step one.
See, Fred took some steps. Jim took some steps. Fred not going to take any. Much less accept a spiritual remedy for his problem.
You can't take one, you can't take step two.
We told him what we knew about alcoholism.
They told him about steps 1 and 2.
He was interested and conceded he had some of the symptoms. Yeah, well, he said, I'm a little bit alcoholic. But he was a long way from admitting he could do nothing about it himself. He was positive that his humiliating experience plus the knowledge he had acquired would keep him sober for the rest of his life. Self-knowledge would fix it. And we heard no more from Fred for a while, and one day we were told he was back in the hospital. This time he was quite shaky. He soon indicated he was anxious to see us. The story he told is most instructive. For here was a chap that was absolutely convinced he had to stop drinking, who had no excuse for drinking, who exhibited splendid judgment and determination in all other concerns, yet was flat on his back nevertheless. Let him tell you about it. He said, I was much impressed with what you fellows said about alcoholism, and I frankly did not believe it was possible for me to drink again. I rather appreciated your ideas about the subtle insanity which precedes the first drink, but I was convinced it could not happen to me after what I had learned. I reasoned I was not so far advanced as most of you fellows, and I had been usually successful in licking other personal problems, and that I would therefore be successful where you men failed. In other words, I wasn't near as bad as y'all were. I felt I had every right to be self-confident. It's only a matter of exercising my willpower and keeping on guard. Boy, that's work. He said, in this frame of mind, I went about my business for a time, and all was well. I had no trouble refusing drinks and began to wonder if I had been making too hard a work out of a simple matter.
Now, Fred might have started getting drunk right here when he began to say to himself, this staying sober, there's nothing to this deal at all. It really isn't very hard to do. This is where he might have first started to think about taking a drink.
Okay, now this is how he got drunk. Remember, Jim was down in the dumps. One day I went to Washington to present some accounting evidence to a government bureau. I've been out of town before this particular dry spell, so there was nothing new about that. Physically, I felt fine. Neither did I have any pressing problems or worries. My business came off well. I was pleased and knew my partners would be too. It was the end of a perfect day, not a cloud on the horizon. Boy, this guy is feeling good. I went to my hotel and leisurely dressed for dinner. As I crossed the threshold of the dining room, the thought came to mind, it would be nice to have a couple of cocktails and go back to the hospital. That's what he thought.
Now that's the truth, isn't it? But he couldn't drink on the truth.
What a great day. I believe I'll go back to the hospital.
He couldn't drink on the truth. He had to believe something not true. He said it would be nice to have a couple of cocktails with dinner. That was all. Nothing more. Now, based on this insane idea, he makes a decision and takes some action. I ordered a cocktail in my meal. Then I ordered another cocktail. And we got inside ourselves now. The allergy takes over. We can't stop. After dinner, I decided to take a walk. When I returned to the hotel, it struck me a highball would be fine before going to bed, so I stepped into the bar and had one. I remember having several more that night and plenty next morning. I have a shadowy recollection of being in an airplane bound for New York and of finding a friendly taxicab driver at the landing field instead of my wife. The driver escorted me about for several days. I know little of where I went or what I said and did. Then came the hospital with unbearable mental and physical suffering. As soon as I regained my ability to think, I went carefully over that evening in Washington. Not only had I been off guard, I'd made no fight whatever against the first drink. This time I had not thought of the consequences at all. I commenced to drink as carelessly as though the cocktails were ginger ale. You know, old Jim, he vaguely sensed he wasn't been any too smart. Fred didn't even sense that. Fred just thought a couple of cocktails with dinner would be great. And based on that idea, he took a couple of drinks, triggered the allergy, couldn't stop, and ended up drunk and sick and in all kinds of trouble. Now, it's his real problem. The fact that he has a physical allergy to alcohol, or that he has a form of insanity that tells him it's okay to drink alcohol. The real problem centers in the mind, telling us we can drink, rather than the body that ensures that we can't. Let's go to page 43, last paragraph. Once more. Now, he's told us through the man of 30. He's told us through Jim, the jaywalker. He's told us through Jim. He's told us through Fred that left on our own resources, we're going to become insane and think it's okay to drink. And now he says one more time, the alcoholic at certain times has no effective mental defense against the first drink. Except in a few rare cases, neither he nor any other human being can provide such a defense. His defense must come from a higher power. Now, if you notice, he didn't say the practicing alcoholic. He didn't say the one that's out there drinking today. He just said the alcoholic. And that means to me today that I have no effective mental defense against the first drink. My defense must come from a higher power. He's closed the door on me now. He's let me see just exactly what's going to happen to me if I don't find that power that he talked about back in chapter 2. He's convinced me that because of my insanity, that without that power greater than human power, then sooner or later I'll become insane and I'll end up going back to drinking again. Now, if you're the kind of alcoholic that I am, and if you'd been raised in the church setting that I was raised in, then at the end of chapter 3, you would find yourself faced with one hell of a dilemma. Knowing full well that if I didn't find the power greater than human power, I'm probably going to go back to drinking. I was convinced in my mind that I would be unable to find that power. I was convinced that this God, as I understood Him at that time, if He did anything for me, period, it wouldn't be just something good, it would be something bad. I was being raised in that good old Southern Baptist church. Now, please don't misunderstand me. I've got nothing against the Southern Baptist church. It's a great church, was then, still is today. But as a kid growing up in that good old Southern Baptist church, I'm quite sure that from time to time they talked about a kind and a loving God. But if they did, that message never got to the pew that I sat in. Because all I remember hearing about God as a kid growing up in church was hellfire and brimstone. Going to hell for lying and cheating and stealing and drinking whiskey and committing adultery. By the time I got to AA, I'd been doing that for 20-some-odd years. And I knew that God had already told St. Peter, when that little four-eyed sucker gets up here, send him downstairs. We'll not need his kind. And I thought a spiritual experience would be an absolute impossibility for me to have. You know, I remember so clearly when I separated from God. As a kid growing up in church, they told me what I could do and what I couldn't do. They said, if you do this, this, and this, you're going to be okay. If you do that, that, and that, you're going to hell just sure as anything. And I didn't have a bit of problem with that stuff until I got to be about 12 or 13 years old. And it seemed as though one day the minister looked me straight in the eye and he said, to think about doing it is just as bad as doing it. And I said, oh shit. I've had it now. Because I'd been thinking about doing it for about a year. In fact, I'd been thinking about doing it so much I was starting to get brain damage from it. And I said to myself, if you're going to go to hell for thinking about doing it, then you might as well just go ahead and do it. And I did it. And I didn't go to hell immediately. And I said, that sucker has been lying to me all along. I said, my preacher and my parents and my teachers have joined together in a conspiracy to keep me from having any fun at all. And I said, from this day on, to hell with them. I don't intend to pay any attention to what they have to say in the future. From now on, I'm going to do what I want to do whenever I want to do it, and I'm going to have a good time, and to hell with the rest of them. And I walked away from God, and I walked away from my parents in my mind, and I walked away from my teachers in my mind, and from that day on, I lived the way I wanted to live. Now, when I came to AA, I had the spiritual knowledge and the knowledge of God of a 12 or 13-year-old boy, and I was 38 years old when I walked into AA. No wonder we have problems with this God thing in AA. How many of you had the same thoughts and the same ideas that I had about God when you got to AA? A hell of a bunch of us, didn't we? Thank God Bill Wilson's a real alcoholic. He knew exactly how I was going to feel. And I think he sat down and he said to himself, they're getting ready to make a decision about this God thing. And based on old ideas, it would be impossible for them to make the decision. I think he said to himself, what I need to do is give them some new information about God, about this power greater than human power, so they can discard some of those old ideas. Then, based upon some new ideas, they'll be able to make a decision. Based on old ideas, I could never have made the decision regarding God. And he sits down and he writes a new chapter, and he called it Chapter 4, We Agnostics. And I think it's one of the greatest pieces of spiritual information I've ever read. It did not try to prove to me anywhere in this chapter that there is a God. It didn't try to prove to me there is a kind and a loving God. What it did do was give me some new ideas so I could discard some old ideas, then make a decision, and since then God has proven to me that there is a kind and a loving God. But I never could have done it without Chapter 4. Let's look at it for just a little bit.
Okay, we agnostics. In the preceding chapter, you have learned something of alcoholism. We hope we have made clear the distinction between the alcoholic and the non-alcoholic. If you honestly want to, you find you cannot quit entirely, and that's because of the craving. Or when drinking, you have little control of the amount you take, you're probably alcoholic. You know, it talks about, you know, I love the way he says you're probably alcoholic. He doesn't say we are alcoholic. This is a test to determine if when drinking you honestly want to, you can find you cannot quit entirely. That's the obsession. Or when drinking you have little control of the amount you take, and that's the allergy. So we can determine with that little simple test two questions to determine if we're alcoholic. You know, we in AA, we have improved on those two questions. We got a pamphlet out with 20 questions, and then we got 40 questions. You don't need but two questions to determine if you're an alcoholic.
You know, I'm really glad that Ebby didn't have the 44 questions when he walked into Bill's kitchen. He would have said, Bill, has your reputation been suffering from your drinking? Hell, he hadn't had a reputation in years. Then he would have said, Bill, has your sex life been suffering from your drinking? If he's anything like I was, he hadn't had any of that in a long time either. He would have confused the hell out of old Bill. Now, we just need these two little simple questions. I use them all the time. People come to me today, they say, Charlie, you think I might be an alcoholic? I say, well, I don't have any idea. Let me ask you a couple questions. Have you been able to quit drinking entirely, left on your own resources? If they're a real alcoholic, they got to say no. And I say, do you have any control over the amount you drink after you once start drinking? If they're a real alcoholic, they got to say no. And then I say, well, then you're probably an alcoholic. And it's just that simple. Now, Joe and I had an old friend named Wino Joe. Wino Joe used to live in Tyler, Texas. I've always felt sorry for anybody in AA that never got to meet Wino Joe. He was a real character. Wino Joe made up a list of questions to ask yourself to see if you're a real alcoholic. And the first question on his list was, has the roof of your mouth ever been sunburned? He said, if it has, you're probably an alcoholic. And the one I really liked that he always used was, you ever been arrested for drunk driving from the back seat of your own car? He had a whole series of them, but we just need these two. If that be the case, you may be suffering from an illness which only a spiritual experience will conquer. You know, we are very unique people. We number amongst a few people in the world today who have a twofold illness, an illness of the body as well as an illness of the mind, that can only be overcome by a spiritual experience. We also number amongst a few people in the world today who have a terminal illness, that we can come out of it in better shape than we went into it, if we can have this spiritual experience. Now, to one who feels he's an atheist or an agnostic, such an experience seems impossible. But to continue as he is means disaster, especially if he's an alcoholic of the hopeless variety. To be doomed to an alcoholic death,
Step 1.
or to live on a spiritual basis,
Step 2.
are not always easy alternatives to face.
Tough.
But it isn't so difficult. About half our original fellowship were of exactly that type. At first, some of us tried to avoid the issue, hoping against hope we were not true alcoholics. But after a while, we had to face the fact that we must find a spiritual basis of life or else. Perhaps it's going to be that way with you. But cheer up, something like half of us thought we were atheists or agnostics, and our experience shows that you need not be disconcerted. And I think what Bill's saying to us here is, it really doesn't make any difference what you believe when you come to AA.
Okay.
You're still going to be able to have this spiritual experience. You can be an atheist, you can be an agnostic, or you can be whatever, and still have this spiritual experience. And I found for me that it was necessary to stop at this point and say, Charlie, just what do you believe as far as God's concerned? Just what is your relationship with this God thing? I said, are you an atheist? And I said, no. An atheist is one who says there is no God. And if the atheist really believes there is no God, no power greater than human power, then the atheist would seem that this would be an impossible thing to them, because they would have no power to turn to. And they would have to stand on their own 2 feet, make their own decisions, and run their own show and rule their own destiny. I said, Charlie, are you an atheist? I said, no, I'm not an atheist at all. I said, well, then maybe you're an agnostic. And I didn't know what an agnostic was. I went to the dictionary and I looked it up. And I find it is defined as one who is without knowledge of God. One who perhaps believes that there is a God, but really doesn't know that because they've never turned to that God for help. They've stood on their own 2 feet, ran their own show, ruled their own destiny. They acted like an atheist even though they believed that there might be a God. I said, are you an agnostic? I said, you bet your boots I am. Because I've always believed in some power greater than human power. But I never turned to that power. Never tried to get the help from that power. Therefore, I had no knowledge of God. I was without knowledge. So, the only other way I find that you can believe in God is to be a true believer. Now, a true believer is one that not only believes in God, but acts as if they do. Turns to God for help, receive God's power in their life, and they know that God exists. So my real question becomes, if I'm an atheist or an agnostic, how do I get from that state to the state of being a true believer? How do I find the power greater than human power? And Bill's saying here, it's not too difficult to do so.
If a mere code of morals, a better philosophy of life, were sufficient to overcome alcoholism, many of us would have recovered long ago. But we found that such code and philosophy did not save us, no matter how much we tried. We could wish to be moral, we could wish to be philosophical, comforted. In fact, we could will these things with all our might. But the needed power wasn't there. Our human resources, as marshaled by the will, were not sufficient. They failed utterly.
You know, we alcoholics, I've never met one of us yet that didn't have a set of morals and didn't have a philosophy of life. We're not drunken bums. A drunken bum, they are where they are because that's basically where they want to be. But I've never seen an alcoholic yet that didn't have morals and a philosophy of life, and even though we were there with the drunken bum, we didn't want to be there. Now, if those morals and that philosophy would have saved us, many of us would have recovered a long time ago. God knows that we tried desperately on our own willpower to recover from alcoholism. We came to the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous because we didn't have any place else to go. This was the court of last resort. You know, I've never met an alcoholic yet who said, I took a drink at age 14, jumped up and down, shouted with joy, and said, I can hardly wait to be a member of AA when I'm 28 years old. We came here because all of our morals and our philosophies and our willpower failed us. We had no place else to go.
Okay. Lack of power, that was our dilemma. We had to find a power which we could live, and had to be a power greater than ourselves, obviously. But where and how were we to find this power? Well, that's exactly what this book is about. Its main object is to enable you to find a power greater than yourself, which will solve your problems. You know, this is what this book is. This book is not about staying sober. This book is about helping us, enable us to find a power, and the power will solve the problem. It didn't say we will solve it. It says, and that power will solve the problem.
The main object of this book is to enable you to find a power greater than yourself, which will solve your problem. It doesn't say which will enable you to solve it, which will help you to solve it. It says which will solve it. And we find interesting enough from page 45 on, we don't talk about alcohol anymore. We talk about one thing and one thing only. For those of us who are powerless, and that's all of us, whether we be atheist, agnostic, or whatever, how do you find the power? And if we can find the power, then the power will solve the problem. The beginning of the finding of the power is over on page 46.
Yeah.
Second paragraph. It says, much to our relief we discovered we do not need to consider another's conception of God. Our own conception, however inadequate, was sufficient to make the approach and to effect a contact with Him. Now here's the first old idea cast aside and replaced with a new idea. You see, I didn't know you could have your own concept of God. In our part of the country, you go to hell for believing that. I didn't know that you could have your own concept of God, whatever you wanted that God to be. So the first old idea that was cast aside was that rigid idea of who God is and what God is and etc. that I learned as a kid growing up, and then replace that with the idea that I can have my own concept of God. And as Joe said yesterday, I've never had any problem with my own concept of anything. You allow me to believe in God the way I want to, you betcha I'm ready to start believing in God. I could not believe in Him the way they did, but I can believe in Him with my own concept, one of the greatest ideas I've ever run into. As soon as we admitted the possible existence of a creative intelligence, a spirit of the universe underlying the totality of things would begin to be possessed of a new sense of power and direction, provided we took other simple steps. we found that God does not make too hard terms with those who seek Him. To us, the realm of the Spirit is broad, roomy, all-inclusive, never exclusive or forbidding. To those who earnestly seek, it is open, we believe, to all men. Another old idea cast aside. I was taught as a kid growing up the way to God is a very narrow, very rigid path. And if you fall off of that path on either side, you're going to hell just sure as anything. And my book's saying that's not necessarily true. That the road to God is broad, roomy, all-inclusive, never exclusive. It is open to anybody, period. An old idea cast aside, replaced with another idea. Already, my God as I understand Him is beginning to change based on those two little things. Page 47. When therefore we speak to you of God, we mean your own conception of God. This applies too to other spiritual expressions which you find in this book. Do not let any prejudice. Now prejudice is nothing in the world but old ideas. Do not let any old ideas you may have against spiritual terms deter you from honestly asking yourself what they mean to you. At the start, this was all we needed to commence spiritual growth, to effect our first conscious relation with God as we understood Him, not as they did, but as we did. Afterward, we found ourselves accepting many things which then seemed entirely out of reach. That was growth. But if we wished to grow, we had to begin somewhere. So we used our own conception, however limited it was.
Now, once we got our conception, he says, we begin. We asked ourselves but one short question. Do I now believe
the agnostic has always believed.
If I find out I believe, okay, I'm agnostic. Or am I willing to believe?
The atheist can become willing to believe.
That there is a power greater than myself. As soon as a man can say he does believe,
agnostic,
or is willing to believe,
atheist,
we emphatically show him he is on his way. So this is where either one, atheist or agnostic, can get started. It has been repeatedly proven among us that upon this simple cornerstone, the cornerstone of believing, a wonderful, effective spiritual structure can be built. Believing is the cornerstone of the spiritual structure. And remember, Bill in his story said the wilderness was the foundation. You know, step one is the wilderness. When we come to the conclusion that what we're doing is never going to work, then we'll become willing to change. It's very peculiar if we look at words and build really new words. Willingness is a state of the mind that allows the individual to believe, to decide, and to act. And that's the rest of the steps. Believe is step 2, decide is step 3, and action is the rest of the steps. Willingness is the foundation that allows us to work the rest of the steps. And then on that foundation of willingness, we lay the cornerstone of believing. So step 2 is the cornerstone. And we're going to build a spiritual structure. And Bill is giving us a running picture of what we're accomplishing as we go through the steps.
That's a little bit tricky here, so you have to be a little careful. Mm-hmm. He said it's been repeatedly proven among us on this simple cornerstone. A wonderfully effective spiritual structure can be built. Asterisk. Yeah. Bottom of the page. Please be sure to read Appendix 2 on spiritual experience. So with the asterisk, he's tying together the wonderfully effective spiritual structure and the spiritual experience. That's what we're building. We're already in the process of undergoing the spiritual experience. If we're willing, and if we can believe, or if we could just be willing to believe that there's a power greater than we are. Thank God for step 2, it doesn't say we came to know. It says we came to believe. Now the very next statement, he separates belief and faith. He said that was great news for us. For we had assumed we could not make use of spiritual principles unless we accepted many things on faith which seemed difficult to believe. Now one of my great problems had always been this. The minister always said, son, all you got to do is have faith and you'll be all right. Now, faith implies knowledge. Faith implies surety. Faith implies after-the-fact information. Belief is upfront information. Belief could be nothing more than just suspicion. Let me give you an example. Let's say I moved here into the Sacramento area, and maybe 60 days after I move in here, I've got a problem with my automobile. And I don't know a good mechanic anywhere in this area, but you've lived here for years, and I'm pretty sure you'll know somebody. So I come to you and I say, look, I got a problem with my car. I need a good mechanic. Could you recommend somebody? And you say, why, sure. Take it over there to John. John will do you a good job, and he'll charge you a reasonable price. Well, I don't know whether that's true or not. The best I can do with that information is, if I believe it's strong enough, I'll take my car over there to John. And sure enough, he does me a good job. He charges me a reasonable price. When I leave there, I know that he will do that. When I went there, I believed he would do that. Now, 6 months from now, I have trouble with my car again. I don't ask you or anybody else where to take it. I take it right back to John, only this time I took it on faith. I took it on knowledge. You can't start with faith. You can only start with belief. Then as things take place, then you get results. Then you can have faith. And my problem had always been trying to start with faith, and I never could do that. But I have always believed. Now, if I know I need the power, and if I know I can have my own concept of that power, whatever I want it to be, and if I know that the beginning of the finding of that power is just to believe that there is a power greater than I am, then the next thing I'm going to need to know is, what procedure am I going to follow in order to find that power? Let's go over to page 51 for just a moment.
This world of ours has made more material progress in the last century than all the millenniums which went before. And we have made more material progress in this period of time than all the other people that's been on the face of this earth. When we think about all the things we have invented or created, almost everyone knows the reason. Students of ancient history tell us the intellect of the men in those days was equal to the best of the day. And I always assume that the reason we have made so much progress in the last 100 years or so is that we were more intelligent than these other people that lived on the face of the earth. But that's not true. They had the same minds that we had. And the things that we have used, the same materials always been here, but they didn't use it. Yet in ancient times, material progress was painfully slow. The spirit of modern scientific inquiry, research, and invention was almost unknown. In the realm of materials, men were fettered by superstition, tradition, and all sorts of fixed ideas. Now, they had the minds that we have. They had the intellect to do these things. They had the materials to do them. But they couldn't believe. The society they lived in did not allow them to believe differently. They lived in a society back in those days. The society's rules were you were supposed to believe like anybody else, and if you believe something different, they'd call you a witch or do something to you, and then may get you in trouble. And if you try to do something different, and since nobody could believe different, everything stayed the same. See, if you believe the same, you're going to remain the same. The only way you can make a change is you got to believe different. And they didn't allow you to believe different. I could just see 500 years ago a person over in London walking down the street with a television thing on his head, wire sticking out of it, and somebody said, "What are you going to do with that?" He said, "I'm going to see pictures from the other side of the world and watch the ball game." They cut his head off that night. They didn't like that. It means everybody stays the same and don't change. So if we become what we believe, So if we believe the same, we were going to remain the same. So it's pretty hard, but in order to change, we have got to believe different.
Some of the contemporaries of Columbus thought a round earth was preposterous.
Right.
I think this is one of the greatest examples
Columbus.
that I know of on how superstition, tradition, and fixed ideas keep people from changing.
Yeah.
You know, about 500 years ago, nearly all of what they thought was the civilized world was situated around the shores of the Mediterranean Sea and the western shores of Europe. And they had found a place they called the East Indies. But it took a long time to get to the East Indies. The only way you could get there was to sail to the northeast end of the Mediterranean, and then you had to go by land. Camelback, footback, horseback, however they traveled. Took literally years to make the trip. Now in the East Indies they had found gold, silk, spices, the goody-goodies of life. And they wanted to get there, and they wanted to get back faster. And they were trying to find a new trade route to the East Indies. And somebody said, is there any possible way that we could sail a ship and get to the East Indies faster? And they said, no, idiot. Don't you understand? The only way you can go is to sail to the northeast end of the Mediterranean and then go by land. And they said, well, what would happen if we sailed in the opposite direction? And they said, well, dummy, don't you know the world is flat? And if you sail out there, you're going to sail right off the edge of this sucker. Now, I don't know why they believe that. I assume some people sailed out there, didn't come back, and they thought they had sailed off the edge of it. So the whole world was stymied in trying to find this new trade route to the East Indies because they believed that the world was flat and you would sail off the edge of it. Now here comes Columbus. And we're convinced that Columbus had to be alcoholic. You know, you got to be tough, stubborn, and bull-headed
Willpower.
to believe something different than what all the rest of the world believes. You know, Columbus said, I don't believe that this sucker is flat. I believe it is round. And he made one of the most drunk statements the world's ever heard. He said, I believe you can get east by sailing west. You know, if that isn't drunk thinking, I don't know what is. Many of his mannerisms showed he was alcoholic, because when he left, he didn't know where he was going. When he got there, he didn't know where he was. Hell, when he got back, he didn't even know where he had been. But what really made him an alcoholic is a woman financed the whole trip for him. Typical alcoholic. Now, Columbus followed a little formula.
That's right.
Columbus followed a little formula that the world has always known.
Yeah.
That if you want to change anything,
Principle.
there's certain principles involved that you have to follow them. And the first thing you got to do to change anything is to be willing to do so.
That's right.
Columbus became willing to change his belief because of circumstances, trying to find the new trade route to the East Indies. The second thing you got to do to change anything is to change your belief. And Columbus said, I believe this thing is round. I don't believe it's flat. I believe you can get east by sailing west. But changing his belief didn't do him any good, because he's still standing on the shore of the ocean the day he expressed that belief. Some days, weeks, months, years later, he did the third thing you have to do. He made a decision. He said, by golly, I'm going to go find out whether this thing is round or flat, whether you can really get east by sailing west or not. But his decision didn't do him any good either, because he's still standing on the shore of the ocean the day he expressed that decision. Some days, weeks, months, years later, he did the next thing you have to do. He began to take action. First thing he did, he went to the King of Portugal to get the money. And the King of Portugal, being a very astute businessman, said, Columbus, there's no way I'm going to let you have this money. He said, you'll sail out there, sail right off the edge of this sucker, and I'll lose it all. That's how he ended up with the Queen of Spain. And he sweet-talked her out of the money. He said, "Trust me, honey." On the basis that he would bring back gold, silk, and spices if she'd let him have the money. And she let him have it. And he took the money, and he bought 3 ships. He put provisions in those 3 ships. He put crew members in those 3 ships. And they began to go east by sailing west. Day after day after day after day after day. Now, we don't know for sure, but we have a strong suspicion that on this first trip, he hired a special sailor, put him on the bow of the lead ship at night with a lantern, whispered in his ear, and said, "I believe this thing is round, but if you see the edge of this damn thing, you holler so we can get turned around." Now, having sailed straight west day after day after day after day, they finally got results.
Right.
They found land on the other side. He proved to himself that the world is not flat, it is round. You won't sail off the edge of it. Now, we know that he thought he had found the East Indies. He didn't. He found the West Indies. But he turned right around and he came right back to Europe and went right back to the Queen of Spain. And she said, "Well, Columbus, where's the gold, silk, and spices you promised you would bring me?" He said, "Sweetheart, I didn't find any." But he said, "I'll tell you what I'll do." God, he's got to be alcoholic. He said, "Tell you what I'll do. If you'll refinance me, I'll go back and this time I'll find them." And she refinanced him. And he bought some more ships, got more provisions, more crew members. They began to go east by sailing west with one big difference. This time he didn't hire the special sailor, put him on the bow of the lead ship at night with a lantern. This time he went back on faith. This time he went back on knowledge. He had proven to himself, you won't sail off the edge of it. The first time he believed. The second time he went back on faith. Now, I'd like to tell you today that the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous are brand new. The world has never seen anything like them before. But if I did, I'd tell you a lie. Because they're based on the same formula, the same principles that Columbus and every other human being has ever learned or ever used to change the status of anything. The first thing you have to do is be willing. And step 1 is what makes us willing to change. When we can see that what we're doing is no longer going to work, period, then we become willing to change. The second thing you have to do is to believe you can do so. Step 2, we came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. The third thing you have to do is make a decision about that. And we made a decision to turn our will and our life over to the care of God as we understand Him. But the book says the decision will do no good unless we follow it up with a strenuous course of action. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. And in step 12 we get results. Having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps, I no longer believe that God will restore me to sanity. I know that He will because He's done so. I've gone from belief to faith. Now, those of us that have the faith, then we can go back and we can help the next newcomer come to believe. They can decide, they can act, they'll have a spiritual awakening, they'll know, and they can help the next newcomer come to believe. There's only one thing you and I can't do for the newcomer. We cannot make them willing. That's a job that they have to do by themselves. And how does a newcomer become willing? Very simple. Drinking whiskey. And when you drink so much of it, you're damn near dead. Then you become willing to change. And then we can help you change your belief, and then you can decide, and you can act, and you'll get results. Isn't that simple? God, I didn't know it was going to be that way. I thought this was going to be a very complicated procedure. Now, if I know I need the power, and if I know I can have my own concept of that power, and if I know the beginning of the finding of the power is to believe or be willing to believe, if I know the formula used to find the power, then the only other thing I need to know is where am I going to find that power? And I think we get here just as confused about where God is as we were ever confused about what God was. You know, as a kid growing up, in my mind, I got a picture of God. I don't know whether I saw it or dreamed it. But the picture of God in my mind was a tall, elderly gentleman standing on a cloud up in the sky. Long, flowing white robes on, long white hair, golden halo around his head, sun rays shooting out of that halo. And Joe says, a big stick in his right hand. I think one of the reasons I got that picture of God in my mind is I noticed in church that every time the minister talked about God, he always pointed up there. So I knew he had to be up there somewhere. But what really confused me is I noticed every time the minister wanted to talk to God, he always looked down here. He points up there, look. Hell, no wonder we get confused as kids in church, you know, growing up about this God thing. And I looked, and I looked, and I looked, and I looked, and I never could find God. And one of the reasons I never could find Him is I didn't know where He was. It wasn't until I read on page 55 where God is that I really knew where to look for Him. Joe?
Yet we have been seeing another kind of flight, a spiritual liberation from the world. People who rose above their problems. They said God made these things possible, and we only smiled. We have seen spiritual release, but like to tell ourselves it wasn't true. Actually, we were fooling ourselves. For deep down in every man, woman, and child is a fundamental idea of God. It may be obscured by calamity, by pomp, by worship of other things, but in some form or other it is there. For faith in a power greater than ourselves, and the miraculous demonstration of that power in human lives, a fact as old as man himself. We finally saw that faith in some kind of God was part of our makeup, just as much a feeling we have for a friend. Sometimes we had to search fearlessly, but He was there. He was as much as fact as we were. We found in great reality deep down within us. And the last analysis is only there that He may be found. It was so with us.
You know, we believe today that every human being on earth seems to be born with some form of basic knowledge deep down inside ourselves, probably lying there at a subconscious level, that seems to be able to tell us how we should live and how we shouldn't live. Seems to be able to tell us what we should do and what we shouldn't do. And I'm sure a lot of people would like to refer to that as just plain old common sense. Other people might want to call it innate intelligence. Some might call it the conscience, and others might refer to it as the soul. And I don't think it really makes any difference what we call it, as long as we recognize the fact that it's there.
That's right.
You know, it's been there in my lifetime as far back as I can remember. I used to be getting ready to do something, and this little voice within me would say, Charlie, I don't really think you ought to be doing this. And I wouldn't pay a bit of attention to it. I'd go right ahead and do it, get in one hell of a shape, and the little voice would say, see, I told you not to do it in the first place. Now, if that's true, and if that's God, then what that really means to me today is if God dwells within me, then I've got my own personal God. I don't worry about whether He's a God of the Baptist Church or not. I don't worry about whether He's a God of the Catholic Church, the Hebrew religion, or anybody else's God. If He dwells within me, He's mine. And He and I can come together in very simple and very understandable terms. One of the greatest things I've ever learned about God is where He actually resides. And if He dwells within me, He dwells within you too. Isn't that something? Now, based on these new ideas that I've picked up here, allowing me to discard some old ideas that I had, then now I'm ready to make a decision. Without this chapter, I could never have made the decision. Thank God for chapter 4. One of the greatest pieces of spiritual information I ever saw in my lifetime. Okay, we're getting ready to make a decision. And again, we can almost see Bill as he writes the book and he kind of sits down and reviews what he's done up to this point. And he says to himself, in the doctor's opinion and my story, Bill's story, I was able to show them what the problem is. In chapter 2, I was able to show them the solution to that problem. In chapter 3, I was able to show them what's going to happen to them if they don't find that solution. And in chapter 4, I was able to give them some new ideas regarding that solution so that they would be able to make a decision. And he probably says to himself, I think all the preliminary work is done now, and it's time to get around to the main object of the book, and that's to tell them how to find that power. And Bill began to try to write chapter 5. And he said that he had extreme difficulty in trying to write chapter 5 for 2 or 3 reasons. Number one is they had taken the Oxford group tenets, and from them they had made 6 little steps that they had been using up until that time. And Bill could see loopholes in these steps that the alcoholic mind was slipping through. And he felt that they need to be tightened up. They need to be expanded a little bit. And they need to close up these loopholes. And he could see that they really needed more than 6, but he didn't know how many more. At the same time, he was having problems with the fellowship regarding this God thing. You know, in Akron, God was never a problem there. Dr. Bob was a highly religious man. He used the Bible, and he insisted that everybody he worked with used the Bible too. So God in religious terms were not any real problem in Akron. But the New York City bunch, they were an entirely different breed of cats. They really didn't want any part of God. They really wanted a book written more or less along the psychiatric or therapy angle, where you did mainly your recovery through the use of your own mind, and let's don't talk about God very much. By the same token, we had not only people coming in from the Protestant religion, we were having some Catholics coming into AA, and they were having some problems with their own church over this sharing and confessing thing that was one of the tenets of the Oxford group. And the church felt that they should be doing their confessing to the proper authorities within the church. We had a sprinkling of Muslims beginning to show up, and we had some Jewish people coming into AA. And Bill's trying to write a thing on how do you find God, or tell people how to find God, without offending anybody at the same time. It would be almost an impossible task to do. And Bill said he tried and he tried and he tried and he tried to get started on chapter 5, and he just couldn't do it. And he said one night, while in bed, leaning against the headboard, pillow behind his back, pad and pencil in hand, trying to start chapter 5, and he said, I finally just gave up. And said, I put the pad and pencil down, closed my eyes, prayed and asked for the right thoughts and the right direction. Said he meditated for 10 or 15 minutes. And he said then he reached out and picked up the pad and pencil, and it felt as if the pencil had a mind of its own as it raced across the pages. In about 30 minutes, Bill had written how it works. He went back after he had written it and counted the steps. He numbered them, and he realized there was 12. Now, he didn't set out to write 12, he just happened to end up with 12. And then one of the members of the group came by, and Bill could just hardly wait to show him the new 12 steps. And when he did, the crap hit the fan. Joe?
Yeah, this guy looked at the 12 steps, and quite naturally he didn't like them. You know, he had sobered up in a group on the 6-step program, and now they had 12 steps. You would feel the same way if you went to your group, and last time you were there they had 12 steps. If you went back and they had 24, you'd be mad too.
This guy said, hell, Bill, Moses only had 10. What are you doing with 12?
And he and Bill went around and around. And he even had his pigeon with him. He didn't know nothing about it. He's a brand new guy. And he was giving Bill hell about him too. He didn't even know what it was all about. And finally Lois come in with a cup of coffee and told him to settle down and quiet down. Well, this became quite a controversy. We can't imagine this because we read this at all our meetings when we read the 12 steps. We thought it's something special for us. But to these people at this time, they didn't like it. They really didn't like the 12 steps. They didn't like it at all. And there was a lot of argument and confusion over the steps, particularly in the New York group. It became so bad and that actually Bill had to stop writing the book. And because all the meetings was the argument over the steps. And finally, you know, they wanted Bill to change the steps. And but Bill kind of stuck to his guns and didn't make too many changes. But they didn't like some of the word and the language of the steps the way Bill actually wrote it. And we listened to the original manuscript as Bill wrote that night. The original manuscript was turned into what we have today. But they were really objected to the manuscript. And if you listen to it as it's read, and Charlie's going to read the original manuscript, you can hear the difference, and maybe you can see some of their objections, what they objected to. So Charlie's going to read it from the way Bill wrote it that night.
And I'll try through perhaps changing the tone of my voice or pausing to point out the differences. And if you'll go through it with me, I think you'll notice there's several. He said, rarely have we seen a person fail who has thoroughly followed our directions. Those who do not recover are people who cannot or will not completely give themselves to this simple program, usually men and women who are constitutionally incapable of being honest with themselves. There are such unfortunates. They are not at fault. They seem to have been born that way. They are naturally incapable of grasping and developing a way of life which demands rigorous honesty. Their chances are less than average. There are those, too, who suffer from grave emotional and mental disorders, but many of them do recover if they have the capacity to be honest. Our stories disclose in a general way what we used to be like, what happened, and what we are like now. If you've decided you want what we have and are willing to go to any length to get it, then you are ready to follow directions. At some of these, you may balk. You may think you can find an easier, softer way. We doubt if you can. With all the earnestness in our command, we beg of you to be fearless and thorough from the very start. Some of us have tried to hold on to our old ideas, and the result was nil until we let go absolutely. Remember that you are dealing with alcohol. Cunning, baffling, and powerful. Without help, it is too much for you. But there is one who has all power. That one is God. You must find him now.
Yeah.
Half measures will avail you nothing. You stand at the turning point. Throw yourself under his protection and care with complete abandon. Now we think you can take it. Here are the steps we took, which are suggested as your program of recovery. Number one, admitted we were powerless over alcohol, that our lives had become unmanageable. Number two, came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. Number three, made a decision to turn our will and our lives over to the care and direction of God as we understood Him. Number 4, made a searching and fearless moral inventory of ourselves. Number 5, admitted to God, to ourselves, and to another human being the exact nature of our wrongs. Number 6, we're entirely willing that God remove all these defects of character. Number 7, humbly, on our knees, ask Him to remove our shortcomings, holding nothing back. Number 8, made a list of all persons we had harmed and became willing to make complete amends to them all. Number 9, made direct amends to such people wherever possible, except when to do so would injure them or others. Number 10, continued to take personal inventory, and when we were wrong, promptly admitted it. Number 11, sought through prayer and meditation to improve our contact with God, praying only for knowledge of His will for us and the power to carry that out. Number 12, having had a spiritual experience, as the result of this course of action, we tried to carry this message to others, especially alcoholics, and to practice these principles in all our affairs. You may exclaim, "What an order, I can't go through with it." Do not be discouraged. No one among us has been able to maintain anything like perfect adherence to these principles. We are not saints. The point is that we're willing to grow along spiritual lines. The principles we have set down are guides to progress. We claim spiritual progress rather than spiritual perfection. Our description of the alcoholic,
The doctor's opinion.
some of it in chapter 2 and 3, the chapter to the agnostic,
Chapter 4.
and our personal adventures before and after,
Chapters 1, 2, and 3.
Bill's story and those in the back of the book, have been designed to sell you 3 pertinent ideas. A, that you are alcoholic and cannot manage your own life.
Step 1.
B, that probably no human power can relieve your alcoholism.
Step 2.
C, that God can and will.
Still step 2.
If you are not convinced on these vital issues, you ought to reread the book to this point, or else throw it away.
Real plain.
What could be more clear? It's evident that Bill did not intend for this to be a set of suggestions. He intended for it to be a set of directions. He said so at least 3 times. He intended for it to be a set of directions to the individual alcoholic on how to recover from alcoholism. Because he kept saying you and you and you and you and you. And this is what one of the main things the other members really objected to. They said, "Bill, you don't have any business trying to give directions to anybody. You don't have any business trying to tell anybody what they have to do and what they can't do." And they said, "You need to change some of that stuff." And they said also, where you're talking about holding nothing back, humbly on our knees, complete amends, that sounds too much like the Oxford Group Absolutes. The Oxford Groupers had a thing called the 4 Absolutes, where you were supposed to practice absolute love, absolute purity, absolute unselfishness, and absolute honesty. And the drunks were having a hell of a time being absolute anything except drunks. And they said, "That sounds too much like those absolutes. Get that out of there." And Bill said, "No, I'm not going to change any of this." And they said, "Well, yeah, you are." And he said, "No, I'm not." And they said, "Don't you remember? This is our book, not your book. You are going to change it." And he said, "No, I'm not." And they said, "Yeah, you're going to change it." And he said, "Do you guys don't realize that these really aren't my words in the first place?" He said, "These came after prayer and meditation. These are God's words." And they said, "We don't give a damn whose words they are. You're going to change it." And the fight was on. And they almost destroyed not only the book project, but the entire little fellowship over the writing of how it works. And Bill very, very reluctantly finally realized that he was probably going to have to make some compromises if they were going to get on with this thing and save the fellowship. And at the suggestion of a non-alcoholic psychiatrist who was around in those days, they made a few changes. The psychiatrist said, why don't you change it from directions to suggestions? You'll still get your message across, but you probably won't offend as many people. And he said, where you keep saying you, he said, don't do that. He said, say we. Don't tell them what they have to do, tell them what you had to do. And you'll still get your message across, and you probably won't offend so many people. And he said, where you keep saying must, change that to ought. And probably more people would accept your book. Now today we don't know. If they hadn't made these changes, if they had left it like it was originally, maybe instead of 2 million worldwide today, we might have 10 million. But also if they hadn't made the changes, instead of 2 million worldwide, we might only have 10,000. Who knows? Nobody knows. We simply know this is the history behind this particular part of the book. Now, Bill was also cunning, baffling, and powerful. Because he said to them, okay, I'm going to compromise with you, but you're going to have to compromise with me. And they said, well, what do you want? He said, I'm tired. He said, I've been fighting with you all the way through the book. And here in this chapter, we're just almost destroyed ourselves. He said, if you want me to finish the book, you give me the authority to do so. And if you don't want to give me that authority, then you finish the book. Well, they didn't want to give him that authority, but they didn't want to finish the book either. So they very reluctantly agreed to that. Now, what Bill knew that they didn't know is 2 pages later, he's going to put directions and you and must right back in the book. He's had it that way all the way up to how it works. Jerked it out of how it works. 2 pages later, puts it right back in, and he ruined some of the continuity of the book when it happened. But now that we see what took place, we can see that Bill really did intend for this to be a set of directions to the individual alcoholic on how to recover from alcoholism. Joe?
Okay, and we'd have to also kind of, to understand what Bill is doing here in the book, understand what was going on in the groups at that time. And when they, basically, the program of recovery was the Oxford Group tenets, steps of the Oxford groups. And Bill and Dr. Bob and them sobered up in the Oxford Group meetings. And the Oxford Group meeting was about, really it was basically how to find God in your life. How to find God in your life. That's what that's the focus of the Oxford groups. So, steps 1 and 2, the things that the alcoholic need to see his problem and his solution, that was done outside the meetings. See, if the new alcoholic, they'd go to his home and sit down with him and talk to him on the first visit. And on the first visit, they'd see if they could convince him or get him to see if he was an alcoholic. And if they could accomplish that, they would say, can we come back on another visit? And on the second visit, they'd come back and see if this person believed in God. Now, if they could get him to accept the fact that he was an alcoholic and that he believed in God, then they would carry him to the Oxford Group and he could get started in the Oxford Group program. So Bill, and this book had to do it all. So Bill had said, I'm taking the first 4 chapters to do those 2 things, to show you the problem and the solution. And he said, then the book says, if you are convinced, then we are now at step 3. And the program of recovery starts at step 3.
And that was the Oxford Group first step, first tenet.
Yeah. The Oxford Group was the first tenet, was step 3. And it was our step 3, but it was their step 1. So we can see that Bill is using the first 4 chapters to make the visits on us and convince us of the 2 pertinent ideas. That we are alcoholics and our lives are unmanageable and the power greater than ourselves can restore us to sanity. Okay, so we can see he come up with his 12 steps here, and as Charlie said, they had the 5 steps of the original 5 tenets of the Oxford group. They were called tenets. They weren't called steps. And the drunks, after a while, made 6 steps out of the tenets and added another one to it. And that wasn't the Oxford group or anything. That was the drunks made that up. And then Bill involved into the 12 steps when he wrote the 12 steps that night. Well, what he actually did, he expanded the Oxford group steps. He took step 3, which was called surrender, and Bill put it into language that sounded better for alcoholics. No self-respecting alcoholic will surrender to anything. So Bill's just putting in. He was really good. He said, make a decision to turn your will and your life over to the care of God, which is the same idea but said in a better way. Step 4, their second step in the Oxford group was called examine your sins. And boy, that was tough for a drunk. But they understood sins a little different, though. Sins were self-inaction. So we're going to see what that was. But Bill turned that into, instead of examining your sins, he said, make a searching and fearless moral inventory of yourself. Step 5 was called confession.
Confession and sharing.
Sharing. That's hard for an alcoholic to confess anything. So Bill turned that in to admit to God, yourself, and another human being the exact nature of your wrong. Same thing, but said a better way. He said the steps needed more power or more strength for alcoholics than the people that were using them in the Oxford group. They needed more change. They needed more change than an ordinary person that was coming to the program. So he added 6, 7, and 10, which are the changing steps. He added these steps to the Oxford group steps. So he added 6 and 7. 8 and 9 was one step called restitution, and Bill turned that into 2 steps to make it easier. Then he added step 10. And they said if you do all these, then you should be able to receive God's guidance, which is step 11. And on the bottom of these steps, he added the idea that they had found, which was so valuable, of one alcoholic helping the other. So he took basically the 6 steps of the Oxford groups, the tenets, and turned them into the 10 steps of recovery program. And on top of those steps, he added the idea of powerlessness because of the allergy and obsession that came from Dr. Silkworth, step 1. And he added the idea of Dr. Carl Jung, power greater than ourselves, step 2. So our 12 steps is the expanded program of the Oxford groups, coupled with the ideas of Dr. Silkworth and Dr. Carl Jung.
People come to us today and they say, well, how do you work steps 1 and 2?
You don't.
And we say you don't. There's no work involved in steps 1 and 2. They are conclusions of the mind that we draw based upon information presented to us in the doctor's opinion in the first 4 chapters. I've always been powerless over alcohol. My life has always been unmanageable because of that. I just did not know that, nor did I know why, until I read the doctor's opinion in the first 4 chapters. There's always been a power greater than I am that could restore me to sanity. I just did not think he would, nor did I understand the insanity I needed to be restored from, until I read the doctor's opinion in the first 4 chapters. Now, based upon what we've learned in the doctor's opinion in the first 4 chapters, if we can say to ourselves, you betcha, I'm powerless over alcohol, my life has become unmanageable, then I'm through with step 1. If I can say to myself, based on the information in the doctor's opinion in the first 4 chapters, you betcha, I believe there's a power greater than I am can restore me to sanity, then I'm through with step 2. They are not working steps. Now, the book says if you're not convinced on those vital issues, you better go back and reread the book up to this point because you've missed something. And if you don't want to do that, then just throw the thing away. Because you really can't go any further unless you got 1 and 2 behind you. You see, the fallacy in trying to start in chapter 5 is chapter 5 is going to start with step 3. And without the knowledge required to draw the conclusions in 1 and 2, it's almost impossible to start with step 3. Now the book says being convinced. Being convinced of what? Well, those 3 vital issues. We were at step 3, which is that we decided to turn our will and our life over to God as we'd understood Him. Just what do we mean by that, and just what do we do? Well, the first requirement is that we be convinced that any life run on self-will can hardly be a success. On that basis, we're almost always in collision with something or somebody, even though our motives are good. Now, we found it was necessary for us, once again, to stop here and look at 2 or 3 words involved in this step 3 thing. Make sure that our thinking is in line with the author's thinking. And the first word I think we need to look at is the word decision. You know, I hear a lot of people say today, well, I've been in AA about 5 years. My life's still all screwed up. And I don't understand why, because I turned it over to God 4 years ago when I took step 3. No, we didn't turn anything over to God when we took step 3. We made a decision to do so. And our book is going to tell us the decision will have little effect unless at once followed by a strenuous course of action. So all we're really doing in step 3 is we're making a decision to do this. We're not doing it. We're making a decision to do it. You know, a good example in my own life, a few years ago, my wife Barbara and I, we decided to come to Los Angeles, California and visit some relatives. But we didn't do anything to carry that decision out. So sure enough, that year we didn't get to Los Angeles, California. 2nd year in a row we made the same decision. Still did nothing to carry it out. And the 2nd year in a row we didn't get to California. The 3rd year in a row we made the same decision. Only this time it was a little different. This time I took the car down and had it serviced. Barbara packed the clothes and a little food, and we got in our car and we drove from our home to Tulsa, Oklahoma. Then we drove to Oklahoma City. Then we drove to Amarillo, Texas. Then we drove to Albuquerque, New Mexico. Then we drove to Flagstaff, Arizona. Then we drove to Barstow, California. Then we drove to San Bernardino, California. And you know, one day we ended up in Los Angeles visiting with our relatives. Not because we made a decision, but because we took the action necessary to carry out that decision. And I think we need to realize that's all we're doing in step 3 is making a decision. Now we're deciding to do what? Well, we're making a decision to turn our will over to the care, and the step originally said, and direction of God as we understand Him. Now what is our will? Well, our will is nothing more than our thinking apparatus. Our will is nothing more than this thing up here in our head that tells us what to do and what not to do. Our will is nothing more than our mind. You know, a good example of tying will and mind together is, let's say that some of us are beginning to approach the end of our lives, which a few of us are in here. And we've gathered up a few material things, and we become concerned with what's going to happen to them after we pass on. And if we get concerned enough, we'll go down and sit down with an attorney. And we'll tell that attorney, I want this to go to my spouse, and this is to be my daughter's. I want this to go to my son, and et cetera, and et cetera, and et cetera. Now that attorney will take my thinking as of that day coming from my mind, write it down on paper in legal terms. I'll sign it. Maybe the attorney will sign it as a witness, and then we'll put it in the safe. Now, a year or 2 or 3 later, sure enough, I kicked the bucket. And if my family's like all the rest of them, they're going to call that undertaker and say, come get him. Let's get him ready and get him out that cemetery about as soon as we can. Now, used to it took 4 or 5 days to do that. Now you do it in just 1 or 2 days, just fast as they can anymore. And that undertaker gets me and gets me ready, and they take me out to the cemetery, and I'm suspended in an oblong box over a hole in the ground. And there's a few people standing around that box, and hopefully somebody's going to say a prayer. And I hope it'll be an AA member that says it. And they start dropping me in the hole. Well, now, my family's like the rest of them I've been watching here lately. They don't even wait till I get to the bottom of the hole. Just as soon as I start down, they jump in the car and they head for that attorney's office. And that attorney gets out that sheet of paper and reads to them what my thinking was 2 or 3 years prior to that when I was sitting there in that office. Now, we know they call that piece of paper a will. And it's not by accident. Will, thinking, mind are all synonymous. They mean the same thing. So I'm making a decision to turn my thinking apparatus, my will, over the care and direction of God as I understand Him. What else am I trying to do? Well, I'm making a decision to turn not only my will, but my life over to the care and direction of God as I understand Him. Now, what's my life? My life is nothing more than my actions. What I am right now, as of this moment, sitting behind this table, is the sum accumulative total of all the actions I've taken throughout my entire lifetime has made me what I am right now, this moment. Now, we know that all action is born in thought. All action is born in thought. Sometimes we react to a situation so rapidly we think we do it automatically, but we don't. I can't even reach out and pick up this glass of water unless my mind tells my body to do so. So if all action is born in thought, then it stands to reason my life is going to be determined by how I think. If my thinking is okay, then chances are my actions will be okay, and chances are my life's going to be all right too. But if my thinking is lousy, then chances are my actions are going to be lousy, and chances are my life's going to be lousy too. You know, when I got to this stage of the program, I went to my sponsor and I said, I don't believe I'm going to be able to take step 3. And he said, why? And I said, because if I turn my will and my life over to the care of God as I understand Him, I have no idea what He would have me be. And He may want me to be a missionary. And He may send me to China, and I sure as hell don't want to go to China. And he just laughed. He said, well, let's look at it this way. He said, at least it wouldn't be in the hands of an idiot, would it? He said, Charlie, let's look back in your lifetime. He said, you've always been a selfish, self-centered, self-willed human being. You've never paid any attention to God's will, your parents' will, your teacher's will, or anybody else's will. You've always done what you want to do whenever you want to do it. Is that right? And I said, you betcha that's right. And he said, the end result is you've damn near destroyed your life. And he said, just as importantly, you've almost destroyed the lives of those around you that care for you. He said, just think. If God could direct your thinking, it might become better. And he said, if your thinking becomes better, then surely your actions are going to become better. And he said, if your actions become better, then your life, and just importantly, the lives of those around you that care for you, would probably become better too. But he said, left on your own resources, you don't stand a chance. He said, Charlie, you're trying to find a way to live where you can be sober and peaceful and happy and free. And he said, if you keep running on self-will, you're going to continue to remain restless and irritable and discontented. You're going to continue to be filled with shame, fear, guilt, and remorse. And he said, under those conditions, sooner or later, you're going to think about drinking, you're going to become insane, and you're going to end up going right back to drinking again. And he stepped back about 3 feet, stuck his bony old finger right in the middle of my chest, and he said, now you have to make the decision. He said, I wish I could make it for you, but I can't. You've got to do this one. Now, you can either decide to do that, or you can end up getting drunk over it, and only you can make the decision. Joe?
We all, when we approach this step, so we balk at every step. Surely everyone has a problem with self-will. I wasn't much worried about God making me a missionary. I didn't think I had the qualities of a good missionary. I had another fear. My greatest fear, I knew if I turned my will and my life over to God, He's going to put me in the Salvation Army band. I began to just see myself standing out there on the corner with this little horn, Rock of Ages, you know.
I keep telling him they don't have little horns. They got great big horns in the Salvation Army band.
That wasn't even my kind of music in the first place. And you know, Charlie and I always talk about this in this point, but it's real serious. I used to go around in the Christmas time. I'd always watch for the Salvation Army band. Still do watch the Salvation Army band. And all these years, 30-some years, I've never seen a black guy in the Salvation Army band. But you know, we all have premonitions of fears of how our lives will be. What is this all about? But I think we look at, you know, God's will. I think it's real simple. You know, and because it's just two wills on the face of the earth. There are two things on the face of this earth that have will. Two things on the face of the earth that can direct, that control things. Two forces. One is human and the other is God. And the story goes, in the beginning, God's will was here and it was already been established. And it was through His will that this earth was created. And He created this earth and everything in it. And it said that when He first created and everything in it, He had all the animals, the fish, the birds, and everything. And He controlled everything on the face of this earth. And He said it was nice. Imagine it was, because we wasn't here yet. And then the story goes, He decided He wanted something else to take dominion over the earth. He wanted something else with will. He wanted something else in His own image, not in the physical image, but something else like Him. Wanted something else with will. So He created humans and He placed us on this earth. And He gave us will, the ability to direct and control. Also, in order for us to be able to direct and control, He gave us intelligence to use that. Okay? So right today, if you look out this window, we will see two things, and we will see but two things out there. You see some things created by God and some things created by humans. You know, other animals don't have any will. They are directed by God. And by the way, they never get in trouble. You never see a tree hit a car.
It got so dry back home the other day, we saw a tree chasing a dog. But
So we were in the garden, and we was placed in the humans was first place here. They put them in a little garden, and it was a nice, quiet place, and called Serenity Park. Nice place, quiet place. Had a meeting every night. God directed the place. God directed. We humans were new, so we let God direct everything. They went along and let God direct the garden. And the humans didn't know about self-will for a while. And a little snake come by one day and saw Eve out there and said, Eve, do you know about self-will? She said, no, what is that? He probably run it down to her pretty good, you know. So he said, child, you and Adam got self-will. I said, I'm a snake, I don't have it. I said, but you got it. You said, you don't have to listen to him. You got will, you can do what you want to do. And she probably said, boy, I didn't know that. She went and found Adam and told Adam, you know we got self-will. Adam probably said, what is that? And she running down to him. And he decided to use it. Now, he made a bad decision. I don't know why we knock Adam for that decision. It's the first one he ever made. He didn't know what he was doing, did he? He made a decision to use his will. First time he ever did it. And God told him, said, well, if you're going to use that, you got to leave here. He said, I take care of this garden. I take care of everything in here because I direct it. And if you're going to direct yourself, you got to care for yourself. So they were told to leave. But he said, I'll make a covenant with you. You can come back anytime you want to. And I'll care for you just like I do for the rest of the animals and everything else. On the one condition, can you come back? You'll have to give me back self-will. And I will direct and care for you. And so that's what we're up against. That's the same thing every human being is going to face in his life. And the Oxford group people had it real simple. They said it's just a matter of giving back to God what he so freely gave to us. That's all step 3 is all about.
God not only told them that he would take them back, providing they would give self-will back to him, but he also said, I love you enough that I'll let you stay out there until you destroy yourself, until you're willing to give self-will back to me. He said, I'll never take it away from you. You'll have to give it back. So basically, that's the decision we're making, to give back to God what he so freely gave to us in the first place, to let him begin to direct our will, and hopefully it will become better. Now, God knows nobody ever screwed up their lives any worse than we alcoholics have, operating on self-will. It should be pretty obvious to us the results of living on self-will. And as my sponsor said, then surely God cannot do a worse job with it than I've done with it, and there's a possibility he might do a better job, and maybe my life would become better. He said the first requirement is that we be convinced that any life run on self-will can hardly be a success. On that basis, we're almost always in collision with something or somebody, even though our motives are good. Most people try to live by self-propulsion. Each person is like an actor who wants to run the whole show, just forever trying to arrange the lights, the ballet, the scenery, and the rest of the players in his own way. If his arrangements would only stay put, if only people would do as he wished, the show would be great. Everybody, including himself, would be pleased. Life would be wonderful. In trying to make these arrangements, our actor may sometimes be quite virtuous. He may be kind, considerate, patient, generous, even modest and self-sacrificing. On the other hand, he may be mean, egotistical, selfish, and dishonest. But as with most humans, he's more likely to have very traits. What usually happens? Well, the show doesn't come off very well. He begins to think life doesn't treat him right. He decides to exert himself more. He becomes on the next occasion still more demanding or gracious, as the case may be. Still, the play does not suit him. Admitting he may be somewhat at fault, he's sure that other people are more to blame. He becomes angry, indignant, self-pitying. What is his basic trouble? Is he not really a self-seeker, even trying to be kind? Is he not a victim of the delusion he can wrest satisfaction and happiness out of this world if he only manages well? It is not evident to all the rest of the players that these are the things he wants. And do not his actions make each of them wish to retaliate, snatching all they can get out of the show? Is he not, even in his best moments, a producer of confusion rather than harmony? And we looked at those 2 pages for a long time, trying to really figure out what Bill's trying to say to us here. And I think we finally found the key to it. And we found the key to what he's trying to say to us here in the 12 and 12. You know, the 12 and 12 was written some 13 years after the big book was written. And there's always been a lot of question as to why Bill wrote it. I think one of the reasons he wrote it, he'd had so much trouble selling the fellowship on the traditions, that if he felt that if he could put the traditions and the steps together in one book, the traditions would be more acceptable to the fellowship. I think that's one of the reasons he did it. But I think the main reason he did it is Bill had some more information to give to us. You know, I think we got to face the fact that in 1937, 38, and 39, when Bill wrote the big book, Bill Wilson was not a spiritual giant. He knew very little about human nature. He was not trained in those areas. He was a night school lawyer. He studied economics and business as well as law. Yet he was able to write one of the most spiritual books the world's ever seen, dealing with human nature. Surely, surely, God had a hand in the writing of the big book Alcoholics Anonymous. By 1950, 51, and 52, Bill knew a lot more about what he was talking about. He had worked with some of the greatest spiritual minds in the world. He had studied and worked with many, many alcoholics. He knew more about human nature. And I think he felt he had some additional information that he could give to us that would make it easier for us to work the steps according to the big book Alcoholics Anonymous if we could receive that information. I do not believe that the 12 and 12 is intended to replace the big book. In fact, it tells us in the front of it it's not. That it's a series of essays designed to give us more information. He also says in the front of it that the basic text for Alcoholics Anonymous is the big book and always would be. But the problem is people are trying to work the steps out of the 12 and 12. And you really can't do that because there's no directions in there on how to work the steps. Now, that may be a reason a lot of people love it. Because they can get in it and talk about it and philosophize and dance around and they never are pinned down to anything. But there's information in there about the steps that if we can see it and accept it, understand it in our own lives, it makes it so much easier to work the steps in the big book Alcoholics Anonymous according to the directions therein. And he gave us some information. We're just going to touch on it a minute. We don't want to open any 12 and 12s. This is Willie and John's business. But we want to touch on just a little bit of it. In the beginning of step 4 in the 12 and 12, he talks about the 3 basic instincts of life that are God-given, therefore they are a good thing. He says these 3 basic instincts of life are absolutely necessary for survival of the human race. That if we didn't have them, the human race would simply fail to exist. And he talks about the social instinct, the security instinct, and the sex instinct. And the first one we talk about for just a moment is this social instinct. He said all human beings are born with the desire to be liked, to be accepted, to be respected by other human beings. And he said if we didn't have that desire, if we cared nothing about each other, that the world would go into complete anarchy, dog-eat-dog situation would reign, and sooner or later, under those conditions, the human race would simply fail to survive. And he uses several terms under it. He uses the term companionship. And that's nothing more than wanting to belong or to be accepted. So many of us grew up on the outside of the crowd, looking in, wanting to be a part of, and knew we could not be. He uses the term prestige. And that's wanting to be recognized or to be accepted as the leader of the group. And I guess the world needs leaders. You know, even back in the old caveman days, somebody had to say, Joe, get behind that tree over there with your club. And Mary Jo, you get behind this tree with your spear. And Billy Jack and I'll run this sucker through here. And somebody has to do that. And most people will take one of 2 directions. Either let me be a part of, or let me be the leader of. And in either case, it's going to be based upon what other people think of us. He uses the term self-esteem. Self-esteem is nothing more than what we think of ourselves, and that's usually high or low, and it's usually based upon what other people think of us or what we think other people think of us. If they seem to like us and accept us, then we feel pretty good toward ourselves.
Yeah, right.
If they if it seems as though they reject us or we think they do, we feel pretty lousy toward ourselves. He uses the term pride. And I'm glad I got in the habit of going to the dictionary and looking up words. Because when I was a young boy growing up, I thought pride is something you ought to have. All I ever wanted to be was a man who walked tall with pride and just a little bit sideways like John Wayne did. That's all I ever wanted to be. Until I looked it up in the dictionary, and it says pride is an excessive and unjustified opinion of oneself. We either think too well of ourselves or too little of ourselves, and in either case it's not true. Personal relationships is nothing more than our relations with the world and the people in it. Ambitions are our plans for the future, to gain recognition, power, and etc. Now, all human beings are born with these things. They are God-given and they are good for us, providing they're used right. Now, if I want to be liked and accepted and respected by the world and the people in it, the first thing I've got to do is find out, well, what do they want from me? Society teaches us those things as we grow up. As kids, we look at others, we watch others, we listen, and based on what we learn as kids growing up, then we decide what we're going to become, and we set goals for ourselves. Now, maybe in one part of the world, the goal should be a good education. Another part of the world, perhaps, is to be a large landowner. Another part of the world is to have a large family. It will vary in different parts of the world. But based on what we see and what we're taught, we set goals for ourselves. Now, if you're going to reach the goal, you're going to have to work at it. You can't be a bum and just sit on your duff and not have people like you and accept you and respect you. By the same token, you're going to have to make some sacrifices. You know, there are some things that I would like to do as a human being that are very pleasurable and very exciting, but if I do them and you catch me, you're not going to like me at all. And I don't think you and I would do the work necessary to reach the goal, nor make the sacrifices necessary if we didn't get a reward for doing so. And the reward is that great feeling that we get at the moment of successful completion of the goal. Bill said it in his story when he said, I had arrived. God, how many of us have done it? We set that goal and we work and we work and we strive and we strive, and it takes years to get there, but the day we get there and they pat us on the back and, Joe, you're a fine fella. God, you're a smart guy. You're doing great. One of those feelings come over us, which is one of those indescribably wonderful feelings. We love it. The only thing wrong with it, though, it seems to be just a temporary feeling. Hell, no sooner do you get the recognition and the praise, and you look around and you say, well, is this all there is to it? And you set another goal. And you work and you work and you strive and you strive and you sacrifice. You reach the new goal. You get the praise, the recognition. It feels good, doesn't last long, and you set another goal. And we're not getting there quite fast enough, and we're not getting it the way we think we ought to, so what do we do about that? Well, we start taking shortcuts. We begin to lie a little bit. We begin to con. We begin to manipulate people. We begin to step on other people's toes and climb on their backs. And the instant we do so, we create pain and suffering for others. They in turn retaliate against us and create pain and suffering for us. Plain little life run on self-will can hardly ever be a success. Under those conditions, we're always in collision with people, places, and things. He talks about the security instinct. Now, I know in AA we try to live one day at a time. But I also know that just about everybody in this room's got an insurance policy. And the purpose of the insurance policy is to protect ourselves in the future. Bill said all human beings are born with a desire to be secure in the future. If we wasn't concerned with that, if we wasn't worried about it, we wouldn't provide the food, the clothing, the shelter, the things that we have to have. And next winter we would freeze to death. Next drought season we would starve to death. So this desire that you and I have to be secure in the future is a God-given thing necessary for our survival. Now, just like the social instinct, though, if you're going to be secure, the first thing you've got to do is find out, well, what do I need to be secure? Society teaches us that too. And it varies in different parts of the world. One part of the world you just need $4. Another part of the world you need $4,000. Another part of the world you might need $4 million. Another part of the world you might need 102 coconuts. Whatever it is that they use to measure, trade, and barter with. Based on what we're taught, we set our goals. And we begin to work toward that goal. Maybe it's simply to have a new pair of shoes. Maybe it's to have a new dress. Maybe it's to have a new suit. Maybe it's to have a new couch. Maybe it's to have new drapes, a new home, a new car, a new piece of property, a new business, whatever. And if you're going to reach the goal, you've got to work at it. You can't just be a bum, sit on your duff, and be secure. By the same token, you have to sacrifice. We can't blow it all today and be secure tomorrow. And I don't think you and I would do the work necessary to be secure tomorrow and make the sacrifices necessary if we didn't get a reward for doing so. And the great reward once again comes at the moment of successful completion of the goal. You know, you get that thing paid for, it's yours, and nobody can touch it. My God, what a great feeling that is. When Joe and I were growing up, nobody owned their own homes. Very few people did. Once in a great while, somebody would get enough money together to make a down payment on a home. Pay on this little old house for years and years and years. And the day that sucker was paid off, they called in all the neighbors, and we had a big party, and we celebrated by burning the mortgage. What a great feeling that was. Now, the only thing wrong with that, though, it's just a temporary feeling. Hell, no sooner do you get it paid for, and I look around and his house is bigger than mine. I'm in a Chevrolet and she's driving a Cadillac. And I've got a suit that I bought at Kmart's, and this guy over here has got one that he bought at Brooks Brothers. And that causes me to set another goal. And I work and I work and I strive and I strive and I sacrifice and I reach the new goal, and it feels good, but it doesn't last long, and I set another goal. It seems to create within we human beings an insatiable desire for more and more of this and more of that, more and more power, more and more security, more and more prestige, and we're not getting it the way we think we ought to get it. So what do? Well, we take shortcuts. We lie. We cheat. We con. We manipulate. We steal. And the instant we do so, we hurt other people. They retaliate against us and create pain and suffering for us. Plain little life run on self-will can hardly be a success. Third basic instinct he talks about is the sex instinct. And I always have to stop and take a drink of water before that. He said all human beings are born with a desire to have sex. He said it may get turned off by bad teachings or bad happenings. But all human beings are born with a desire to have sex, because he said if we didn't have sex, we could not reproduce ourselves. And if we don't reproduce ourselves, then sooner or later the human race is going to fail to survive. Now also, just like the other two, if you're going to reproduce yourselves, you're going to have to work at it. Hell, you can do more work in 3 minutes of sex, if you can last that long, than you'll do all day digging a ditch. Don't you older guys remember how it used to be when we got through with it? My God, you just fall over sideways. The sweat's just pouring off of you. You can hardly get your breath. You feel like you've died, gone to heaven, come back 2 or 3 times. And I don't think you and I would do that kind of work if we didn't get a reward for doing so. And the great reward we get is that great feeling, both physically and emotionally, at the moment of successful completion of the sex act. One of the greatest feelings a human being can experience, period. Mm-hmm. But also, just like the other two, it seems to be just a temporary feeling. Hell, you no sooner get through with doing it than you get to thinking about doing it again. And it's such an exciting and such a pleasurable thing. The next thing you know, you get to think about doing it in different ways. You get to think about doing it in different positions. You get to think about doing it with different people. And the next thing you know, you're doing it at the wrong time, in the wrong way, with the wrong people. And the instant we do so, we create pain and suffering for others. Yeah, and they retaliate against us and create pain and suffering for us. Plain little life run on self-will can hardly ever be a success. I never knew what made me tick. I never knew what caused me to think the way I thought. I never knew what caused me to do the things that I did until I saw the 3 basic instincts of life. And it just became so clear to me that that's what drives me, rules me, and dominates me. You know, Bill says in the 12 and 12 that every emotional problem on earth today comes from the 3 basic instincts of life. Trying to fulfill these things, it's an impossibility to fulfill them left on self-will. And because of that, we're always doing things that create pain and suffering for others. Now, if you'll notice, coming out of the 3 basic instincts, a little circle called self. That's what makes up self-will. Yeah. Now, coming out of self-will, you'll notice another one called wrongs, which is another word we got to look at for just a moment. Somewhere in AA, we got the idea that wrongs is a list of dirty, filthy, nasty items. You go to the dictionary, though, and you'll find several definitions for that word. One definition of the word wrong is incorrect judgment of others. And a little later on, we're going to find out that's exactly what a resentment is. Incorrect judgment of others. Another definition of the word wrong is incorrect believing. And we're going to find that the majority of our fears are incorrect believing. Another definition of the word wrong is the harms and the hurts that we do to other people. And if God dwells within each of us, and we do those things, and we know we've hurt them, then the fear and the guilt and the remorse associated with those things begin to eat us up. You know, it's plain easy. It's easy to spot a selfish, self-centered human being. They will always display three common manifestations. Number one, they're madder than hell. Damn him and damn her, and by God I'll show them, and they're not going to treat me that way, and blah-de-blah-de, blah, 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 blah. Selfish, self-centered person is absolutely scared to death. Can't depend on God. Can't depend on other human beings. If we're an alcoholic reaching the end of the road, we can't depend on ourselves any longer. We don't know what the hell's going to happen, but we know when it does, it ain't going to be worth a damn. And we're running absolutely scared to death all the time. Selfish, self-centered human being, because of the three basic instincts of life, is always overdoing and hurting other people, with the resultant fear and guilt and remorse associated with these things. Now, a mind that is filled with resentments, a mind that is filled with fear, a mind that is filled with guilt and remorse don't feel good. And after a while, wanting to feel better, it'll start thinking about something to make it feel better. And for we alcoholics, we'll begin to remember the sense of ease and comfort that comes from a couple of drinks, and the next thing you know, we're insane and we're drunk again. So it looks like, if I want the peace of mind, serenity, and happiness necessary for good long-term sobriety, I'm going to have to do something about self-will. I'm going to have to do something about these three things that result from self-will: the resentments and the fears and the harms and the hurts. Now, what this really does for me, it shows me exactly why I need to take step 3, and at the same time, it is now setting me up for step 4. And we're going to go right back to these things when we get into step 4 later on, Joe.
On page 62, now that we looked at the basic instincts and broke self down into something, the basic instincts, we can see what he's talking about. Selfishness and the self-centeredness, that we think is the root of our troubles. Driven by 100 forms of fear, self-delusion, self-seeking, and self-pity, we step on the toes of the fellows and they retaliate. Sometimes they hurt us seemingly without provocation, but invariably find that sometime in the past we made a decision based on self, which placed us in a position to be hurt. You know, I used to think everybody was picking on me when I got here. But I found I had done something based on self that made them do that.
Trying to satisfy the basic instincts of life.
So our troubles, we think, are basically of our own making. They arise out of ourselves, and the alcoholic is an extreme example of self-will run riot, though he usually doesn't think so. Above everything, we alcoholics must be rid of selfishness. We must, or it kills us. God makes that possible. There often seems no way entirely of getting rid of self without His aid. You know, if we're having a problem with self-will, there's but one other will on the face of this earth to correct it. And that's God's will. That's the only other will. You can't control self-will with self-will. The only thing to control self-will was God's will that created it.
You can't heal a sick mind with a sick mind. Self-will just not work for people like us. We can't make ourselves better. We're going to have the aid of a power greater than human power if we're going to overcome self-will.
Many of us have moral and philosophical convictions galore, but we could not live up to them even though we'd like to. Neither could we reduce ourselves much by wishing or trying on our own power. We had to have God's help. This is the how and the why. First of all, we had to quit playing God.
Now, if this is a God-directed world, and everything I read leads me to believe that it is, then those of us who have been self-directed, And those of us who've been trying to direct everything and everybody around us, we've been trying to do God's work for Him. And we're not God. We've just been playing at being God. That's the first thing we have to do, is decide we're going to quit playing God.
It didn't work. Next we decided here after the realm of life, God was going to be our director.
Not our suggester, our director. He's got His word right back in now. From now on, it'll be director, directions.
He is the principal, we are His agent, He is the Father, and we are His children. Most good ideas are simple, and this concept was a keystone in you and travel arch to which we passed to freedom. This concept, the idea that God's going to be a director of our lives. Step 3 is the keystone. And remember, as he laid the stones in, he said wilderness was the foundation. Then he said believing was a cornerstone. Now he's saying step 3 is the keystone, the stone at the very top of the gate. All the other stones were cut to lay against the keystone. It supported the whole gate. And this is the gate through which we're going to pass to freedom. So he's given us a description of what we're building. Now he's telling us what we're building. We didn't know until we got here. We're building an arch to which we pass to freedom.
Next, we decided here in this drive of my life, God was going to be our director. He is the principal. We are His agents. He is the Father, and we are His children. Most good ideas are simple. And this concept was the keystone of the new and triumphant arch through which we pass to freedom. That wonderfully effective spiritual structure that we're building. That personality change sufficient to recover from alcoholism. The keystone of that structure is going to be this one little simple idea. That from now on we're going to let God be the boss. And that's very difficult for people like us. Because you see, most of us were raised to believe that if you wanted something, you told God what you wanted. God, give me this. God, do that. God, if you'll do this, I'll do that. And we tended, as we grew up, to use God as an errand boy. Rather than trying to do what He wanted, we told Him what to do for us. Now, in this other big book we read once in a great while, right in the front of that book, it said God created this whole mess in 6 days, and then He rested. Nowhere do I find in that book that He ever went back to work again. It looks like if there's anything going to be done, it's going to be up to us to do it. That He's the boss, we're the employee. He's the Father, we're the children. Now that's the first time we've had that relationship with God in a long, long time, if we've ever had it before in our lifetime. Now based on that decision, you're going to get certain results from this thing. Here's going to be the results of this.
When we sincerely took such a position, all sorts of remarkable things followed. We had a new employer being all-powerful. He provided what we needed if we kept close to Him and performed His work well. Established on such a footing, we became less and less interested in ourselves, our little plans and designs. More and more we became interested in seeing what we could contribute to life. As we felt new power flow in, as we enjoyed peace of mind, as we discovered we could face life successfully, as we became conscious of His presence and began to lose our fears of today, tomorrow, or the hereafter, we were reborn.
Not in our bodies, but in our mind. The personality change, sufficient to recover, is now beginning to take place.
Right. You know, as we go through the steps, right through the action steps in this step, from now on throughout the book will tell you why you need to take the step. And then it will tell you how to take the step. And when you finish, it will tell you what the results should be after you take that particular step. And he just did that with step 3.
We were now at step 3. Many of us said to our makers, we understood Him. God, I offer myself to Thee to build with me and do with me as Thou wilt. Relieve me of the bondage of self that I may better do Thy will. Take away my difficulties, that victory over them may bear witness to those I would help of Thy power, Thy love, and Thy way of life. May I do Thy will always. We thought well before taking this step, making sure we were ready. They would at last abandon ourselves utterly to Him. And I think the word utterly means completely, wholeheartedly, all the way, the full ball of wax. Please don't make the mistake I did. Because the first time I took step 3, I got down on my knees and I said, God, I offer myself to Thee to build with me and do with me as Thou wilt. Relieve me of the bondage of self, and I better do Thy will, so on, so on, so forth. And I said, now this applies to my alcohol. Don't fool with my sex life. Stay out of my money. I think I can handle that too. Today I realize the fallacy in that is that God don't even drink, for as I know. He wants it all. And I think we need to realize we're making a decision to let God direct our entire thinking.
Okay.
And if God directs our entire thinking, then it may become better in all areas. Not just with alcohol, but with sex, with money, with power, with prestige, and in all areas. If it becomes better in all areas, then chances are our life's going to become better in all areas too. We found it very desirable to take this spiritual step with an understanding person, such as our wife, best friend, or spiritual advisor. Now remember, the first guys that got this book, they didn't have a fellowship surrounding them.
Yeah.
And it was sometimes hard for them to find somebody to do this with.
Yeah.
But today, the AA is full of good AA sponsors. And we find it advisable today to take this spiritual step with our sponsors. Anybody that I sponsor, I insist they take step 3 with me. For 2 reasons. Number 1, if they take it with me, I know they have taken it. That's the only way I know for sure. But the main reason is, every time we take it together, it means more to me also. Because you see, we are tridimensional creatures. We are meant to live with God, with ourselves, and with our fellow human beings. And we're praying to God in company of our fellow human beings. We're fitting ourselves back as God intended for us to be in the first place. And we alcoholics are the funniest people in the world. We'll let our family see us on our knees in the bathroom, hugging the porcelain bowl, puking our guts up every day for years. And we come to AA and we're trying to get our life straightened out, and we're ashamed to let them see us pray. Isn't that something? Isn't that something? How many of you would like to take step 3 today, right now, here with us? Would you all like to do that? Let's hold hands with each other and take it, just for the heck of it. I'll read it, and as I read it, you follow me. God, I offer myself to Thee to build with me and do with me as Thou wilt. Relieve me of the bondage of self, that I may better do Thy will. Take away my difficulties.
Take away my difficulties.
That victory over them may bear witness to those I would help of Thy power, Thy love, and Thy way of life. May I do Thy will always. And I'm going to add the word amen. Okay, now don't ever let anybody tell you haven't taken step 3. You took it today. Thank you all for being here. We'll see you later. We finished earlier today with step 3. And there we talked about the fact that we had made a decision. And it was only a decision. There would have to be some action taken in order to carry that decision out. And we made a decision to turn our will, which is our thinking apparatus, our mind, and our lives, which is our actions, over the care and direction that the step originally said of God as we understand Him. So now then that we've made the decision, we're going to have to start taking some action necessary to carry out that decision. Just like Columbus, when he made a decision to go see if it was really round and not flat. If you get really east by sailing west, his decision did him no good until he took some action to carry it out. And we're going to find the same thing is involved here in step 3. At the bottom of page 63 it says, "Next, we launched out on a course of vigorous action, the first step of which is a personal house cleaning, which many of us had never attempted. Though our decision, referring to step 3, was a vital and crucial step, it could have little permanent effect unless at once followed by a strenuous effort to face and be rid of the things in ourselves which have been blocking us. Our liquor was but a symptom, so we had to get down to causes and conditions." So the first thing we always like to look at is the time element between step 3 and step 4. We hear this question all the time throughout the entire country. How long should you wait to do step 4 after you've done step 3? And we hear all kind of answers. We've heard some people say, well, maybe 60 days, and we've heard others say 90 days, and we were talking to a professional in the field one time, and that professional was counseling people to wait a minimum of 2 years. And our question back to the professional was, how damn many people have you killed with that statement? Because you see, what we're trying to find a way, or what we're trying to do, is find a way that we can live not only sober, but be peaceful, happy, and free, so that we'll be able to stay sober. And the longer we put off step 4, the longer we procrastinate, the longer we're going to be filled with restlessness, irritability, and discontent. The longer we're going to be filled with shame, fear, guilt, and remorse. And we've got great danger if we wait too long, that the mind, in trying to find a way to feel better, will begin to think about the sense of ease and comfort that comes at once by taking a couple of drinks. Next thing you know, we become insane. Next thing you know, we end up drunk all over again. I really don't know how long I could go under those conditions before I found it necessary to drink. And frankly, I'm not really very interested in finding it out. You know, the Big Book tells us when we should take step 4. It says we should take step 4 at once after taking step 3. And that does make sense, doesn't it? As far back as I can remember, 4 has always followed immediately after 3. Now, knowing we should do that, and knowing that we might get drunk if we don't do that, then why would we still tend to procrastinate and put off step 4? And probably there's 2 or 3 reasons for it. Number 1, I've noticed a lot of the older members of AA like to play king off of the mountain with this step. They like to tell the newcomer how tough it really is. By God, you just wait till you get to step 4. Yaddy, blah, blah, blah. And we just literally scare them to death with it. Well, let us be the first to say tonight, if we do step 4 the way the Big Book says to do it, there is absolutely nothing to be afraid of. And I think we're all going to be able to see that as we go through step 4 according to the Big Book, Alcoholics Anonymous. So, if fear doesn't block us off, then why else would we tend to procrastinate? And I think probably the biggest reason is confusion. For years and years, we didn't see the instructions in the book on how to take step 4. They are there. They're on page 64. But they are so short and so simple that we alcoholics, with our keen intellectual alcoholic minds, looking for something more complicated, overlooked the simplicity of it, and we couldn't understand how to do it. So in our confusion, we got over into step 5. And we read something there that said something about all your life story. And we said, oh, that must have been what they wanted us to do in step 4, is to write our life story so that we could share it with God and another human being. And that's what many of us did in the beginning. That's what I did to start with. Now, my life story probably wasn't too important to anybody else, but it must have been important to me because I had 92 pages in it. I took it to another poor, suffering alcoholic and asked him to read it, and he did. And he said, "It's not very pretty, is it?" And I said, "No, it isn't." And he said, "Well, you'll never have to be that way again." And he threw it in the waste paper basket. And I didn't learn anything new about me through the writing of my life story, because everything I wrote I already knew. So nothing new came out of that. Also, I didn't learn anything out of my life story to really contribute to my alcoholism. Now today, as I look back at that period of time, I realize that 95% of my life story has nothing to do with my alcoholism anyhow. The fact that I was born in 1929, I don't think it's got a thing to do with my alcoholism. It may have something to do with somebody else's alcoholism, but not mine. The fact that I went into the service immediately after I got out of high school, I don't think that had a thing to do with my alcoholism. The fact that I was married at age 21, I don't think it's got anything to do with my alcoholism. But I'll tell you what it did do. The 95% that had nothing to do with it very effectively covered up the 5% that did. And therefore I learned nothing to contribute to my alcoholism by the writing and the sharing of my life story. So in our confusion, somebody in Minneapolis, Minnesota wrote a 4-step inventory guide. And we got hold of the Minneapolis guide, we combined it with the big book, and we got more confused yet. Somebody in Dallas, Texas wrote a 4-step inventory guide. We got the Dallas guide, we combined it with the Minneapolis guide, combined it with the big book, and then we really got confused about it. I have no idea how many inventory guides are floating around out there today. Joe and I saw one that had 20 pages in it. And I'll guarantee you, if you wasn't crazy as hell before you took it, you would be when you were through. That was one of those kind. And all the time, the directions have been here in the book. We just could not see them because we didn't understand how Bill Wilson wrote. But finally, when we begin to realize that Bill likes to talk about something we already know about, we saw him do it with the Titanic the moment after rescue from shipwreck, the great ocean liner. He loves to take something you already know about and then use that to teach you something new. Examples that you're already aware of. He also loves to make word comparisons, using a word here, but then using another word that means exactly the same thing. He did not like to repeat himself using the same words over and over. And if you can really see what he's doing with this stuff, then it becomes easy to understand what he's trying to say. And we're going to find he does exactly that same thing to us here in the big book as far as step 4 is concerned. Let's see what he does. Therefore, we started upon a personal inventory. This was step 4. Now, immediately he jumps from personal to business. He said a business which takes no regular inventory usually goes broke. And let's say you had a business, and I don't care what it is, selling ladies' purses or men's watches or bicycles or whatever. If you had a business and you did an inventory once in a while, and by the way, inventory is defined as a written list of items. If you did an inventory in your business once in a while, you wouldn't know what's been stolen out of the store that you didn't get paid for. You wouldn't know what has been sold, and you need to reorder new stock to put it in its place so you'll have something to sell. If you didn't inventory once in a while in your business, you wouldn't know what's become damaged and unsaleable. Nobody wants to buy it. It's sitting there taking up valuable floor space or shelf space. You're probably paying interest on borrowed money to put it in there in the first place, and it sits there day after day after day and costs you money. If you didn't inventory once in a while, you wouldn't know what's become out of style. Nobody wants to buy it. And it's sitting there in that store, and you need to put it on sale so you can get rid of it. And if it sits there in that store day after day after day, it costs you money. I think we can all see if we didn't inventory once in a while in a business, we probably would go broke. Now, I think his first comparison is this. In our personal lives, we have a business too. And it's the most important business in the world today to us. It's the business of finding a way to live so we can be peaceful, happy, and free. So we don't have to go back to drinking. And going broke in our personal business would simply be to end up getting drunk all over again. So I think his first comparison is this: whether it's a business inventory or a personal inventory, without it we would probably go broke. And I think probably everybody would agree with that. Now then, he's going to tell us how to take this business inventory. And when he's through with that, he's going to turn right around and say, I want you to do the same thing in your lives that I just told you to do in the business inventory. So the key thing is, first we're going to look at the business inventory. Now my friend Ross over here is getting ready to put a picture up here on the screen, and you got one to match it. And the picture is called Inventory Comparison. The left-hand side of the screen we're going to see business. And the right-hand side of the screen we're going to see personal. Now we're going to take some key words out of the big book and we're going to list them under business. He says taking a commercial inventory. Now Dad burn him, he could have said business again, couldn't he? But he don't like to use the same word twice, so he'll call it commercial this time. See what he does to us? Confuses the hell out of us is what he does. Taking a commercial inventory is a fact-finding, and we're putting fact-finding under business, and a fact-facing process, and we're putting fact-facing under business. It is an effort to discover the truth, and we're putting truth under business, about the stock in trade. And we're putting stock in trade under business. Now the stock in trade, that's those items that we've got in there for sale. The ladies' purses, the men's watches, the bicycles, or whatever. One object is disclosed, damaged, or unsaleable goods. And we're putting disclosed, damaged, or unsaleable goods under business. And to get rid of them promptly and without regret. And we're putting promptly and without regret under business. If the owner of the business is to be successful, he cannot fool himself about values. He's going to have to be just as honest as he possibly can. And once in a while he'll try to fool himself. He'll say, well, the reason these ladies aren't buying these purses is they just don't really understand what's good for them. You know, he made the decision to buy them in the first place, and he hates to admit that he's wrong, and he may keep them in there longer than he should. And if he does, it's going to cost him money every day that he does that, so he's going to have to be honest with himself. Now, is there anybody in here that would have an argument with what he just said about the business inventory? We're going to go in that store, that business, and we're going to try to find the facts. When we find them, we're going to face the facts. We're trying to discover the truth about the stock in trade, and we're looking for the damaged and unsaleable goods. Now, the good items don't cause us to go broke. They sell day after day after day, and we make money off of those. So we're not looking for good items. We're looking for the damaged and unsaleable goods that cost us money. When we find them, we're going to try to get rid of them promptly and without regret. It's only when we get those damaged and unsaleable goods out of the store that we can put new items back in the store. Because as long as the damaged goods is there, the new items are blocked out, we can't put anything good in there until the old damaged stuff comes out. Would anybody have any argument with that at all? I don't think so. Now watch it. He wrote a step for us regarding our personal inventory. And he said basically the same thing, except he used a different set of words to say it. In step 4, he said we made a searching. And under personal, under personal, we're going to put the word searching. Straight across from fact-finding. To find the facts, to search out the facts, means exactly the same thing. We made a searching and fearless. And we're putting fearless straight across from fact-facing. To fearlessly look at those things, to face those facts as they really are. The same thing. We made a searching and fearless moral. And there's where we got in trouble. We said, oh, shit. There it is. There's that list of dirty, filthy, nasty items. Now, we don't want to look at them. We sure as hell don't want to show them to somebody else. And it bugged us, and it bugged us, and it bugged us, and it bugged us. Until one day we went to the dictionary. And do you know what the word moral is defined as? Truth. Things as they really are. The right and wrong of any given situation. I'm not sure what all Bill Wilson knew. But I really think if he'd wanted you and I to make a list of dirty, filthy, nasty items, I believe he would have said we made a searching and fearless amoral or immoral inventory. And he didn't say that. He said moral. And moral and truth mean the same identical thing. We made a searching, fearless, moral inventory of what? Of ourselves. We're the only stock in trade that we have in this business of staying sober. Nobody else can make us sober. And nobody else can make us drink. Oh, I'll agree, they can make us thirsty as hell once in a while. But they really cannot make us drink. We decide whether we drink or not. Now, what part of us decides whether we drink or not? Is it our body or is it our mind? The real problem, the alcoholic sinner's the mind telling us we can drink, rather than the body that ensures we can't drink. So as I make this searching and fearless moral inventory of myself, I'm going to look into my mind, and I'm going to find those flawed thinking processes, the damaged and unsaleable thoughts that block me off from carrying out the decision that I made in step 3. Until I find those things and remove them from my mind, then God's direction cannot enter my mind, because He is very effectively blocked out by certain thought processes in my mind. Now, we've already talked about what those things are. When we find them, we're going to try to get rid of them promptly and without regret, and open up space for God's thinking to come in. And we talked about the 3 common manifestations of self when we talked about the basic instincts of life. I like to look at my head up here as a little bitty store. Not very much. A little 7-Eleven or a Quick Trip or a Handy Stop or a Get and Go, or I saw one the other day said, come and get it. I like that one. And up here in my store, I've got some display cases right over here. And they are filled with resentments. Damn him, and damn her, and by God I'll show them, and they're not going to treat me that way. Bloody, 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 blah, 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 blah. God can't get in there. Those display cases are already filled with resentments. God's thinking can't enter there. Over here in this part of my store, I've got a little file cabinet, and it's filled with fear. Oh my God, what's she going to do when she finds out about this one? Oh my God, what's the banker going to do when the check gets there? He's already told me he'd file on me next time. Oh my God, what's the boss going to think when he finds out about what I've been doing? Oh my God, is that my car sitting out in the front end torn up? Don't even remember. Oh my God, and on and on. God can't get in that file cabinet. It's already filled with the damaged and unsaleable goods called fears. Back here in the back of my store, I've got a little storeroom. And it's filled with guilt and remorse. If God dwells within me, I know the difference between right and wrong. And as I go out there on my drinking sprees and I hurt all those people that I've hurt, then when I sober up and think about those things, the guilt and the remorse begins to eat me up. And that room is already filled with guilt and remorse. God can't get in there either. Now, if I want Him to direct my thinking, then I'm going to have to do something about the removal of these things, so God's thinking can enter. Now remember, God gave us self-will. And God said, I'll let you keep it until you kill yourself. I'll not take it back from you. You will have to give it back to me. And we can't give it back to Him until we clear it up and empty spaces for His thinking to enter. Now, my big book is getting ready to tell me just exactly how to look at these resentments and these fears and this guilt and remorse truthfully. It's going to show me how to see the exact nature of those things. It's going to show me how to get rid of them. And the greatest thing it's going to show me is how to keep them from coming back in the future. And if I can get them out of my head, empty up space for God's thinking, keep them from coming back in the future, then God's direction can begin to enter my mind, and I begin to operate on God's will instead of on Charlie's will. And it is such a simple process that it absolutely blows my mind every time I look at this thing, to see how really fouled up we were for so many years until we saw how Bill writes. Listen to what he says. We did exactly the same thing with our lives. In other words, we're going to do in our lives just exactly what He told us to do in the business inventory. We took stock honestly, truthfully, morally. First, we searched out the flaws in our makeup which caused our failure. Being convinced that self manifested in various ways that what had defeated us, we considered its common manifestations. Resentment is the number one offender. It destroys more alcoholics than anything else. From it stem all forms of spiritual disease, for we've been not only mentally and physically ill, we've been spiritually sick. When the spiritual malady is overcome, we straighten out mentally and physically. In dealing with resentments, we set them on paper. Now, before we start setting resentments on paper, let's look at the word resentments, and let's see if we can't get our thinking in line with the author's thinking about what a resentment really is. Joe?
Yeah, we use this word all the time. I resent her and she resents me. Back and forth, back and forth. But sometimes we have to get a better grip of what that word really means. When it comes to the word, Latin word, re, when we see that on the front of the word, re means again. Like replay, repeat, redo. And the second part of that means sentire, which is a Latin word, means to feel. I always say be careful with my Latin because I speak so Southern Arkansas Latin. And it's not too good. But sentire means to feel again. So, You know, one thing about life, I think it's real simple once we understand it, the way the big book teaches us about self-will. The basic instincts of life that make up self-will. Not only do I have a set of those, everybody else has got self too. That's the problem. And they have problems with their self, and their basic instincts get out of control, and they will do something to hurt me when they get sick like that. They are sick people when they do it. And
maybe they threaten our social instinct, or threaten our security instinct, rip off our money, or maybe they threaten our sex life.
They threaten they got to threaten one of my basic instincts, and that hurts. That's wrong. That's a wrong on their part. That is not a resentment. I'm the only one can do the replay, the resentment. And usually when someone does that to me and they hurt me, you know, I'll go over into the next room and I'll sit there a minute and I'll replay that thing over. I'll say, I was just sitting here being nice. I'm always nice when they do that. I'm always nice anyway, right? Got my halo out. Just being nice, and this mean person comes up and does this thing and hurts me again. Well, I blame that second one on him too. I replayed it over. The other person didn't do it but once. But when I replayed it over, I blame the second one on him too.
The second time we did it to ourselves.
That's right. And each time I play it over, I make it a little worse, a little deeper, a little more painful. Now, I didn't know. I used to think I was an honest person, but I ain't very honest, because every time I play it over, I add a little something to it. And after a few weeks, it don't even resemble what happened. So we human beings, we don't operate off the truth. Only God knows the truth. We operate off of our perception of the truth, which is not correct. So, I always think it's like the football game. This is like we go watch the football game. That's going to start this Sunday. And they got all those replays, and got some new replays. They're going to look at those things. But, the players out there playing, one thing about football, it's like life. You're going to get hit. That's the way life too is. It's a dream world when we think people's not going to strike us, because they have self too. And when the guy on the football field gets hit, sometimes they hurt him and gets kind of shook up, and they pump some more air into him, get him up, keep him in the game. Sometimes he has to go out of the game, but most time he stays in the game.
But the game is going to go on, just like the game of life goes on. They're not going to stop it very long.
The game's going on. The whole announcer up in the stands, he's not ready to let the game go on. He says, look at that again. And he turns on his resentment machine. And he shows that in slow motion, living color. And he slows it down. You can see the guy's leg going the wrong way and his arm pushing back. It looks a hell of a lot worse, right? Now, the alcoholic gets up every morning, turns on his replay machine, cleans the lens.
Tunes it up in living color.
Gets it all focused.
Cleans the lens.
And he goes out and shines it on the world all day. Now, he don't want nothing good. He just wants the bad stuff, like the 6 o'clock news, you know what I mean? He tapes all that and brings it home and replays it, makes himself sick, and blames it on them. Blames it on them. Now, some days he has a bad day. And a bad day is when they won't do nothing to him. Now, on those days, he records what they're thinking. I know what they're thinking. It's really the stupidity of the whole thing when we realize what we're doing. But it brings on resentment. Always comes along with this twofold illness, two-headed sword. You cannot resent someone else and without feeling sorry for yourself. It brings on self-resentments, which is self-pity. And we alcoholics love that one. Sometimes we feel bad when we don't have it. And some mornings you get up, you don't feel bad enough. You got to work up some more self-pity so you can leave the house. And we say, pour me a drink, usually. So, there's no way that God can direct our lives when we have resentments in our minds. When we have resentments, our mind is being directed by the things that we resent. They're totally directing our lives. And one thing about selfish, self-centered people, they think they really run the show. But they don't run their lives. Other people run our lives through our resentments toward them. Now, we made a decision that God was going to be a director of our lives. There's no way that God can direct our lives until we get rid of these resentments. And resentment is the number one offender. Not only do these things block us from God, and it's an amazing thing, but you can really get to see this. Everything that blocks me from God blocks me from other people.
I heard a guy say the other day, resentments are kind of like peeing in your britches. He said everybody else can see them, but you're the only one that feels them. I got to thinking about that, and that's absolutely right. See, one of the most terrible things about these resentments is if you keep throwing them out there long enough, sooner or later they're going to turn right around and come right back at you.
That's right.
And when they come back at you, you begin to resent yourself for being in a position to have those things happen to you.
That's right.
And since we can't stand self-resentment, then after a while it turns into self-pity.
That's right.
And self-pity is about the sickest that a human being can have.
That's right.
And we alcoholics love self-pity.
That's right.
We love to get up early in the morning, put it on as a cloak of dignity, and we start out the door and we say, here we come, mean old world, just do it to me. I know you're out there just waiting to get me. It is a sick way to build your ego. Because after all, if you're important enough that the whole world's picking on you, then you must really be somebody else. You must really be something. If you don't think we alcoholics love self-pity, you try to feel sorry for one of us. And we'll tell you in a hurry, by God, don't you feel sorry for me. That's my damn job, feeling sorry for me. Now, is there any way that God could enter a mind filled with that kind of crap?
No.
God's thinking is very effectively blocked out. So we're going to have to do something about getting rid of those resentments if we want God to direct our thinking. And the book gives us a very simple process. Here's what he says. In dealing with resentments, we set them on paper. So the first thing we're going to have is some paper to put it down on. And we're going to have a pencil or a pen or a typewriter or a paintbrush or a computer, some way to put it down on paper. Now, one of our biggest problems with this inventory is page 65, which is the blank form, or which is the form or the process, the example, has already been filled out. And we didn't know for sure the procedure that he followed to fill it out. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with a blank form, and you've got one in your handout material. The one you have has 5 columns on it. And what we would like for you to do is either cover up the last 2 columns or fold them under where you can't see them. And if you'll do that, you would have the first 3 columns showing, which is nothing in the world but page 65 in the blank form. We want to emphasize we're not trying to bring another inventory into AA. We've got enough of those already. This is page 65 in the blank form. Column 1 says I'm resentful at. Column 2 says the cause. And column 3 says affects my. Now let's see if we can find the directions on filling it out. He said, in dealing with resentments, we set them on paper. Okay, we've got the paper to put them on. We listed people, institutions, or principles with whom we were angry. Period. Stop right there.
Period.
Let's go to column 1. And while we've got one thing and one thing only on our mind, let's make a list of the people. That's self-explanatory. Institutions are those things such as the police department and the Internal Revenue Service and the federal government and the church and etc. Principles are those old guiding things we've heard all of our lives that interfered with our style of living when we were out there drinking. The 10 Commandments are a set of principles. And when I was out there drinking, I don't want to hear nothing about the 10 Commandments. I'm breaking all of them except one, and maybe breaking it too. I don't know in a blackout. Another old principle I always hated said, what goes up must come down. I never cared for that one. Especially I don't now that I'm 70 years old. Another one said, what you give out's what you get back. And another one said, there are no free rides. You'll pay for whatever you receive. And there's one my dad used to use on me, and I hated it then, don't like it now. He said, son, when you lay down with dogs, you'll get fleas on you every time. Those old things that used to irritate us when we were drinking. Now, I've never known an alcoholic yet that did not know just exactly who or what, by God, we're mad at. We sit around in bars talking about it. Spend hours talking about it. All we got to do for the first instruction is take it out of our head, put it down on a sheet of paper, and we recommend going from top to bottom, leaving a little space in between each one of those like Bill did on page 65. Now, you don't have to be sober very long to do this. You don't have to be highly educated to do this.
Be smart.
If you can't write, you feed the names to somebody else and have them write them down for you. Now, you'll notice Bill had 4 here on page 65. He probably had more, I just assume. He didn't want to use any more space in the book. He put down Mr. Brown, Mrs. Jones, my employer, and my wife. They came to me and they said, make a list of your resentments. And I said, I don't have any. And they said, oh, surely you do. Maybe you don't understand what a resentment is. And they explained it to me like Joe just explained a while ago, to refeel the old hurts and the old angers. And I said, oh, yeah, I've got 1 or 2 of those. And they said, okay, put it down on a sheet of paper. And I got me a sheet of paper, standard size, leaving a little space in between each name. And the next thing I know, I had put 8 names on that sheet of paper. And I reached over and I got another sheet of paper. Next thing I know, I had 8 names on it and I got another sheet of paper. And I had 8 names on it and I got another sheet of paper. And I got up to about 152. And I said, man, you matter in hell at everything. I did not know that. You can only see one resentment at a time in your head. I don't think any of us will ever realize how many resentments we really do have. How much they control and dominate our thinking until we get them down on paper and see them in their entirety for the first time. Now, we've made a decision to let God direct our thinking. And if we've got that many resentments, then those resentments are directing our thinking and God can't. It's just that simple. Oh, God, I learned something valuable by filling out the first column, learning how many resentments I really did have and how much they really controlled and dominated my thinking. Now let's look at the second instruction. We ask ourselves why we were angry. We go to the second column. Beside each name, we put down the cause of our anger. Now, if we remember the resentment, we remember just exactly what they did to us also. Take it out of our head, put it down on paper. Now we're not going to write any long essays here. We're just going to use a few simple words to put the cause. For example, in Bill's example on page 65, he's mad at Mr. Brown because of attention to my wife. Told my wife of my mistress. Brown may get my job at the office. I don't blame him. I'd be mad at Brown too. In fact, I don't even know him, and I'm already upset with him just by reading about this. He's mad at Mrs. Jones. She's a nut. She snubbed me. She committed her husband for drinking. Put his best drinking buddy in the state insane asylum. He's my friend, and she's a gossip. He's mad at the employer. Unreasonable, unjust, and overbearing. Probably said, say, Bill, by the way, where were you all day Monday anyhow? He threatens to fire me for drinking and padding my expense account. Now that's unreasonable as hell, isn't it? He's mad at his wife. She misunderstands and nags. And she likes old Brown. And she wants the house put in her name. Now you tie together like an old Brown and wanting the house put in her name, it's about time to get a little upset here. Using just a few simple words. Some names there'll just be one cause. Other names there may be 2 or 3 or 4 causes. We simply list them as we did here in the big book. As I finished up the second column, I began to realize it's really not them that's got me upset. It's what they've done to me that's got me upset. It's not them I resent, it's what they did that I resent. Now the reason that's so important to me is this. I'm getting ready to start out on a lifetime changing process. And during that process, I'm going to try to develop the best possible relationship that I can with the world and everybody in it so I can have maximum peace of mind. Part of that relationship is later on in my program, I'm going to ask people to forgive me for what I've done to them. But by the same token, I've got to forgive them for what they've done to me. And the forgiving process starts right here. When I start getting names out of the way, quit concentrating on names and start looking at what they've done, that's an entirely different thing. Very valuable information. Now let's go to the third column. He said, in most cases it was found that our self-esteem, our pocketbooks, our ambitions, our personal relationships, including sex, were hurt or threatened, so we were sore, we were burned up. On our grudge list, we set opposite each name our injuries. Was it our self-esteem, our security, our ambitions, our personal or sex relations which had been interfered with? You see, that's why we talked about the 3 basic instincts of life. I can't get upset with you unless you threaten one of my 3 basic instincts of life. If you threaten my security instinct, my personal relationships, my prestige, anything in that area, you upset me. If you threaten my security, either emotional or material, you upset me. If you threaten my sex life, you upset me. So if you've done something that upset me and I'm resenting you for it, then there has to be a threat to at least one of the basic instincts of life. And I put down which part of self is threatened. In Bill's example, he's mad at Mr. Brown because of his attention to my wife. Now what's threatened there? Well, his sex relations. Now if Brown gets to fooling around with his wife, and she finds out Brown's better than he is, she may cut him off at home and he won't have any sex relations at all. It's also a threat to his self-esteem. What are people going to think about me if Brown gets to screwing around my wife and it becomes neighborhood gossip? He's also mad at Brown because he told my wife of my mistress. Now, boy, that's a threat to sex relations. Because as soon as the wife found out about the mistress, she cuts him off at home. Then she goes over there and raises hell with the mistress, and he's cut off over there too. No sex relations left at all. It's also a threat to our self-esteem. Now here we are living in a neighborhood, going to work every day, taking care of our wife and children, paying our taxes like a citizen should, taking the Boy Scouts out on Saturday afternoon, teaching Sunday school on Sunday morning, and all of a sudden this little story about me and my wife and Brown and my mistress has now become neighborhood gossip. Oh my God, what are they going to think about me now? If you don't think that's a threat to self-esteem, you ask Jimmy Baker. You ask that old boy living up there in Washington, D.C. today, he'll tell you what this does to your self-esteem in a hurry. He's mad at Brown because Brown might get my job at the office. That's a threat to our security. If I lose my job, I've got no income coming in. It's also a threat to my self-esteem. What are other people going to think about me if Brown undercuts me and takes my job away from me at the office? They'll think I'm stupid as hell, won't they? Sure. Very carefully, we put down the part of self that is affected. Yeah. And I think the same thing would happen to you that happened to me. I begin to see myself putting down the same basic instinct over and over and over and over. A combination of all three, but one of them stood out. And I begin to see the part of self that I'm really having difficulty with. The part of self that I'm going to have to work on later on if I want to be able to live free of these resentments. The other thing that happened to me in the third column is for the first time in my life I saw where anger comes from. I've always had a problem with anger. I've always acted and reacted in anger, and I would do things that would hurt people. I would be sorry I did it. I'd say I'll never do it again, turn right around and get mad and do it all over again, time after time after time after time. You can't do anything about a problem till you understand the problem. I didn't know where anger came from. I thought it was just one of those thoughts that flitted in your mind. There's nothing you could do about it. Today I realize anger comes from a threat to one of the basic instincts of life. And it's how I choose to react to it which will determine whether I'm angry or not. You know, a good example in my life, I'm married to a real black belt Al-Anon. She's been in the Al-Anon Fellowship 32 years. She got a hell of a good program, and I love her deeply. But Al-Anons, just like alcoholics, they got self-will too. Yeah. And once in a while they get sick in self just like we do. And once in a while old Barbara will do something to me that threatens one of my basic instincts of life. And when she does, it hurts. Now I found that when that happens, there will be one of two things take place. If my relationship with God is right, and my instincts are under control, I'm able to say, well, the poor old thing, they're sick just like we are, and they can't help it any more than we can. And it'll just slide off of my back and just won't bother me at all. Now, 30 days from now, the same lady does the same identical thing. Only this time, my relationship with God is not quite right. My instincts are just a little bit out of kilter, and I react with anger, and I romp, and I stomp, and I raise hell with Barbara and everybody around me all day long. Same lady did the same thing, but I chose to react to it in an entirely different manner, based upon my relationship with God and whether my instincts are under control or not. And thank God I've learned that. Because you see, I can't do anything about Barbara. I can't do anything about any other human being on earth. But I can do something about my reaction to those things with God's help and getting my own basic instincts under control, and then I don't have to react with anger. One of the greatest things I've learned in my life. Now, I filled out 3 columns, and I learned 3 things. 4 things, really. Column 1, I learned how resentful I really am, how much that blocks me from God. Column 2, I learned it's not them I resent, it's what they've done to me. Column 3, I've learned that it's not even what they've done to me. It's how I choose to react to that, based upon my relationship with God and whether my instincts are under control or not. Very valuable information, and all I've done is fill out these 3 columns. Now that we've got that, well, just before we do that, let's put an example up here just to show you how simple it is. So Ross is going to do a little writing up there. We're going to take a couple of resentments from our own inventories. We won't do very many. Just a couple to give you an example. The first name on my list in column 1 was this lady named Barbara. About 31 or 32 years ago, I hated this lady with a purple passion. If I could have figured out some way to kill her, I would have done it without getting caught. I used to lay awake at night and fantasize. And I'd think, now tomorrow morning, when she's on her way to work, and she was always working, I believed in her being self-supporting through her own contributions, all right. I'd think on the way to work in the morning, she's going to get run over by a big semi-truck. And it's not going to be just any trucking company. It'll be a very affluent trucking company. And they're going to kill her. And then I'm going to sue them, and I'm going to get about $2 or $3 million out of this deal and get rid of her at the same time. You Al-Anons in the room tonight, you're not the only ones that fantasize. We alcoholics did it too. Second name on my sheet was the Internal Revenue Service.
That's right.
Now, if you want to see a guy come unglued and start frothing at the mouth, you just mention the Internal Revenue Service where I could hear it. And I just immediately exploded and become a raging maniac. God, I hated those people. Joe, who was the first one on your list?
My mother-in-law.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Yeah, she broke up my marriage. I was doing a little drinking, you know. But anyway, I resented that woman so bad. It was awful. It just got crazy. It was really stupid. I resented that woman so bad I couldn't even stand to see it. She lived in Kentucky. Every time I seen a car come by with Kentucky license plates, I thought about her. Kentucky Derby come on TV, I just thought about her. I got to where I couldn't drive by Kentucky Fried Chicken, you know.
Okay, now that's how simple column 1 is. Very simple thing to do. Let's go to column 2. By the side of each name, we write down our injuries. The cause of the anger.
Yeah.
Why was I so upset with Barbara? She had the audacity to file for divorce 3 times the last year before she went to Al-Anon.
3 times.
So we'll put 3 divorces there. She was spending more money on the damn lawyers than I was spending on booze and everything that went with it. And I really had it in for her. Internal Revenue Service. Why I'm so upset with them? Well, they're trying to put me in jail. That's why I'm so upset with them. Madder than hell at them. Joe, how come you so upset with your mother-in-law?
She broke up my marriage.
She broke up his marriage. That's how simple column 2 is.
Right.
Now we'll go to the third column. Barbara filing for divorce 3 times within 1 year. Is that a threat to my self-esteem?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. What's the neighbors going to think about me now? Is it a threat to my personal relationships?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. She and the kids not going to have anything to do with me if she gets a divorce. Is it a threat to my security?
Yeah.
Oh, you better bet it. She'll have it all before she's through. Nothing left for me. Is it a threat to my sex life?
Yeah, it's going to wipe you out.
Well, yeah, she's not going to let me have any after we get a divorce. Joe said, just wipe me out, clear across the board, just like that.
That's right.
Internal Revenue Service trying to put me in jail. Is that a threat to my self-esteem?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. What do the neighbors think about that kind of deal? Threat to my personal relationships?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they're not going to let my wife and kids have anything to do with me in jail. Is it a threat to my security?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. By the time they get through their damn fines and I pay all the lawyers off, I'll be absolutely broke. They'll have it all. Is it a threat to my sex life?
Yeah.
The kind I'd like to have, yeah. There may be some in there I don't want nothing to do with. Joe's mother-in-law filing or breaking up the marriage. Is that a threat to his self-esteem?
Yeah.
Sure it is. A threat to his personal relationships?
Yeah.
Sure it is. A threat to his security?
Yeah.
Why, you betcha he'll have to go to work now. That woman's been supporting him for 10 years. Threat to his sex life? Oh, yeah. He don't get none there at all, see? And that sounds simple. That's how simple the third column is. And see, it really doesn't take very long to do it either, does it? Have we put down anything there to be afraid of? Have we put down anything that's too complicated to do? Have we made a list of dirty, filthy, nasty items?
No.
No. We just honestly begin to look at our resentments by putting them down on paper. If we don't get them on paper, there's no way we'll ever be honestly able to see them. A searching and fearless moral inventory of our resentments. Now that we've got them filled out, let's see what we're going to do with this information. We've learned a lot of stuff already, but we're not through yet. Let's see what we're going to do with this information now that the sheet's filled out, the bottom of page 65.
We went back through our lives. Nothing counted but thoroughness and honesty. When we finished, we considered it carefully. The first thing apparent was the world and its people were often quite wrong. That's nothing new. We've been knowing that. To conclude that others were wrong was as far as we ever got. The usual outcome was people continued to wrong us and we stayed sore. Sometimes it was remorse and then we were sore at ourselves. But the more we fought and tried to have our own way, the worse matters got. As in war, the victor only seemed to win. A moment of triumph was short-lived. It is plain that a life which includes deep resentments leads only to futility and unhappiness. To the precise extent that we permit these, do we squander the hours that might been worthwhile.
I read that last statement, and I stopped, and I tried to look back in my life and see how much time I've really squandered in resentments. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I know about me. And when I've got a good resentment churning around in my head, I'm pretty well paralyzed from doing anything worthwhile. All I want to do is just sit there and play that thing over and over and over and over and over. And one of my favorite things that I used to do when I was drinking, I would get up early in the morning and I'd have a drink of whiskey and a cup of coffee. And when I would turn on my resentment replay machine, and I would replay what she did to me yesterday, what he did to me last week, what they did to me last month, what that damn policeman did to me 6 months ago, what that damn neighbor said to me 2 years ago, what that damn boss did to me 5 years ago, what that SOB first wife did to me 10 years ago, what my mother did to me 15 years ago, what my father did to me 20 years ago, what. And it took me just about an hour to run through that tape. And I loved every moment of it. And when that tape would run out, I'd have another drink of whiskey and another cup of coffee. And I would turn on my get even machine. Now, by God, the next time she does that, I'll do this and she'll do that, and I'll sock it at her. You're not going to treat me that way. Took me just about an hour to run through the get even tape. And I loved every moment of it. I have spent literally thousands and thousands and thousands of hours in resentments. And as I look back at them now, I can't see where they ever did me any good whatsoever. They sure as hell didn't make me any money. They never made me feel better. They just made me feel worse. They never straightened up a relationship with another human being. They just made it worse and worse and worse. And as far as I can tell, it was absolute wasted time. Now, as a human being, I'm only allotted so much time to live here on earth. And I'm beginning to approach the end of mine. And for the first time in my life, I'm not only sober, but I'm peaceful and I'm happy and I'm free. I didn't know you could be sober and feel as good as I feel today. My God, I love it. And I want every moment of it that I can have. What little time I've got left, I want to enjoy every minute of it. And when I'm fooling with a resentment, then I don't feel worth a damn. And I'm blocked off from God and I'm blocked off from other people. And it keeps me from enjoying life, period. And I simply don't want to waste any more time of what little time I've got left. That's one of the worst things about a resentment. It is an absolute, complete waste of time. But that's not the worst thing. Here's the worst thing about a resentment.
But with the alcoholic whose hope is the maintenance and growth of a spiritual experience, this business of resentment is infinitely grave. We found it is fatal. For when harboring such feelings, we shut ourselves off from the sunlight of the Spirit. The insanity of alcohol returns, and we drink again. And with us, to drink is to die.
There's the worst thing about a resentment. When you got a good resentment churning around in your head, you're blocked off from God. You're blocked off from your fellow human beings. And you don't feel good. And we alcoholics are going to feel bad just so long. And after a while, the mind, in searching for a way to feel better, will begin to think about the great sense of ease and comfort that comes at once by taking a few drinks. Next thing you know, we become insane. And we end up getting drunk all over again. I've been in AA a long time. I've seen more people get drunk over resentments than I have anything else. Oh, they get drunk over money. They get drunk off of the different sexes. But the main thing we get drunk over is resentments. Because they block us off from everything. And we don't feel good and we end up getting drunk again. Now listen to the book. If we were to live, we had to be free of anger. The grouch and the brainstorm were not for us. They may be the dubious luxury of normal men, but for alcoholics these things are poison. We turn back to the list. This is why you got to have a written inventory. If you didn't have a written inventory, you got no list to turn back to. People keep saying, could we take a mental inventory? No, you can't keep it up here in your head. You would lose it. We turn back to the list, for it held the key to the future. We were prepared to look at it from an entirely different angle. Always before I looked at it to see what those suckers have done to me. Today I look at it to see that it's going to block me off from God and get me drunk. Then I'm looking at it now from an entirely different angle. We begin to see that the world and its people really dominated us. In that state, the wrongdoing of others, fancied or real, had power to actually kill. And I stopped. And I said, Charlie, how dumb can you be? All my life I've been proud of the fact that I stand on my own 2 feet. Nobody tells me what to do. I don't need your advice, thank you. And I suddenly realized that other people have controlled and dominated my thinking as far back as I can remember, through my resentments toward them. When I'm resenting them, they are determining how I think. And if they determine how I think, they determine how I act, they determine how I live, and I've given them the power to kill me. And about that time I said, man, you really are stupid. Because some of these people have been dead and buried in the graveyard for years. Reaching out from the grave and had me by the yang-yang as far back as I can remember. And when I saw that, I said, to hell with them. I'm not going to let those people, alive or dead, live in my head rent-free any longer. I've made a decision to let God direct my thinking. And if they direct it alive or dead, God can't, and it's just that simple. And an amazing thing happened to me right here. You know, we alcoholics fancy ourselves as reasonably intelligent people. I don't think we're smarter than other people, but I think we're reasonably intelligent people. And we don't like to look stupid. And we see the stupidity behind these resentments. And what we've let people do to us all of our lives through the resentments, that looks so stupid that about 95% of them begin to disappear automatically. When I saw the stupidity behind them, actually blew my mind when I saw that happen. But you're probably going to be like I am. I had 2, 3, 4, or 5, though, that have been buried in my head so deeply for so long, they didn't disappear automatically. So now then, to get rid of those, I'm going to have a little extra help. We now come to the first prayer in the big book on step 4. You hear always about the step 3 prayers and the step 7 prayers. We never hear about the prayers in step 4. Here's the first prayer when it comes to step 4.
This was our course. We realized that people who wronged us were half spiritually sick. And they were. As a person, we don't hurt people unless we're sick. Though we did not like their symptoms, the way they disturbed us, they, like ourselves, were sick too. Now we have prayer. We ask God to help us show them the same tolerance, pity, and patience that we would cheerfully grant a sick friend. When a person is offended, we said to ourselves, this is a sick man. How can I be helpful to him? God, save me from being angry. Thy will be done. You know, once we enter into prayer, communion with God about a person we resent, there's no way you can pray for a person, which is prayer is one of the deepest forms of concern that one person can show for another. Concern is basically love. There's no way you can pray for a person and at the same time resent him. One will remove the other. So this is what we use on these deep-seated resentments. Sometimes there's a story, it might have to use it continuously for a period of time before it works. There's a story in the back of the book in 551 we use it like the great illustration of a woman that used this particular thing on a resentment. It's a great example. We'll go back to 551 and look at that.
551, third paragraph.
Yeah.
She said, I've had many spiritual experiences since I've been in the program. Many that I didn't recognize right away, for I'm slow to learn and they take many guises. But one was so outstanding that I like to pass it on whenever I can, in the hope that it will help someone else as it has me. As I said earlier, self-pity and resentment were my constant companions, and my inventory began to look like a 33-year diary, for I seemed to have a resentment against everybody I had ever known. Hell, she probably had 152 of them also. All but one responded to the treatment suggested in the steps immediately, but this one posed a problem. All of them but one looked so stupid, they automatically disappeared. But this one hung in. It was against my mother, and it was 25 years old. Now look what she did with it. I had fed it, fanned it, and nurtured it as one might a delicate child. And it had become as much a part of me as my breathing. It provided me with excuses for my lack of education, my marital failures, personal failures, inadequacy, and of course my alcoholism. All Mama's fault. And though I really thought I'd been willing to part with it, now I knew I was reluctant to let it go. One morning, however, I realized I had to get rid of it, for my reprieve was running out. I didn't want to get drunk anymore. If I didn't get rid of it, I was going to get drunk, and I didn't want to get drunk anymore. In my prayers that morning, I asked God to point out to me some way to be free of this resentment. During the day, a friend of mine brought me some magazines to take to a hospital group I was interested in. And I looked through them, and a banner across the front of one featured an article by a prominent clergyman in which I caught the word resentment. Let's see what he said now.
He said, in effect, if you have a resentment and you want to be free of, if you pray for the person or thing you resent, you will be free. If you ask in prayers for everything you want for yourself to be given to them, you will be free. Ask for their health, their prosperity, their happiness, and you will be free. Even when you don't really want it for them, and your prayers are only words, and you don't mean it, go ahead and do it anyway. Do it every day for 2 weeks, and you will find you have come to mean it and want it for them, and you realize that where you used to feel bitterness, resentment, and hatred, you will now feel compassion, understanding, and love. They won't exist on the same plane. One will remove the other.
If you've got a resentment and you don't want to get rid of it, for God's sake, don't pray about it. Because if you do, you're going to lose it. I know, I speak from experience. I had one of those resentments against another man. And it was one of those take it to the grave kind. I wasn't about to get rid of it. God, I hated him with a purple passion. But somewhere in the process of the steps, this thing began to bug me. And I went to my sponsor and told him about it, and he said, "Oh, Charlie, you've got to get rid of that resentment." And I said, "I don't want to get rid of this resentment." He said, "That's beside the point. If you don't, you're going to get drunk." And in my usual smart mouth manner, I said, "Okay, how in the hell do I do that then?" And he took me back here to page 551. He said, "Read that, go home, and do what it says." And I read it, and I went home, and I got down on my knees, which I very seldom did in those days. And I said, "God, I want you to give that son of a bitch everything he deserves." And that's the only prayer I had for him that day. But the next day I prayed, and the next day I prayed, and the next day I prayed, and some 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 days later, I don't know when, I found myself saying something I didn't intend to say. I found myself saying, "God, give him in his life what I seek for myself. Give him the same peace of mind, serenity, and happiness that I want for me." And 4 or 5 or 6 days later, and I don't know when it was, I woke up one morning, and that resentment was gone. Never, never to return. And the irony in the whole situation is it wasn't 30 days later. This guy moved in as my next door neighbor. Yeah. And we were allowed to become neighbors. Never could have done it if I still carried that resentment. It really does work. I'm like Joe. The reason it works so well is prayer for another human being is the greatest expression of love that one human being can have for another. Love and hate cannot exist on the same plane. And I don't care who they are, I don't care what they've done. If you pray for them repeatedly, day after day after day, the resentment will disappear. And you'll be free of it. Now, when that happens to people like us, there's another natural law that applies. And that natural law says nature abhors a vacuum. There's no such thing as a vacuum or a void. There's always something rushing in to replace or to fill up the void. These display cases I had up here in my store, they have now been emptied out. 95% of the resentments disappeared because they look so stupid. The other 5% can be removed through prayer. And that means that they have emptied out now, and there's now space for new items in stock. Now, if they've been removed, then they must be replaced, and the only thing that can replace them will be the opposite of the resentment. God's not going to leave another hole in my head. I've got enough of those already. If the resentments disappear, then they're going to have to be replaced with the opposite. And today, where I used to have resentments, I find love, patience, tolerance, compassion, and goodwill toward my fellow man. That's God's thinking. Resentments were my thinking. The other things are God's thinking. 1/3 of my store has now been straightened up. See, we want to emphasize at every step as we go through this thing, there's nothing negative, period. It will always be a positive happening. If resentments have been removed and they've been replaced with love, patience, tolerance, compassion, and goodwill, then I'm in much less chance of drinking now than I was before I started the inventory process. And what really blew my mind is in order to get love, patience, tolerance, compassion, and goodwill, I didn't have to go to any other fellowships. And I didn't have to read any other books. If God dwells within me, and I believe He does because my book says so, that those things have always been a part of my makeup. I just never could use them before. In my chase for money, power, prestige, sex, and what I thought were the good things of life, those feelings had to be repressed to let me operate on the level that I wanted to operate on. But now that resentments have been removed, the love, patience, tolerance, compassion, goodwill automatically comes to the surface. A very positive happening. One of the most simple things I've ever seen, and it really does work. Now, it would do me no good, though, to get rid of the resentments if I didn't know how to keep them from coming back. Because the world's full of sick people, and they're going to do it to me again tomorrow. If I'm not very careful, I'll resent, and I can't have one. When I got one, and after a while I got 2, and then I got 4, and then I got 8, and then I got 16, and I got 32, and I'm a basket case all over again. I've got to do one more thing. Let's now unfold the last 2 columns on that sheet, column 4 and 5, and let's go to page 67 in the big book, and let's go to the second paragraph. Referring to our list again. See, you got to have a written inventory. This is the second time we've had to go back to it. Referring to our list again, putting out of our minds the wrongs others had done, we resolutely looked for our own mistakes. Uh-oh. We've never done this before, have we? We've always looked to see what those suckers have done to us. We've never looked to see what we did to them. Where had we been selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, and frightened? Though a situation had not been entirely our fault, we tried to disregard the other person involved entirely. Where were we to blame? The inventories was ours, not the other man's. When we saw our faults, we listed them, we placed them before us in black and white. We admitted our wrongs honestly and were willing to set these matters straight. So now then we go to column 4 on the inventory sheet. And if you'll notice, column 4 is headed up, and it says, putting out of mind the wrongs others had done, I resolutely looked for my own mistakes. What did I do, if anything, to set in motion trains of circumstances, which in turn caused people or institutions to hurt me, and eventually led to my resentment of them for doing so? And I went to that first name on my sheet, this lady named Barbara. And I said, okay, Charlie, now do what your book says. You forget what Barbara did to you. You forget about the 3 divorces. What did you do, if anything, to set that in motion? It took me about 5 seconds to say. Well, if I had been out there screwing around, she wouldn't have caught me. And if she hadn't have caught me, she probably wouldn't have filed for divorce. Now, I think the proper words is committing adultery. So that's one of the things I did. So we'll put committing adultery up there. Or screwing around, whichever one he's got. Knowing Ross, I'm afraid to even look and see what he's written up there.
screwing around.
I thought about it just a little bit more, and I said, if I hadn't been sneaking around behind her back, lying to her all the time, she might not have filed for divorce in the first place. So continually lying to her is one of the things that I did to her to set it in motion. It took me just a little bit longer, and I said, if I hadn't been blowing all of our money on the things that I thought was important, if I'd been using the money for the wife and the kids, maybe she wouldn't have filed for divorce in the first place. So I put blowing my money down there. And for the first time, I began to realize why I loved that resentment. Because you see, like Joe said early on, every time I played that resentment over in my head, I made what she did just a little bit worse, made what I did just a little bit less, let me play it over long enough and enough times, I can completely distort the picture, transfer all blame to her, and make myself as pure as the driven snow. That's why we love resentments, because we don't have to look at ourselves and see what we've been doing, because we can transfer that blame in our mind and really believe it's true and transfer all blame to them. And I thought, my God, have you done that with any other resentments on here? And I looked at the Internal Revenue Service. And I said, now forget the fact they're about to throw you in jail. What did you do, if anything, to set this in motion? Well, it only took a few seconds to realize that if I hadn't been cheating on my income tax, they wouldn't have been trying to put me in jail in the first place. And I played that over and over and over and over, and rather look at myself as a thief, I distorted the picture and transferred all blame to them and made myself as pure as the driven snow. Joe, what did you do to your mother-in-law?
Oh, nothing. Nothing. Yeah, that's first impression. But really, I did nothing directly to her. Now, maybe that was really threw me off, because the way she acted, what she did. But I was very good to hide or to cover up, even to myself, what I had done to her daughter and her grandkids. That hurt her in a deeper way had I not hurt her directly. And she retaliated like any other decent person to protect the people she loved. But I could not accept that. I had to, because to do that, I had to bring myself in and my fault. So I transferred all the blame to her. It was her fault.
He did the same things I did. He was out there screwing around too. He was blowing all the money.
Blowing all the money.
He was hurting his wife and his children.
Yeah.
And mother-in-law finally got sick of it.
That's right.
And she broke up the marriage.
That's right.
And rather than look to see what he had been doing, he very effectively, through his resentment, transferred all blame to mother-in-law, and it's all her damn fault. And I thought, my God, Charlie, how many more have you got like that on here? And as I went down through my list of 152 names, I didn't find a one that I hadn't done something to them that created a problem for them, and they retaliated against me, and then I resented them for doing so, and I distorted the picture and transferred all blame to them and made me as pure as the driven snow. If you're a practicing alcoholic, you've got to develop these kind of skills. I don't think you and I could live with ourselves if we had to honestly see what's going on when we're out there doing our thing. But you see, we don't ever have to see it, because we have a little thing called resentments, where we effectively transfer all blame to others, make ourselves as pure as the driven snow, and really believe that it's the truth.
Right.
And we alcoholics, we men, we go from woman to woman to woman, And you ladies go from man to man to man. And we go from job to job to job, city to city to city, state to state to state, country to country to country, and it's always their damn fault. Like that blew my mind when I saw that. That it really wasn't them anyhow. I did it. The book tells me back in step 3, we invariably find we've made decisions based on self, which later placed us in a position to be hurt. Then I looked into the 5th column. And the 5th column said, where had I been selfish, dishonest, self-seeking and frightened, or inconsiderate? Which of the above character defects caused me to do what I did, or caused me to want to hold on to the old resentment, even though I may have done nothing to cause it? There are the 4 basic character defects talked about in the big book Alcoholics Anonymous. All other character defects stem from these right here. So once again, I went back to Barbara's name. Forget what Barbara did. What did you do to set it in motion? I filled out the column 4. And then I said, were you selfish in this situation, Charlie? You better bet I was. I wasn't concerned with Barbara and what she needed and what she wanted. I was concerned with what I wanted only, pure selfishness. I said, were you dishonest? Oh, yeah, dishonest, sneaking or lying to her all the time. I said, were you self-seeking and frightened? I said, yeah. Hell, I was getting close to 40 years old. And I was saying to myself, man, if you don't get out there and get some of it now, you'll be too old to do it before long. Fear drives us to do things that hurt other people many times. I said, were you inconsiderate?
Yeah.
You betcha. If I really considered my wife and my children first, there's no way I would have been doing those things to start with. And what I begin to see in that 5th column is the type character that I had developed through my years of living a life run on self-will. And it began to make me sick. I always thought I was a pretty good guy. I just drank a little too much. Yeah. But when I really began to see the truth about these things, began to see the type character I had become in that 5th column, I began to see how sorry I really was in many cases. And I began to realize if I stay selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, frightened, and inconsiderate, I'm going to keep right on doing the same old things. I'm going to keep right on hurting people. They're going to retaliate. I'm going to resent. And eventually I'm going to get drunk over it. But just think, if I could become a little less selfish, don't have to get perfect. If I could become a little less selfish, a little less dishonest, a little less self-seeking, frightened, and inconsiderate, then maybe I wouldn't be doing things to hurt people and institutions. And they wouldn't retaliate, and I wouldn't have to resent, and I wouldn't end up getting drunk over it. At the very least, I'm going to have to do something about that character out there in that 5th column if I want to have peace of mind, serenity, and happiness and stay sober in the future. You see, what we're really doing here, we're in the process of doing step 4. And Ross, if you would put a 4 right up on top of the sheet, just 4. This is the resentment part of it. Then in the 5th column, I see the exact nature of the wrong that I'm going to talk to another human being about when I take step 5. So in the 5th column, we'll just put a 5 there. The wrong is the resentment. That's what blocks me off from God. Yeah. But what's the exact nature of it? What's the truth of it? What's at the core of it? What's the inherent characteristic of it? My character defect is what is at the core of that resentment. That's what we're going to talk about in step 5. A guy comes to me to take step 5. I don't care how many times he committed adultery. I don't care if he did it 2 times or 2,000 times. What I'm interested in is what's within him that caused that. Is he doing it because of selfishness? Is he doing it because of fear? That's what we're after. If he comes to me and he's stolen, I don't care whether he's stolen 10 times or 100 times. What I want to know is, why did he steal? Did he steal because of his selfishness? Did he steal because of his inconsideration of another human being? Or is he just a plain dishonest human being? Those are the things we're trying to find in step 5. Also, in the 5th column, I now see the character defects I'm going to be willing to turn loose of in 6. So we'll put a little 6 out there in the 5th column too. Knowing full well if I don't get rid of those, turn loose of them, I'm going to keep right on doing the same things. Also in the 5th column, I now see the shortcomings I'm going to ask God to take away in step 7. So we'll put a little 7 out there in the 5th column too. And in my case, every name in column 1, in your case some of them, in my case every one of them, they were people or institutions that I had harmed them, and I'm going to take them off of this list and put them on the sheet to be used later on for steps 8 and 9. The book says when we get to step 8, we've got the list, we made it, and we took step 4. So in column 1, we'll put 8 and 9. You see what I've really done now? I've set myself up with everything that I need resentment-wise for steps 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Have you ever seen anything that simple? Did we do anything to be afraid of? Did we do anything that was too complicated? Did we make a list of dirty, filthy, nasty items? We just took a moral inventory when it comes to resentments. We saw the truth of them. And we saw the truth of them, 95% of them disappeared. The others we got rid of through prayer. Then we looked to see the exact nature of them, and we saw within ourselves what we'll need to change if we want to be free of resentments in the future. If I stay selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, frightened, and inconsiderate, I keep right on doing the same things over and over. At the very least, I'm going to have to make some changes. Now, I hear some of you saying, well, Charlie, I hear good too. And I hear some of you saying, well, Charlie, that's probably true. For people that we harm them. But how about those that harmed us and we didn't have anything to do with it? How about those that hurt us when we were kids growing up? How about those that mentally abused us, physically abused us, or sexually abused us? Aren't we justified in having a resentment toward them? I guess we are, if we want to get drunk over it. But a justified resentment blocks you off from the sunlight of the Spirit, just like an unjustified resentment does. Whoever you're resenting justifiably, they are controlling the way you think. And if they control the way you think, they control the way you act. They control your lives, and you've given them the power to actually kill you. Now, if we've got one of those, and I don't care what it is, you know, I hear all the time about sexual abuse among you ladies. Well, let me tell you, men have the same problem. I don't know how many fifth steps I've taken with people, and every one of them's got some sexual abuse in the background. If you've got one of those resentments, knowing full well now that it might block you off from God and get you drunk, and you don't want to get rid of it, then for God's sake, let's put it on paper and let's look at the truth of it. Let's put down the name, what they did to us, what part of self is affected, what did I do, if anything? Nothing. But then let's look in the fifth column. Are we using that resentment to rationalize and justify? Are we so dishonest with ourselves we refuse to see the truth of it? And let me tell you something. And some of you aren't going to like this when I say it, but I'm going to tell you anyhow. If you got a resentment in your head today, it's not true. Oh, it started with truth. But if you've played it over and over and over, you've distorted the picture, and it really is no longer true. Are we so dishonest that we refuse to really look at the truth? Are we so afraid of facing life without it that we don't want to turn it loose? Remember what the lady of the book did. She used that resentment against her mother to justify her lack of education. Bull. She could have gotten an education if she really wanted to. The greatest excuse in the world is that if Mama hadn't have done that to me, then I could have gotten an education. Rationalization, justification, excuse-making, that's all that is. She used that resentment against her mother to justify her marital failure. Bull. If Mama hadn't have done that to me, my marriage wouldn't have failed. Bull. Mama had nothing to do with her marital failure. She used it to justify her alcoholism. Bull. I'll tell you why she became alcoholic. She kept on drinking whiskey. Mama didn't make her drink whiskey. She used Mama as an excuse to drink whiskey.
That's right.
If you've got one of those resentments, for God's sake, look at the truth of it. Are we oh so inconsiderate of another human being? We fail to realize that people that do those things to us, they're not necessarily bad people. They're sick people. And through their sickness, they do those things that hurt us, not because they're bad, but because they're sick. If we could even begin to think about that, maybe we could start a forgiving process before it's too late. Maybe we can straighten up a relationship with another human being before it's too late. Now, if we look at these things honestly, and we still don't get rid of it, then we've got the final thing that we can use on them. We pray for them. We pray for them. Ask God to give them in their life the same peace of mind, serenity, and happiness that we seek for ourselves. That doesn't mean we like them. Doesn't mean we approve of what they did. Doesn't mean that we're going to walk through the light fantastic with them the rest of our life. What it means is we are sick and tired of letting them make us sick. As long as they're resenting us, or we're resenting them, they are controlling how we feel. They're controlling our lives for us. We've given them power to kill us. It makes no sense to let somebody hurt me 20 years ago and then let them hurt me every day for the rest of my life. I no longer have to do that. And we can be free of resentments to the level that God intended. I don't care what the resentments are, and I don't care what they did. It really does work. Now, if you've got one of those and you've been used it for rationalization and justification, and you don't want to get rid of it, then for God's sake, don't pray about it. Because if you do, I'll guarantee you, sooner or later, the resentment will be gone. Now, we don't want to give you the impression that you can always be 100% free of resentments. You know, God never gave us anything bad. It depends on what we do with things that determine whether it's bad or not. Resentments can be used for a worthwhile purpose if they are used correctly. How about an example, Joe?
You know, a lot of times some person does a thing and constructive or does something out there in life, and it threatens our self-esteem. It makes us look small. He does something to make us now. When he does something to make us look small, it hurts our self-esteem. If we react to that and get up and we go do something constructive, then that's a healthy resentment. That's why God gave it to us. That's what it's good for. One person will never use his ability if some other person hadn't done something, and we compete against each other, and society as a whole grows. So we're not going to get rid of resentments. We're not going to get rid of fear. We're not going to get rid of all these. The scheme of the book is, what we're going to do is rearrange and adjust. We're going to put things back where they belong. We're not going to kick them out. We're going to put them in the right place, and then have a program to try to keep them in where we can use them. You know, we always use the illustration about the guy moving into the neighborhood. You know, we live in a neighborhood and the houses kind of run down and don't need some work. But, you know, we maybe some window panes broken out. Some of the houses need painting. It's not the best looking neighborhood. But I come home every evening, and I've been living there so long, it's okay with me. I sit on my front porch and rock and enjoy myself. I'm all right. You know, it's everything. I'm complacent, but I'm all right. And this idiot moves in across the street. And I look over there one day. He's got paint. You know, he's got some window panes, putting them in. He's put some grass on the yard. And I wonder, who in the hell is this guy moving over here running the neighborhood? You know? And I resent him. But because he threatens me and my image, and it may happen to look at my house. Based on what he did, I happen to look at my house. And I said, maybe I'll fix my house up. You know, so I'll go down and spend a little money and buy a few things and start fixing my house up. And I feel better about me when I do that. You know? And he feels better. So then the neighbor next door to me, he resents me and he fixes his house up. And pretty soon the guy got the whole block looking pretty good. And that's why human beings, why we compete against each other, and it affects our self-esteem. And that's what makes human, and that's the constructive. That's why God gave it to us. Now, if there was an alky sitting on the front porch, the main thing, he ain't gonna do no work. He's gonna sit there and rock. Man keeps on fixing his house. He sat there and rock and rock and rock. And one night he'd go in and burn his damn house down. But it's the way we use it, right? I know some years ago I was working with a guy and I had some classic illustration of resentment. This guy was in prison, had done some time in the prison, and he said, I got a deep resentment, and ain't nobody, you don't tell me about it if it ain't justified. It's justified. So he was in prison, and while he was in prison, he said there was a guard on a horse, and they was out working in the field, and the security guard on a horse was chewing tobacco, and this come right down and spit on him. And he said, I didn't do nothing. I really didn't do nothing to deserve that. And said, I've often thought if I could find that man, what I could do to him. And he said, I just sat up and thought about that some nights, and I guess the poor guy did, you know. And I said, well, wait a minute now. You're a little dishonest. Well, no, I wasn't. What did I do? I said, you stole them people's stuff. You was dishonest and self-seeking and inconsiderate. That's what you got in prison. You know what I mean? Your basic character defect is what put you in that prison. Because if you hadn't have done that, you would have never been down there. He could have never spit on you. I said, that's that man's job description, to spit on people like you. You did something based on self to put yourself in a position to be hurt, and you resenting that man. I said, you ought to be looking at the things that you've been doing, and if you don't do something about those, you're going to do that again. You're going to be back down there again, and he's going to spit on you again. Forget about him. You can't do nothing about him. You can only do something about yourself. So the whole process of the inventory, and I love this inventory, and Charlie and I have been working with many people with it. You notice how we started outside. When you analyze something, it does use the word analyze. You start outside and you work in, right? Because the way it really happened, it started inside and went out. That's the way it started. Well, we got to find it from the outside in. So the fifth column is what we want to get hold to. See, we can't do nothing about number one and number two. We can't do nothing about other people. We can't do nothing about what other people do. In fact, with self, we turn that over to God. Only thing we can do something about what we do, and the fifth, fourth, and the fifth column is ours. To find what we need to work on. And these are things we're going to be working on in 5, 6, and 7, 8, and 9.
In Appendix 2, Dr. Jung told Roland Hazard that during a vital spiritual experience, old ideas, emotions, and attitudes are cast aside and replaced with a new set of ideas, emotions, and attitudes. That's exactly what we're doing here. The old ideas, emotions, and attitudes of resentment, selfishness, dishonesty, self-seeking, frightened, and inconsiderate are being cast aside and replaced with a new set of ideas. See, we don't have to wait till we get to step 12 to get something out of this. We are building the personality change sufficient to recover from alcoholism as we go through the steps. And every step, there's a positive thing. An old idea is exchanged for a new idea, and we begin to find a little peace of mind, serenity, and happiness. Isn't that great? Yeah. Now, the next two parts of the inventory are going to be fear and sex. And Joe leaned over here a while ago and he said, "Charlie, I don't feel like having sex tonight." He said, "I'm tired and I've got a headache." He said, "Why don't we get a good night's sleep and have sex on Saturday morning? Is that okay with you guys?" Tomorrow morning, you all are going to be the most beautiful people in the world.
Yeah.
Because you're going to go back to wherever you're staying tonight, and you're going to work on resentments. And tomorrow morning, you're going to be 100% resentment-free. God, you're going to be beautiful people in the morning. Thank you all for being here tonight. You all look absolutely beautiful this morning. Not a resentment left in the whole bunch. Isn't that something? Huh? How many of you went back where you were staying last night and worked on at least one resentment? Could I see your hands? Many of you did. That's great. How many of you got rid of at least one resentment last night? Could I see your hands? Oh, yeah, that's great. How many of you did we give a new resentment to yesterday afternoon? Can we see your hands? They tell me in AA you shall know the truth and it makes you madder than hell once in a while too, but that's all right. Joe?
My name is Joe. I'm a real alcoholic. Going to be back for our step 4. We went through our resentments, and then in the process of putting them down on paper in black and white, we were able to, as our book says, to analyze them. Another word for getting down to the truth. Same thing. In other words, said the same thing. And we know that we can't do this in our minds because we can just see one part of it at a time. But once we get it down in black and white, then we can analyze our fears and see where they're coming from, what we have to work on in step 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So we had all of our work laid out as far as resentment is concerned as far when we finished the inventory process.
Now, the beautiful thing about what we did last night when we had that all laid out on that sheet, we not only got to see the truth behind those resentments for the first time, we saw we were able to get rid of them because they look so stupid after we get them on paper and see what they've really been doing to us. We found out we could get rid of the rest of them through prayer, and we found that we could really remove those resentments at least to the level that God intended for them to be. We also found out that if the resentments were removed, they had to be replaced with the opposite. And where we used to have resentments, we now have love, patience, tolerance, compassion, and goodwill toward our fellow man. We also found out the exact nature of the wrongs. We looked within ourselves and we found those character defects in column 5 that caused us to keep doing the things in column 4 that hurt other people, that caused us to resent them in the first place at column 1. And we began to see the type of personality we had developed through our years of living on self-will. And we could see if we didn't change that old selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, frightened, and inconsiderate character, we would keep on doing the same identical thing. We would keep on hurting people. They would retaliate, we would resent, and eventually we would get drunk over it. So we had a very positive happening. Now, the second common manifestation of self that the book talked about was fears. So this morning, very briefly, we're going to go to page 67, last paragraph, and for just a few minutes now, we're going to take a look at fears. Joe?
Notice that the word fear is bracketed along with the difficulties of Mr. Brown, Mrs. Jones, employer, and the wife. This word somehow touches almost every aspect of our lives. It was an evil and corroding thread. The fabric of our existence was shot through with it. It set in motion trains of circumstances which brought us misfortune we felt we didn't deserve. But did not we ourselves set the ball rolling? You know, once we analyze our resentments, we're going to really find that they all start with one of us. They start with us and a defect. Sometimes we think fear ought to be classed with stealing. It causes more troubles. Now, we reviewed our fears thoroughly. We put them on paper. Here's the process of putting them down in the inventory. Even though we had no resentment in connection with them, we asked ourselves why we had them. It wasn't because self-reliance failed us. Self-reliance was good as far as it went, but it didn't go far enough. Some of us once had great self-confidence but didn't fully solve the fear problem or any other. When it makes us cocky, it was worse. He gives us instructions of how to do this. And we're going to look at the fear sheet, and we list our fears. Again, from top to bottom, and I don't know how much we talked about it yesterday, but, you know, one thing about these inventory sheets, the real secret to them is to fill out one column at a time from top to bottom. Most people, and if you're working with a new person, you have to be sure to tell him not to go across sheets. Now, if he goes across, he's going to have to change his mind 5 times on each fear or each resentment. But if you go down the column, you're just thinking about one thing: who do I fear? And the chances are it will confuse the person. He won't be able to. It's hard to use if you go across the sheet. Now, most people will go across the sheet because that's the way we're taught to usually read and write, is go across. But if you go down the sheet, you got your mind on one thing: what do I fear? And we list all of our fears in the first column.
In that first paragraph on page 68, we see basically the same instructions to look at the fear that we had for resentments, except it's worded just a little bit differently. So to avoid any confusion, we simply made up another little inventory sheet. You have one of them in your handout material, and it's called a review of fears. And once again, we have the 5 columns, just like we had for resentments. In column 1, we make a list of the people, institutions, or principles that we fear. Now, we men tend to say, well, we don't have very much fear. We're tough. We're macho. But we're not talking about physical fear as much as we're talking about all those fears that run through our minds, control us and rule us and dominate our thinking. I know when I started out looking at fears, I had the same thing I did with resentments. I didn't think I had very much fear until I started listing them on this sheet of paper. And I find that all of us have fears connected with our marriages. We have fears connected with our jobs. We have fears connected with our children. We have fears connected with the police department. We have fears connected with the Internal Revenue Service. We have fears connected with, and we could just sit here and name literally hundreds of fears that most human beings have. All I have to do in column 1 is take them out of my head, put them down on this sheet of paper. I think I'll realize there the same thing I did with resentments. I'll never realize how much fear I've really got until I get them all down on a sheet of paper and look at them in their entirety for the first time. You can only see one fear at a time in your head. But when you get them all down on a sheet of paper and you see how many fears we've really got, we begin to see how fear really controls and dominates our thinking for us. And we made a decision in step 3 to let God direct our thinking. And if we've got that many fears, then those fears direct our thinking, just like the resentments directed our thinking, and God can't. And I don't think we'll ever see that till we get them all down on paper and see them for the first time how many we really do have. Column 2. What's the cause of the fear? Now, this is not an attempt to psychoanalyze ourselves. I'm not going to say that I'm afraid of the dark because Mother set me sideways on the potty when I was 2 years old. Fear is just like resentment. Some fear is okay. Fear can be used for a useful thing. If used correctly, fear brings caution. And yeah, I am a little bit afraid of the dark. Why? Well, I don't have headlights and I can't see at night, and that keeps me from getting hurt. I'm a little bit afraid of heights. Why? Well, I don't have wings and I can't fly, and that keeps me from getting hurt. But if those fears would keep me from going outside after dark, keep me from riding in an elevator or airplane, I better put them on this sheet of paper and see what's going on with them, because they're controlling me, ruling me, and dominating me. I'm going to find that most of us will find that most of our fears are connected really with about one of three different things. Usually we're scared to death we're going to lose something we've already got. We're scared to death we're not going to get something we want. Or we've done something we shouldn't have done, and we're scared to death what they're going to do whenever they find out about it. See, column 2 is headed up. What are they going to do to me? Am I perhaps going to jail? Am I going to lose something of material value? Am I going to lose face? Will it result in divorce? Will it destroy a personal relationship? Might I lose my job, etc.? If we've got a fear, there's a root cause behind it. So we simply put down the cause of the fear. Column 3. Which part of self is affected? Yeah. Just like with a resentment. I don't feel fear unless there's a threat to one of my basic instincts of life. If you threaten my social instinct in any way, my self-esteem, my personal relationships, etc. If you threaten my security, emotional or material. If you threaten my sex life, either hidden or acceptable. In any case, when you threaten those things, I'm going to experience fear. If you threaten what I've got today, I experience fear. If you threaten what I want to get in the future, my ambitions, I experience fear. And as I fill out the third column, I see just the same thing I did in resentments. I'm probably going to see one part of self really standing out. It might be that under every one of them I'm putting self-esteem. Or it might be that I'm putting material security. It might be sex. Probably going to be a combination of all three. But at least I'm going to see one part of self that really does stand out and shows me the part of self I'm having a problem with. When I finished up column 3 for the first time, I realized where fear was coming from. Just like anger and resentment, I thought fear was just one of those feelings that flitted into your head. You could do nothing about it. And you really can't do anything about a problem till you understand it. And I finally saw that fear came from a threat to one of those basic instincts of life. And also, just like with resentments, it determines how I react to that threat, which will determine whether I am fearful or not. If my instincts are under control, my relationship with God is right, you can say and do about anything you want to me, and I won't experience fear from it. But if my relationship with God's not right, my instincts are out of control, just about anything you say or do to me creates fear. So once again, I begin to realize that my fear is going to be based upon really my relationship with God, and whether those instincts are under control to the level that God intended for them to be in the first place. Very revealing information. Column 4, just like with resentments. What did I do to set this thing in motion? The book says we invariably find that we made decisions based on self, which later placed us in a position to be hurt. And I think we're going to find with most of our fears that we ourselves have done something that set us in a position, that set the ball rolling, that put us in a position to have to experience that fear. What did I do, if anything, to set the ball rolling and set in motion trains of circumstances which have led to my being in a position to have the fear? And if I can't pin it down, I just put nothing. Or I put down I don't know. But usually I'll see where I myself started the ball rolling. Column 5. Where had I been selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, frightened, or inconsiderate? Which of the above character defects caused me to do what I did, or caused me to want to hold on to the old fear, even though I may have done nothing to cause it? And once again, I see out in that fifth column the exact nature of the wrong. The fear is what blocks me off from God. But what's the real truth behind that fear? What's the inherent characteristic of it? And invariably I find it is caused by my own character defects. If I wasn't so selfish, I wouldn't have to experience so much fear. If I wasn't so dishonest, I wouldn't be lying to people and stealing from them and putting myself in a position to have to experience fear of what they're going to do when they find out. If I wasn't such a self-seeking, frightened individual in the first place, I wouldn't experience so much fear. If I really considered other people and their needs and their wants ahead of my own, I wouldn't have to be so concerned with me and what I want and have to experience so much fear. But you can bet your boots if I stay selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, frightened, and inconsiderate, the same old things are going to keep going on over and over and over. I'm going to experience the fear from them. Eventually that'll block me off from God, and eventually I'll get drunk over the fears, just like I would get drunk over resentments. So what we're really doing here is we're doing step 4, the fears part. In the fifth column, we see the exact nature of the wrongs we're going to talk about to another human being in step 5. The fifth column, we see the character defects we'll be willing to turn loose of in 6. In the fifth column, we see the shortcomings we'll ask God to take away in 7. And quite naturally, some of the names in column 1 will be people or institutions that I've harmed, and I'm scared to death what they're going to do whenever they catch me. So they'll come off of this list and be added to the sheet to be used later on for steps 8 and 9. I was absolutely amazed to see the same names appearing in many cases on both sheets. I resented Barbara, but I feared Barbara. I'm still a little bit afraid of her today. If she ever finds out all I was doing 30-some-odd years ago, she'll probably file for divorce again. I resented the Internal Revenue Service, and I most certainly feared the Internal Revenue Service too. I resented the police department, and God, I was scared to death of them. I never had tied that together in my mind before. Now, if you think resentments look stupid when you put them down on paper, look awful good in your head, but look stupid when you put them on paper, wait till you get your fears on paper and really see the truth about them. Oh, God, they look good in your head. But you get them down on paper, and they look double dumb. And we don't like to look stupid. So we're going to find many of these fears are going to disappear simply because we now see the truth behind them, just like resentments did. But there's probably going to be 1, 2, 3, or 4 embedded in our minds so deeply that we're going to have some extra help with those too. We now come to the second prayer in the big book on step 4. Joe?
Perhaps there is a better way. We think so far. We're now on a different basis, the basis of trusting and relying upon God. We trust the infinite God rather than our finite selves. We're in a world to play the role He assigns, just to the extent that we do as we think He would have us, and humbly rely on Him does He enable us to match calamity with serenity. We never apologize to anyone for depending upon our Creator. We can laugh at those who think spirituality a way of weakness. Paradoxically, it is a way of strength. The verdict of ages is faith means courage. All men of faith have courage. They trust their God. They never apologize for God. Now we have a little prayer. Instead, we let Him demonstrate through us what He can do. We ask Him to remove our fears and direct our attention to what He would have us be. At once, we commence to outgrow fear. You know, if we enter in communion with God in prayer about a particular fear, the fear will leave us. You know, courage and faith and courage won't exist on the same plane. And when we pray, it will remove these fears. So, if we have done this, that means that where we had fear, the fear is gone, and where there's fear now, we now have courage. We are going through as we do our inventory, we're going through a process of a personality change, and the personality change is going to take place after each action step. As a result, you don't have to wait to the 12th step. We get some change as we go in the inventory process. Very positive process. It's not anything to be afraid of. There are some real positive things happen as we go through doing the inventory. Before we even get through it, where there was resentment, we got love, patience, and tolerance and understanding. Where there was fear, now we should have some courage.
You know, we hear always about the promises on page 83 and 84. We never hear about the promises spread throughout the entire book. I think one of the greatest promises in the book, Joe just read it. It said we ask God to remove our fear and direct our attention to what He would have us be instead, and at once we commence to outgrow that fear. You know, if we take each one of these fears that's still embedded in our minds so deeply, we work on them one at a time, just like we did with resentments. And every time it pops up, we ask God to remove it and direct our attention to what He would have us be instead. Some morning we wake up and that fear is no longer there. Now just think, if 95% of the fears disappeared because they look so stupid on paper, 5% that's left can be removed through prayer. Then that means we can be free of fear to the level that God intended for us to be. This little file cabinet in my store that was filled with fear has now been emptied out. And once again, the natural laws applies that nature abhors a vacuum. God's not going to leave another hole in my head. I got enough of those already. If the fears disappear, they've got to be replaced with something else. And the only thing that can replace them will be God's thinking, which is the opposite of the fear, which is faith and courage. And where my mind used to be filled with fear, now it's filled with faith and courage. I'm in much less chance of drinking now than I was before I started the inventory process. Resentments have been removed and replaced with love, patience, tolerance, compassion, and goodwill. Fears have been removed and replaced with faith and courage. I was absolutely amazed to realize that I didn't have to go to any other fellowships. Didn't have to read any other books to get faith and courage. If God dwells within me, that's always been a part of my makeup. But in my chase for money, power, prestige, sex, and what I thought were the good things of life, those feelings had to be repressed to let me operate on the level I wanted to operate on, and fear literally ate me up. But now that the fear is gone, the faith and the courage automatically begins to come to the surface. Damnedest thing I ever saw. It really does work. 2/3 of my store now has been straightened up. But also, just like with resentments, if you've got a fear that you don't want to get rid of, knowing full well that it might get you drunk, then we better get it down on this paper and look at it very, very closely. Because just like with resentments, we're probably using it for rationalization and justification. Trying to rationalize doing something we shouldn't be doing. Trying to justify doing things we shouldn't be doing. And we're probably using it for some kind of excuse. Let me give you an example. How many of you here this morning, and please be honest with me, how many of you in here would really, really like to go back to school and finish your education? Could I see your hands? Man, there is a bunch of you. Now I'm going to ask you another question. Please be honest. How many of you really, really intend to do that? Could I see your hands? I'd say about 1/3 of the hands went up this time. Why not? Nothing in the world but fear. Fear of failure. Fear that we won't measure up. Fear of hard work. Keeps us from doing things we really would like to go ahead and do. And by the same token, fear can keep you doing things that you know you shouldn't be doing. So if we got one of those, maybe we better look at it very closely, because we're probably using it to rationalize and justify, just like we did with resentments. None of us will ever see that till we get it on paper and see the absolute truth behind it. Okay, now the third common manifestation of self. We talked about the little storeroom in the back of our store that was filled with guilt and remorse associated with people we've hurt in the past. If we want real peace of mind and serenity and happiness, not only do we need to get rid of the resentments and the fears, but we need to get rid of that guilt and remorse. And there's no way we can get rid of guilt and remorse till we see the truth behind it. Just like we had to see the truth behind resentments and fears. Now it seems as though we human beings hurt other human beings in the sexual area probably faster than we do any other way. And maybe deeper than we do any other way. And I think there's some reasoning behind that. You know, the other animals here on earth, they have the sex urge too, just like we do. So that they can and will reproduce themselves. If they didn't have that urge, then there would be no reproduction and they would fail to survive too. But the difference between them and us is they don't have this thing called self-will.
No, we don't.
God doesn't give them very much choice in their sexual life.
No.
When it comes time for them to reproduce themselves, God usually signifies that by some physical change in the female of the species. The male senses that change, prepares himself, the two join together, and it's kind of like bang, bang, thank you, ma'am. And when it's over with, they normally go their separate ways. Not always, but usually. Yeah, see, they didn't think about having sex before they had it. They didn't think about having sex while they were doing it. In the majority of the cases, they don't have any choice in who they're going to have sex with. They don't even have any choice as to how many they're going to have sex with. Usually, they don't even have any choice in how many times they're going to do it. And they don't even have any choice in what position they're going to do it in. That's all done at God's time with God's direction, period. Therefore, you see very few sexual problems amongst the other animals here on earth. I've never seen a cow on a psychiatrist's couch yet talking about sexual dysfunction. I just don't have those kind of problems. We human beings are a little bit different.
Yeah.
You know, not only do we have sex to reproduce ourselves, but we also can make choices about our sex life. You know, we can have sex any day of the year we wish to. We can decide who we're going to have sex with. We can decide whether we're going to have it with one or more sexual partners. We can even decide how many times we're going to do it, providing we're physically capable of doing so. We can even decide what position we're going to do it in. They tell me there's something like 64 different positions a human being can have sex in. I have no idea what they are. I only found 3 in my lifetime. And 2 of those damn near killed me. I'm not sure I'm going back to them. So what we're going to talk about for just a few minutes this morning is not so much as to how we do sex as to how we think about sex. Because how we think about it determines what we're going to do. And that in turn determines whether it's going to hurt other people or not. And that in turn determines whether we're going to have to suffer the fear and the guilt and the remorse associated with those things. So basically we're going to look just a little bit at how we human beings think about sex at the bottom of page 68. Now about sex. Many of us needed an overhauling there. Now you older fellas, don't get your hopes up. We're not talking about physical. We're talking about mental. But above all, we try to be sensible on this question. It's so easy to get way off the track. Here we find human opinions running to extremes, absurd extremes perhaps. One set of voices cry that sex is a lust of our lower nature, a base necessity of procreation, and I've heard them all my life. They're the ones that say sex is a dirty thing. that you ought to do it at one time in one position with one person only. And the only reason to do it is to reproduce yourself, and if you enjoy it, it's a sinful thing. I've heard them as far back as I can remember. They are to the extremes on one side. Then we have the voices who cry for sex and more sex, who bewail the institution of marriage, who think that most of the troubles of the race are traceable to sex causes. They think we do not have enough of it or that it isn't the right kind. They see its significance everywhere. And you hear them today. They're the ones that say you ought to be able to have sex anytime you want to, with anybody you want to, as many times as you want to, in any position you want to, and you ought to be able to enjoy it every time, and if you don't, there must be something wrong with you. You know, maybe today they would call that the sexual revolution. Main thing Joe and I see wrong with it, it happened 25 years too late for us to participate in it, I know that. Joe said it just went right on by him. He never did get in on it.
Missed the whole thing.
I love the way Bill Wilson writes. One school would allow man no flavor for his fare, and the other would have us all on a straight pepper diet. Well, we want to stay out of this controversy. We do not want to be the arbiter of anyone's sex conduct. We all have sex problems. We'd hardly be human if we didn't. What can we do about them? And I read that last statement with great relief, because I knew this book was getting ready to condemn me for what I had been in the past. I knew it was getting ready to tell me what I was going to have to do in the future, and I'd already made up my mind I wasn't going to pay any attention to it whatsoever. And I'm glad to find out that we are not going to be the arbiter of anyone's sex conduct. We simply are not going to get into that question. You know, this book is meant to be helpful to anybody in the world, anytime. And if we start trying to tell people how they're going to have to conduct their sex lives, then surely we're going to begin to alienate people. Besides that, what's sexually acceptable in one part of the world may not be acceptable at all in another part of the world. So we're not even going to get into that question. What we are going to do is see a way to review our own past sex conduct, see if perhaps we've been hurting other people with it, see if perhaps we can't develop a new sex life in the future where we can still engage in it and enjoy it, yet at the same time not hurt other people. At the very least, we're going to have to do something about some of these things. Now, we read back in Appendix 2 that ideas, emotions, and attitudes were once the guiding forces of the lives of these men are suddenly cast to one side, replaced with a new set of ideas, emotions, and attitudes. So I think what we need to do is take a little look at where our ideas, emotions, and attitudes came from, and see if perhaps some of them might be wrong, and then perhaps discard some old ideas and replace them with some new ideas. Now, I can't speak for anybody else in the room, but I know when Joe and I were growing up, we didn't have this thing called sex education in school. Oh, we had it, but we referred to it as recess. We certainly didn't learn anything sexually on a formal basis. Your teachers didn't dare talk about it. Mother and father would hardly talk about it at all. And for us to learn anything about sex as young boys growing up, we had to go to a different source of information. And every town that I've ever known always had a certain cafe or a certain pool hall down on 1st Street, 2nd Street, or Knowles Avenue or somewhere. And in front of that cafe or that pool hall, you could find a bunch of 15, 16-year-old kids who were well versed in sex and more than willing to tell you not only all you wanted to know, but probably more than you wanted to know about sex. And I remember as a 12, 13-year-old boy, when I really got interested in sex, I would go hang out with these guys and I would listen to them talk about sex. And they would be talking about how many times they had sex the night before. 3, 4, 5, 6 different times. They would be talking about how many different girls that they had sex with. Some of them 7, 8, 9, 10 different girls. And you know, I was in AA 3 years before I figured out those guys were lying to me. At least I hope to hell they were lying to me. Because I based my sex life on what they told me, and I tried to live up to what they said they did, and in the process I literally destroyed me and everybody around me through this sex thing. I came here with the sexual knowledge of a 12 or 13-year-old boy who had been taught about sex by a bunch of 15 and 16-year-old kids. My God, no wonder I needed an overhauling in the sexual area. I shall never forget the first time I had sex. Absolutely scared to death. Very, very worried. Extremely apprehensive. Really, really excited. And I was also alone. Joe says that's why I'm wearing glasses today, too. Oh, boy. Every time we say that, I see about 6 of you guys jerk your glasses off and put them in your pocket. How many got your sex education the same way I did? Could I see your hands? Yeah. My God, no wonder we're screwed up. We get here with the spiritual knowledge and the sexual knowledge of 10, 11, 12, 13-year-old kids who are in the body of adults, 30 and 35 and 40 years old, still trying to conduct our spiritual and sexual life based on what we learned as a little kid growing up. No wonder we get fouled up in these areas. No wonder some of our attitudes, emotions, and ideas need to be cast aside and replaced with a new set. Bill says we reviewed our own conduct over the years past. Where had we been selfish, dishonest, or inconsiderate? Whom had we hurt? Did we unjustifiably arouse jealousy, suspicion, or bitterness? Where were we at fault? What should we have done instead? We got this all down on paper and looked at it. So once again, to avoid any confusion, we made up another little inventory sheet. Looks almost like the resentment sheet. It says, except it's a review of my sex conduct. Once again, 5 columns. Column 1, who did I hurt? Now, I doubt if anybody in this room has ever hurt anybody in a sexual area that we don't know just exactly who that was. That seems to be a form of knowledge that we all have. There may be a little question about, well, what do we do to hurt people in the sexual area? And I think we can hurt them in many ways. If I'm in a relationship with my spouse and I go outside of my marriage and I have sex out there and my spouse finds out about it, then surely I've created a problem for her, if not physically, at least emotionally. If that little sexual escapade out there creates trouble between my wife and I, and there's children in my home, then I've hurt them by the same sexual escapade. If the lady I had sex with out there, if it becomes common knowledge, I've hurt her too. And if she has a husband and children, I've hurt them too. One sex act could hurt many different people. Sometimes I think we hurt people in the sexual area by demanding more than our fair share. Our partner isn't too crazy about having sex every time we want it, and rather than consider their needs and wants, we selfishly demand that they have sex with us when they really don't want to. Surely we create a problem for them, if not physically, at least emotionally. I think sometimes we hurt people in the sexual area by demanding they do things with us sexually they really would rather not do, and consider their needs, wants, and desires. We demand those things. Surely we create a problem for them, if not physically, at least emotionally. I think sometimes we hurt people in the sexual area simply by withholding sex. Maybe we're not too crazy about having sex every time our partner wants to. Rather than consider our needs, wants, and desires, we selfishly withhold when perhaps we should give in a little more often. Lots of different ways we hurt them. I think we all know what they are. Column 1, we make a list of those we've hurt. And again, I don't think we'll realize the extent to which we've hurt people in this area until we get them all down on a sheet of paper for the first time. Column 2, what did I do to hurt them? Column 3, what part of self is affected? Now, column 3 might be one of the most revealing things we can do for ourselves. You know, you would think if I hurt anybody in the sexual area, it would be caused by the sex instinct. And I guess once in a while, to get the emotional and physical gratification that comes at the moment of successful completion of the sex act, maybe I'm doing the wrong thing at the wrong time with the wrong person because of the sex instinct. But I think if I carefully look at each situation, I'm going to find the other two instincts are involved just as much, and maybe more than the sex instinct. And in many cases, sex really doesn't have a hell of a lot to do with it. Now, I'm going to express an opinion. And I want to be sure everybody understands it's my opinion, not Joe's, not AA's, it's mine. I'm convinced today that God gave us the sex urge so that we could reproduce ourselves. I'm also convinced He made it a very enjoyable thing so we would do so. I just don't believe you and I would do the kind of work involved in sex if we didn't get some kind of enjoyment from it. And we know it's one of the greatest feelings a human being can experience. Now, if we're doing sex for purposes other than reproduction or other than enjoyment, we just might be doing sex for reasons other than what God intended. For instance, we boys found at a very, very early age that you can use sex to build your self-esteem. After all, the more members of the opposite sex you can attract to yourself, the greater man you really are, we thought. And we boys called that John Wayneism. I don't know what you girls called it, but some of you tell me that you use sex for the same purposes. Now, if that's what we're using sex for, that's not to reproduce, that's not to enjoy. That's to fulfill a part of the social instinct. And sex really doesn't have a hell of a lot to do with it. Now, sometimes we use sex to buy a personal relationship. Maybe we're just lonesome. Maybe we just want somebody to pay attention to us. And we found out a long time ago that we can give sex and buy back a personal relationship. Now, that's not to reproduce, that's not to enjoy. That's also to fulfill a part of the social instinct. And sex really doesn't have a hell of a lot to do with that. Sometimes we use sex to buy material security. Maybe we're in a sexual situation we really would rather not even be in. But we become so overly dependent upon another human being for our material well-being that we give sex to buy back material security. That is certainly not to reproduce nor to enjoy. That's to fulfill the security instinct, and sex really doesn't have a hell of a lot to do with that. Sometimes we use sex to get even with another human being. Maybe we find out our partner's gone out and they've done something they shouldn't have done, and we say we'll show them. And we'll go out and do identically the same thing in order to get even with them. And the fallacy in it is we can't afford to tell them we did it after we did so. But there we certainly did not use sex to reproduce or enjoy. We used it to get even with another human being. Sex doesn't have a hell of a lot to do with that. Why, sometimes we use sex to force our will on another human being. Maybe our partner isn't doing what we think they ought to do. And we say, we'll show them. We'll just cut them off at the pass, and we won't let them have any till they come around our way of thinking. Now, we boys aren't too good at that. We only last about 3 days. But you girls have honed it to perfection. You know exactly how to do that, and I don't blame you. I'd do that too if it worked that good for me. When I filled out that third column and really truthfully saw what I had been doing with sex and why I was doing it, 2 things began to happen to me automatically. The first thing that began to happen to me is a lot of my guilt began to disappear. I thought I was just a dirty, rotten, no-good SOB. But I found out that isn't true. I use sex for purposes other than what God intended, not because I'm a bad human being, because I'm a sick human being. And I needed that sex to fulfill and build the other instincts of life more so than sex, and sex really didn't have much to do with that. And a lot of guilt began to disappear right there. I tell you the other thing that happened to me too. I always thought I was oversexed. But when I filled out that third column, I began to realize, no, I'm not oversexed. I'm undersecured. And I'm using sex to build my self-esteem. And sex really didn't have a hell of a lot to do with that. And when I saw that I wasn't oversexed, that I was undersecure, I was using sex to build my self-esteem, it began to look pretty stupid to do that. And the desire to go out and do it at the wrong time, in the wrong place, with the wrong people, began to become less and less and less. And I started getting a handle on the sexual thing right here in the third column. Absolutely amazing when we analyze, when we take a moral inventory, when we see the real truth behind these things as to what we're doing with sex. Most of us used it to build self-esteem. Or we used it to buy personal relationships. Not because we're bad, but because we're sick in those areas. Column 4. What feelings did I create in others? Did I unjustifiably arouse jealousy, suspicion, or bitterness? What should I have done instead? Not only are we looking at our past sex life, we're trying to shape a new sex life for the future. Not only do we need to look and see what we've done, but we need to be looking at what we should have done in its place. And slowly, slowly our sexual ideas begin to change. And we start developing a new life for the future. Column 5. Same basic character defects. Where had I been selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, frightened, and inconsiderate? If I wasn't so selfish, I wouldn't be doing some of those things that create problems for other people. If I wasn't so dishonest, I wouldn't be sneaking around behind my wife's back and lying to her all the time. If I wasn't so afraid of facing life without that extramarital sex, maybe I wouldn't be doing that. If I really considered my wife and my children and other human beings first, I wouldn't be doing those things that create problems for them. But I'll guarantee you, if I stay selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, frightened, and inconsiderate, I'm going to keep right on doing the same old things over and over and over. Keep right on hurting people. I'm scared to death of what they're going to do when they catch me. I'm filled with guilt and remorse if they catch me and retaliate, and I'm filled with resentment, and eventually it blocks me off from the sunlight of the Spirit. And sooner or later I get drunk over it. It's not a question of right and wrong. It's a question of, can I continue to do those things and find the peace of mind, serenity, and happiness in order for good long-term sobriety? And I found out for me I couldn't. I had to start coming to terms with this stuff. Joe?
In this way, we tried to shape a sane and a sound idea of our future sex life. We subjected each relationship to the test whether it's selfish or not. And we see prayer throughout here. We ask God to mold our ideas and help us live up to them. Remember always that our sex powers were God-given and therefore good, neither to be used lightly, to selfish, or to be despised or loathed. Whatever our ideas turn out to be, we must be willing to grow toward it. We must be willing to make amends where we have done harm, provided we do not bring about still more harm in doing. It relates to step 9. In other words, we treat sex as we would any other problem. In meditation, we ask God what we should do in each specific matter. The right answer will come if we want it. And this is true. I think this is one area of our life. I've never been in a sexual situation that was wrong that I didn't know it was wrong. It seems like we have a nature to know that. God alone can judge our sex situation. Counsel with other persons is often desirable, but we let God be the final judge. That's one way we already know what we should do. We should follow that, not listen to other people's directions. I think it's very peculiar. You can get a lot of sexual advice around AA. That's a bad place to get
bad place to be getting it.
Sexual and financial. Don't take none of that. But it said, let God be the final judge. Realize some people are fanatical about sex and others are loose. We avoid hysteria, thinking our advice.
I had a young fella come to me one time and he said, "Charlie, my sponsor told me I couldn't have any sex the first year of sobriety. Is that right?" And I said, "No, that isn't right." He said, "You can have all the sex you want the first year of sobriety. The second year you can have it with other people." Hell, it's hard enough to quit drinking when you're young, much less quit this other stuff when you're young, too.
But we've all short of the children idea.
Every once in a while he blushes. You all can't see it, but I can. His ears get a little bit red.
Does it mean we're going to get drunk? Some people tell us so, but this is only half true. It depends upon our motive. If we are sorry for what we have done and have an honest desire to let God take us to better things, we believe we have learned we will have forgiven and have learned our lesson. If we are not sorry and our conduct continue to harm us, we are quite sure to drink. And then we're not theorizing. These are facts of our experience. Anything that we do in any other area of our lives, if it's going to hurt another person, it's wrong for us. To sum up about sex, we earnestly pray for the right idea and for guidance in each questionable situation, for our sanity and for strength to do the right thing. If sex is very troublesome, we throw ourselves hard into helping others. We think of the needs and work for them. This takes us out of ourselves. It quiets the imperious urge when the yield would mean heartache.
Okay. We're in the process still of doing step 4, so I'm going to ask Ross to put the 4 up on the sheet. This is the sex part of it. Once again, in the 5th column, we see the exact nature of the wrong. The wrong is the harm we've done to another, but the nature of it's the inherent characteristic of it, what's behind it. In the 5th column, we see the character defects we're going to be willing to turn loose of in step 6. We see the shortcomings we're going to ask God to take away in step 7. And quite naturally, all the names in column 1 will now come off of this sheet, be added to the sheet to be used later on for steps 8 and 9. And you know, I was absolutely amazed when I saw in many cases the same names appearing on all 3 sheets. I resented Barbara, I feared Barbara, and I certainly hurt Barbara too. I resented the Internal Revenue Service, I feared the Internal Revenue Service, and before I got through with them, I gave them a pretty good screw, and they need it on this sheet too. Now, we're going to suggest that we do one more thing before we leave the inventory. When we get to step 8, it says we have the list. We made it when we took step 4. Primarily, the only ones we really looked at that we harmed would be in this sexual area. But we've hurt people in many other ways too. We stole money from them, and we lied to them, and we undercut them and took their jobs, and we've hurt them physically. So we're going to suggest we make another little sheet, just exactly like the sex sheet, except it's called a review of harms other than sexual. And in column 1, we put down who did we hurt. Column 2, what did I do to hurt them? Column 3, which part of self caused me to do it? Now, I'm not going to hurt another human being unless one of the basic instincts is out of kilter. Column 4, what feelings did I create in others? Column 5, where had I been? Selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, frightened, or inconsiderate. And when I do with that, when I finish that sheet, I'll have all the information I need, not again for step 4. But in column 5, I'll have 5, 6, and 7. And in column 1, all those names come off of this sheet to be added for step 8 at a later date. And when I finish this sheet, then I've got everything I need now for steps 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. A very complete inventory. Did we do anything to be afraid of at any time during this inventory? Did we do anything that was too complicated? Did we make a list of dirty, filthy, nasty items?
No.
Is there any reason why we can't go ahead and do step 4? The only reason would be simply pure procrastination. Just simply not wanting to do it. But if we don't do it and get on with it, then sooner or later, we're going to start thinking about taking a drink. And sooner or later, we end up drunk. And it's our choice, Joe.
If we have been through our personal inventory, we have written down a lot. And we really have. And he summarizes this. He said, we have listed and analyzed our resentments. We've also listed and analyzed our fears. We have listed and analyzed our sex conduct of the past. We have even listed and analyzed the people we have harmed. We have commenced to see their terrible destruction by looking at it in this way. We have begun to learn tolerance, patience, and goodwill toward all men, even our enemies, for we look at them as sick people.
What a personality change
For an alcoholic.
is already beginning to take place. And all we've done is step 4. We don't have to wait till we get to the end of it to get something out of it. A spiritual awakening takes place over an extended period of time. We change as we act and as we learn.
Well, I also need to know this is the first personality change mentioned in the book. We didn't get anything from step 1. That just showed us the problem. No progress. Step 2 showed a solution, no progress. Step 3 was just a decision, beginning. But the first personality change takes place in step 4. And there's going to be personality change in each step, each action step, from now on out throughout the program. In this book you read it again that faith did for us what we could not do for ourselves. We hope you are convinced now that God can remove whatever self-will has blocked you all from Him. You should be at this point. If you have already made a decision,
Step 3.
And an inventory of your grosser handicaps,
Step 4.
You have made a good beginning. That being so, you have swallowed and digested some big chunks of truth about yourself. And here he mentions decision and our grosser handicaps. This is where we start. We're going to have another step 10, and we will need to talk about that later on. But step 10 is a continuation of the same process. And I don't think you can do a good step 10. People, you cannot work a good step 10 if you did not do a good 4th step. So this is looking at our grosser handicaps. And I think it's what we need to do is people coming in the program of AA today, they're coming in and hang around the meetings and make everybody else sick. waiting to get ready for step 4. And you're supposed to come in and take step 4. Get your grosser handicaps out of the way and go to working on your life.
By the way, what are the grosser handicaps? Resentment and fear and guilt and remorse.
That's right.
What are the grosser handicaps? Selfishness, dishonesty, self-seeking, frightened, and inconsiderate. We've looked at those things. We've carefully reviewed them. We've begun to work on some of that stuff. We're beginning to change. At the very least, we've got to start somewhere.
Right.
Now, we're going to rehome this process for the rest of our lives. We'll never be through. But we've got to start somewhere. Now, I don't know whether you guys have noticed or not, but nearly all the information in the big book on sex is on page 69. It really is. Now, I don't know whether that has any significance whatsoever, but that happens to be where it is. We heard a story about a young lady, and she'd been in about 90 days, and she came to see her sponsor and said, "Sponsor, I got a problem." And her sponsor said, "What is it?" She said, "Well, it's this sex thing." She said, "I don't know what to do in the sexual area sober." She said, "Everything I've ever done in that area, it's been while drinking. I don't know how to attract a member of the opposite sex or anything else. I need help." And the sponsor said, "Well, go home, get out your big book. Read page 69, and you'll find the answer to any questions you might have." So the young lady went home, got out her big book, proceeded to read. But she got confused on page numbers. Instead of page 69, she read page 96. Just for the hell of it, go to your book and see what she read on page 96. That's one of the most appropriate things I ever read. It just goes on and on and on. Okay. Let's go to page 72. Chapter 6. Into action.
Into action.
Now, it does not say into thinking. It says into action. Having made our personal inventory, what should we do about it? We've been trying to get a new attitude, a new relationship with our Creator. We decided to let God be the director. We're trying to get a new relationship with our Creator. And to discover the obstacles in our path. And what are they? Resentment and fear and guilt and remorse and selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, frightened, and inconsiderate. We have admitted certain defects. Those things that were in column 5. We have ascertained in a rough way what the trouble is. We put our finger on the weak items in our personal inventory. The weak items, not the strong, good items, the weak items. Now these are about to be cast out. This requires action on our part, which completed will mean that we admitted to God, to ourselves, and to another human being the exact nature of our defects. This brings us to the 5th step in the program of recovery mentioned in the preceding chapter. Now we know step 5 says we admitted to God, to ourselves, and to another human being the exact nature of our wrongs. But if you'll notice here in the narrative, he said the exact nature of our defects. He uses the word wrongs in the step, but defects in the narrative. And people used to ask Bill about that. They would say, Bill, why did you use wrongs in step 5, yet in the narrative you used the word defects? And by the way, Bill, what's the difference anyhow between a wrong in 5, a defect in 6, and a shortcoming in 7? Now, we've known 2 ladies that worked with and for Bill for years, and both of us tell us the same thing. That Bill would kind of rear back and smile, and he would say, when I took English and writing courses in college, they taught me never to use the same words over and over. He said, that shows how dumb you are when you do that. He said, there's no difference in these things. He said, in step 4, we're going to find those things that block us from God. In step 5, we're going to talk about them to another human being. In step 6, we're going to become willing to turn them loose. In step 7, we're going to ask God to take them away. And he said, you can call them anything you want to. A wrong, a fault, a mistake, a defect, a shortcoming, a personality flaw, or whatever you wish to. And we're going to notice on the next couple of pages, that's exactly what he does. He uses these things interchangeably back and forth. We followed it up into the 12 and 12. 13 years later, not only does he do it in the 12 and 12, he even does it worse in the 12 and 12. So we're convinced that these things are all the same. They're what we find in 4, talk about in 5, become willing to get rid of in 6, and ask God to take away in 7. Let's see if we can't see the information that really backs that up, Joe.
Okay. This is perhaps difficult, especially in discussing our defects with another person.
He did it again right there.
We think we have done well enough in admitting these things to ourselves. But there is doubt about that. In actual practice, we usually find a solitary self-appraisal insufficient. Many of us thought it necessary to go much further. We will be reconciled in discussing ourselves with another person when we see a good reason why we should do so. The best reason first, if we skip this vital step, we may not overcome drinking. I think that's a good enough reason.
Now he begins to explain that.
Trying to avoid this humbling experience, we have turned to easiest methods. Almost invariably, we got drunk. Having observed with the rest of the program, they wondered why they failed. We think the reason is that they never completed their house cleaning. They took inventory all right, but hung on some of the worst items and stopped. They only thought they had lost their egotism and fear. They only thought they had humbled themselves, but they did not learn enough of humility, fearlessness, and honesty in the sense we find it necessary until they told someone else all their life story.
Now there's the statement that screwed us up on step 4.
Yeah.
We read that about all your life story, and we said, that must be what they wanted us to do on step 4. And we began to write our life stories. But as I said the other day, 95% of my life story really doesn't have anything to do with my drinking. Very effectively covered up the 5% that did. I tell you what has something to do with it. My resentments, my fears, and my guilt and remorse. Now, if I've shared all my resentments with another human being, and I've shared all my life story resentment-wise, they didn't come today. Those resentments have been popping in my head as far back as I can remember. If I've shared all my fears with another human being, I've shared all my life story fears-wise. They didn't come today. They've been popping in my head as far back as I can remember. If I've shared my harms done to others, I've shared all my life story harms-wise. I didn't hurt people just yesterday. I've been hurting people all my life as far back as I can remember. My mother said to me one time, she said, "Charlie, you were the meanest kid I ever saw." She said, "I had a little problem loving you myself." My God, when Mama don't love you, you're in bad shape. Now, as I look at those three things, that's all my life story anyhow. Hell, that's what it revolves around, resentments and fears and harms done to others. So we don't really have any quarrel with that statement. We've shared all our life story with another human being. Now, here's the real reason we need to go to another human being. More than most people, the alcoholic leads a double life. He's very much the actor. To the outer world, he presents his stage character. This is the one he likes his fellows to see. He wants to enjoy a certain reputation, but knows in his heart he doesn't deserve it. The inconsistency is made worse by the things he does on his sprees. Coming to his senses, he revolted at certain episodes he vaguely remembers. These memories are a nightmare. He trembles to think someone might have observed him. As fast as he can, he pushes his memories far inside himself. He hopes they will never see the light of day. He is under constant fear and tension, and that makes for more drinking. Psychologists are inclined to agree with us. We spend thousands of dollars for examinations. We know but few instances where we've given these doctors a fair break. We have seldom told them the whole truth, nor have we followed their advice. Unwilling to be honest with these sympathetic men, we were honest with no one else. You know, let's face it. We alcoholics have become the world's greatest con artists.
Right.
My God, you have to be a practicing alcoholic. You got to learn how to lie, how to cheat, how to con, how to manipulate, how to steal. You've got to learn how to do anything necessary to be a practicing alcoholic. And I think the one we have to con the most is ourselves. I don't think we could live with ourselves if we had to honestly see what's going on whenever we're out there doing our thing. But you see, we don't have to see it. We've got a little thing called resentments. And we use that to transfer blame to other people and make ourselves as pure as the driven snow. I don't think we could have lived without that ability. Now, if you've been doing that for 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 40 years, it becomes such a part of us that when we come to AA, we do our best to be honest, but we can't be honest with ourselves. There's no way can we see the truth about ourselves. Step 4, we do the absolute best we can. Step 5, now, we need to take our inventory to another human being. One who's walked this walk before us. One who understands 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 according to the Big Book. One who can help me see those things I can't see. They can see my inventory and see me truthfully, whereas rationalization and justification keeps me from seeing the truth. There's where I really learned about the sex thing. I said this was caused by the sex instinct. He said, "Oh no, Charlie. All you're trying to do here is to build your self-esteem. Sex has nothing to do with this." We get into the 5th column. I said this was caused by fear. He said, "Oh, this plain damn dishonesty. That's all this is." And he helped me see things that I couldn't see. Now, I know confession is good for the soul. If we belong to a religion that requires it, we need to do it. But by the same token, we need to be taking the 5th step with somebody who can help us see those things that we cannot see about ourselves. On page 74, referring to 1937, 38, and 39, the first person out here in California to get this book, they didn't have anybody that knew anything about the program to go to Step 5 with. They had to find whoever they could. And heading 74 deals with that. But that isn't true today. Today we've got plenty of good AA members, good AA sponsors that understands 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. That's who we need to be taking it with. Page 75 tells us how to take it.
When we decided who is to hear our story, we waste no time. We have a written inventory and we are prepared for a long talk. We explain to our partner what we are about to do and why we have to do it. He should realize that we are engaged upon a life or death errand. Most people approach in this way will be glad to help. They'll be honored by our confidence. We pocket our pride and go to it, illuminating every twist of character, every dark cranny of the past. Once we've taken this step, withholding nothing, we are delighted. We can look the world in the eye. We can be alone at perfect peace and ease.
These are the results of taking this step.
Our fears fall from us, and we begin to feel the nearness of our Creator. See personality change. We may have had certain spiritual beliefs we came to believe at step 2, but now we begin to have a spiritual experience. The feeling to drink problem of this period will often come strongly. We'll feel we're on a broad highway walking hand in hand with the spirit of the universe. And more results after the second action step. Step 5 is more action. We get more results.
Through steps 4 and 5, as I finish 5 up, for the first time I could really see what I had become.
Right.
For the first time I could really see what I was going to need to change. For the first time I had a goal sitting out there in front of me. And I was assured that if I would change this and this and this, then life's going to become better. And for the first time in my life, I really had some direction to go in. Absolutely amazed me after step 4 and 5.
Okay.
Now, if you've done 4 and 5, you've done a lot of work, you need a lot of rest, or a little rest, and the book's going to give you just a little bit of rest now.
Returning home, we find a place where we can be quiet for an hour.
Now, he didn't say 28 days, did he? It's amazing. Every time he talks about a time element, it's always just right now. He doesn't let us put it off very long.
Carefully reviewing what we have done, we thank God from the bottom of our heart that we know Him better. We don't know God yet, we know Him better. Taking this book down from my shelf, we turn to the page which contains the 12 steps. Carefully reading the first 5 proposals. He calls the steps proposals here. We ask if we omitted anything, for we're building an arch to which we shall walk, a free man at last. Is our work solid so far? Are the stones properly in place? Have we skimped on the cement put in the foundation? Have we tried to make mortar without sand? And again, he's still building on the same thing he started in the first chapter. The foundation was step 1. Believing was the cornerstone. The decision, step 3, was the keystone. And now he's putting 2 more stones in the arch to which we pass to freedom. He's giving us a little progress report as we go and build the steps, building the personality change.
If we can answer to our satisfaction, we then look at step 6. We have emphasized willingness as being indispensable. Are we now ready to let God remove from us all the things which we have admitted are objectionable? Can He now take them all, every one? If we still cling to something we will not let go, we ask God to help us be willing, and that's all of step 6. And if you'll notice, He didn't say a thing in the world in there about defects of character. He did say something about those things that we have admitted are objectionable. Surely when we looked into the 5th column, and we saw that old selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, frightened, and inconsiderate character that we had become, when we could see that those are the things that caused us to do the things that created the problems for us, surely those things are objectionable to us by now. Are we now ready to let God remove them? If we are, then we're through with 6. But each action step recognizes self cannot overcome self. Each action step has prayer of some kind involved in it. And it said if we are not ready, we ask God to help us be willing. If we still cling to something we will not let go, we ask God to help us be willing. You know, you would think when we saw what those things did to us, that we would be more than willing to turn them loose. But human beings are funny things. Sometimes we would rather sit in today's pain and suffering because we've learned how to live and kind of handle that kind of stuff. Sometimes we would rather sit in today's pain and suffering than take a chance on changing in the future because we don't know what change is going to bring. And fear sometimes keeps us stymied right here on step 6. You know, if I'm going to have to get rid of my selfishness, then how am I going to get what I want? If I'm going to have to get rid of my dishonesty, how in the hell am I going to make a living? Man, when I got here, I didn't know anything about honesty. All I knew was dishonesty. If I'm going to have to get rid of my self-seeking, frightened character, where in the world am I going to get the courage to do the things I ought to do and quit doing the things I shouldn't do? If I'm going to have to get rid of my inconsideration, then who is going to take care of me? And sometimes fear keeps us locked up right here on page 6. On step 6. And the book says if we're not ready, if we still cling to those things, we ask God to help us be willing. And eventually we become ready. Now, when ready, we say something like this. My Creator, I'm now willing you should have all of me, good and bad. I pray that you now remove from me every single defect of character. Whoop. We're in step 7 now. And step 7 said shortcomings, but here he uses defects of character. You see what he's done to us? He really fouled us up for a while. I pray that you now remove from me every single defect of character which stands away of me useful as you and my fellows. Grant me strength as I go out from here to do your bidding. Amen. We have then completed step 7. Bang, bang. Are you ready? If you are, you're through with 6. Have you humbly asked Him to remove them? If you have, you've done 7. But don't make the mistake I did. Knowing that God is all-powerful, I assume that now that I'm ready, all I got to do is turn to God and say, okay, God, here I am. Warts and all. Give me the $29.95 special and zap me and make me as pure as the driven snow, and I'd never have to worry about these things again. I found out it doesn't work that way. God cannot remove a character defect from my mind and leave a blank spot there. I've got enough holes in my head already. If I want Him to remove my selfishness, then I must, with all the willpower I can muster, and with all the help that I can get from God, try to practice unselfishness in every situation that comes up. You see, when I got here and started working a program, my mind was a set of mental habits ingrained in 40 years of living when I started working the program. The habitual thing for me was to be selfish. Now, if I want to break a habit, then I have to work against myself. And if I want God to remove my selfishness, then I must start practicing unselfishness. And slowly, 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 the old habit dies and a new habit takes its place. And I found myself over a period of time becoming a more unselfish human being. I'll never be completely unselfish, but I am more unselfish than I've ever been in my lifetime. If I want God to take away my dishonesty, then I must, in every situation that comes up, muster all the willpower I can, and with God's help, try to practice honesty. And God, that's hard for me to do. It's so much easier to be dishonest when that's been your habit for your full lifetime than it is to be honest. But slowly, slowly, as I practice one and God takes the other away, I find that I become a more honest human being as time goes by. The old habit dies and a new habit takes its place. If I want to get rid of fear, then I'm going to have to start practicing courage. And I've got to kick myself in the rear and force myself with God's help to do things I was afraid to do, and just as importantly, quit doing some things I was afraid to quit. And slowly, slowly, fear is replaced with courage. If I want Him to take away inconsideration, then I must start thinking of others first, considering their needs and their wants and put them ahead of my own, and that is so alien to my nature that in the beginning it was almost impossible for me to do that. But with all the willpower I could muster and all the help I could get from God, I gradually changed from an inconsiderate to a considerate human being. I have been reborn. Not in my body, but in my mind. I am not what I used to be when I came to AA. I think you and I are the luckiest people in the world. Most people out there are sick. Most of them are going to the grave sick, not even knowing they're sick. We not only know we're sick, but through 4 and 5 we found that's what's wrong with us, and through 6 and 7 we can change ourselves with God's help, and we have the opportunity to live 2 lifetimes in 1 lifetime. Very few people get that opportunity. Now be careful. Be very careful. Because if you buy into this idea that we can change ourselves with God's help through 6 and 7, then that means from this day on, you are responsible for what you are. I can't blame it on Barbara any longer. Can't blame it on Mother and Father any longer. Can't blame it on society, and I can't blame it on God. If I stay selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, frightened, and inconsiderate, I must recognize it must be because that's the way I want to be. And I don't want to be that way anymore. You know, this is the way you build your self-esteem. This is the way you feel better about yourself. As you become a more honest human being, as you become an unselfish human being, as you become a considerate person, you're trading the old stock in trade for a new stock in trade. And the results that you get back is so much better than anything you've ever had before. You wonder, why in the hell did it take me so long to do this? You know, I feel good about me today simply because I've changed into a different human being, and the change was brought about through 4, 5, 6, and 7, slowly over a period of time. Very few of us are going to change overnight, but all of us can change over an extended period of time if we are willing to do so.
I think Charlie did a good job wrapping it up. But 6 and 7, I always like to emphasize, are the changing steps. You know, steps 4 and 5 give us the information to prepare us to make these changes. As he said, 6 is real simple. I just say 6 is just don't do what you want to do. You just don't do what you want to do, which is kind of hard not to do what you want to do. It's not just simple but not easy, but don't do what you want to do. That's step 6. And 7 is make yourself do something you don't want to do. And if you start on that plan, you will change. You will never change by doing what you want to do. If you do what you want to do, you will always remain the same. Okay? But make yourself do something different. Like honesty. Charlie was talking about honesty. Ain't but one way to stop dishonesty. You can talk about it, hammer, jump up and down. Ain't but one way to stop dishonesty. And that's practice honesty. That's the only way you can do that. But as you begin to practice honesty, you won't have those fears anymore. You'll get better results. You get along better with people. You get better stock in trade. And your life gets better. Honesty become your way of doing things. Okay? Honesty becomes automatic in your life. And the book says our old ideas will be cast to one side, and a completely new set of motives begin to dominate us. And as Charlie says, when we practice honesty and unselfishness and those parts of those new qualities in our character, you'd be surprised at self-esteem. We feel better about who we are. We have a healthy self-esteem because we like that person. It's an exciting thing, but the same as said many years ago in a big book, Paul said it means daily dying. Some of us got to die somewhere in our lives so we can live somewhere else. And he said only we can slay ourselves. we can slay those things with inactivities. If we don't, my mind produces those thoughts. I don't give into those thoughts. I reject those thoughts, and my mind sends me something new and different to try. But if you keep buying in the first thing your mind sends, you'll still always be living off the garbage. Your mind has some good things, but the mind says, save that good stuff. That fool will buy anything. Send him some garbage down there. Send him the same old garbage. He'll use it. But if you reject that stuff, it'll say you got some better stuff up there for a better life.
You know this little story about this fellow named Paul he mentioned?
Yeah.
Paul was originally named Saul, and Saul was riding on his ass on the way to Damascus. And a big bolt of lightning came down and knocked him off his ass on his ass. That's the way the book says it. And a deep voice said, Saul, can we talk? And Saul said, you betcha we can talk. He got his attention when he knocked him on his ass. Just like alcohol got our attention. And he said, Saul, you've been a very mean individual. And he said, you got many character defects. He said, you've been selfish and dishonest and self-seeking and frightened and inconsiderate. And he said, you've hurt a hell of a lot of people. And he said, I want you to quit doing that. He said, I want you to change. And he said, if you change, we will call you Paul. And Saul said, well, how do I change? And a deep voice said, you quit doing what you've been doing and start doing these things. And Saul began to act upon the information presented to him, and slowly over a period of time he changed. And they changed his name to Paul. And we know that Paul was one of the most prolific writers that the world's ever seen. And somebody went to Paul one day and said, Paul, you seem to be a very happy individual. They said, what is the secret of happy living anyhow? And Paul said, very simple, daily dying. He said, you got to die somewhere before you can live somewhere else. You can't be both. And he said, only you, with God's help, can slay yourself. And that's exactly what our book is saying to us. Thank you all for being here this morning. We'll see you later today. Okay, everybody doing all right this afternoon? God, you all still look good. You must have still been working on resentments.
Yeah, they laughed a little bit.
A lot of them look like you've got peace of mind. You got that sex thing behind you. So.
Yeah.
Everybody feeling a little better. That's great.
Good.
And we should be feeling a little better along about the time we're finishing up with step 6 and 7. You know, we've done a lot of work up to this point because we were powerless over alcohol. We saw the need for the power, and we came to believe that that power could restore us to sanity. And we made a decision to go after that power. And then we found that the decision wouldn't do us any good unless we followed it up by a course of action designed to remove those things from our mind which had been blocking us off from that power. And we took a searching and fearless moral inventory of ourselves, truthful inventory. And for the first time we found out that within our minds there was 3 common manifestations of self: resentments and fears and guilt and remorse associated with people we've harmed in the past. And during our inventory we could see that if we didn't get rid of those things, then God could not direct our thinking, and eventually we would probably end up going back to drinking. So we worked on the removal of those things after we saw the truth of them, and we pretty well got rid of our resentments. And that was replaced with love, patience, tolerance, compassion, and goodwill toward our fellow man. We pretty well got rid of our fears, and that was replaced by faith and courage. We looked at the people we've harmed in the past to see the truth about those things too. And we found that we had certain serious character defects that caused those things. We talked about them to somebody else in step 5. Then in 6 and 7, we started working on those things. And as our old selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, inconsiderate character began to change, then those things were replaced with the opposite, and we began to feel better toward ourselves. So because of the work we've done up to this point, we should be feeling better. But there's one common manifestation of self that we really haven't worked on. We looked at it, but we didn't work on it. And that was that guilt and remorse that we feel associated with the people harmed in the past. The little storeroom in the back of my head that was filled with guilt and remorse, even though I've looked at those things, I've really done nothing yet about the removal of the guilt and remorse. So if I really want full peace of mind, the amount of happiness that's possible for me to receive, it looks like I'm going to have to do something about the removal of that guilt and remorse also, so God can direct that part of my mind too. And it's long been known to the human race the way we get rid of guilt and remorse associated with the harms we've done in the past is to make restitution for those things. And the original Oxford group tenet, that was the word that was used, was restitution. And Bill found that many of the alcoholics were having extreme difficulty with the word restitution. So when he wrote the 12 steps, the night he wrote them, he took that word restitution, that tenet, and changed it into 2 steps. What we know today is step 8 and 9, where we make the list of people we've harmed and we come willing to make amends to them all. And then we start making the amends in step 9. And they found it was much easier to handle this by dividing it into those 2 parts. Now, I don't know of anybody in AA that really likes the idea of making restitution. I've never seen an alcoholic brand new walk into AA, read the steps off the wall, and say, those steps 8 and 9 look like they're going to be fun. I can hardly wait to get to them. Nobody likes to go out and have to ask forgiveness for things we've done in the past. Nobody likes to take from today's living to pay back for things from the past. The only question is, can we afford not to do those things? Now, way back in the foreword of the 2nd edition, when we talked about when Bill called on Dr. Bob, it sounded like after the initial visit that Bob never had another drink. But that really wasn't quite true. Bob found it necessary to have one more drunk. Not too long after Bill called on him, Bob felt it was necessary that he go to a medical convention. And his wife Ann begged Bill not to let him go. Said, Bill, if he goes over there, he'll get drunk. He does it every year. And Bill said, let him go. Said he's got to learn to live in society where there's always going to be plenty of liquor. And said if he gets drunk, we'll do something about it when he comes back. Well, sure enough, Dr. Bob went to the medical convention, and sure enough, he got drunk. Comes back to Akron. And he shows up at his nurse's home. And she calls Ann and says, come and get him. He's drunk. And by the way, get him sobered up. Said he's got surgery scheduled in the morning. And right now, he's the only doctor on staff that can do that particular surgery. Dr. Bob was a proctologist. And I've always been thankful he wasn't working on my procto the next morning. Whatever my procto is, I'm really not sure. They went over and got him and brought him home. And Bill and Ann walked him and coffeed him and sobered him up to the best of their ability. The next morning, Bill took him to the hospital to do the surgery. And in the parking lot of the hospital, Dr. Bob said, "Bill, I can't do this surgery." He said, "I'm shaking and I'm trembling and I'm sick and I'm going to hurt somebody." And Bill reached in the back seat of the car and got out a bottle of beer, popped the top on it and said, "Drink this and you'll be okay." Dr. Bob drank the beer, went upstairs, did the surgery, and sure enough, it came out okay. Now, the only problem is Bill's waiting on him in the parking lot, and Dr. Bob seems to disappear. And Bill waits for a matter of 2 or 3 hours. And he assumes that the beer's triggered the allergy and Bob is off and running. So he goes back to Dr. Bob's house. And Bill and Ann wait all afternoon. Late evening, Dr. Bob shows up. And he's sober. And Bill said, "Where in the hell have you been?" And he said, "I've been going up and down both sides of the street, making amends to those people I've harmed in the past." Now, that was June the 10th, 1935. That bottle of beer that morning was Dr. Bob's last drink. And, of course, we know that that's A.A.'s birthday. Prior to that time, he would not make amends. He was afraid that people would find out he was alcoholic and he would lose what little practice he had left. He didn't know that everybody already knew it. But the day he screwed up enough courage to make his amends was the day that he took his last drink. And you know, I imagine if it was good enough for Dr. Bob, it's probably good enough for me too. Let's look at steps 8 and 9 for just a few moments and see if we can't begin to get right with our fellow man and see if we can't empty out that storeroom that is filled with guilt and remorse associated with those things. Joe?
Now we need more action, without which we find that faith without works is dead. Let's look at steps 8 and 9. We have a list of all persons we have harmed and to whom we are willing to make amends. We made it when we took inventory. We have our list. We got some off the resentment list, some off the fear list, some off the sexual harm list, and then we finished the rest of it in our next list. So we subjected ourselves to address self-appraisal. And now we go out to our fellows and repair the damage done in the past. We attempt to sweep away debris which has accumulated out of an effort to live on self-will and run the show ourselves. If we haven't the will to do this, we ask until it comes. We see more prayer in step 8. We don't have the will, we pray for the willingness. Members agreed in the beginning that we would go to any length for victory over alcohol. Basically, in the big book, this is step 8. This just paragraph deals with step 8. All the rest of it in here is going to be on step 9. But half of it we have already done. We got the list. And the next thing is to become willing to make amends to the people on the list. And if we haven't the will to do this, we pray for the willingness until it comes. So step 8 is real simple. And so you don't have to talk to nobody to do step 8. All you got to do is make the list and then become willing.
I remember when it got time for me to do steps 8 and 9, I had made my list, and of course that was through the inventory procedure, and I had that list, but there was some people on that list that I really wasn't very willing to make amends to them. And I remember again going to my sponsor and I said, "I don't believe I can work steps 8 and 9. And he said, "Why?" And I said, "Well, because there's people on my list that have harmed me just as bad as I ever harmed them, and I'll be damned if I'm going to make any amends to them. Therefore, I can't do steps 8 and 9. He said, "Well, Charlie, as usual, you've got the cart before the horse." He said, "Making amends is really what takes place in step 9. So he said, "Let's forget about step 9 for the time being, and let's look at step 8. He said, in step 8, all you got to do is make the list, and you've already done that, I've seen it, and then become willing to make amends to them all. And I said, well, that's just exactly the problem. I'm not willing to make amends to them all. Therefore, I can't do step 8. And if I can't do step 8, then I certainly can't do step 9. He said, well, maybe I can help you a little bit. He said, I know many of these people that are on your list. And he said, some of them, you love them and they love you. He said, there's your mother and your father. And he said, there's your children. There's your brother. And he said, I'm like you, I don't know about Barbara. We'll forget that for now. But he said, you love them and they love you, and you would really like to make amends to them and get it straightened out just right now, wouldn't you? And I said, well, you know I would. He said, okay, what I want you to do is take all those names off of that list and put them on another list and head it up right now. Can you do that? And I said, well, yeah, I guess so. He said, do it and come back. And I came back and I said, okay, here's the list. He said, okay, now then, on this original list, there's some people on here you know you're going to make amends to sooner or later. You're not too crazy about it, but you know you're going to. Is that right? And I said, well, sure it is. He said, I want you to take their names off of that list and put them on another sheet and head it up later. Can you do that? And I said, I think so. And he said, do it and come back. And I did. And he said, now then, there's some names on this sheet that you're not sure about. You may or may not make amends to them. Is that right? And I said, well, you know it is. He said, okay. He said, I want you to take those names off of that sheet, put them on another sheet and head it up maybe. Can you do that? And I said, yeah, I guess so. And he said, do it and come back. And I did. He said, now the only ones that are left on this sheet are those that you're not ever going to make amends to, period. Is that right? And I said, you bet it's right. He said, I want you to take those names off of that original list and put them on another sheet and label it never. Can you do that? And I said, well, I guess so. And he said, do it and come back. And I did. And he said, now then, I want you to take this list that says right now, and I want you to start making amends to those people. And he said, by the time you're through with that list, I think you'll be ready to do some of those laters. And he said, by the time you're through with the later list, I think you'll be ready to do some of the maybes. And he reached in his billfold and he got out a $20 bill and he said, I'm going to bet you $20. By the time you get through with those maybes, you'll be ready to do some of the nevers. And the old fool was just exactly right. He didn't let me take 3 or 4 names to block myself off from this whole process. He gave me a way that I could become willing to make amends to them all by first making amends to those that I was willing to do so. And gradually, as I worked myself through the list, I became willing to make amends to them all. So if you're working with somebody that's got the same kind of problem, try the 4 list. It really does work. And that's all there is to step 8. The making of the list, which we've already done, and then the becoming willing to make amends to them all. And if we're not willing, we ask until we become willing, and maybe try the 4 lists, and sooner or later we become willing to all of them. Now step 9 is one of those multiple part steps. Step 9 tells us first the kind of amends to make. It says direct amends. And then it tells us when to make them. Wherever possible. Now many people read that step, and if you listen closely, they'll read it as whenever possible. No, it says wherever possible. If you tell an alcoholic to do something whenever, just forget it. It's not going to be done. Wherever possible. And then it tells us when not to make them, except when to do so would injure them or others. Now, Bill, very carefully in his usual manner for the next 3 or 4 pages, paragraph by paragraph, he addresses each one of these issues. And Joe and I both agree that we've never really had any questions come up about the making of amends in Step 9 that we really couldn't find the answer for it here in the Big Book. He very carefully covers this situation. And the first thing he's going to talk about is direct amends. And there's probably 2 kinds of them. We believe one kind of direct amend is eyeball to eyeball, face to face, one-on-one. You know, the purpose of making these amends is not to get you to like me. Oh, I hope you will when I'm through. But the purpose is to get rid of my fear and my guilt and my remorse associated with it. And if I write you a letter, I'm never quite sure how you received it. I'm still a little bit afraid of what you're going to do the next time I run into you. And I'm not sure I've done my utmost. Same thing applies to the fact that if I call you on the telephone. But if I go find you wherever you are, in your office, your home, or wherever you might be, and I sit down with you eyeball to eyeball, face to face, one-on-one, and make my amends to the best of my ability, I'll never have to worry about it anymore. You will have done the worst you're going to do to me right then, and I'll not have to worry about whether I've done my utmost. He gives us an example of this on page 67, down in the middle of the page, where that paragraph starts. It says we don't use this as an excuse for shying away from the subject of God when it will serve any good person. Or 77. We don't use this as an excuse for shying away from the subject of God. When it will serve any good purpose, we're willing to announce our convictions with tact and common sense. Now then, he starts the amend. The question of how to approach the man we hated will arise.
It may be that he has done us more harm than we have done him. And though we have acquired a better attitude toward him, we are still not too keen about admitting our faults. Nevertheless, with a person that we dislike, we take the bit in the teeth. It is harder to go to the enemy than to a friend. But we find it much more beneficial. We go to him in a helpful, forgiving spirit, confessing our ill feelings and expressing our regret. Under no condition do we criticize such a person or argue. Simply ask him what we will never get over our drinking until we have done our utmost to straighten out the past. Now we are there to sweep off our side of the street, realizing that nothing worthwhile can be accomplished until we do so. Never trying to tell him what he should do. His faults are not discussed. We stick to our own. And if our manner is calm, frank, and open, we will be gratified with the results. In 9 cases out of 10, the unexpected happens. Sometimes the man we are calling upon admits his own faults. So feuds of years standing melt away in an hour. Rarely do we fail to make satisfactory progress. Our former enemies sometimes praise what we are doing and wish us well. Occasionally they will offer assistance. It should not matter, however, if someone does throw us out of his office. We have made our demonstration, done our part. It's water over the dam. This is obviously that this person went to see this person in his office face to face and made a direct face-to-face amend.
This fellow that I hated so badly and resented so badly, and I asked God to give that SOB whatever he deserved. Sometime later, I began to realize that I think I owe that guy some amends. You know, we had gone together in a little business thing, and one day he had absconded with the funds and took off. And I really hated him with a purple passion for doing so. But as I got a little further along in the program, I began to think about this idea that invariably we make decisions based on self, which later places us in a position to be hurt. And I began to think about the fact that that guy didn't come to me in order to go in business with me. I went to him. And the reason I went to him is he had something I needed. He had some knowledge that I needed, and he had some money I didn't have. And I conned him into going to business with me. Now, that doesn't excuse the fact that he ran away with the money. But what it did, it showed me that I really put him in a position to be able to allow him to do those things to me. And I thought, okay, I really need to go to this guy and make some amends. Now, he's my next door neighbor by now, see. And we had kind of spoken to each other back and forth, but we really hadn't done any visiting with each other. And certainly not very friendly. And I went over to his house one day and we sat down in his kitchen and I began to apologize to him. I said, you know, I want to ask you to forgive me for putting that deal together that we both got hurt over. And I want to ask you for your forgiveness for any part that I've played in it. And before I was halfway through, he was already looking at me and grinning. And he said, man, I've been wanting to apologize to you for years. He said, that's one of the things that I've done and it always has bothered me. And he said, I want you to know that I'm sorry for what I've done to you. And all the bad feelings disappeared. And I'm so glad that happened. Because it wasn't very long after that, this guy died with an unexpected heart attack. And I was so glad that I had gone to him to do that. It really did work. Now, if that'll work for somebody you hate, then surely it would also work for some of them you just don't like them very good. It'd probably work for some that you're just not too crazy about. I bet it would work for the ones you love, too. Eyeball to eyeball, face to face, one-on-one, direct amends. Another kind of direct amends, we believe, is in equal proportion. You know, we hurt a lot of people in the material world also. Some of us tended to write checks we never did pick up. We tended to run up bills we never did pay. We tended to be fined by the civil courts and we never did pay them. We tended to tear up automobiles we never did fix. We tended to borrow money we never did pay back. And some of us even went so far as to steal the money in the first place. Now, what are we going to do about those kind of deals? Bill handles that in the next paragraph. He said most alcoholics owe money. Now, that's probably the understatement of the year right there. Most alcoholics owe money. We do not dodge our creditors. Telling them what we're trying to do, we make no bones about our drinking. They usually know it anyway, whether we think so or not. Nor are we afraid of disclosing our alcoholism on a theory that it may cause financial harm. Approached in this way, the most ruthless creditor will sometimes surprise us. Arranging the best deal we can, we let these people know we are sorry. Our drinking has made us slow to pay. We must lose our fear of creditors no matter how far we have to go, for we're liable to drink if we're afraid to face them. Now, what most of us would like to do is go to this person and say, look, when I was drinking, I stole $1,000 from you. I know it and you know it too. And I'm sorry about it. Would you forgive me? Well, you're probably going to say, I'm sorry about it too. Where's my $1,000? Now, the book says what I really need to do is go to you and admit the theft of the $1,000 and then say to you, I'm sorry I can't pay you today. Wish I could, but I can't. But I'd like to start paying you $5 a week. $10 a week, whatever I can live with. And I start paying you $5 a week, or 10 or whatever. And as the weeks go by, some morning I wake up and I say, by golly, that sucker is paid off. I don't have to worry about that anymore. The fear and the guilt and the remorse associated with that is gone. And then I go to the next one. I say, now you and I both know I owe you $1,500. Can't pay you today. Wish I could. But I'd like to start paying you $10 a week, maybe $20 a week by now. And as the weeks go by and I make the payment, someday I wake up and I say, by golly, that sucker's paid off too. And the fear and the guilt and remorse associated with that's gone. And then I go to the next one. And then I go to the next one. And then I go to the next one. And some morning I wake up and they're all paid off. And the fear and the guilt and remorse associated with it's gone. And I feel good about me. That's how we build self-esteem. Now, I've lived long enough to know and fully understand one thing. Time is going to pass. I can't stop it. I wish I could, but I can't. And as time passes, I can use it for a worthwhile thing, or I can let it slide, let it slide, let it slide, and 4, 5, 6, 8, 10 years from now be in the same shape, only maybe drunk in the meantime. You know, I was working with a young fellow one time, and he didn't owe a whole lot of money. He owed $1,000 here and $500 over there and a couple thousand here, and the biggest debt he had was about $3,000. Altogether, he might have owed $40,000 to $50,000. And he said, you know how old I'd be by the time I got them paid back? I said, you would be the same age you would be if you didn't pay them back. And maybe drunk in the meantime. And sure enough, he started paying them back. And sure enough, he got them all paid. Now, what we would really like to do, in our grandiosity, we would like to wait till we get all the money together in one lump sum. Yeah. Take it in there and slam it down on the desk and say, here's your damn money. But let's face it, we're not going to do that. If we wait to do that, we'll never get it done. But we can do it gradually over a period of time. Joe and I had an old friend that used to live in Tulsa, Oklahoma. His name was Dan. He moved out here. He died recently down in Bakersfield. Dan would have had 46 years in AA today, now if he had lived. This would have been his 46th AA birthday year. Dan was 29 years sober. He said, Charlie, I paid the last one of them last week. And I said, Dan, how do you feel? He said, I feel about 8 foot tall. Dan was a little bitty fellow, about 5'1". Yeah. He said, this is the first time in my life that I can ever remember that I don't owe somebody something for what I've stolen from them in the past. And he said, I feel pretty good about old Dan. Took him 29 years to do it. Now, a lot of those years I knew Dan. Dan was never a rich fellow. But Dan and his beautiful wife, Sarah, had everything they needed to live and be peaceful and happy and free. And he also was able to pay those people back at the same time. I tell you how good a con artist Dan was. When they lived in Texas, he was in the oil business, and he hooked them down there, and he hooked them big too. But one time while in Texas drinking, Sarah took him to the state insane asylum in Big Spring, Texas, to have him committed for alcoholic insanity. And the head psychiatrist first talked to Sarah, and then after a while he interviewed Dan. And after a while Dan left and Sarah was locked up. Yeah, she stayed there for a year. She learned how to live better electrically, and all the goodies had gone. Dan was a real con artist. No, but he got the job done. Now I hear some of you saying, and I hear good. I hear some of you saying, well, Charlie, that's probably right. For $4,000 or $5,000 or or 20 or 30,000 or even 40 or 50,000. But what if we owe them 150,000? What if we owe them $250,000? What if we owe them $500,000? Could we possibly pay that back? Well, I don't know why not. If we're smart enough to steal it, we're probably smart enough to pay it back. You know, I think we forget from step 3 on, God's with us. And if we're to do these things, then God's going to make it possible. And I've never seen anybody yet that was willing to make these amends that involve money that couldn't get them made over a period of time. We would like to do it instantaneously, but we can't do that. But we can do it over a period of time if we're willing to do so. And we get rid of that kind of fear and that kind of guilt and that kind of remorse. It is so great today to be able to walk down the street anywhere in the world and not have to worry about running into somebody that I've stolen something from them in the past. It's so great for me to walk in a little bank where I bank in a little bitty town called Southwest City, Missouri. And the president of the bank has an office with a glass enclosure where he can see out into the lobby. And when I walk in the bank, he always smiles and waves at me. Used to, I walked in the bank and he turned his chair and looked in the other direction. These things really work if we're willing to do so, Joe.
Okay, and that deals with direct amends. And Charlie said Bill, as he always does, takes paragraph by paragraph to deal with subject matters. He begins to talk about the bottom of page 78, perhaps we have omitted a criminal offense. He deals with this next subject, which might land us in jail if we were known to authorities. We may be short on our accounts and unable to make good. We have already admitted this in confidence to another person in step 5. But we are sure we would be in prison and lose our job if it were known. Maybe it's only a petty offense such as padding the expense account. Most of us have done that sort of thing. Maybe we divorced and have remarried and haven't kept up with alimony to number 1. She is indignant about it and has a warrant out for our arrest. This is a common form of trouble, too. Although these repatriations take in numerous forms, there are some general principles which we find guiding, reminding ourselves we have decided to go to any length to find a spiritual experience. We ask that we be given the strength and direction to do the right thing. No matter what the personal consequences may be, we may lose our position, our reputation, or face jail, but we will and we have to be. We must not shrink at anything. And this deals with past criminal offenses. These are amends that we have to. Maybe it's not divorce now and alimony anymore as much as it is child support payments. People are having problems with those. The same thing, come in another form. And these things have to be taken care of. We've got to face these things and make amends for them.
In the middle of page 79, it talks about where other people are involved.
Yeah.
You know, we have to be very careful in this area. Because sometimes in our zeal to make amends and be forgiven, we may go out and make some amends that's going to hurt not only the one we owe the amends to, but maybe some other people too. So here he talks about where other people are involved. Over on page 80, he talks about going to other people and getting their permission before we make the amends. At the bottom of page 80 and into page 81, he talks about domestic problems. He talks about sex outside of marriage.
Yeah.
What are we going to do about those kind of things? Mm-hmm. And we find that in nearly all cases, we can find the answer to these things here in the Big Book Alcoholics Anonymous. We're not going to try to go through each individual one of these. It simply takes too long to do so. But this is an area where we think you really, really need the guidance of a sponsor. I don't really think that we ourselves are capable of honestly looking at this stuff enough to really determine whether we should or should not make the amends. I know several of them that I had on my list. I really didn't think I could make amends to them because it might harm them further. And I'd go to my sponsor and talk about them, and he'd say, oh, no. This is not going to hurt anything. You go ahead and make this amend. I also had some that I really wanted to make. But I asked him first, and he said, no, I don't believe you ought to make this one. No. He said, I believe you're going to hurt that person further. Yeah. And in order to get the relief of your own, you're going to end up hurting them more, or just as importantly, hurting other people. And then later on, you're going to have to turn right around and make amends again, all over again. And I don't really think that we ourselves are really capable of honestly seeing these things, because our old rationalization and justification steps in to kind of make us believe things that really aren't true. So here I think we need a good sponsor, and we need some advice from that sponsor before we jump into the making of amends. And with a book and a good sponsor, there's no reason why we can't go ahead and do those things. Page 83. Third paragraph. There may be some wrongs we can never fully right. We don't worry about them if we can honestly say to ourselves that we would right them if we could. Some people cannot be seen. We send them an honest letter. There may be a valid reason for postponement in some cases, but we don't delay if it can be avoided. We should be sensible, tactful, considerate, and humble without being servile or scraping. As God's people, we stand on our feet. We don't crawl before anyone. And I think one of the mistakes we see people making in our zeal to be forgiven, sometimes we go to them to make the amends, and once in a while they don't accept it. You know, I had one or two that told me, they said, Charlie, we didn't like you when you were drinking, and we sure as hell don't like you now. Get out of here and leave us alone. And we tend to want to go back and go back and go back and go back and literally beg those people to forgive us. We don't need to do that. We make our amends to the best of our ability. And if they don't accept it, there's nothing we can do about that. The only thing we can do is hold ourselves in readiness to make it again at a later date if the opportunity arises. But we certainly don't have to beg anybody to do that. Now, if we've made these amends, then our relationship with the world and everything in it is beginning to become much better. You know, we have twice mentioned the tridimensional creature, or the three dimensions of life. The book tells us it's a design for living that really works. Way back in step 4, it talked about the fact that we were spiritually ill, mentally ill, and physically ill. And said when a spiritual malady straightened up, then the physical or the mental and the physical becomes okay. And we're really referring to there as 3 dimensions of life. You know, all human beings are born to live in 3 dimensions. If God dwells in each of us, and I'm sure He does, the book says so, then that means we're going to have to live with God whether we like it or not. The only question is, do we live with God in harmony or disharmony? I don't know of any group of people in the world that got in more disharmony with God than we alcoholics have. We also have what is called the mental dimension. We've all got a mind. Sometimes we act like we don't, but we do. And the only question is, do we live within our minds in harmony or disharmony? We're going to have to live with our mind whether we like it or not. And I don't know of any group of people in the world that got in more disharmony in their minds than we alcoholics have. For years I thought the physical dimension was my body, period. But today I realize the physical dimension is the world and everything in it. Now, we don't have any place to live except here on earth. Whether we like it or not is beside the point. The only question is, do we live here in harmony or disharmony? I don't know of any group of people in the world that ever got in more disharmony with the world and everything in it than we alcoholics have. In other words, we became sick spiritually, mentally, and physically. Now it looks to us, though, as this design for living, the first 9 steps have been designed to put us back together in all 3 dimensions of life as God intended for us to be in the first place. So let's look at a little picture up here just a moment that kind of illustrates this. It looks as though step 1, 2, and 3 got us right with the Spirit. Because of our powerlessness, we needed the power, and we made a decision to go after it. And in step 3, we developed the proper relationship with God. He's the Father, we're the children. He's the employer, we're the employee. He is the director. And that put us in the right relationship with God. And we begin to get well spiritually. That removed just enough self-will to let us look in our own minds. And through steps 4 and 5, we found out those mental things within our minds, the damaged stock in trade that created our problems for us. And we began to work on them through 6 and 7. And we began to get right in the mental dimension. That removed just enough self-will to allow us to begin to make amends to our fellow man. And through steps 8 and 9, we got right with the world and everything in it. In other words, if we've done these 9 steps the way the book says to do them, we are now well spiritually, mentally, and physically as God intended for us to be in the first place. Now, if you're right spiritually, mentally, and physically as God intended for you to be in the first place, you're probably going to feel pretty good. I don't think it's by accident. The very next thing in the big book, on page 83 and 84, is referred to as the promises. Let's look at them for just a couple of moments.
And we are painstaking with this phase of our development.
Which phase of our development? Well, the step 8 and 9 phase.
We're going to know a new freedom and a new happiness. We will not regret the past nor wish to shut the door on it. We will comprehend the word serenity, and we will know peace. No matter how far down the scale we have gone, we will see that our experience can benefit others. That feeling of uselessness and self-pity will disappear. We will lose interest in selfish things and gain interest in our fellows. Self-seeking will slip away. Our whole attitude and outlook upon life will change. Fear of people and economic insecurity will leave us. We will intuitively know how to handle situations which used to baffle us. We will suddenly realize that God is doing for us what we cannot do for ourselves. Are these extravagant promises? We think not. They are being fulfilled among us, sometimes quickly,
spiritual experience,
sometimes slowly,
spiritual awakening.
They will always materialize if we work for them. On the one condition, if we work for these. This is the only condition, and all promises come along with work. Nobody never promised you something for nothing. I always tell the story about when I was a kid, my mother used to promise me things. And I remember all the people that promised, whenever she promised me something, it was like in the bank. You know you was going to get it. And she used to promise me I would go to the movies on Saturday evening. That was my life, going to the movies. And back when I was a kid, if you didn't get to go to the movies on Saturday, it wasn't needed going back to school. You didn't have nothing to talk about. So, every Saturday morning she had some steps for me to take, more than any 12 steps either. She had a whole bunch of steps. Clean up the yard, whitewash the fence, cut the grass, and I'd get out there and do all these. I'd work myself to death. And that evening she'd give me that big old quarter. And I could get in the movie for 15 cents and get a bag of popcorn for a nickel. Every Saturday I'd get that popcorn. I remember sitting in that movie, butter running down my mouth. They didn't know about cholesterol. They had butter in those days.
You get a Hershey candy bar that long for a nickel.
Hershey candy bar that long. Cowboys racing across the stream. Man, you'd be in heaven. And all the promises would be, it would always happen as results of the work. And it's the way here. All these promises here, under one condition, that we work for them. All of them are the results of the first 9 steps.
I'm going to read them one more time before we quit. And the reason I read them again for 2 reasons. Number one is I love the way I read them. But the real reason is I'm going to add some words to them. And the words I'm going to add to them will refer to a time when I was young, when alcohol was my friend, when I could drink it and be Fred Astaire on the dance floor, and the world's greatest lover in the back seat of a 36 Chevrolet. This is the way alcohol used to make me feel before it turned against me and literally destroyed me. Whenever I took a drink of alcohol, I knew a new freedom and a new happiness. Whenever I took a drink of alcohol, I would not regret the past nor wish to shut the door on it. Whenever I took a drink of alcohol, I would comprehend the word serenity and I would know peace. Whenever I took a drink of alcohol, no matter how far down the scale I had gone, I could see how my experience would benefit others. Whenever I took a drink of alcohol, that feeling of uselessness and self-pity would disappear. Whenever I took a drink of alcohol, I would lose interest in selfish things and gain interest in my fellows. Whenever I took a drink of alcohol, self-seeking would slip away. Whenever I took a drink of alcohol, my whole attitude and outlook upon life would change. Whenever I took a drink of alcohol, fear of people and of economic insecurity would leave me. Whenever I took a drink of alcohol, I would intuitively know how to handle situations that used to baffle me. Whenever I took a drink of alcohol, I would suddenly realize that alcohol was doing for me what I could not do for myself. My God, no wonder I love to drink. When you find something that will do that for you, repeatedly, over and over and over and over, your mind immediately becomes obsessed with the idea of using it. And for years, alcohol did these things for me. For years, alcohol was my friend. I look back at that time of my life now, and I couldn't have functioned in society without alcohol or something to give me these kind of feelings. Alcohol did it for me. But then one day, alcohol turned against me. And all the things that I was afraid would happen now began to happen because of the alcohol itself. And I became a very, very confused individual. Not knowing I was alcoholic. Not knowing I would never be able to recapture these things from alcohol. I spent the last 4, 5, 6 years of my drinking desperately trying to recapture these things from alcohol. And it damn near destroyed me in the process. And I came to AA. You gave me a book. And I found a program of action in that book. And I applied that program of action to my life to the best of my ability. And one day I woke up with a full realization that the first 9 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous have given me everything good that alcohol ever gave me when it used to be my friend. You see, that's why I don't drink today. If I hadn't have found it through these steps, I'd still be looking for it. And I would have desperately searched and searched and searched until probably I would have died from alcoholism. But you see, I don't need to drink to get these things because the first 9 steps have given them to me. That is the miracle of Alcoholics Anonymous. And about the same time I realized that, I realized something else. So far, the first 9 steps have never turned against me as alcohol did. I've never been placed in jail because of the first 9 steps. No lady has ever drugged me through a divorce court because of the first 9 steps. Nobody's ever beat the hell out of me because of the first 9 steps. I've never vomited. Damn near did a time or two, but never really vomited because of the first 9 steps. You see, that's the miracle of Alcoholics Anonymous. Isn't that something? Isn't that great? And we are guaranteed that we will receive this if we will work for it. And the only people that I see that fail at this are those that refuse to do what the first 9 steps tell them to do. And if they don't do it, they stay restless, irritable, and discontented, and eventually they end up going right back to drinking, and then they say AA didn't work for us. No, they didn't work for AA. Thank you all for being here. We'll see you later. We finished up yesterday afternoon when talking about the promises. And we talked about the fact that they always came after the action, after the work involved, through the first 9 steps, and primarily the work involved in steps 3 through 9. And I think we could see if we had received those promises in our minds, and if you'll notice, every one of them deals with the mind, none of them with the body, that if we had received all those promises in our mind, then surely, we have undergone a radical change in our personality. You know, we came here restless and irritable and discontented. We came here filled with shame, fear, guilt, and remorse. We came here as very selfish, self-centered human beings. And if we've gone from that state of mind to the state of mind that would exist if we had the promises, then surely we have undergone a radical change in our personality. Now, Appendix 2 defines a spiritual experience or a spiritual awakening as a personality change sufficient to recover from alcoholism. And surely we've had that personality change by the end of step 9 if we've received those promises. So if that's true, then why would we find it necessary to have the last 3 steps? And a lot of people will tell us, well, the last 3 steps are maintenance steps, and they are there to maintain our sobriety. Now, we will most certainly agree that the last 3 steps will help us stay sober. But we really don't like to look at them so much as maintenance steps as we do looking at them as growth steps. Because you see, the word maintenance itself is a misnomer. To maintain something means to keep it as is. And there's another law that applies in our universe that says nothing ever stays as is. Everything in our entire universe is in a constant state of change. It's either growing or it's dying, it's progressing or it's regressing. For instance, we can go outside and we can look at a beautiful tree, and we can watch that tree every day. It becomes more beautiful as it grows. But then one day that tree stops growing. And the day it stops growing, it begins to die. And eventually it reverts back to where it came from originally. Surely the human body is one of the most miraculous things that God has ever created. And it grows and it grows and it grows until it gets to be about 19 years old. And then it quits growing. And the day it quits growing, it begins to die also. And eventually reverts back to where it came from. So everything in our universe is in a constant state of change. It would be impossible to maintain anything in the same condition over an extended period of time. Now, we've made a tremendous amount of growth through the first 9 steps, spiritual growth. We've made a tremendous amount of growth in our relationship, not only with God, but with ourselves and with our fellow human being. And if we tried to stop right here and maintain that situation, then after a while we begin to slip back too. Next thing you know, we start having problems with other people. And next thing you know, that backs up and blocks us off in our mind, and we don't feel good anymore. And next thing you know, that backs up and blocks us off from God, and after a while we become insane and we end up drunk all over again. Now, we talked about the first 9 steps being the design for living that puts us back together in all 3 dimensions of life. Step 1, 2, and 3 being for the spirit, and 4, 5, 6, and 7 for the mind, and 8 and 9 for our physical, sociological relationship with the world and everything in it. But Bill talks twice in the big book about a 4th dimension of existence. Once in his story and once in chapter 2, he mentions a 4th dimension that they never dreamed existed. And we really believe that the last 3 steps are designed as growth steps to continue our growth until we do move into an entirely new dimension of living. You can't describe it. You can't explain it. You can only feel it. And if we use the last 3 steps the way the book says to use them, I think all of us will move into that new dimension of living, and we're going to be absolutely amazed by how we feel when we get into it. So let's look at the last 3 steps for just a little bit this morning. Not so much as maintenance steps, but as growth steps. And let's see if we can't find the information in the book to pretty well back that up as a growth factor rather than maintenance. Joe?
This thought brings us to step 10, page 84, which suggests we continue to take personal inventory and continue to write any mistake as we go along. We vigorously commence this way of living as we clean up the past. We have entered the world of the Spirit.
We've had a spiritual experience or a spiritual awakening already. We've entered the world of the Spirit.
Our next function is to grow in understanding and effectiveness.
To grow in understanding and effectiveness, not to maintain, not stay where we are, but to grow.
This is not an overnight matter. It should continue for a lifetime. Now he says, continue to watch for selfishness, dishonesty, resentment, and fear.
What step did we use to look at that in the first place? Anybody remember? 4. Step 4, okay.
When these crop up, we ask God at once to remove them.
What steps did we use there? 6 and 7, right? Okay.
We discuss them with someone immediately.
And what step was that? 5.
And we'll make amends quickly if we've harmed anyone.
And what steps did we use there? 8 and 9, okay.
So according to the book, the textbook, which is how we work the steps out, teaches us how to work the steps. The 10th step is a repracticing on a daily basis of steps 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 as needed. You know, if we have an uncomfortable feeling, any uncomfortable feeling, all we got to do is stop, run it through our steps. We got this little inventory in our minds. We can stop and say, what's been threatened? One of my basic instincts have been threatened. What's been threatened? And I can look and see which character defect has come back in my life. And I can take care of that with step 5. I can ask God to remove it, discuss it with someone if I have to. And if I've harmed anyone, I can make amends and get that over right away. You know, the steps that have given me, it's why we say you can hardly work a good 10th step if you didn't work a good 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th, and 8th, and 9th. Because that's all step 10 is not a new step. 10 is a practice of what we have already learned on a daily basis. As we practice step 10 over and over, the more we take step 4 each day, the more we learn about ourselves, particularly if we discuss it with someone else. As I ask God to remove these defects, the defects become less and less. And as we make amends to other people, our relationship with other people grows. So as we practice step 10, we will not remain the same. We would have to grow or get better, grow into the 4th dimension.
You know, the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous appeared to the world in the big book Alcoholics Anonymous in 1939. Now, sometime after that, AA made a serious mistake. AA took the 12 steps out of the big book Alcoholics Anonymous put them on little wallet cards that we carry in our wallets and our purses, and put them on wall charts and hung them up on the wall. Now, putting the steps on wallet cards and hanging them on the wall, that was not the mistake. The mistake was when we took the steps out of the book and put them on the wallet cards and the wall charts, we left the directions on how to work them in the book. And people go to an AA meeting, they read the 12 steps off of the wall, interpret them as to whatever they think they mean, and then try to work them accordingly. Now, if you look at step 10 on the wall chart, it says we continue to take personal inventory, and when we were wrong, promptly admit it. Now, when you first look at that, it would seem as though all we're going to do is inventory ourselves and see if we are wrong, and if so, promptly admit it, and then we've done the intent of step 10. And somewhere we got the idea you don't do that until you go to bed at night. Well, now at mine and Joe's age, we don't get in trouble in bed anymore.
I'm dangerous walking around.
What we really need is a walking around step rather than a going to bed step. And what I have finally trained myself to do after having found the directions on how to work step 10 in the book, I finally trained myself that if I get fouled up, say in the morning at 10 o'clock, if I don't do something about it right then, by noon I've cussed 2 or 3 people out. By 1 or 2 o'clock, 3 or 4's cussed me out. By nighttime I'm a basket case, and I've wasted another day. So what I have finally learned to do is if I get fouled up about 10 o'clock, is to stop, get off in the corner by myself, and I've got that little inventory sheet right up here in my forehead. I can see it just as plain as day, and you can too. And I say, okay, Charlie, who are you mad at? What did they do to you? What part of self is affected? What did you do, if anything, to set it in motion? Which character defect has come back to the surface? And I can spot it immediately. If I'm really upset, then one of those character defects has come back. Selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, frightened, or inconsiderate. Then I can say, God, you know I don't want to be this way. Please take this dishonesty away from me, or this selfishness, or whatever it is. Discuss it with someone immediately, preferably my sponsor, if I can. Make amends quickly if I'm harmed anyone. And in 15 or 20 minutes, it's all over with. And the rest of the day is okay. I would defy anybody in this room to do step 10 as the book says to do it and stay the way you are. You absolutely cannot do that. Because as we continue to watch for selfishness, dishonesty, resentment, and fear, we learn more about ourselves. As we discuss them with another human being, we learn more about ourselves. As we ask God to take those things away, they become less and less. As we make amends quickly, our relationship with the world and everybody in it becomes better and better and better. And as you continue through step 10, our relationship with God, our relationship with ourselves, and our relationship with our fellow man becomes better and better and better and better. Now you got to be real careful with step 10, because it's like step 6 and 7. Step 6 and 7 is where we begin to make the changes. Step 10 is where we continue those changes. Now that means if I accept step 10 as the book says, then I must also accept responsibility for myself. Because you see, I no longer have the luxury of blaming it on anything or anybody. If I am screwed up today, it must be because that's the way I want to be. Because I don't have to be that way if I use step 10. And once in a great while, I like to be screwed up. Because you see, when I'm mad at somebody, I can romp and stomp and raise hell with them and everybody around me, and it gives me a comfortable feeling of superiority over others. Sometimes I like to be afraid, because I can use that fear to rationalize and justify not doing something I really ought to go do, or just as importantly, to con myself into doing some things I shouldn't be doing. But when I do that anymore, I no longer enjoy it like I used to. Because about halfway through the episode, whatever it might be, I catch myself and I say, okay, idiot, you're doing it to yourself again. It's not her fault. It's not his fault. It's not their fault. It's not God's fault. It's your own fault. So if you accept 10, as the book says, as a growth step, then that means from now on, you are responsible for what you are. Scary as hell sometimes too, isn't it? To not be able to blame it on others.
That's right. And
have to accept that responsibility for ourselves. A definite growth step. Now, after you've worked step 10 for a while, you come to a complete new set of promises in the big book. We hear always about those on 83 and 84. Hardly ever do we hear about the promises on 84 and 85. Let's see what they are.
Okay, let's look at this new set of promises. Same number of promises as was on the other pages. And we'll cease fighting anything or anyone, even alcohol, for by this time sanity will have returned. Remember in step 2 it said Cain and believe that the power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. After step 10, sanity has returned. And remember we said that we were insane about one particular thing. That's what we were discussing. I found out I was insane about some other thing, but mainly we're looking at our insanity toward alcohol. Now after our sanity returns, look at here. It says, we will seldom be interested in liquor. If tempted, we will call from it like a hot flame. We will react sanely and normally, and we'll find that this has happened automatically. We will see that our new attitude toward liquor has been given us without any thought or effort on our part. It just comes. That is the miracle of it. We're neither fighting it, neither are we avoiding temptation. We feel though we have been placed in a position of neutrality, safe and protected, we have not even sworn off. Instead, the problem has been removed. It does not exist for us. We're neither cocky nor we're afraid. This is our experience, and this is how we act so long as we keep in a fit spiritual condition. We come to a point in our lives we realize the obsession has been removed. Now we can respond. We got sense enough to keep our hands off that first drink. And this comes right after step 10, the results of continuously working the program.
You remember how back on page 45 we read a statement that said the main object of this book is to enable you to find a power greater than yourself, which will solve your problem. And we emphasized then that it didn't say which will help you solve it, or which will enable you to solve it. It said which will solve your problem. And we made the statement then that from page 45 on, we were just about through talking about alcohol. We were going to talk about one thing and one thing only. For those of us who are powerless, how do you find the power? Now, somewhere between page 45 and page 85, and I don't really know where it was. It could have been in step 3 or step 5 or step 9. I don't really know. But somewhere in that process, I woke up one morning. And I said, Charlie, there's something strange in your life today. And I said, what is it? And I said, you don't want to take a drink. And I said, how long has it been since you wanted to take a drink? I could not remember. Somewhere in this process, God reached into my mind and He plucked out the obsession to drink. And it's never returned since that date. Oh yeah, fleeting desires to drink, fleeting thoughts about drinking, but an obsession is an idea that overcomes all ideas to the contrary and makes you believe a lie. And I haven't believed that lie in a long, long time. Now God cannot remove anything from my mind and leave a blank spot. I've got enough holes in my head already. If He removes the obsession to drink, then it's got to be replaced with something else. And the only thing that can replace it is the opposite of it. And I believe today that my mind is just as obsessed with the idea of staying sober as it ever was with the idea of taking a drink. Because you see, not only is an obsession of the mind, an idea that overcomes all ideas to the contrary, can make you believe a lie, but it can also be strong enough to make you believe the truth. And the truth is, I cannot successfully drink alcohol. And my mind is just as obsessed with that idea as it ever was with the idea that I could drink. That is the real double miracle of Alcoholics Anonymous. You know, being a practicing alcoholic, my God, that's extremely hard work. If you're going to be a practicing alcoholic, you got to be ready to give alcohol everything. You got to give it your money. You got to give it your time. You got to give it your job. You got to give it your family. You got to give it everything you hold near and dear to your heart. And the nearest and dearest thing is our own self-respect. And we have to be willing to give everything to alcohol in order to be a practicing alcoholic. If I would spend 1/3 of the time and the effort and the energy on staying sober that I used to spend on drinking alcohol, it really wouldn't be too difficult. And as God removed that obsession and replaced it with an obsession to stay sober, then the problem has been removed. Now we got to be real careful here too. Because by the time this problem has been removed, we've probably had some other changes in our lives too. We might be back in the house by now. If we're real lucky, we might be back in the bedroom by now. The kids have started speaking to us again.
Yeah.
The dogs quit biting us when we come in the front door. We've probably got a job and some income. And we may even have a set of wheels by now where we can get around without walking and riding the bus. And if we aren't real careful, these things start becoming so important to us that we begin to concentrate on things and begin to become complacent about our program. And the next thing you know, things become more important than the program. And if that happens to us, we're in bad trouble. Because you see, there's no place you can stop. We must continue the growth that we've made through step 10 if we are going to keep good, happy, peaceful sobriety. And the book warns us about that on the very next paragraph.
It is easy to let up on a spiritual program of action and rest on our laurels. We are headed for trouble if we do, for alcohol is a subtle foe. We're not cured of alcoholism. We really have a daily reprieve, continuing on the maintenance of our spiritual condition.
There's the word maintenance, daily reprieve, one day at a time. We can't maintain forever, but we can do our best to maintain and keep a fit spiritual condition one day at a time.
Every day is a day when we must carry the vision of God's will into all our activities. How can I best serve Thee? Thy will, not mine, be done. These thoughts must go with us constantly. We can exercise our willpower along these lines. It is the proper use of the will. The proper use of the will is to carry out God's will, to seek God's will.
Now, we were told back in the beginning on step 3 that willpower is really of no avail to us whatsoever. So in steps 4 through 10, we've been working on the removal of self-will. And now that self-will has been removed, we can use our will for the proper purpose. They took it away from us in step 3, but they give it back to us in step 11. But you'll notice the perfect sequence of the big book. We get our will back on page 85. But we got our sanity back on page 84. It would have been hell to get the will back before we got the sanity back, wouldn't it? Would have been in a hell of a shape. Much has already been said about receiving strength, inspiration, and direction, not suggestion, from Him who has all knowledge and power. If we have carefully followed directions, not suggestions, we have begun to sense the flow of His Spirit into us. To some extent, we have become God conscious. We have begun to develop this vital sixth sense, but we must go further, and that means more action. Now then, we're beginning to talk about a sixth sense of direction. You know, everything I've learned on a conscious level, I learned through 5 senses of direction. I can see, I can smell, I can taste, I can hear, and I can touch. And everything I've learned on a conscious level, I've learned through those 5 senses of direction. Now, you can take everything I know, and everything Joe knows, and everything all you guys know, and everything that every human being on earth knows today, and add it all together. And it's just a tiny, tiny, tiny speck of information related to the knowledge of the universe. Now, if God has all knowledge and all power, and I'm convinced He does, my book says so, and if God dwells within each of us, and I'm convinced He does, my book says so, then it stands to reason that you and I have within inside ourselves all the knowledge and all the power that we can ever need to handle any conceivable situation that might come up in the future, providing we know how to tap into that knowledge and that power. And that knowledge and that power is referred to as the sixth sense of direction. Most of us, when we get to AA, we know nothing about tapping into that sixth sense of direction. Oh, occasionally we've probably done it through a hunch or something like that. But we know that the way you really do that is through prayer and meditation. Nothing new. Humankind has known about it for thousands of years. But most of us, when we get here, we are completely bankrupt in those areas. I know I was. I knew nothing at all about meditation. Oh, I assumed that perhaps meditation was clearing your mind of all thought. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I know about me. I can't clear my mind of all thought. When I get up in the morning, that sucker turns on and it runs all day long. I've never been able to stop it. I thought maybe meditation was lying down and listening to soft music. I thought perhaps it was chanting certain words. And I guess that is some form of meditation. But I knew nothing about it, period. I knew very little about prayer. Even raised in church, I only had 2 prayers when I came to AA. And one of them went like this: Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord my soul to keep. And if I die, but I don't like that prayer anymore. It's dealing with death. I'm not really into that.
It's good to go to sleep, and I said it.
And the other prayer I use, and I suspect some of you used it too, went like this. God, if you'll get me out of this damn mess, I swear I'll never do this again. Now, all of a sudden, I'm faced with the fact that I'm going to have to develop a life of prayer and meditation to be able to receive this sixth sense of direction. Would seem to be an impossible thing. Thank God Bill Wilson was a real alcoholic. Thank God he was faced with the same difficulties that we're faced with today. And he knew the problems that we would be having. So what he did on the next 2 or 3 pages is give you and I some very definite, valuable suggestions that if we would follow them, we each one individually would develop our own life of prayer and meditation. We've made a decision to turn our will and our life over to the care of God as we understand Him. God's directions. Now then, we're getting ready to find out how to receive God's directions in our will and our life. Joe?
Step 11 suggests prayer and meditation. We shouldn't be shy on the matter of prayer. Better men than we are using it constantly. It works if we have the proper attitude and work at it. It would be easy to be vague about this matter. And here we can see Bill, I think, here at the time, he wasn't a spiritual giant. And he was faced with an awesome responsibility. He was faced with writing something in this book, but he didn't know a lot about it, and I'm glad really he didn't. You know, most of the people that I tried to understand when they talked about prayer and meditation, they knew so much more than I did, I couldn't understand them. I never got nothing much from it. But Bill really at that time was not a spiritual giant, and he's had an awesome responsibility of writing something to give spiritual meaning to some people that were going to be bankrupt themselves. That's a real challenge. So he said, I wish I could be vague about this matter, but I believe I can give you some definite and valuable suggestions. He takes a different approach here. Instead of trying to teach us, and he doesn't try to teach us anything about prayer and meditation, he's going to give us some definite and valuable suggestions. Simply, he's going to tell us, real in a simple way, it's this elementary. Here's what you do in the morning when you get up. And do this at night before you go to bed. And he tells us how to pray, and he tells us how to handle indecisions. Now, anybody could take these definite and valuable suggestions. If you did this in the morning, in the evening, and throughout the day, sometime in the future, you will teach yourself a personal life of prayer and meditation. He does not try to teach you. He gives you some tools to teach yourself. It's like the whole book is done. He starts off at night.
Now let's look at this nighttime thing. Here it is in step 11. It's not in 10, it's in 11. And we saw the repeating of the steps in step 10. Let's see if we can't see the repetition of those steps again here in step 11 when we go to bed at night.
When we retire at night, we constructively review our day. Were we resentful, selfish, dishonest, or afraid?
There's step 4.
Do we owe an apology?
There's steps 8 and 9.
Have we kept something to ourselves which has been discussed with another person at once?
There's step 5.
Were we kind and loving toward all? What could we have done better? Were we thinking what we could do for others or what we could pack into the stream of life? But we must be careful not to drift into worry, remorse, or moral reflection, for that would diminish our usefulness to others. After making our review, we ask God's forgiveness and inquire what corrective measures should be taken.
And there, of course, is steps 6 and 7 again. So if we really review the way the book says to do when we go to bed at night, we're once again going to be rehashing steps 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 on a daily basis. And you cannot continue steps 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 on a daily basis and stay the way you are. Now, we made up a little inventory sheet. And where did my friend Ross go? Is Ross still over there somewhere? Yeah, there's Ross. You've got a sheet to match this. We call this sheet a daily inventory, and you could use it or just about anything you would want to. The main thing is, are we going to be taking a daily inventory? On the left-hand side of the sheet, we see the personality characteristics of a God-willed human being. Of a self-willed human being on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side of the sheet, we see the personality characteristics of a God-willed human being. Now, it only takes just a few minutes at night to run down that little sheet and make a few check marks and see where we've been that day. Now, all we're trying to do is get from the left-hand side of the sheet to the right-hand side of the sheet. And as I run through those check marks on a daily basis, I find that never are they the same.
That's right.
The locations of the check marks change places from time to time. But what I have found is that slowly, I'm checking more on the right-hand side of the sheet than I am on the left-hand side of the sheet. The personality change continues through this daily inventory thing. Now, I have learned one thing about me and my sobriety, and that is that I am going to inventory. I am going to inventory. I've got one or two choices. I can do it on a daily basis like this little sheet says. Only takes just a few minutes of time. Keep myself in reasonably good shape. Or I can put it off and put it off and put it off. Wait till I'm so screwed up I'm almost drunk. And then start trying to dig myself out from under that mess. And I found that it takes less time and energy to do it on a daily basis than it does to wait until I'm almost drunk and then start trying to dig myself out from under that mess. Plus, I'm in much less chance of getting drunk if I do it on a daily basis. And there was an old philosopher named Carl Sandburg. And Carl said, when a society fails, there's always one thing present. And he said that is, they forgot where they came from. And if they forgot where they came from, they lose sight of where they're going. And then they get lost out there somewhere. And we as individuals are the same way. If we fail in our business of staying sober, it's simply going to be because we forgot where we came from. And if we forget where we came from, we forget where we're going. And next thing you know, we get lost too. A very definite, valuable suggestion. People have been using a daily inventory for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. And it really does work for people like us if we will practice the discipline necessary to do so, Joe.
A very good, definite, and valuable suggestion. It will change your life. One thing that helps me is I begin to realize, if I look at it at night, I can see something and learn something from that day and get something out of it.
Thank you, Ross.
I watched very closely, and I found out, when you get into the next day, you done lost that. It's gone. You can't remember what's going on the next day. You're caught up in another day. Now, this is what we do in the morning. On awakening, let us think about the 24 hours ahead. We consider our plans for the day. Before we begin, we ask God to direct our thinking, especially asking it to be divorced from self-pity, dishonest, self-seeking motives. Under these conditions, we can enjoy our mental facility with assurance. After all, God gave us brains to use. Our thought life would be placed on a much higher plane when our thinking is clear it is the wrong motive. So we kind of get up in the morning and we organize our lives. One of my sponsors used to tell me, one morning I met him, I used to meet him in a 7 o'clock meeting every morning, and one morning he told me, he said, man, why don't you get your life together before you leave the house? He said, you just like a damn goose. I said, what do you mean? You just get up and squawk and crap and say, here I come, world, and fly out there and get battered around. Have some quiet time, that time to organize our lives. And I know how we as humans get up, you got to take your shower, and y'all have to wash your hair. I don't have to do much of that. And then we got to eat our breakfast, and then we get down to that important, we got to dress. That takes a long time to dress. We got to get all that stuff matched up. This has got to go with that. We spend a lot of time on that. Feed the dog, even feed the dog, check the car, everything, and take off for the day. And don't do nothing about the most important thing, our lives.
What do we do about our minds that morning?
Did we check that this morning? If we spent as much time on our minds as we do our clothes, we would be spiritual giants. This world would change immediately. So stop and get our lives together.
It only takes 4 or 5 minutes at night to do the little inventory.
4 or 5 minutes.
4 or 5 minutes in the morning to make a conscious contact with God as we understand Him, asking for the right thoughts and the right direction, and etc. Now that's a total of about 10 minutes. You've still got 23 hours and 50 minutes to screw it up if you want to. Very, very definite, valuable suggestion.
These two will change your life. If you try, these two will change your life.
Now he says, in thinking about our day, as we're there that morning, thinking about what we're going to be doing that day, we may face indecision. We may not be able to determine which course to take. Here we ask God for inspiration, an intuitive thought, or a decision. We relax and take it easy. We don't struggle. We're often surprised how the right answers come after we have tried this for a while. This has been one of the most valuable suggestions to me that I've ever learned in my lifetime about how to handle indecision.
Now he says here, when we have this, we relax and take it easy and don't struggle. I mean, we human beings, that's what God gave us, that right. That's what self is, the right of decisions. That's our responsibility in life. And many times we have decisions that we don't know which way to go. That's human. That's because we're not equipped to know everything. We don't have to know it all. And sometimes I'm faced with each day something comes up that I just don't know what to do. And it used to be very difficult for me to say this, but it's easier now. Over the years, I'm able to say, hell, I just don't know. It's all right not to know. Hell, I don't have to know everything. And when I say I don't know, I can turn it over to God, who knows all. I can relax and take it easy. Now, I can't do nothing about that because I don't have the answer, but I can let go of that and occupy my time doing something constructive. After a period of time, my mind will go back to that subject and I'll have some new information right here in this little computer. It's a little old one, and it's kind of outdated and got bad stuff on it.
Got used software, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's got used software. It's all messed up, man. It's got everything I've ever known stored in here, right? And a lot of stuff I hadn't had. And someday I grab it, and when something comes in, I just grab it and stick it in my little computer, and it runs through real quick. Most time it'll pop out on the other side and say, we haven't had that one yet. And I'll grab it and stick it back in and say, I told you we haven't had that one yet. That means shut the damn thing off and relax, take it easy, and plug it into something to God. Right? After a while, I have some different information. He says, why don't you call Charlie? Or why don't you do this? And I'll go try that, and it works out fine. He said, what used to be a occasional hunch. Well, everybody has had that. It'll work anyway, automatically. We have used it occasionally. But he said, what used to be a hunch, occasional inspiration, gradually becomes a working part of the mind. That means I can use this when I need it in my life, if I practice this. It takes practice. But being still in experience and having just made conscious contact with God, it is not probable that we're going to be inspired at all times when we knew at this. We might pay for this presumption in all sort of absurd action and ideas. Nevertheless, we find that our thinking will, as time passes, be more and more on a plane of inspiration. We come to rely upon this. This can be something you can come to rely upon. Now, I don't have to walk around on face this earth with all the answers in my head. But I have access to answers on any problem I have in my life if I choose to use it in step 11. Very good, definite, and valuable suggestion.
You know, this is a form of meditation for busy people. And we alcoholics are busy people.
That's right.
We don't have time to lay down and listen to soft music. We don't have time to sit around chanting certain words. We're busy people. We always have been, always will be.
Okay.
And this thing says, when you face indecision, rather than argue with it, rather than wrestle with it, rather than become frustrated with it, just stop. Ask God for the right thought or action. Tune in to the major computer. Turn into the master computer. We've got it inside ourselves. We don't have to go out there to tune in. It's here. We relax and take it easy, and I don't think it means to lay down. I think it means get your mind off of that subject matter.
There you go.
You've asked God for the right thought or action. Now give Him a chance to give you the answer. If you struggle with it, He can't give you the answer. So how do I relax and take it easy? Well, I get my mind on something else. I go out there and start working on the car, painting the house, mowing the grass, doing the dishes. Something worthwhile. And it's amazing how after a while my mind goes back to that thing I was thinking about. And by golly, there's information there I didn't have before. Sometimes the answer's right there. Other times I find the answer comes from other people. God works through people. And I finally, and Joe says the same thing, I have finally learned to listen to people. Always beforehand, I couldn't hear what you were saying because I am so busy thinking about what I'm going to say just as soon as you shut up. I never could hear you before. Today I try not to do that.
Right.
And sometimes somebody today may be standing in the supermarket checkout line, two little women standing there talking to each other, and I listening to them, and by golly, they got the answer to what I was struggling with yesterday. Absolutely amazing how this thing works if we will practice the discipline necessary to do this. But as long as we're struggling with it, and as long as our mouths are running, we can't get an answer from anybody or any source. A form of meditation for busy people. It's amazing how it works. Now then he tells us how to pray.
We usually include a period of meditation with a prayer that will be shown all through the day what our next step is to be. That we be given whatever we need to take care of such problems. We ask especially for freedom from self-will and are careful to make no requests for ourselves. We may ask for ourselves, however, if others will be helped. We are careful never to pray for our own selfish ends. Many of us have wasted a lot of time doing that. It doesn't work. We can easily see why. And we really can't. But it's talking about developing a prayer life for ourselves as recovered alcoholics. And what we need in our lives, what we really need, if we have been lost in life like we have, all we need in life is God's will and the power to carry that out. So it's how to develop a prayer life built around that specific idea. And this is what we do. We don't make any requests for ourselves only. And it's time to, I had to start all over in my prayer life. I was taught the only way I knew to pray was to just ask God for this, and God give me this, and God give me that. I look at my prayer life, and then before I come to AA, and it didn't. I finally quit it because I wasn't getting nothing. I was losing. And I made the longer I made the list, the less I got. It was like making a list of Santa Claus. And I always think about how, I always tell a story about how my early prayer life began. It was in the church. And I was we went to a little Methodist church. Charlie went to Baptist church. I didn't go to Baptist. They'd drowned you. We Methodists just sprinkled a little bit. But I remember we sat in the pew over on the right-hand side of the church. And every Sunday morning we had the same old man, Brother Sanders, we called him. He would say he would do the praying for the church every Sunday morning. And I remember him vividly. He seemed like he'd go through the same routine every Sunday morning. He'd ask God for everything he thought was in heaven. God bless the president, the sick and the poor and the shut in, the ladies' aid, the junior choir, the senior choir. God do this, stop the rain, start this, and do this, and don't do this. And he'd go down a long, long list, taking about a half hour. And then when he got finished, he had a closing statement. He used it every Sunday morning. He said, Lord, that in haste which we have omitted, please grant us that also. Or we left it out, put it in there anyway. And basically that's what my prayers had become. And it's pretty. Here I come to AA, and I've been doing that all my life, And here's some guys in AA, and one of them worked on pinball machines, right? And this other guy run a filling station, and they telling me how to pray. What the hell? They don't know. I mean, they tell me I done learned all this all my life. They said, don't ask for nothing. I said, well, hell, how's he going to know what I want? He said, he ain't interested in what you want. He said, but he sure knows what you need. Yeah. And that's what you got to find out. Right? His directions in your life. And so it's a complete reversal of what we've been doing. And it takes practice to get out of our old prayer habits and focus our prayers into something meaningful, really important, and it can run our lives. Because surely we need pray only. That word's in there. He didn't put that in there for nothing. We pray only for God's will for us and the power to carry that out.
We both agree that when we first came to AA, if they would have said, sit down and make a list of what you want God to do for you, and then you'd never ask for anything else other than that the rest of your life, then we would have most certainly cheated ourselves. Because not only has God fulfilled that list, whatever it might have been, but He's given to us in our lives things that far, far, far beyond our imagination. Things that seems impossible for people like us to receive. For people who ran on self-will as long as we did, and literally destroyed ourselves on self-will, it should be obvious that we need something else or some other kind of will to operate on. And if we can find the knowledge of God's will, plus the power to carry it out, and that's where that discipline comes in, then that's really all we need to know from God. And by doing the things that He wants us to do, then He's going to see that we receive everything that we can possibly need. Not only have we received everything we need, but more and more and more. And we could sit here for hours and really talk about the things that's happened to us in the last 20 some odd years. And it would be impossible for you to believe some of those things, because we don't even believe them ourselves. All we need is knowledge of God's will and the power to carry that out, and then we'll receive so much more than we ever dreamed of. It seems impossible to believe it. Also now he gives us some many suggestions. If circumstances warrant, we ask our wives or friends to join us in morning meditation.
Good suggestion.
If we belong to a religious denomination which requires a definite morning devotion, we attend to that also. If not members of religious bodies, we sometimes select and memorize a few set prayers which emphasize the principles we've been discussing. There are many helpful books also. Suggestions about these may be obtained from one's priest, minister, or rabbi. Be quick to see where religious people are right. You know, they've been practicing this stuff for thousands of years. They know more about it than we do. Make use of what they offer.
Yeah.
Now here's another good suggestion. As we go through the day, we pause when agitated or doubtful and ask for the right thought or action. You know, my God, I'd be agitated or doubtful, and I would just bull right on through it and screw it up every time. It says don't do that. Stop. Pause. Ask for the right thought or action. We constantly remind ourselves that we are no longer running the show. Humbly saying to ourselves many times each day, Thy will be done. Now here's the results of practicing step 11.
Well, then, in much less danger of excitement, fear, anger, worry, self-pity, foolish decision. We become much more efficient. We get more work done in a day's time. We do not tire so easily. While we are not burning up any foolishness as we did when we were trying to arrange life to suit ourselves. It works, it really does. We alcoholics are undisciplined. Truly we are. We always will be undisciplined.
That's another understatement of the year.
We used to be. Didn't say we used to be undisciplined. It says we are undisciplined. So we let God discipline us the way we have just outlined. By following these definite and valuable suggestions, He can discipline our undisciplined lives. But this is not all. There is action and more action. Faith without works is dead. The next chapter is entirely devoted to step 12.
Now, once again, I would defy anybody in this room to work step 11, as the big book says, to work it and stay the way you are. You absolutely cannot do that. As you seek through prayer and meditation, you will improve your conscious contact with God as you understand Him.
Right.
You'll begin to receive knowledge of His will, and you'll also begin to receive the power to carry that out. It just comes automatically if we will practice what this step says to do. Now we're going to look at step 12 for just a few minutes, and then we'll be finished up. We're not going to go through the next chapter. It would take too long. But step 12 is another one of those multiple part steps. 3 distinct parts in it. And the first part of step 12 is probably the greatest promise to be found anywhere in the big book Alcoholics Anonymous. When it says, having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps. Not a result, not some result, the result. I think what that does is it promises to me that if I will apply the first 11 steps in my life to the best of my ability, I'm guaranteed that I'm going to have a spiritual awakening. That's what I can expect from the first 11 steps. Now, what is a spiritual awakening? Well, the appendix says it's a personality change sufficient to recover from alcoholism. And the 12 and 12 bill says there's many kind of spiritual awakenings. There are people in AA. But they've all got certain things in common. And that is that we're able to feel, believe, and do things we could never do before on our own strength unaided. Now, if that's the criteria, then I've had some kind of spiritual awakening. Because I feel things I never felt before. I feel love, patience, tolerance, compassion, and goodwill toward my fellow man. Before AA, I could have cared less about you. Oh yeah, you could have some, but only after what I extracted everything that I wanted first. You always came last. I don't feel that way anymore. I believe things I've never believed before. I believe God is a kind and a loving God. I believe He stands ready to help any human being on earth the instant they're ready to give up on self-will and turn back to Him. Before I came here, I thought He was a God of justice, hellfire, and brimstone. Thank God He isn't a God of justice. Because if He was, I wouldn't be here today. And I imagine some of you wouldn't be here either if He was. Surely, surely He's a God of mercy. Surely He's pure love. Surely He's interested in each one of us individually. I believe that with all my heart. I can do things I never could do before. By golly, I can stay sober. I never could do that before. And because of that sobriety, I'm allowed to do many, many, many things that I always dreamed of doing but never could do when I was doing my drinking. You know, so many things have happened to us recently. It's really unbelievable. It really is. When I was way back in the 1930s, now this has been a long time ago, 8, 9, 10 years old, I read an article in either a magazine or a newspaper that said something about someday the French and the British would probably dig a tunnel under the English Channel so they could go back and forth through it.
Great.
And I said to myself, if they ever do that, I'm going to go through that sucker. Well, here 4 or 5 years ago, Joe and myself and our friend Frank, who's no longer with us, we were getting ready to go to London to do a big book study, and Frank did the same thing John did last night. And I thought this would be a wonderful opportunity to go through the channel. And I called old Frank. He was living in New York City, and I said, Frank, you've got access to all this stuff. Why don't you make arrangements and get tickets for us to ride the channel train when we go to London? I called Joe and asked him if he wanted to go. Joe said, I'm not sure about that. Joe can't swim.
I wasn't planning on it.
And I said, well, let me talk to God and see what He says, and we'll see what we can do. And about a week later, I called him and I said, I talked to God. And Joe said, well, what did He say? And I said, He said it'd be all right. So Joe said, okay, I'll go. We've never forgotten how to con and manipulate, have we? Frank got the tickets and we went to London, and we got on a channel train at Waterloo Station, and we went from London to the Channel. And all the track hadn't been rebuilt yet in England, and the speed was about 85 or 90 miles an hour. And after a while we went down under the Channel and we came up the other side. And on the French side, the track has been completely rebuilt. And that sucker started speeding up. Now, we didn't know how fast we were going, but I happened to look out the window and we were going by an airport. And there was a 737 landing, and I happened to know how fast they land, 150 to 160 miles an hour. And we were running off leaving that sucker. And after a while, they came on the loudspeaker and said they had reached the maximum speed of 185 miles an hour. And we went to Paris, and Frank had a friend that lived in Paris. He met us at the train station. We did a lot of sightseeing all day, as frantically as we could. Spent the night in his apartment. Got up and we went to an AA meeting. Got up the next morning, did a little more sightseeing, and got on the Channel train and came back to London. Fulfilled a dream that I'd had for at least 60 years. I couldn't have done that drinking. I would have had to have gone by myself. Nobody would have gone with me. And I was allowed not only to go, but with 2 good friends, amazing the things that happen to us if we're doing what we're supposed to be doing. So surely, 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 I've had some kind of spiritual awakening. But it's also true that you really don't get something for nothing. You really do have to pay back for whatever you receive. And those of us that have had a spiritual awakening, we're now charged with a responsibility. And our responsibility is to carry this message, not the message, not a message, not some message, this message to other alcoholics. Now, what is this message? Well, it's a very simple one. You know, some of us get to thinking we're healers. We get to thinking we're economic and spiritual and marital advisors. I don't know anybody that ever screwed it up worse than we did. AA has one message and one message only. It goes like this: that if you're still screwed up in life and you don't feel good, if you've been doing a little drinking or you've been thinking about doing a little drinking, we know just exactly where you're coming from, because we came from there ourselves. Now, we came to the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous, and we picked up a book called Alcoholics Anonymous, and we found a program of action in it. And we applied the first 11 steps to the best of our ability in our lives. And we've had a spiritual awakening, and we're not that way any longer. Now, the real message is this: if you don't want to be that way any longer either, then you do what we did, and you'll have a spiritual awakening, and you won't be that way any longer yourself. And that's the only message that the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous has got for a suffering alcoholic. We can take them by the hand and we can walk with them as they walk through the program of action and help them have their spiritual awakening. And if they have a spiritual awakening, then they're going to be rocketed into a fourth dimension of existence. And they're going to feel good rather than lousy. The obsession will be removed. They will no longer want to drink. And that's the only message we got. But now let me tell you something. You and I are the experts in the field of alcoholism. We know more about it than anybody alive. We're the only people that's ever experienced it. We know more about recovery from alcoholism than anybody alive. We're the only people that's ever done it. We have the knowledge and the experience to avert death in countless thousands and thousands and thousands of people. I think we're the luckiest people in the world. Most people never get the opportunities to live the way we live today. Most people never get the opportunity to be of benefit to the fellow man like we can be today, providing we're willing to carry this message. Now, we've got a chapter called Working with Others, and it tells us exactly what to do. You know, people worry about, they're afraid they won't know how to make a 12-step call, or they won't know how to sponsor, and they may hurt some other people. My sponsor said, "Charlie, you can't hurt them." He said, "Hell, they're going to die anyhow." Said, "There's nothing you can do to hurt another alcoholic." He said, "Go into the chapter Working with Others. Read it and study it and do what it tells you to do." And it tells us just exactly how to make a 12-step call. Tells us just exactly how to sponsor somebody. Tells us just exactly how to deal with new people. And if we'll follow the suggestions in this chapter, we can't go wrong. I want to look at 3 paragraphs in that chapter. Let's go for just a moment to page 92. Up at the top of the page. Now, we're talking about going out and talking to a new person. Tell him how baffled you were, how you finally learned that you were sick. Give him an account of the struggle you made to stop. Show him the mental twist which leads to the first drink of a spree. We suggest you do this as we've done it in the chapter on alcoholism. If he is an alcoholic, he will understand you at once. He will match your mental inconsistency with some of his own. If you're satisfied that he's a real alcoholic, begin to dwell on the hopeless feature of the malady. Show him from your own experience, sharing your story, how the queer mental condition surrounding that first drink prevents normal functioning of the willpower. Isn't that what our book has done for us in the doctor's opinion in the first 4 chapters? Page 93, up at the top of the page. Let him ask you that question if he will. Tell him exactly what happened to you. Stress the spiritual feature freely. If the man be agnostic or atheist, make it emphatic. He does not have to agree with your conception of God. He can choose his own conception, any conception he likes, provided it makes sense to him. The main thing is to be willing to believe in a power greater than themselves, and they live by spiritual principles. Isn't that what our book did for us in the doctor's opinion in the first 4 chapters? Page 94, first paragraph. Outline the program of action, explaining how you made a self-appraisal, how you straighten out your past, and why you are now endeavoring to be helpful to him. Isn't that what our book did for us? As we talked about the program of action. So all we got to do is do what the book does. The big book is a 12-step call in print. And if you and I become familiar with what the book says, then we can be helpful to other people. All the example we need in the book. The final thing I have to do, in addition to carrying this message, is I have to try to practice these principles in all my affairs. And what are the principles? Well, we believe the steps. Now, Bill says in chapter 5, do not be discouraged. No one among us has been able to maintain anything like perfect adherence to these principles. The principles are set down are guides to progress. What did he set down just before that statement? 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous. And in front of the 12 and 12, he says the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous are a set of principles spiritual in nature. He had already used the word steps once in step 12. And he wasn't about to use it twice. So he called them principles in the last part of step 12. Now it's easy for me to practice the principles, the steps in AA. I love you and I hope you love me. And we're going to do our best not to hurt each other. But I'm only in AA 1 or 2 hours a day at the most. What do I do the other 22 or 23 hours? Do I practice these principles in my home with my spouse? Can I realize how powerless I really am over that lady? Can I realize the insanity of trying to control her knowing full well I can't? Can I make a decision, turn her will and her life over to the care of God as understanding? Can I inventory me and find those defects that keep me trying to control? Can I talk about that to another human being? Can I become willing to have God remove those and ask Him to take them away? Can I make amends to her quickly when I've harmed her? There's times I'm ashamed of me. There's times I treat absolute strangers on the street with more courtesy than I treat my own wife in my own home. Just think, if I could practice these there with her and she with me, well, we might pick up 10, 11, 12 hours a day where we could be peaceful, happy, and free in our home. If we don't practice them with each other, we don't stand a chance. We're at each other's throat continually. No good times. Can I practice them with my children? If I can, what little time I've got left with them is okay. If I don't, I try to control, they resist, and we have no good times at all. Maybe we could pick up an hour or two a day there too. Can I practice them on the job with my co-workers? Can I realize just how powerless I am over those people? Can I realize the insanity of trying to control them and everything around me on the job? If I could really work these principles there, I might pick up another 8, 10, 12 hours a day where I could be peaceful, happy, and free on the job. Aren't we really saying that you and I have the tools that we could be peaceful, happy, and free 24 hours a day, 365 days a year if we wish to. I think we are the luckiest people alive today. Most people don't have the opportunity to live the way that we can live today if we'll practice these principles in all our affairs. Now make no mistake about this. God is not going to do this for you. Other people are not going to do this for you. But you, with God's help and the help of other people, can do it for yourself. Let's go to page 164 and we'll be through.
Our book is meant to be suggestive only.
It's the last two paragraphs.
We realize we know only a little. God will constantly disclose to you and to us. Ask Him in your morning meditation what you can do each day for the man who is still sick. The answer will come if your own house is in order. But obviously you cannot transmit something you haven't got. So see to it that your relationship with Him is right, and great events will come to pass for you and countless others. This is the great fact for us. Abandon yourself to God as you understand God.
We did that in steps 1, 2, and 3.
Admit your faults to Him and to your fellows.
We did that in 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Clear away the records of the past.
We did that in 8 and 9.
Give freely what you find and join us.
We'll do that in 10, 11, and 12.
We shall be with you in the fellowship of spirit, and you will surely meet some of us as we trudge the happy road of destiny. May God bless you and keep you until then.
Thank you all for letting us be here. We love you. We love you.
Sorry to interrupt your viewing. Caper Dave here. Just wanted to take a second to ask you to like and subscribe to my channel. Let me know if you like what you're listening. I've got some very good talks here, and this one's a great one. Just curious, do you think this is better than Zoom? Tell me what you think. Okay, this is how I prepare my drone for launching. I like to do it inside the cab of my truck so I'm not standing outside in the weather. To install the joysticks for control, up and down, right and left, powered on. I have an Android phone that I use to connect it to the drone with. And it's actually controlled through the iPhone, through an app. Oops, wrong way. It's actually controlled through the iPhone, or through this Android phone, through the app. It's actually controlled through the Android phone, through an app, and you connect it through this short connection right here.
Remote control connected.
Remote control's connected. So I pull out the drone. I have to extend the legs. Long legs extended first, then the short legs. Remove the gimbal protector. Set that aside, then power it on one short burst, then one long burst. I lay it down. So I have to go to calibrate. So the drone's not connected yet. It shows you here as this drone gets disconnected, even though the remote's powered on. So the drone has to establish it's connected. So I go into the app to calibration mode. First I'll calibrate the remote controller. Start calibration. Out, in, out, in, up, down, and then this little wheel is to control the gimbal. So it's calibrated. Go to gimbal calibration, start calibration, and then it calibrates the gimbal. I don't know if That shows up. The gimbal's moving all over the place. Changes, you can see it on the video. And I'm calibrated to take off. It's acquired 7 satellites at the moment. There are 26 satellites up in the sky, which it has to acquire before you can take off. So it's connected. It's got enough satellites. This is white. I can go to press this little arrow button, swipe right to take off, and it would start the motors if I slid this to the right. But I'll wait till I get outside. Don't want to do it inside.